Consciousness awakens from darkness, like being submerged in deep water, unable to surface. I could vaguely hear someone talking, but the voices were far away, as if they were through a layer of water. Someone was moving something. The wood was digging into my back, and it swayed back and forth. I tried to open my eyes, but my eyelids felt as heavy as lead. I tried to speak, but my throat felt like it was stuffed with cotton. I couldn't muster any strength in my body, and my head felt heavy. Although I didn't know what had happened, I could only fall asleep, as if it were a dream. When she regained consciousness, she was lying in a bed. I stared at the ceiling for a while. The wooden beams were dusty and had several cracks. After looking for a while, I still saw wooden beams. I slowly turned my head and saw stone walls. Half of the white plaster had fallen off, wooden window frames covered with paper, and the light coming in was dim and yellowish. There was a bowl on the bedside table, and several pieces of cloth were folded next to it. He stared at the bowl and the blood-stained cloth for a long time. This was a room he didn't recognize. He took a breath, a dull pain shooting through his ribs. He raised his hand to touch the painful spot on his head and found his head wrapped in several layers of cloth. His body ached all over. He couldn't pinpoint exactly where it hurt, but everything hurt. Lying there, looking at the roof beams, I began to reminisce. Where am I? How did I get back here? Did I drink myself into oblivion? No, that's not right. I resigned from my job to start my own business. Yesterday was my last day of work. I remember crossing the road and then blinding headlights and screeching brakes. And then it's right here. This isn't a hospital. I don't remember hospitals looking like this, and I don't think there are any like this. White walls, white lights, the smell of disinfectant, none of that here. The walls are made of stone, the windows are made of wood, and there is a musty smell in the air. Looking down at myself, I realized this wasn't my own hand. My own hands weren't this thin, this young, and there weren't these scabbed abrasions on the back of my hand. I clenched my fist, then released it. It was really my own hand. It could move and felt, but it just didn't feel like my own. My mind was a complete mess. He slowly propped himself up to sit up, and the bed creaked. It hurt, my whole body ached. I leaned against the headboard to catch my breath and continued to look around the room. It was broken, but neatly tidied up. Someone was taking care of it. Who? There were no answers in my mind. I didn't know anything. I didn't know where I was, who this body belonged to, who was taking care of me, or what would happen next. Looking down, I saw a little girl lying on the side of the bed. She looked about 5 or 6 years old, thin and small, with slightly yellow hair tied in 2 small braids. She was sleeping soundly with her head tilted to the side and her face buried in her arms, her little hands clutching the corner of the blanket. He stared at her. She wasn't in his mind. He didn't recognize her. Was she this body's sister? Or the neighbor's child? The little girl stirred, as if the noise of getting up had startled her. She raised her head and rubbed her eyes sleepily. Then she saw that the person was awake, and she was stunned for a moment before her eyes lit up. "Brother!" She rushed over, grabbed his hand, and cried out in a clear, urgent voice, "Brother, you're awake, you're finally awake!" She was stunned by the call. "Brother," she called him brother. Her hands were small and cold. Her eyes were bright, and there was a red mark on her face from pressing down on her arm. He opened his mouth. What did he say? Call her sister? Ask her name? Ask her where he was? He said he didn't remember anything, that he wasn't her brother, and that he didn't know her name. "But she called you brother," her eyes shining brightly. "She was so happy you were awake. I just can't bring myself to say those words." She stared at him, and when he didn't speak, her eyes reddened. "Brother, why aren't you saying anything? Are you still in pain? Wait here, I'll go get Mom. Mom, this body still has a mother." "No." His voice was hoarse like a broken gong, so he quickly called out to her. She stopped, turned around, and tears were already streaming down her face. I could only clear my throat. It hurt and felt like it was on fire. "Don't yell, I'm fine now." She stared at him for a long time, tears still streaming down her face. "Brother, you scared me to death. You fell off the mountain and were unconscious for days. They said you wouldn't wake up. Falling down the mountain, well, at least the body was injured from the fall, not from being hacked. Although it's not exactly good news, I don't know if that's a good thing or not." She wiped her face with her sleeve, making tears everywhere, and then didn't say anything to you. "Brother, are you hungry? I'll go get you something to eat. Mom made some porridge and has been keeping it warm. There's also bread. Grandma Martha said she'll bake some for you when you wake up." Bread, porridge, at least not tree bark or grass roots. She was about to run out when she reached the door, but then looked back as if afraid she would disappear before pushing the door open and running out. The sound of footsteps thumped and faded into the distance. Leaning against the headboard, I stared at the wooden door that wouldn't close properly. My head hurts, my body aches, and my mind is a complete mess. I looked down at my hands. They were thin, young, and injured. He looked up at the roof beams again. The cracked wood was dusty and gray. It seemed he had stumbled upon some extraordinary place. After the little girl ran out, the room became quiet. Leaning against the headboard, staring at the wooden door that wouldn't close properly, my mind was still a mess. First, we need to figure out the situation. Where is this place? Whose body is this? Who lives in this family? And we can't understand anything. Just as I was thinking this, a sudden, sharp pain shot through my head. It felt like something was exploding out of my brain, my vision went black in waves, and I collapsed onto the bed, my consciousness being pulled into a state of chaos. I don't know how much time passed, maybe a long time, maybe just a short while. The headache slowly subsided, and my consciousness gradually returned. I was still groggy and didn't have the strength to open my eyes, but my mind was clearer. The things that just rushed in pieced together a rough outline, these were the original owner's memories. This world is not Earth. It has magic, dragons, and knights. This is the kingdom of Elderland, a baronial territory called House Ansel. He was the second son of this baron's family. Named Ronan Ansel, the family situation is that the father is dead, the mother is sick, the eldest brother is disabled, and the youngest sister is still young. The family is in ruins, the manor is about to collapse, many of the people have fled, and we are still heavily in debt. The original owner was a good-for-nothing. He knew from a young age that Just then, footsteps came from outside, thump, 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 getting closer and closer. Someone pushed the door open and came in, their footsteps light and their pace quick. It was the same child from before. She ran to the bedside, panting, and placed something on the bedside table. The bowl made a sound as it hit the wood. "Brother," she called softly. Seeing that no one responded, she stopped calling out and quieted down. She was probably sitting on the edge of the bed, and you could feel her gaze on the side. My eyes are still closed. My mind is still a mess. I need to think some more. She still hadn't left after quite a while. You could feel her sitting quietly on the edge of the bed, occasionally moving slightly, her clothes rustling. They showed no intention of leaving, as if they were waiting for someone to wake up. I sighed. What I had to face, I had to face. I opened my eyes and slowly propped myself up to sit up. My body still ached, but it was a little better than before. She immediately leaned closer, her eyes bright, the corners of her mouth turned up, and she smiled again. "Brother," she called out, her voice filled with joy, yet also with a hint of cautious probing. When she came in, she saw that the person was asleep again and probably thought that he was going to faint and not wake up like before. Children can't speak, but their eyes make it clear. My heart softened. Although those memories hadn't become my own yet, it wasn't difficult to coax a child. "Lily," he called her name. She paused for a moment, then smiled even wider, nodding vigorously as if to confirm that her brother still remembered her and that things weren't as the doctor had described. "Brother, are you hungry? I got some porridge and bread." She pointed to the bedside table, where there was a bowl of thin porridge and a piece of bread next to it, not very big, and toasted to a golden brown. "Eat later." Looking at her, he carefully chose his words. "Lily, how's things at home?" She tilted her head and thought for a moment. "Mom is crying today," she whispered. "Grandpa Arnold said the creditors are here again. My older brother still won't come out. I haven't seen him for days. Grandma Martha killed a chicken as soon as you woke up, saying it would help you recover." She spoke very simply, but every word she uttered carried great weight. After saying that, she looked over here again as if afraid that people would worry and quickly added, "I'm fine. I ate some porridge and even went to check on the chickens." He reached out and touched her head. Her hair was a little yellow, fine and soft, and the 2 little braids she wore were crooked. The little girl is a sensible and good child, but her sensible manner makes one feel a little sorry for her. "Brother, drink your porridge first." She brought the bowl over and carefully handed it to him. "Be careful, it's hot. Drink slowly." The porridge was thin with few rice grains, but it was cooked until thick, with a layer of rice oil floating on top. Cut the bread into small pieces, toast them until golden brown, and place them on the side of the bowl. "The food looks pretty good, not as bad as I imagined." My younger sister stared at us, her eyes bright with a hint of anticipation, probably worried that people wouldn't eat it, or that they might feel uncomfortable after eating it. I picked up the bowl and took a sip. It didn't taste like much. The rice was stale, but it was hot, warming me from my throat all the way to my stomach. After taking 2 more sips, I felt something in my stomach and slowly recovered, finally realizing that I had truly traveled through time. Then my mind started racing. Magic, dwarves, elves, dragons. These aren't just words from a novel, they actually exist. In this world, dragons fly in the sky, dwarves forge iron in the mountains, and elves shoot arrows in the forest. There's also magic, real magic, not special effects on the screen, but someone who can conjure fireballs with a wave of their hand and summon lightning with a spell. Things that he could only see in books before are now waiting for him outside. Thinking about all this makes my heart race, and my hand holding the bowl trembles a little, not because I'm scared, but because this is just too cool. Lily watched him from the side, feeling a little panicked. Why was her brother spacing out again? Was his head hurting again? The doctor said that falling on the head could cause confusion and it could take several days to recover. She didn't dare to make a sound and disturb him, so she sat quietly with her hands on her knees, occasionally stealing a glance. As she looked at it, her mind started wandering again. Would her brother become mentally challenged like this in the future? She had heard adults say that some people fall on their heads and never recognize anyone again, that they become crazy or stupid. But my brother just met her and called her name, so it shouldn't be that serious, right? But he just kept spacing out, completely different from his usual annoying self. Although her brother used to not care about family matters, he would laugh, joke, and tease her. But now her brother seems like a different person. He's always distracted, always lost in thought, and after saying a few words, he seems to be thinking about something else entirely. The more she thought about it, the more likely it seemed. She wondered what would happen if her brother really became mentally challenged. Her mother was always crying, her eldest brother wouldn't come out, and if her second brother also became mentally challenged, she would be all alone in the family. She would have to take care of her mother, her eldest brother, and her mentally challenged second brother all by herself. Now it's not just 2 people, but 3, and she has to take care of them all. She remembered things from the past. She was young then, but she remembered some things. Her father was still alive, and the house wasn't like this. Everyone would laugh, her mother would sing, her eldest brother would take her to the river, and her second brother would carry her on his back. My father sat in the living room. When someone came to talk to him, he smiled and nodded, and everyone listened to him. Back then, the walls of our house were white, the windows were bright, and everyone who came was smiling. They're all gone now. The walls are gray, the windows are broken, and the people who come here are debt collectors. Mom stopped singing, my eldest brother stopped going out, and my second brother goes out every day and doesn't say a word when he comes back. She looked down at her hands. They were small and thin, with dirt stuck under her fingernails. What can these hands do? She wants to become like her father, to make everyone listen to her, to make everyone laugh just like before. Brother, is your head hurting again? She asked softly, interrupting her thoughts, afraid that she would suffer the same thing as her mother. He snapped out of his reverie and said with a smile, "It doesn't hurt, I was just thinking about something." She nodded and didn't ask any more questions. Whatever she was thinking, as long as it wasn't making her uncomfortable, that was fine. She glanced at the porridge in her bowl, which was still more than half full, and then at her brother. She felt that he was acting a little strange today, but she couldn't quite put her finger on why. I probably slept too long and am still not fully awake. My mother said that sick people often feel this way. Then drink your porridge quickly, it won't taste good if it gets cold. She pushed the bowl towards him again. He glanced at his younger sister, then suddenly smiled. Thinking about this magical world, although it wasn't the world of cultivation, it wasn't bad either. His mood improved and he picked up the bowl and took a big gulp. Let bygones be bygones. There's nothing we can do about it anyway. Now, let's focus on getting better so we can go see this different world. The brother smiled, and Lily smiled too, so everything was all right. Regardless of whether my brother will become mentally impaired in the future, it's good that he's smiling now, and thankfully he's not drooling. Ronan Ansel, lie down a little longer, Lily said, pulling the blanket closer to him. I'll go tell Mom you're awake. Without waiting for his reply, she turned and ran, her braids swinging back and forth, her thumping footsteps quickly disappearing into the corridor. He lay on the bed, looking at the doorway with a mixture of amusement and exasperation. That girl, she runs fast. The room quieted down, and I leaned against the headboard, slowly exhaling. The excitement in my head subsided a bit, and I started to think things through seriously. The original owner was 15 years old and the second child in her family. I unearthed a lot of things from my memory, but most of them were just the surface. This guy wants to learn everything, but he's only scratched the surface of everything. I tried magic, but I didn't have the talent, so I gave up. I've practiced fighting spirit, but I don't have the potential, so I'm not practicing it anymore. I can ride a horse, but I'm not a good one. Swordsmanship is all about striking a pose. Once you're actually fighting, your true skills will be revealed. I can read and recognize the characters, but I can't get into the reading. He studied painting for a few days, but the things he drew were unrecognizable to him. In short, he wants to try everything, but can't stick to anything for long. They like to show off in front of others, even though they only know a little bit. They insist on making a big show of it, as if they know everything and understand everything. He gets carried away by a few flattering words. The few friends he hung out with were all there because of his status as the son of a baron. Although his family had fallen into such a state of ruin, he was still a baron after all. He couldn't refuse when people asked him to provide a free meal, lend him money, or ask him to do small favors, so he agreed without really understanding why. In reality, he had no real ability to help people. He was just using his position to relay messages. He probably knew that people were flattering him, but he liked the feeling of being surrounded by them, so he never pointed it out. When his father was alive, there were people taking care of him. 2 years ago, his father died, and he was completely left without anyone to care for him. His mother was constantly worried about the debts, begging for help everywhere. The family was even struggling to pay the servants' wages, so she had no energy left to take care of him. After my older brother returned from my uncle's house, he locked himself in his room all day and wouldn't go out. The original owner heard from his uncle that the title belonged to the eldest brother, and everything in the house belonged to the eldest brother, so he, the second son, would not get anything. From that day on, he distanced himself from his older brother. His brother used to be kind to him, taking him out to play and teaching him to ride horses. Now, seeing his brother like that, he felt a strange sense of satisfaction. A kind of schadenfreude. What an immature little brat. The eldest brother wasn't born that way. When his father was alive, he always said he wanted to restore the glory of his ancestors, and the eldest brother kept those words in mind. He was the eldest son, inheriting not only the title but also his father's unfinished dream. He went to his uncle's house, wanting to learn skills, become a knight, and support his family. Then, I don't know what happened, but when I came back, it was like this. As for the reason, the original owner didn't know, and he didn't care. He only felt that his elder brother had stolen his things and was now getting his comeuppance. My younger sister, in my memory, was a little girl who was always fighting with him for things, for food, for toys, and for telling on him to Mom. He found her annoying, and she found him fierce. But the little girl he just saw, sitting quietly by the bed and cautiously asking him if he was in pain, was completely different. She was sensible, at least better than the original owner of this body. The original owner's father died 2 years ago, and the family completely collapsed. This baronial estate sounds impressive, but it actually consists of only a little over 100 households nestled in these mountains. The land is so poor that it can't grow anything of value, and there's nothing of noteworthy about it. They live off the mountains, but the stones on the mountains are worthless, and the forests have been almost completely cut down. The people themselves couldn't even feed themselves, and the taxes they paid, after deducting what they had to hand over, were barely enough to feed their families. When his father was alive, he could earn some rewards for his military achievements to help support the family. With his father dead, this little bit of income disappeared. The number of creditors kept increasing, and the interest compounded, causing his mother so much worry that her hair turned white. She could only try to save money from all sides, and that's how their family ended up like this. This is the house he's in now, an empty shell, clinging to the title of baron while riddled with holes underneath. The original owner of this body, or the person he will be in the future, is the second son of this family, a child who knows nothing, only knows how to save face, and is even manipulated by his uncle to become estranged from his family. Thinking about this, I couldn't help but smile. It's not so bad. Even a mess is more interesting than my old life. After all, this is a magical world. And he is now the current owner of this body. Ronan Ansell footsteps echoed in the hallway outside, not the light, quick running of Lily, but slow, heavy steps. Someone was walking this way. The footsteps stopped at the door, and the door was gently pushed open. The woman who came in was in her 30s. She was very thin, with prominent cheekbones and sunken eyes. Her hair was casually tied up with a few strands hanging down, which she didn't bother to fix. She was wearing a faded gray dress with frayed cuffs and thin fabric at the neckline that revealed her skin underneath. Seeing him sitting on the bed with his eyes open, I paused for a moment, and my eyes welled up with tears. "Awake!" She walked over quickly, her voice trembling slightly. She reached out to touch his forehead and then his face. "You're really awake. The doctor said if you hadn't woken up today then. She swallowed her words before finishing. Ronan looked at the woman and recalled her name, Leah, his mother. The former Viscountess married into House Ansell, where she had children and managed the household business. Her husband died 2 years ago, her eldest son is useless, her youngest daughter is still young, and her second son is a disappointment. Life has worn her down to this state. "Mom," he called out, his voice still a little hoarse. Lee paused for a moment, then smiled. She sat down on the edge of the bed, took his hand, squeezed it, then let go, looking like she didn't know what to say. "Does your body still hurt?" she asked, staring at him from head to toe, from his face to his hands, as if to make sure he had no other problems. "A little," Ronan said, then added after a moment's thought, "I just ate something, porridge and bread that Lily brought." Lee nodded and reached out to touch his forehead. Her hands were thin, with bony knuckles and rough fingertips covered in calluses that she couldn't tell when they had formed. She touched herself for a while, then touched her forehead and compared it to her face before her expression relaxed. "It's not hot anymore," she whispered, as if confirming with herself. Then she looked at him, her lips moved as if she wanted to say something, but she swallowed it back. Ronan guessed she probably wanted to scold him. The original owner of this body had run up the mountain, fallen so badly that he had to be carried back and was unconscious for several days. His previous condition made his family think he was going to die. Faced with such a situation, which Mother wouldn't want to scold her, but she didn't say anything, she just looked at him for a long time and her eyes reddened again. She turned her head away and quickly wiped her eyes with her sleeve, as if afraid he would see. "It's good that you're all right," she said, standing up. Her voice was a little muffled. "Lie down and don't move around. I'll go make you some soup." She turned to leave, took a step, then stopped. She stood with her back to him for a while, her shoulders trembling slightly. Ronan didn't speak. He knew she was crying. In this family, the husband is dead, the eldest son is useless, the youngest daughter is still young, and the second son is a troublemaker. The eldest was like that, and the youngest was like that too. She was a person with no special abilities, and she could only support this family. She held on for 2 years until the creditors came to the door, until all the servants left, until the manor fell into disrepair, until she herself could hardly hold on anymore. She wiped her face, turned around, and there was no trace of crying on her face. "Get some rest," she said, her voice calming down. "Lily has been taking care of you these past few days, and she's exhausted. Now that you're better, she'll feel much more at ease." After saying that, he pushed open the door and went out, his footsteps slowly fading away in the corridor. Ronan leaned against the headboard, watching the door close again. The child who used to like to act tough, liked to be fawned over, liked to compete with his older brother, and liked to fight with his younger sister for things is gone. Seeing his sister and mother, the original owner's memories slowly merged into him, and he actually felt a sense of responsibility. In that case, the second son of my family is the real Ronan Ansell. Ronan leaned against the headboard, staring at the closed door, his mind racing. Now that you've accepted this identity, you have to take responsibility for it. It wasn't for any grand ideal, it was purely for myself. He can support the family, pay off the debts, revitalize the territory, and then he can freely go and see the world. He wanted to see the dwarves' forging workshop in the mountains and hear the sound of hammers striking anvils. "I want to go to the forest of fairies and see the sunlight filtering through the leaves and falling like shards of gold on the ground. I want to go to the beach to see sea creatures I've never seen before and eat fish I've never eaten before." He wanted to ride a horse far away, have a drink in an unfamiliar tavern, and listen to bards sing songs he had never heard before. He wanted to go to the capital to see the noblewomen in silk, the knights on tall horses, and the magicians in robes walking down the street. He also wanted to try all the delicacies in the world: dwarf roasted meat, elf fruit wine, fish soup from the southern harbor, and mead from the northern snow country. Just thinking about it made his mouth water. As for beautiful women, well, that's a matter of culture for each race. Yes, culture. The elegance of elves, the generosity of dwarves, the passion of southern girls, and the aloofness of northern women are all forms of culture, and they are worth exploring in depth. Thinking about all this, and then looking at this dilapidated home, it doesn't seem so bad anymore. It was, after all, a baronial family. Even the most impoverished nobleman is still a nobleman, and even the smallest lord is still a lord. He has land, people, and status. He stands at the top of this society, though at the very bottom of the top is still the top. In the past, he couldn't even get close to the edge of this circle. There's an old Chinese saying that goes, "Great talents can come from humble families." But at least a humble family has a door. You don't even have a door now. He now has at least one door, a bit broken, but it still makes a sound when you knock on it. With this door, he has the right to climb up. Besides, although magic is everywhere in this world, the level of technology is only at the medieval level. And who is he? An outstanding successor of the 21st century, a model socialist youth who has received 9 years of compulsory education. Although he has forgotten most of his physics and chemistry, he still retains basic common sense. Agricultural science, architecture, economics, management, which of these can't be used to create something truly unique? Thinking of this, Ronan couldn't help but laugh out loud. It was time to give the world a little shock. "Once I'm better, I'll solve all your problems." He muttered to himself, his voice not loud, but he spoke with great confidence. There are always solutions to problems, and he now has at least 7 or 8 ideas for making money in his head. Whether it's making food, infrastructure, tools, or mining, you can make a name for yourself in any of them. As for those fantastical travels and beautiful women culture in the future, well, let's finish what we need to do first. In the afternoon, Lee and Lily brought over the food. This time it wasn't porridge, but a bowl of thick soup with a few pieces of meat and a small piece of white bread. This might not seem like much to Ronan, but in this house, it's probably considered something that's been dug out of the back of a box. Lee placed the bowl on the bedside table, looked at him as if she wanted to say something, but then swallowed her words. Finally, he only said one sentence: "Eat slowly, don't rush." Lily lay by the bed, watching him drink the soup with bright eyes, her little mouth moving along with his, looking incredibly greedy. Ronan took a sip of soup, which burned his teeth, and Lily laughed, revealing 2 sweet dimples. Lee watched from the side and smiled too. It was a soft, brief smile, but it was definitely a smile. After dinner, Lee wanted to take Lily away, but Lily refused, saying she wanted to stay with her brother. Lee put on a stern face. "Your brother needs to rest. If you keep bothering him here, when will he ever get better?" Lily pouted and was reluctantly pulled away by her. As she reached the door, she turned back for one last look and whispered, "Brother, get well soon." Ronan waved to her, and she laughed and ran away. The room fell silent again. Ronan leaned against the headboard, closed his eyes, and began to go through the original owner's memories. He needed to understand the basic situation of this world: how the currency was converted, the approximate prices, what resources were in the territory, what towns were nearby, how to travel the trade routes, and what the relationships were between the lords. These memories are fragmented, scattered from one place to another. The original owner had never paid attention to these things before. He only knew which gully had wild fruits, which mountain had wild rabbits, and which goblin's den had shiny stones. Truly useful information was scarce. However, it's not entirely non-existent. He knew there were 3 villages in the territory, with more than 100 households, who farmed, gathered firewood, and raised chickens, and were extremely poor. He knew there was a dilapidated mill, a nearly deforested forest, and a quarry that had been mortgaged in the territory. He knew that the nearby city was called River Valley City, which took most of the day to reach by horseback, and that there was a market every 5 or 10 days. He knew that a baron named Wolf lived next door. Wolf's family was stronger and more domineering than his, and he had been eyeing Wolf's land. He also knew that his family owed a lot of money. The creditors included the kingdom, the church, merchants, the wolf next door, and even his uncle's family. For the past 2 years, his mother has been dealing with these creditors, robbing Peter to pay Paul, barely making ends meet. Ronan went through this information in his mind again and again, and then slowly opened his eyes. Having too much debt doesn't weigh you down, and having too many lice doesn't itch you. His starting point is indeed low. It's not 0, it's negative. But the difference between a negative number and 0 is only that it takes a little more time to fill the hole. He has the ability, the brain, and the time, so what is he afraid of? The light outside the window dimmed, and the room gradually became dark. Ronan didn't turn on the light, he just leaned against the headboard, going through the original owner's memories over and over again. When it got completely dark, he roughly knew what to do next. First, heal your injuries. Second, make money. As for money, you can't figure it out just by lying in bed and not moving. We must get up, go out, and see for ourselves what the territory has, what it lacks, and what it can do. Those advanced technologies of the 21st century, such as organic agriculture, circular economy, and supply chain integration, who can understand them if you talk about them? They need to be implemented and become tangible things. Ronan felt like he had a gold mine in his head. All he needed was a shovel to dig it out. Besides, how will you know where to show off if you don't go out and explore? When it comes to change, small changes are called reforms, but big changes are called revolutions. If Ronan is going to do something, he's going to do it spectacularly, so that the entire kingdom of Elderland knows that House Ansel, that good-for-nothing second son, has finally learned his lesson after a fall. To be remembered by the entire kingdom and even the world, to be etched in history. Thinking of this, he chuckled to himself in the darkness, laughing until his wound ached and he hissed. When Ronan woke up the next day, he felt much better. The areas that hurt even with the slightest movement yesterday only feel slightly sore and swollen today. He tried raising his arms and turning his neck. Although the bandage around his head was still there, he felt much more relaxed. This is truly a magical world. The body's regenerative abilities are amazing. He slowly sat up, moved his hands and feet, and felt all right. I rolled out of bed, walked to the window, and pulled back the curtains. It was just getting light outside, and the dim light shone through, illuminating the dusty stone wall. Outside the window was the same scene he had seen many times in his memory: a few crooked trees, a dirt road, and dark mountain shadows in the distance. Seeing it in person, it was indeed more dilapidated than I remembered, but it was medieval, so it was acceptable. He touched the injury on his head. It still hurt a little, but as long as he didn't go out and see people, it wouldn't affect his movement. He pushed open the door and went out. Outside the door was a corridor with a stone floor and a wooden ceiling. Several faded paintings hung on the walls, their depictions no longer legible. The corridor was narrow but long, with several doors on each side, all of which were closed. He followed the route he remembered to the stairwell and lightened his steps as he passed a door. It was his older brother's room. A smell of alcohol wafted from the crack in the door, and the room was quiet. He didn't know if the person was still asleep or if they were awake but didn't want to move. After going downstairs, there was a small hall, a stone fireplace, a long wooden table, and a few crooked chairs. A family crest hangs on the wall, square and polished to a shine. It's probably the most respectable thing in the house. The living room connects to the kitchen, and there are sounds coming from the kitchen. People are talking in hushed tones, and pots and pans are gently clinking together. He didn't go there. The original owner of this body was such a fool, he would never go to the kitchen. It would be strange if he suddenly went there. I pushed open the door and went outside. The air was cool and carried the scent of grass and earth. The courtyard was larger than he had imagined, a square plot of land surrounded by a low wall, with a stone path leading to the main gate in the middle and empty flower beds on both sides. To be honest, this yard could build several villas on Earth. Nobles are nobles. Even if they're dilapidated, they still need to maintain their image. The yard was not too badly maintained. The grass had been mowed, there were no fallen leaves on the stone path, and the low wall next to the flower bed had been neatly repaired. He had expected it to be overgrown with weeds, but it turned out to be quite similar. Looking back, I remember there was an old gardener in my family who had been with them for many years. He was quite old and hard of hearing, but he was a very hardworking person. My mother used to love tending to these flowers and plants. Although she doesn't have much energy to manage them now, the old gardener still waters and prunes them every day, preventing the yard from becoming completely overgrown. In the distance, a hunched figure was squatting by the flower bed, weeding slowly, stopping to rest every now and then. Ronan stood at the door for a while, watching, but didn't go over. The original owner of this body would never talk to the old gardener. He only had eyes for those friends who could play with him. If he suddenly ran over to offer words of comfort and concern, it would probably scare people. Standing at the door, he took a deep breath. The air was so fresh, the sky was so vast, and the land was so expansive. This would be his territory from now on. Although it was a bit dilapidated and poor, it was still a piece of land. Ronan slowly walked out of his house and stood on the steps, looking around. The road was quite wide, enough for 2 horse-drawn carriages to pass, but the surface was full of potholes, and various kinds of debris were piled up on the side: rotten wood, broken baskets, broken tiles, and piles of ash left over from who knows when. The houses on both sides of the road were very close together, with stone walls and thatched roofs, crookedly squeezed together. Some doors had faded curtains hanging at their entrances, some windowsills had shriveled melons on them, and one door had a skinny chicken squatting at its door, tilting its head to look at it. The territory wasn't large. According to my memory, there were only a few dozen households living here, with the other half scattered in 2 other villages. However, though small, it has all the essentials. A tavern, a restaurant, a blacksmith shop, a grain store, it has everything you need. The tavern sign was crooked, the blacksmith's chimney wasn't smoking, and the grain store's doors hadn't been removed yet. It was quiet and deserted at this time of year, barely the size of a village. As dawn broke, there were already a few pedestrians on the road. In the distance, the sound of a door opening could be heard, creaking, followed by coughing, spitting, and scolding of children. The sounds from inside the house increased, and wisps of smoke rose from the rooftops of several houses, thin and almost invisible. Ronan watched as the person walked past him walked by, his face ashen and expressionless, and he didn't even dare to look him in the eye. The clothes were all dusty and patched, the sleeves were worn out, and the collars hung loosely. Scenes that only appear in games are now unfolding vividly before his eyes. The original Western fantasy style, not the beautified version from games, is genuinely poor. He wrapped his clothes tighter around himself, indicating that he was living quite well. His clothes were casual and a bit old, but there were no other problems. The weather here is much colder than in the south. It's only autumn now, but there's already a chill in the wind. Natural resources are scarce, the mountains are rocky, the land is barren, and the forests that can be seen have been almost completely cleared, leaving the mountains bare. At this time of year, people in the south are probably still wearing only light clothing, but here they're already burning charcoal. Everyone I saw looked unwell, their complexions were sallow or ashen, and their lips were dry and chapped. The Lord's household was living too well, not to mention the people. He glanced in the direction of the grain store. The door panels hadn't been removed yet, but smoke was already billowing from the chimney of the house behind it. In the original owner's memory, the owner of the grain store was a fat man. In this place, fat people are a rarity. In a place where people eat meager rations year after year, to become fat, one must either be from a wealthy family or have powerful connections. Who would want to do business in such a remote and impoverished place? Merchants are profit-driven. Nobody goes to a place where there's no profit. What's that fat man after? I can't figure it out. I'll write it down and think about it later. Ronan pulled his collar tighter and walked slowly forward along the road. He wanted to see the heart of this territory with his own eyes, not from memory, but with his own. Ronan stood on the slope and looked down. The fields were divided into plots by low stone walls. Right now, the fields were bare, with only some straw stubble sticking hard in the soil. He recognized it as rye, the only crop that could be grown here. It was drought-resistant and cold-resistant, but the yield was low, and the flour it produced was so coarse it hurt his throat. The plots of land by the river are planted with oats and beans, but the harvest isn't very good. The original owner never cared about the yield or the price. All he cared about was which gully had wild fruits and which mountain had wild rabbits. I did hear a bit about grain prices. In a normal year, a bushel of rye costs 2 silver coins, while oats are cheaper. In a disaster year, the price can rise to 3 or 4 silver coins, but in a disaster year, we don't even have enough to eat ourselves, so where would we get grain to sell? He stood there for a while, then turned around and went back. His injury hadn't fully healed yet. He would touch the area from head to toe once he could walk again. Ronan had just reached the door when he bumped into someone. The old man was thin and small, wearing a gray cloth robe, carrying an old leather bag in his hand. He walked quickly with his head down, and I almost bumped into him. This is the housekeeper, Arnold. He is the most senior member of the family, having worked for House Ansel for 40 years, dating back to Ronan's grandfather's generation. Managing accounts, people, and all sorts of miscellaneous affairs in the manor, he was considered a very important person in this territory. Looking up and seeing Ronan, I was stunned for a moment, then quickly tucked my bag under my arm and reached out to help him. "Young Master Ronan, why are you up?" Arnold's voice was urgent and shrill. He gestured in a trembling voice near Ronan's arm, wanting to help him up but not daring to. "Your injury hasn't healed yet. Why did you run out?" "The doctor said you should rest in bed and take good care of yourself. It's nothing." Ronan felt a little guilty about his appearance and stepped back. "You've been lying down for too long. Get up and move around." "What activities are you going to do?" Arnold stamped his foot impatiently, but dared not raise his voice, and said in a low voice, "You still have your head wrapped up, and I don't even know if your body is fully healed yet. Once you're better, you can run and jump all you want, but you need to rest now." "I'm really fine." Ronan raised his hand and touched the cloth strip on his head. Didn't the doctor say that moving around a bit will help you recover faster? If you just lie in bed all the time, you'll rust. Arnold wanted to say something, but after opening his mouth, he swallowed it back. He stared at Ronan for a couple of seconds, probably thinking that the second young master was acting differently than usual today. Ronan didn't give him a chance to think it over and casually asked, "What brings you here so early?" "Oh, it's just..." Arnold paused, then stuffed his purse under his arm. "The usual, let's check the accounts. Madam said the accounts from the past few days need to be sorted out." "I usually come around this time, but you don't usually get up this early, young master." Ronan felt a little embarrassed. At 15, she was already old enough to be capable in this world, but the original owner of this body had never even gotten up early. Was this what aristocratic life was like? She loved it. He coughed, thinking that since he had run into them, he might as well take the opportunity to ask them something. Going to the old man to ask about the accounts would seem too deliberate. This is just right. "Lily said that someone came to collect debts again?" he asked casually, as if he were talking about something that had nothing to do with him. Arnold paused for a moment, looked up at him with surprise in his eyes, probably not expecting Ronan, who usually just messed around, to ask this. Ronan didn't flinch. She just stared at him, not out of curiosity, but because she genuinely wanted to know. Arnold hesitated for a moment, then lowered his head to adjust the strap of his purse. "Madam will handle these matters. Young master, you should focus on recovering and not think about these things." "How much do you owe?" Ronan asked seriously this time. Arnold fell silent. He tied and untied the strap of his purse repeatedly, and after a long while he finally managed to squeeze out a sentence. "Young master, please don't ask any more. Madam forbids me to say." Ronan wanted to ask more, but Arnold had already taken a step back. "You should rest well. Getting better is more important than anything else." After saying that, he turned and left, walking even faster than when he came, as if afraid of being caught up. Ronan watched his figure disappear at the end of the corridor, but didn't chase after him. Arnold, now in his early 60s, is loyal, hardworking, timid, and adheres to old rules, always keeping his head bowed before his master. He didn't say anything, and you couldn't get any information from him. When Arnold opened the door, Lee was sitting by the window with several sheets of paper spread out on the table, an open ink bottle, and a pen lying to the side, but there were hardly any words written on the paper. She stared blankly out the window, only snapping out of her reverie when she heard the door open. "Madam!" Arnold stood at the door, hesitated for a moment. "Young master is awake." Lee moved her hand slightly, gathering the papers on the table to the side. "I know, I woke up yesterday." "He just went out and ran into me at the door," Arnold said. "He also asked about the debt." Lee's hand stopped. "I told him that Madam didn't want me to talk about it, so he didn't ask any more questions." Arnold lowered his head. "Young master seems a little different today." Lee didn't speak, and after a long while she let out a soft sigh. "He used to be childish, but this fall probably made him realize something." She glanced down at the account book on the table, her voice lowering. "It's good that you've figured it out. This family, always..." Lee wanted to say something but didn't finish and could only sigh. She couldn't even sort out this mess, so what could her son do to help? Arnold stood at the door without moving. Lee waved her hand. "You go ahead and do your work, I'm fine here." The door closed, and Lee picked up her pen, then put it down again. The sky outside the window was already bright, and the sunlight shone on the dilapidated window frame, casting crooked shadows on the floor. She sat for a while, then picked up her pen again, dipped it in ink, lowered her head, and continued writing those endless accounts, rubbing her head. Ronan walked around the room. He went to the armory first. It was called an armory, but it was actually just a small room on the first floor around a corner. The door wasn't locked, and when he pushed it open, he smelled a strong, rusty odor. Several swords hung on the wall, 2 or 3 spears were stuck on a shelf, and several shields were piled up in the corner. It was a fine sword. He pulled it out and examined it. The blade was still shiny and there was no rust. It had been passed down from his ancestors. The spear shaft was a bit rotten, but the iron head was still usable. The paint on the shield had mostly worn off, but the wood hadn't rotted. Selling these might bring in some money, but that would be a real waste of resources. We shouldn't touch them unless absolutely necessary, even though things are much better now. He then went to check the livestock shed. The stable was empty, with only a few strands of hay lying on the ground. There were 2 cows in the pen next to it, which looked quite robust. After all, they were needed to work the fields, so they had to be well cared for. There were still 7 or 8 chickens, digging in the dirt in the yard. They were thin, but still had good spirits. The sheep are gone. In the original owner's memory, 2 were slaughtered last winter, 1 died in the spring, and the remaining 1 was sold for money. That was all the family's possessions. 2 cows, 7 or 8 chickens, a few weapons passed down from ancestors, a dilapidated manor, 3 poor villages, and a mountain of debt. Ronan leaned against a stable pillar and stared at the 2 cows for a while. After this round of shopping, there wasn't much of value left in the house. The weapons weren't sold, probably because the bidders tried to drive down the price too much. Judging from the attitude of the mother and the housekeeper, the debts owed were definitely not small, and even the taxes had not been fully paid. This is very likely the reason why this younger brother did not inherit the title. Thinking about this, my noble status is in jeopardy. I don't know when the deadline will be. I'm afraid I'll be driven away as soon as I see any progress. Thinking about all this, Ronan inexplicably felt that he had underestimated his family's situation. It felt like just 4 words kept circling in my mind. The road ahead is long and arduous. In 2 days, Ronan thoroughly examined the original owner's memories and came up with several solutions. 1. Composting. The soil on the territory is too poor. Nothing will yield a harvest. Rotten leaves, animal manure, and wood ash can be piled together and left to decompose for several months. This will fertilize the soil and increase yields. This method takes time, and it's difficult to convince the villagers before seeing results. However, he can lead by example, creating a demonstration field near the manor. Once the crops grow and others see the results, they will naturally follow suit. 2. Curved shaft plow. The plows in this world are still straight-shafted, heavy, laborious, and only turn the soil shallowly. He remembered what a curved shaft plow roughly looked like, drew it, and had a blacksmith forge one. He knew how good it was after using it once, effortless, deep plowing, and fast. This thing could not only be used by himself, but also sold as a commodity. How many farmers were there around River Valley Town? Every household plowed their land. A plowshare weighed a few pounds of iron, sold for a few silver coins, and the profit multiplied several times. Even if he didn't forge it himself, he could sell the blueprints to the blacksmith and get some money. 3. Dig an irrigation canal. The soil by the river isn't bad, but it lacks water. Digging a canal to bring in river water could create over 100 acres of arable land. The problem is, there aren't enough people. His family only has 400 people, less than 200 of whom are able-bodied. They're already struggling to cultivate the existing land, let alone have the manpower to dig a canal. This option isn't feasible for now, keep it in mind. 4. Raising chickens. He sells the eggs in town to buy salt and needles and thread. He currently has 7 or 8 chickens. If he raises 100, they'll lay dozens of eggs a day. That adds up to a considerable sum each month. However, chickens need food, and he doesn't have enough grain to feed them. Letting the chickens forage for themselves doesn't yield much in a day. This method requires patience and cannot be rushed. 5. Search for local specialties. He'd climbed Iron Anvil Mountain countless times, only to find nothing but rocks, not even a decent tree to cut down. But that was the original owner of the mountain. All he cared about were wild berries and rabbit burrows. He had to go himself, knock, and dig. What if there was a mine? What if there were herbs? What if there were good stones for making millstones? If he didn't go, he'd find nothing. Ronan spent 2 days thinking about these plans over and over again, and his headache got even worse. Composting is too slow, curved plows cost money, digging ditches is unmanned, raising chickens is unfeasible, and finding local specialties is just a matter of luck. After thinking it over, I decided to focus on recovering from my injury first, and then go out and see the real thing once I can walk and jump again. Theory is useless. We have to see for ourselves. After all, doing these things requires manpower and resources. What exactly does this wretched territory have to offer? Of course, doing all this wasn't just about piling up fertilizer and putting down a plow. He wanted the people to know that he, the young master, wasn't just someone who could sit around doing nothing. He wanted those people to see him not as House Ansel's good-for-nothing second son, but as Ronan. He wanted them to listen to him, to work for him. That was more valuable than anything else. Only when the people trust him can he do bigger things. Without followers, the territory is doomed. Even if the mother intervenes and finds someone to dig the irrigation ditch, the people are unwilling to do it and no one listens to her. Improving the soil takes time and the forestry workers can't wait that long. Nobody believes what he says. He has to set an example first. the land is fertile, the crops are tall, the plow is light, and the tilling is fast, then others will naturally notice. You only ask questions when you see them. You learn when you ask questions. You believe when you learn. You act when you believe. That's the power of discourse. It's not given by others, it's earned by yourself. Only after his people have left with him can he think about the future. We need to dig irrigation ditches, develop the land, and increase production. We need to save money, recruit people, and have good tools. Roads need to be repaired, bridges need to be built, and trade routes need to be opened. All of these require money, manpower, and time. He has nothing now, only his 2 hands, his brain, and that broken territory, and that's enough. Our ancestors had everything, but in the end, they had nothing left. He was different. He started from the mud, climbing 1 step at a time. He fell, then climbed again. He fell again, then climbed again. One day, he would stand at the highest point of this land, looking down at the land he had nurtured with his own hands and at the people he had raised with his own hands. This is the confidence of a time traveler, the sense of security provided by the technological age. Ronan stayed in his territory not because he didn't want to venture out. River Valley Town is just to the south, a half-day ride away. Further south is the Viscount's castle, then the royal capital, and then the sea. This world has dwarves, elves, and dragons, and there are landscapes he has never seen and delicacies he has never tasted. He dreams of seeing it, but he cannot. To commoners, he is the young master of a baron's family, but to the truly wealthy and powerful, he is a joke. House Ansel is down on his luck. He has more creditors than friends, and his reputation is worse than a worn-out shoe. His father died, his brother was crippled, and he himself used to be a good-for-nothing who pretended to be rich and powerful. When he goes out, people won't look at him with any respect. They'll just think, this is the second son of that impoverished family. Trying to build connections, they ignore him. Looking for opportunities, they don't believe him. Want to work, people think he's not capable enough. Want to take risks, he can't even hold a sword properly. This world has magic, fighting spirit, magical beasts, and bandits. He's just an ordinary person without even a seed of extraordinary talent. He wouldn't even know how he died if he went out there. His mother wouldn't let him go, not because she was afraid he'd embarrass himself, but because she was afraid he'd die. Her brother is already crippled. She can't afford to lose another son. Ronan knew that although his mother didn't say it, she was terrified. Every time he went out, she would stand at the window and watch until he was out of sight. Every time he came back, she would stand at the door and wait until he came in. She didn't say anything, but he knew. So he can't leave, nor can he leave. He stayed in the territory, cultivated the land, raised the chickens, and made the tools. First, let the people have enough to eat. First, let his mother not worry about debt. And first, let his sister wear a new dress. Wait until he has the confidence, the reputation, and the skills before venturing out. At that time, he wouldn't be going to beg people. He would be going to do business with them. It's not about reading other people's faces, nor is it about making others read your face. It's about being able to talk on equal terms. Now, let's focus on taking this step steadily. Even if you fall here, you can still get up. Once you go far away, you can't come back. Another very important point is that, on this dilapidated territory, he is the young master of House Ansel, the future owner of this land. The people bowed their heads when they saw him, the steward bent over, and even his mother wouldn't raise her voice to him. He walked out, and the merchants of River Valley Town wouldn't give him a second glance. The steward of the Viscount's family could stop him at the door, and the nobles in the capital wouldn't even bother to remember his name. Being a big shot here and a nobody outside, anyone can do the math. His father didn't think things through back then. He tried his best to get out into the world, borrowing money to give gifts and build connections, and in the end, he died depressed. His brother was the same. He was sent to his uncle's house to learn a skill, but he didn't learn any skills and ended up being a useless person. Ronan wasn't stupid. Instead of leaving, he first sorted out his own little plot of land, fed his people, paid off his debts, and restored his reputation. At that time, it won't be him going out to find opportunities, but opportunities coming to him. Now, he should first act like a responsible elder, not just putting on airs. He had to find a way to feed the people who were starving. His territory was being bullied, so he had to fight back. His house was about to collapse. He had to hold it together. This is what an old man should do. Instead of lying in the house waiting to be served, they stepped forward and led everyone forward. During his recovery, Ronan didn't sit idle. He needed to test the modern knowledge in his mind to see if it would work. He secretly hoarded sulfur, saltpeter, and charcoal. The sulfur was bought from the pharmacist, the saltpeter was scraped from the barn walls, and the charcoal was taken from the kitchen. Grind them into powder, mix them together in the correct proportions, roll them into a tube with paper, and leave a thread attached. My formula is 1 part sulfur, 2 parts nitrate, 3 parts charcoal plus a little white sugar and Big Ivan. Light it. Sizzle it slowly. Burned out, not exploded but burned. He tried various ratios with more sulfur, more saltpeter, more charcoal, one by one, and they were all the same. It would only burn but not explode. Gunpowder, bro, my Ivan the Great, my human kingdom. Ah, snowflakes, fluttering, the north wind howling, Ronan cried that day. It was as if he had lost many things he had never had. Unwilling to give up, he tried using magnetism to generate electricity. He found a natural magnet, wrapped a copper wire around it, and spun it. There was nothing. I tried changing the wire, the silver wire, the gold wire, and all sorts of other materials, but I still got nothing. It can't even produce a spark. Generating electricity from a magnetic field? That won't work in this world. Ah, snowflakes, fluttering, the north wind howling, Ronan cried again that day, as if he had lost many things he had never had. During this time, Ronan locked himself in his room and spent all his time tinkering with these things. His mother knocked on the door, and he said he was resting. Lily came to see him, and he said he had a headache. When Arnold brought him food, he put the food in the cupboard and took it out to try it out when no one was around. Day after day, nothing was accomplished. He began to doubt himself. Had he remembered it wrong? Had he made a mistake somewhere? Was the material incorrect? He started over again. Still, it didn't work. He was rambling on and on all day, muttering about sulfur, saltpeter, charcoal, magnets, copper wire coils. She talks about it while eating, while walking, and even while lying in bed. His mother asked him what was wrong, and he said nothing. Lily asked him if it hurt, and he said no. Arnold asked him if he was hungry, and he said no. He didn't want them to know what he was doing. Even if they knew, they wouldn't understand. Lily started looking at him with that kind of gaze, not with the innocent and carefree look she used to have, but with a hint of caution, as if she were looking at something fragile. She's still young and can't speak, but her eyes can. She was afraid that she would end up like her older brother, locking herself in her room and never coming out. His mother was even more worried. The creditors were still pressing for payment, the granary was still empty, the eldest son wouldn't go out, the second son started acting crazy again, and the youngest daughter followed the second son around all day, afraid that something would happen to him. She didn't know what she had done wrong to deserve this treatment. She could only cry secretly at night, and during the day she had to pretend that nothing was wrong. 2 weeks later, Ronan finally came to his senses. It's not that he was wrong, it's just that the rules of this world are different. Gunpowder doesn't explode, and magnets don't generate electricity. His modern knowledge is utterly useless in this world. He transmigrated to a different world with magic, fighting spirit, and dragons. He should have realized it sooner. This body has no talent. To become an extraordinary being, one needs not only talent but also sufficient resources. And now he has neither. It hurts. He can't change the world anymore, he can't shake the kingdom anymore. Will he be remembered in history? Forget about it. Ronan lay face down on the table, burying his face in his arms. He didn't cry, but it was even more painful than crying. He thought that he brought modern knowledge with him, which would allow him to achieve devastating results, turn lead into gold, and easily reach the pinnacle of life. And the result? The gunpowder didn't explode, and the magnet didn't generate electricity. He couldn't even make a sound. Calm your emotions. If these methods don't work, try a different approach. There's always a way out. Ronan woke up before dawn the next day. I didn't stay in bed. I turned over and sat up, moving my arms and legs. The injury on my head had long since healed. The bandages were removed yesterday, and there wasn't even a scar left. He walked to the mirror, stood still, and looked at his face carefully. At 15, she was in the prime of her life, with well-defined facial features, high brow bones, a straight nose, and a sharp jawline. Unlike the ruggedness of the locals, she had a more refined look, reminiscent of people from the South. His mother was a famous beauty in her youth, and his father was said to be a handsome young man known far and wide. The two fell in love because of their looks, one marrying down and the other marrying up. They lived a hard life for more than 10 years, but never regretted it until their death. Ronan grinned at himself in the mirror. Not bad, although not quite as good as the audience, it was still presentable. When I went downstairs, several servants were busy in the hall. Everyone was stunned when they saw him come down. In their minds, Ronan used to always get up before noon, run outside as soon as he got up, and not return until dark, never saying a word to the servants. Recently, he locked himself in his room all day. When he came out, his eyes were unfocused, he wouldn't answer questions, and he walked unsteadily. Today was much better. He came down before dawn, no longer had the cloth strips wrapped around his head, walked steadily, and his eyes were no longer unfocused. Ronan nodded to them, said good morning, and went out the door. After he left, the hall remained quiet for a while. The cook wrung out the dishcloth in her hands again and whispered, "Young master seems different today." The people around didn't say anything, but they all saw it. He's not crazy, he's not stupid, he's just completely changed. I can't quite put my finger on what's changed, but it just looks more stable. Ronan didn't notice the whispers behind him. He stood at the door, took a breath of the cool morning air, and cleared his mind of the jumbled thoughts. I can no longer play that role. I originally thought I could use technology to carry out a sneak attack, but after trying it, it didn't work, and I've become insecure. Without those blessings, I really can't do anything on my own. If I want to lead the territory to develop, I have to change my image, or at least not be disliked. Composting, curved plowing, irrigation ditches, raising chickens, these are the few things we need to do one by one. This is where we'll make a living, so we can't be careless. He needed to find a reason so that people wouldn't know he had traveled from another time, nor would they know that these things just popped into his head. There needs to be a process, and there needs to be an explanation. He planned to start by farming, doing it himself, plowing the soil, fertilizing and sowing seeds so that his people could see it. When they ask, just say that you fell down and it made you realize something. You were ignorant before, but now you understand. If asked about new methods, just say you figured them out yourself or figured them out by trial and error. Asking questions reveals genius. Asking questions reveals talent. Anyway, he used to be a good-for-nothing, but now he's suddenly become capable. People will just say he's finally seen the light and won't think anything else. This reputation, once it gets out, isn't a bad one. A prodigal son who has turned over a new leaf is more admirable than a young master who has always been diligent. A prodigal son returning home means he has matured and is capable of taking responsibility. People look at him differently now. His mother would be happy to hear this, the neighbors would be relieved, and the creditors would hesitate. It seems this kid isn't useless after all. Let's wait and see. This is the effect he wanted. No money, no power, just his words and a reputation for being enlightened. First, establish a reputation, then get down to business. You'll achieve twice the results with half the effort. He rubbed his hands together, exhaled a puff of white breath, and walked down the slope. Go to the field first and take a look, then start from the field. Ronan wandered around outside for a while and then came back. The field was bare, with hard stubble sticking out of the ground, and the soil was dry and whitish, turning to powder when stepped on. It wasn't the time to plant now, we had to wait until spring. There are still several months to go, so there's no use in rushing. He stood on the slope and looked down at the land. The slope couldn't hold water, the riverbed was too wet, and the rocky areas were too difficult to plow. The modification is quite difficult, but it's not impossible. Do what you can first: compost, repair ditches, and plow. The Lord's word is law on this land. He led his people to cultivate his land, pay rent, and perform labor services. The mill belonged to him, and the people had to pay him to grind their own flour. The market belongs to him, and the people who trade there must pay taxes. The forest belongs to him, and the villagers have to pay him to cut firewood. The river belongs to him, and fishermen have to pay him to fish. Even when the people of the area marry off their daughters or bury their dead, they have to pay him money. This wasn't his decision, it's the Lord's prerogative. This is a local tyrant, but the prerequisite is that you have to pay taxes to higher levels, and then it goes up the hierarchy. These rights were bought with money, so we should use them well. When necessary, you must maximize the exploitation of the people in your territory. Of course, if you suppress them too much, they will run away, so you must be careful with your strength. But if they don't exploit others, their own families won't have food to eat, new clothes to wear, or money to buy medicine. How can they become transcendent? Sigh, why do I think like that? I've been corrupted so quickly. This wicked old society. Ronan searched the house thoroughly. Although the original owner of this body was not very capable, she was quite skilled at stealing things and knew exactly where everything in the house was kept. Farm tools were piled up in the storage room: hoes, sickles, rakes, plows, more than a dozen pieces of various sizes. They were a bit rusty, but still usable. He picked up a hoe, weighed it in his hand, and found it to be all right. I specially changed into an old outfit today. It was dusty and the collar was frayed. He usually wouldn't have liked these clothes, but today he felt comfortable wearing them. They were definitely cut out for working. He carried his hoe toward the backyard, crossed the stone path, and turned into the depths of the yard. No one usually came here. A few old trees grew crookedly, and a layer of withered leaves covered the ground. I found a fairly flat spot, hoisted the hoe onto my shoulder, and took a breath. The hoe was raised and then brought down. The soil was hard and numb, making my palms go numb. It was raised again and brought down again. The clods of earth that were turned up were dry and white and crumbled at the slightest touch. He worked for a short while, and sweat started beading on his forehead. The original owner's body looked thin, but he really had no strength. After swinging the hoe about 10 times, my arms started to ache. After a few more swings, my back began to feel weak. Less than half an hour later, Ronan threw the hoe on the ground, plopped down on a pile of dead leaves, and gasped for breath. Sweat streamed down my forehead, dripping down my chin onto my collar, and soaked my back as well. A gust of wind blew, and it felt chilly. He looked down at his hands. His palms were red. If he rubbed them for a while longer, blisters would form. Is it absolutely necessary to cultivate this land? It's not like he's never done manual labor before. When he was a child in his hometown, he would go to the fields with his grandfather during summer vacation, and he could swing a hoe for half a day without even panting. That was more than 10 years ago. After moving to the city, I went to school, got a job, and never touched a hoe again. Now look what's happened. He time-traveled, became a nobleman, and now he has to come back to dig in the dirt. What a mess! He leaned against the tree trunk and looked up at the sky. The sky was overcast, and a few withered leaves were swept up by the wind and then fell back down. His mind started racing. Had he made a mistake by choosing farming? It's not that he can't endure hardship, it's that the hardship he endures is meaningless. He dug all by himself, but by spring he couldn't dig up more than a few acres of land. There are plenty of people and plenty of land. He, a mere young master, shouldn't treat himself like an animal. His job is to use his brain, not his strength. Let the people cultivate the land. He should focus on how to grow it well, how to harvest more, and how to sell it for a higher price. This was what he should be doing. He sat on the pile of dead leaves, turned the hoe over and over several times, and suddenly smiled. Forget it, let's first think about how to explain the composting to the people, how to draw the diagram of the curved plow, and how to find a blacksmith to forge it. These things are 1,000,000 times better than him digging alone. He slammed the hoe on the ground, stood up, and patted the dirt off his backside. I was busy all morning, and I'm so tired I can't even straighten my back. Ronan leaned on his hoe and glanced back at his masterpiece, a small patch of land, turned upside down with no stones or clods of earth removed and a few grass roots left on the side. How long will this take? He repeated the phrase, just treat it as exercise, to himself several times, and eventually he laughed at himself. I put the hoe against the wall, then went to wash my face. The cold water splashed on my face, making me feel more refreshed. Back inside, only he and Lily were at the dining table. My mother is at study, and my brother, whom I haven't met yet, probably won't come out either. Lily held the bowl, but her eyes were fixed on him. She poked at the rice in the bowl with her chopsticks, but didn't touch it for a long time. "Where did you go?" she asked, her voice low but sullen. "I couldn't find you all morning." Ronan smiled, picked up a piece of pickled vegetable, and put it in his mouth. "Let's just wander around outside." He didn't want anyone to know he was digging, at least not now. Lily didn't believe it, but she didn't ask any further questions. She lowered her head and ate her rice, her chopsticks making a loud clattering sound as she poked the bottom of the bowl. "Go out and hang out with your friends. Don't stay home all day," Ronan said. Lily looked up, her mouth still full of food, and glared at him with her cheeks puffed out. "There's nothing fun to do outside," she mumbled, then lowered her head and poked at the bowl. After finishing his meal, Ronan leaned back in his chair to rest. Lily didn't leave. She sat quietly beside him, her hands on her knees, occasionally glancing over. He knew she was worried about him. His appearance the other day had probably frightened her. Lily sat there for a while, and then she heard Ronan snoring softly. She tilted her head to look, then tiptoed to her feet and walked away quietly. Not long after, he peeked out from the corner again, glanced at him, and only after confirming that he was really asleep did he turn back and run away. After about 10 minutes, Ronan stretched and stood up. The room was quiet and empty. He stretched his arms and legs and walked towards the backyard when he got to the patch of land he had dug that morning. He stretched his arms and legs, bent down to pick up the hoe, and swung it to continue digging. Take a break and then dig again, take a break and then dig again. Sweat streamed down his forehead and his back was soaked. He gritted his teeth and kept going. Being tired now was better than having to deal with manure later. After resting for a while, we dug for a while longer. Sigh, thinking about that incredibly expensive potion that bankrupted my family, I wonder if I'll ever become an extraordinary one. Money, it's the same in every world, still indispensable, yet still something I can never have. Ronan was leaning on his hoe, lost in thought, when a small figure jumped out from behind a tree. Lily ran up to him, looked up at him, her eyes wide open. "What are you doing?" she asked, her voice sharp and shrill. The mother followed behind, standing a few steps away, holding a book in her hand. She had probably come out after hearing the commotion. She didn't say anything, just looked in this direction, her eyes filled with doubt and curiosity. Ronan planted the hoe in the ground, patted the dirt off his hands, and sighed. "Didn't Uncle say that I'm the second son? Once my brother inherits the title, I'll be separated from my family." He lowered his head, his voice muffled. "I have to learn how to farm first, otherwise I won't even have enough to eat in the future." After saying that, she turned her face away, looking like she had been wronged but was trying to put on a brave face. The mother was stunned. She looked at Ronan, her lips moved, and it took her a while to speak. "Who told you that? Even if you separate the land, you don't have to work in the fields yourself." Her voice trembled slightly. "No matter how difficult things are at home, will you go hungry?" she said, then suddenly stopped. She recalled that a couple of years ago, the child suddenly became estranged from his family, stopped talking to her, ignored his brother, and spent all his time hanging out with other people. She thought it was because the child had grown up and changed his personality. It turns out someone was stirring things up behind the scenes. Even with House Ansel in such a state, those people still wouldn't let it go. Her hands trembled with hatred, but what could a powerless woman like her do? Argue with her uncle? Fight with those who stirred up trouble? She couldn't even handle her creditors, and she couldn't even protect her son. She turned her face away, not wanting her child to see her like this. Lily didn't notice her mother's expression. She ran up to Ronan and tilted her head to look at him. "My uncles and the others didn't go to the fields themselves either," she said, her voice crisp and clear. The mother wanted to say something, but swallowed it back. She originally wanted to tell Ronan that the family would allocate land to him and provide him with property so that he would not be left without a place to live. But looking at this almost deserted land and thinking about the debts she could never repay, she swallowed her words. It's uncertain whether the title will even be passed down, so what guarantee does she have? She stood there for a while, then said softly, "Do your job well. It's better than wandering around aimlessly." After saying that, he turned and left, walking faster than usual, as if he were running away from something. Ronan threw the hoe on the ground, plopped down on the mound of dirt, and let out a long sigh. Lily walked up to him, looked down at him, and pouted her nose. They only worked for a short while before taking a break. They're not even as good as the people working outside. Ronan reached out and pinched her little nose. She screamed and jumped to the side, slapping her clothes hard. "Your hands are so dirty," she shouted, her eyes wide with anger and annoyance. "If you're so good, you do it." Ronan said lazily, leaning against the mound of earth. Lily snorted, rolled up her sleeves, and grabbed a hoe. "I'm definitely better than you." She gritted her teeth, swung the hoe up, and then brought it down. The soil wasn't disturbed much, but the person was shaken and took 2 steps back. Ronan laughed out loud. Lily was unconvinced and swung her arm again, but still couldn't dig it up. She turned around and glared at him, her face flushed red. "Be careful not to hurt your foot," Ronan said, his voice tinged with laughter. Lily dug earnestly, but her movements were clumsy. The hoe wobbled as she lifted it and fell off course. She didn't dig up much soil, but she was panting heavily from exhaustion. But he was really serious about it, gritting his teeth and digging again and again, refusing to stop. Ronan looked at her and sighed. Everyone in this family lives in their own way. His mother saves money, his brother avoids people, and his sister struggles to make ends meet. And him, by digging, he shook his head with a wry smile, his fingers unconsciously picking at the clods of earth in front of him. Seeing my younger sister's stubborn look made me want to laugh, and I thought about making her stop. Suddenly, a section of the soil in front of them sank down. Ronan was startled and quickly stood up, took 2 steps back, stared at the ground for a few seconds to make sure it wouldn't collapse again, and then slowly approached. Hearing the noise, Lily dropped her hoe and ran over. She peered into the pit, then looked up at Ronan, her eyes bright. "What's going on with this pit?" she asked, her voice brimming with curiosity. Ronan didn't know what happened either. The ground there had been solid just now, so how did it suddenly collapse? Stay away, he said, pushing her back slightly. Be careful the area around you doesn't collapse either. Lily took 2 steps back, then couldn't help but crane her neck forward, staring curiously at the pit. Ronan walked to the edge of the pit, bent down and looked inside. There seemed to be something at the bottom of the pit, but he couldn't see it clearly. He picked up a hoe and probed the soil. It was solid, not hollow. After probing a few more times to make sure it wouldn't collapse, he then jumped down, supporting himself on the edge of the pit. There was nothing at the bottom of the pit. He had clearly seen something just now. Was he seeing things? He squatted down and touched the pit wall with his hand. The soil was solid and hard, but its surface was abnormally smooth, as if it had been cut by something. He looked up at the pit opening. It was square, with straight sides and right angles. This pit was square. Something stirred in Ronan's mind, then sank back down. He stared at the square pit wall, a guess slowly rising in his mind, but the guess was too absurd for him to believe. He hadn't noticed anything unusual before. "Brother," Lily's voice came from above, crisp and clear, "did you find something good?" She lay on the edge of the pit, supporting herself with her hands on the ground, her little head peeking in, her eyes darting around. "I'm telling you, everything here belongs to my family. If you dare to hide anything, I'll tell Mom." Ronan was snapped out of her reverie by her shout and glared at her irritably. "There's nothing there." He climbed up the kang, a heated brick bed, by supporting himself on the edge and patted the dirt off his knees. Lily clearly didn't believe him and circled him twice, looking him up and down. "Go ahead and search if you don't believe me." Ronan opened his arms. Lily didn't stand on ceremony. She patted the mud off her hands and carefully touched him all over. "I touched the sleeves, pockets, collar, and even the belt, but there was nothing there." She took 2 steps back, tilted her head to look at him, her eyes still filled with suspicion. Ronan reached out and ruffled her hair, making it all messy. "Didn't I tell you to search? Why are you making that face?" Lily screamed, covered her head, and hid to the side. "Your hands are so dirty," she exclaimed, slapping her hair hard. "They're all filthy." As Lily searched him, a thought suddenly flashed through Ronan's mind. He tried calling out in his mind, and a grid-like interface appeared out of thin air in front of him, neat and tidy, exactly the same as the game he had been playing for more than 10 years. This is the Minecraft inventory interface, and only you can see it. It contains the dirt block that disappeared from the pit. Upon seeing this, Ronan chuckled. The cheat code is there, but there's no ding sound, no system notification, not even a pop-up window. Ronan stared at the familiar grid interface in front of him, and the excitement in his heart slowly subsided. There are time travel gift packs, but you have to find them yourself. Well, it's better than nothing. Lily watched from the side, and the more she looked, the more uneasy she felt. My brother was fine just now, but suddenly he started grinning like an idiot, his eyes darting around and his mouth stretched almost to his ears. She walked over and shook his arm. "Brother," she looked up at him, her voice softening, "I was just joking. I didn't really suspect you were hiding something." Ronan was jolted back to his senses by her shake, a smile still lingering on his lips. He coughed, slung the hoe over his shoulder, and strode forward. "Weren't you suspicious just now?" he said without turning his head, his voice laced with laughter. Lily was stunned for a moment, then realized that he had been faking it. She stomped her foot in anger and ran after him. "You're lying, you've definitely hidden something," she shouted, her voice sharp and shrill. But after searching, she found nothing and could only follow behind, sulking and muttering, "I'm going to tell Mom there's a strange pit here." Ronan put the hoe back in the storage room, washed the handle, and flicked the water droplets all over the floor. "Sure," he said lazily, "you go and tell them." Looking at his nonchalant attitude, Lily became uncertain. Could it really not be true? She stood there, her brows furrowed, her small face full of worry. Ronan walked past her and casually wiped his wet hands on her head. Lily screamed, her hair was all messed up, and she jumped up and down in anger. "Ronan." She called out, calling him by his full name. Ronan had already run far away, his laughter echoing from the other end of the corridor, mixed with the sound of his thumping footsteps. Lily chased after him angrily, her braids swinging behind her as she ran and shouted, but she couldn't even hear what she was shouting. Back in his room, Ronan closed the door, stood with his back against the door for a while, and then slowly walked to the bed and sat down. He took a deep breath and mentally summoned the grid interface. The dirt block lay quietly in the first slot, square and grayish-brown, looking completely unremarkable. He stared at it for a few seconds and tried to take it out. The cube appeared out of thin air, It was grayish-brown, square, and had sharp edges. When held in the palm of your hand, it was so light that it was almost weightless. He looked at it over and over, and then tried poking it with his fingertip. It was hard and indeed looked like soil. But it doesn't look like real dirt, it's more like a toy. He wanted to look at it from a different angle, and as soon as he moved his finger, the cube stuck firmly to his palm. It's impossible to shake off or turn, it feels like it's grown onto my hand. He tried it. He could either put it down or throw it away, but he couldn't handle it. He pursed his lips and threw the cube on the ground. The block landed half a foot off center from what he expected. He stared at that spot for 2 seconds, then bent down, picked it up, and put it back down. This time, pay attention. When the block falls, it looks like it's being sucked to that position by something. It's not that he throws accurately, it's that the cube finds its own position. He squatted down and tried to dig with his hands. It was indeed dirt. Ronan sat on the ground, examining the soil from all angles, and began to understand what was going on. I tried digging, but unlike in the game, I couldn't dig it up in one go. It took me more than half a minute. It's not that our abilities have weakened, it's that we've had more time. What takes a second in the game now takes quite a while. Based on this ratio, 1 day in Minecraft is roughly equivalent to 1 day in this world. He looked up at the gray sky outside the window. That makes sense. Why wasn't it noticed before? Because he never waved in one direction continuously. He tried a few more times, digging up the block and placing it back, watching it find its own spot. If you deliberately place it off-center or at an angle, it will adjust itself. When you place it down, it's like an invisible grid is laid on the ground, with each square marked with its position, and the cube will automatically recognize its own square. Straight lines and perfectly straight lines. Ronan stared at the square patch of earth, and 4 words popped into his mind. Minecraft rules: there was no instruction manual, no prompts, and no ding sound. He needs to explore and experiment to find the limits of this ability on his own. He sat on the bed, putting the clod of earth into his backpack, then taking it out, then putting it back in, playing with it repeatedly. The initial excitement in his heart gradually cooled down. This was a magical world, with magic, fighting spirit, dragons, and things he couldn't understand or reach. His ability is both impressive and frightening. What would happen if people found out? Would they be burned at the stake like a monster, captured and studied, used as tools by those powerful figures? The current state of the original owner's father and brother indicates that this world is unsafe. Ronan put the dirt blocks into his backpack, stood up from the bedside, pushed the bed back into place, and patted the dust off his clothes. He walked to the window and looked out. It was getting dark. The distant mountains were dark and indistinct, and the nearby courtyard was quiet and deserted. I need to find a secluded place first and test whether this ability can truly be exactly the same as in the game. No matter what, we have to start by chopping down trees. At dinner, my mother gave me a piece of advice. If you really want to learn farming, go and ask the gardener for advice. He's farmed all his life, and he's much better than you messing around with it. Ronan responded and said it was just for fun. The mother wanted to say something but swallowed it back and finally only said, "Don't go to dangerous places in the future." He nodded and continued eating. His sister sat opposite him, engrossed in her food, not mentioning backyard at all. In the following days, Ronan left early and returned late. He tried out all the farm tools in his house: hoes, picks, shovels, one by one. Digging in the soil, I couldn't dig. Digging in the rocks, I couldn't dig. Cutting down trees, I couldn't cut them down either. I can easily carve blocks out of the ground with my hands, but these metal tools don't work. He then found an iron bucket to fill with water, hoping to see if he could create an infinite amount of water. Once the bucket is brought up, it's just a bucket of water. Once it's poured back down, it's just spilled out, nothing special. He squatted by the bucket for a long time, but the water was still the same. It hadn't increased nor become infinite. The weather has been bad these past few days, so he hasn't gone to cut down trees. It's not that he doesn't want to, it's that he doesn't dare. Although the surrounding trees are growing on his land, cutting them down is cutting them down. He doesn't yet know what kind of commotion will result from cutting down trees, since these trees aren't like soil that can be square. Real trees are all cylindrical. When he saw the tree had fallen and people came to look, how did he explain it to them? Did he say he had broken the tree into blocks with his hands? He didn't even understand it himself, so how could he explain it to others? If word gets out, who knows what trouble it will cause? Being forced to work as a miner would be the best outcome. The real fear is that someone might not want him to grow up. A few days later, the weather cleared up, and Ronan got up early, grabbed a dagger, and went out. He walked along the path behind Manor until the boundaries became blurred, then climbed over a slope and disappeared into a ravine. This place is about 5 or 6 miles away from the territory. The mountains are steep and the forests are dense. Even woodcutters don't usually come here. There is a stream in the mountain valley and a few old trees leaning against the stream. Ronan picked one out and walked around it twice. The tree wasn't very big and he wasn't sure if it would be okay. If he really needed one with a diameter of more than a meter, that would be a real problem. Ronan tried it before, and the digging doesn't require touching the surface. Just like in the game, you can dig from a distance of 5 or 6 meters. He stopped 5 or 6 steps away from the tree, raised his hand to the trunk, and silently counted. A minute passed, and there was no movement. It felt like another minute had passed, and still nothing. His arm was getting tired from holding it up, and just as he was about to put it down, the section of the tree trunk near the root suddenly disappeared, as if something had cleanly cut off a piece of it. The tree canopy suddenly swayed, and the entire tree pressed down in the direction he was standing. He had anticipated this, so he jumped to the side. The tree grazed his shoulder and crashed to the ground, its branches breaking off with a crackling sound, scattering dry leaves and dust everywhere. From the moment the hand was raised to the moment the tree fell, it took about 2 minutes. He climbed over the fallen tree branch and squatted beside the tree roots for a long time before finally finding a square icon in his inventory: wood. I took it out and looked at it. It was square and regular, just like the soil. When placed on the ground, a yellowish-brown cube landed, with sharp edges and a smooth surface. The tree, which was originally round, has been turned into a square block. He squatted down, reached out and touched it. It was hard, solid, and cool. I picked it up again and looked at it. Just like before, I easily disassembled it into wooden planks through the synthesis interface. Fortunately, this operation takes no time and is completed instantly. One piece becomes 4 pieces, each of which is a square board. I picked it up, looked at it, and then put it on the ground. It was also a cubic meter. 1 cubic meter of wood became 4 cubic meters of planks. The extra 3 cubic meters came from who knows where. You don't realize it in the game, but it's quite amazing in real life. These items are already objects of this world. They can be moved and are not fixed in place. It makes very firm contact with the place it's placed in, as if it were originally part of the same thing. It can also be destroyed, but it's more square, and its material properties are no different from other items in this world. Once you retrieve the 4 planks, place them in the crafting interface to craft the most important tool in the game, the crafting table. Looking at this cube in my hand, this is where the creation of this game began. Place it on the ground, then wave your hand at it, and the same grid interface will appear, just like in the game. Ronan stared at the 9-square grid for a while, then gestured with his hand in the middle before pulling it back. That's amazing, I just don't know if other people can use this. Looking at the fallen tree, the broken part was also very flat, with a stump still remaining. Ronan tried to see if he could get more wood from it, and it was quickly proven that he could. He obtained a total of 3 pieces of wood from this tree, and the rest were just some branches. After collecting the wood, he opened his workbench and quickly crafted his first digging tool, a wooden pickaxe. He held the pickaxe in his hand, turning it over and over to examine it. This thing isn't a shrunk block. It's the size of a normal pickaxe, but its appearance is quite different from the pickaxe I have at home. It's very regular and not pixelated. The texture does look like wood, but the feel is not. It's hard and smooth, and it feels neither too light nor too heavy in your hand, like a carefully crafted work of art. He tried swinging it a few times, but it was just a pickaxe, and he got tired of swinging it for too long. It's a bit uncomfortable to hold it and dig things up like that. He dug around in the soil with it and found that the quality was really good. It could be dug into the soil easily and embedded itself into the tree trunk. He found another rock to try, and the rock shattered with one swing of the pickaxe. Looking at the tip of the pickaxe, there wasn't even a mark left. As expected from MC, it's truly extraordinary. Now that we have the wooden pickaxe, we can try to dig up the stone. It's understandable that the pickaxe at home isn't a crafted one and can't dig, but if even a crafted pickaxe can't be used, then we're really doomed. Ronan wandered around in the valley and found a cave. The cave entrance is small and hidden by vines and rocks. You might not notice it if you don't look carefully. He parted the vines and peered inside. It was pitch black inside, and he couldn't see the depth. A cool breeze blew out from inside, carrying a damp, musty smell. He hesitated for a moment, but still crawled inside. The entrance to the cave isn't large, but once you walk inside, it becomes quite spacious. The cave was damp, with water droplets clinging to the stone walls, and the ground beneath our feet was slippery and soft, like mud that had accumulated for who knows how many years. The air was stuffy and humid, and it felt cold when you breathed it in. The further you go in, the dimmer the light becomes. He stopped and waited for a while, and his eyes adjusted quickly. As long as it wasn't too dark inside, it wasn't that dark. The surrounding rock walls were pitted and uneven, and occasionally water droplets would drip down from them, making a loud pattering sound in the empty cave. He walked to a spot close enough that he could still see light from the cave entrance, but not so shallow that he would be discovered. Grip the wooden pickaxe tightly and start swinging it at the wall. It was quite tiring to keep swinging like that. His arms ached, his wrists hurt. It was even harder than chopping down a tree. He gritted his teeth and chiseled away, silently counting the time. About 2 minutes later, a hole was suddenly dug in the stone wall in front of us, and a square gap appeared in the wall, revealing the fallen items. Ronan paused for a second, then shouted with joy. "Whoa!" The sound echoed back and forth in the cave, buzzing, as if someone was imitating him from afar. He was startled and quickly stopped smiling. The echo lingered in the cave for several minutes before fading away. He stared at the dark area deep inside the cave, and goosebumps immediately rose on his skin. I wonder how deep it is inside, and there's an echo. I wonder if there's something hidden there. Just thinking about it gives me goosebumps all over. Fortunately, nothing happened after that, so he didn't dare to stay any longer. He bent down, picked up the stone block on the ground, and quickly chiseled out 2 more. He hurriedly picked it up and ran towards the cave entrance. When he ran out, vines scratched his neck, but he didn't care. He ran straight into the sun and stayed there for a while before the chill on his body slowly subsided. He had only scared himself. Thinking of his embarrassing moment just now, Ronan couldn't help but laugh. You've obtained 3 stones, now the wooden pickaxe is no longer needed. Ronan walked to the workbench, arranged the stone and stick, and combined them into a stone pickaxe. And now, ta-da, welcome to the Stone Age. He threw the wooden pickaxe to the ground, muttering a common line from Minecraft. Even a dog wouldn't need a wooden pickaxe. The new stone pickaxe was exactly the same as the wooden pickaxe, except for the material. The pickaxe head appears to be made of stone, but its shape is exactly the same as that of a wooden pickaxe head, with the same specifications and size. He examined it several times, turning it over and over and weighed it in his hand. It was a bit heavier than a wooden pickaxe. Wow, once again I'm amazed by the power of Minecraft. He swung the stone pickaxe. Yes, it was just as strenuous. The thought of having to dig for rocks is irritating. Should I just not go into the cave? Oh well, I should finish what I started. Ronan gritted his teeth and went back to the cave entrance. The vines were still drooping, and it was still pitch black inside. He took a deep breath and crawled inside. This time he learned his lesson and stood at the cave entrance for a while, waiting for his eyes to fully adjust before moving forward. The ground was still slippery, water was still dripping from above, and the air was still stuffy and cold. When he reached the spot where he had dug last time, he stopped. This time he was smarter and didn't look inside at all. He just stared at the stone wall in front of him, picked up his pickaxe, and started chiseling. As expected of a stone pickaxe, it can dig a piece in just over half a minute, much faster than a wooden pickaxe. He chiseled away piece by piece, and the stone blocks fell off one by one. After chiseling a few blocks, he stopped and took the stone blocks out of his backpack. They piled up the blocks one by one, facing the direction into the cave, completely blocking the path leading into the depths of the cave. Now I don't feel anything anymore. There's a wall in front of me, a wall behind me, and a rock above my head. I'm right in the deepest part of the cave, and I'm no longer afraid. He noticed that when placing blocks, they were placed in that invisible grid, and they had to be in contact with the entities. If part of the space where you place the block is occupied by something else when you place it, it will push those things out and stick to the area around the block. For example, when he placed stones to block the road, some of the stones got embedded in the rock wall next to him, squeezing out the mud and gravel. However, if you put soil on the surface of a stone, the soil is compressed, and except for the contact surface, the other surfaces are flat, aligned with the invisible grid edges. Continue digging into this compressed soil. You can take the whole thing with you, including the parts that were squeezed out of the grid, to make it a complete block of soil. Now he was relieved, no longer worried about having nowhere to put the excavated stones or about the seal not being tight enough. He confidently and boldly began digging. Chisel for a while, then rest for a while, then chisel again. If your arms ache, shake them. If your wrists hurt, massage them. I dug on and off for half an hour and collected 30 stones. Swinging the pickaxe nonstop is exhausting. He dragged himself to the workbench, took a plank out of his backpack, put it on the ground, plopped down on it, leaned against the large rock next to him, and let out a long sigh. Looking at the 30 stone blocks in his backpack, he had been digging for half an hour, his arms were almost broken, and he had only dug out 30 stones. In the past, he could mine more than a dozen sets of stones in half an hour in the game and easily build a small house. Now, 30 of them, and there are only a few walls. He stared at the stone blocks in his backpack and suddenly laughed. I used to dream of digging blocks to build a city, but now I realize it was just a pipe dream. It takes more than half a minute to dig one stone. How many stones does a wall need? How many stones does a house need? How many stones does a city need? Even if he digs until he dies, he only needs enough. He doesn't need to dig until he dies. This ability isn't as incredible as I imagined. He thought he was the chosen one, about to take off, but in the end he still had to dig with a pickaxe. What's the difference between this and farming? At least you can hire someone to do the farming, but you have to dig it up yourself. He put the stone into his backpack, leaned against it, and stared at the sky above him, which was fragmented by the tree canopy. He needed to find an easier way to make money, and he started thinking about those ways in Minecraft that didn't require much effort to earn money. Fishing? Fishing is effortless, just cast the rod and wait. The fish you catch can be sold, and you can also catch various items, among which the enchanted book is very useful. I wonder if it's the same as the magic book in this world. But first he needs a fishing rod, which requires a line and a stick. The line is used to kill spiders, and the stick is used to cut down trees. Killing spiders is possible, but most spiders are quite small. You wouldn't look for spiders as big as those from monsters or humans. Holy crap, just thinking about it is terrifying. The timber business is similar to the stone business, except that the shapes of these two items are so unusual that when asked, one has no answer. So, farming? Farming in Minecraft is easy. You just plant the seeds and wait for the harvest. I just don't know if that will work here. If possible, crops like wheat and potatoes in MC can be harvested approximately every 5 days, making it entirely possible to have freedom in terms of food. The prerequisite is that you can obtain these seeds, and they need to be useful. You'll have to try. After resting for a while, Ronan got up from the ground and started working on the workbench. 8 stones are combined to form a furnace. It's square and gray, with a dark furnace in the middle, just like in the game. I took a look, and it was also a cubic meter in size, placed next to the workbench. He checked what was left in his backpack. There was still some wood and some stones. He squatted down in front of the workbench and placed the stones and sticks inside. Stone sword, stone axe, stone shovel, one by one, were assembled and neatly stacked at his feet. Holding the stone sword in my hand, the blade was incredibly smooth, and the edge was excellent and very sharp. Stone axes have wide blades and thick handles, so they should be faster at chopping trees than by hand. The stone shovel has a thin blade and sharp edges, so digging should be relatively easy. Ronan gripped the stone sword in his hand and weighed it in his hand. It's neither too light nor too heavy, and the handle fits perfectly in the palm of your hand. The blade doesn't look like much, but it feels very smooth to the touch. He thought of the several ancestral iron swords in his house, some rusted, some dull, so bad they couldn't even chop a wooden stake properly. This stone one actually looks more authentic. Is this the effect of compressing several cubic meters of stone into this size? He looked around, found a small tree about the size of a bowl, and swung his stone sword to chop it down. The sword blade sliced through the tree trunk with almost no resistance, the branches snapping off instantly, the cut surface as smooth as if it had been planed. The cuts were neat, and hardly any wood chips were sticking out. Holy crap! Ronan crouched down, touched the smooth cut, and looked at the stone sword in his hand. The blade remained the same, neither bright nor dull, without even a nick. He found an even thicker branch and cleaved it in two with a single sword stroke, as easily as cutting tofu. The effect was even more outrageous than he had imagined. He originally didn't want to waste wood making a wooden sword. After all, once you can mine stones in the early stages, the only wooden equipment you'll have left is the wooden pickaxe. You can throw it away after mining 3 stones, but since the stone sword had this effect, he couldn't resist trying out the wooden sword. He rummaged through his backpack and found the remaining wood, then crafted it into a wooden sword on the workbench. The sword itself is exactly the same as the stone sword except for the material. It has a smooth grip, a sharp blade, and clear texture, like a work of art displayed in a shop window. He found a branch of similar thickness and swung his wooden sword to chop it. He couldn't cut it in one stroke. The blade got stuck in the wood. He struck twice more before the branch finally broke. The cut wasn't as smooth as a stone sword, but it was still much neater than the iron swords I had at home. Ronan examined the wooden sword from all angles. The blade wasn't chipped or even had a mark, which was already quite impressive. The iron swords that have been passed down through generations at home are so rusted that they're practically useless. They can't even chop firewood properly, let alone split tree branches. Ronan held the stone sword up to his eyes, the blade facing the sunlight, and it seemed as if something was hidden inside the dusty stone. He recalled the iron swords and stone drilling swords in the game, each one sharper and sturdier than the last. If we could make an iron sword, wouldn't it be able to cleave through even iron armor? What about a stone sword? Would it really be able to cut through iron like mud? It's a pity that iron ore is hard to find, and I haven't heard of any iron ore veins nearby. But if there were iron mines in the territory, it wouldn't be this poor. He looked down at the stone sword in his hand, and a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. This place has nothing else but plenty of stones, right? They're everywhere on the mountains, in the gullies, and on the riverbanks. If he were to sell the stone sword, how much could he get for it? It would definitely be worth more than all the junk he keeps at home. He shook his head again. Forget it, these things are too conspicuous. A good-for-nothing second son of a fallen baron's family suddenly pulls out several ridiculously sharp stone swords. It's no wonder people question him. Let's hide it for now and wait until we have the ability to protect ourselves. He packed the stone sword, wooden sword, stone axe, and stone shovel into his backpack one by one. These things can all fit in the backpack, but none of the other things that existed in this world, such as hoes, iron buckets, and old daggers, can fit in. His backpack only recognizes these square blocks and creations. Now that the tools are set up, it's time to test their capabilities in other areas. Ronan picked a thinner tree and started chopping it down with his stone axe. It was quick this time. In just over 10 seconds, the tree trunk snapped off cleanly, and the wooden blocks fell into the backpack. They cut down several more trees, rummaged through the piles of leaves, but couldn't find a single sapling. Trying to break them with their hands only resulted in smashing them. Can't we plant trees here? Then we'll have to rely on cutting down existing trees for timber from now on. He slung the stone axe over his shoulder side and said, "We have to use this wood sparingly." After resting for a while, I went to the furnace and waved my hand. The firing interface appeared, 2 openings on the left, one at the top and one at the bottom. The top opening was for the material to be fired, and the bottom opening was for the fuel. The right opening was for the finished product. He placed a piece of wood on top, stuffed planks underneath, and a flash of fire appeared in the furnace opening, igniting it. The progress bar is moving very slowly. It won't be ready anytime soon. Ronan didn't dare wait any longer and picked up a stone shovel to start digging around the area. The stone shovel is much faster than the wooden pickaxe, but it still takes 5 or 6 seconds. After digging for a while, Ronan figured the charcoal should be ready, so he put away his stone shovel and headed back. Upon opening the furnace, sure enough, a dark, charcoal-like piece lay in the finished product compartment. He carefully collected the charcoal, then took out a stick and combined it into a torch on the workbench. One charcoal can be made into 4 torches, but I don't know if these torches can burn forever like in the game. The torch in my hand wasn't like the kind wrapped in cloth and dipped in oil in real life. It looked more like an enlarged match. It's a long, square piece that doesn't gleam when you hold it in your hand. He tried inserting it into the ground, and it lit up. The light emanated from the torch, soft and steady, neither flickering nor swaying, illuminating the surroundings clearly. He pulled it up again, and the light went out again. This is a module without a handheld light source. It can only be inserted into the ground. He figured there wouldn't be any chain mining, and if there were, that would be great, saving him the trouble of grinding away with each pickaxe. He took a torch, crawled into the cave, and stuck it into the stone wall. Light suddenly spread out, illuminating the entire cave. The water droplets on the stone walls sparkled, and the mud pits underfoot were clearly visible. Now that he had nothing to fear, he took out his stone pickaxe and continued digging. When he got tired, he would rest for a while and then continue digging. When he was resting, he moved the furnace and workbench into the cave, placed the workbench in an easy-to-reach spot, and then rummaged through the things in his backpack, fiddling with them haphazardly. Wood, stones, planks, and sticks were placed one by one on the workbench and arranged into various shapes. He tried positioning the spear several times, with the spearhead in front and the shaft behind, perfectly aligned, but the workbench didn't respond. The greatsword's position doesn't work. The spear's position doesn't work, nothing works. If something doesn't exist in Minecraft, it won't work no matter how you place it. He sat on the rock, staring blankly at the workbench. It seems this is the most basic survival mode. No mods, no plugins, and the version is probably not high. He could only maximize profits with these limited resources. We can dig with our heads, but we have to use the wood sparingly, and we don't even know where the iron is. He rubbed his temples, his head aching. After resting enough, he picked up the stone pickaxe again and continued digging. What can we do? We'll just have to work it out, one pickaxe at a time. Ronan counted the stones in his backpack. There were 2 sets, 64 in each set, neatly stacked in the compartments. He stared at the pile of icons for a long time, feeling completely exhausted. I can't lift my arms, my wrists are swollen, the skin between my thumb and forefinger is worn away, my back aches, my legs feel weak, and even breathing is difficult. He had dug the cave quite spacious, about 4 meters high, 4 or 5 meters wide, and about 7 or 8 meters long, almost as big as the hall of his manor. I can't keep going today. All that enthusiasm I had this morning has vanished, and all that's left is exhaustion. This kind of work can't be sustained by enthusiasm alone. He pulled the torch from the wall and put it in his backpack. He also put away the workbench, the furnace, and the stone pickaxe, shovel, axe, and sword, counting them one by one and stuffing them all into his backpack. The cave darkened, with only a sliver of light filtering in from the entrance. I took a deep breath of fresh air after coming out of the cave, and somehow I felt a bit more refreshed. He scooped up several handfuls of water from the stream to wash the mud off his face, and then rubbed his arms to wash away the stone chips and ash. The water was so cold it stung his hands, making him shiver, but it also sobered him up a bit. He sat on a large rock by the stream, emptied the pebbles from his shoes, wrung out his socks, slowly put them on, and then slowly walked back. Walk a few steps and then stop, walk a few steps and then stop. The sun is already setting in the west, and the shadows are very long, stretching from the valley all the way up the slope. In just one day, he had thoroughly mastered this ability. It's fast to dig, but not as fast as I imagined, and it's very tiring. One person, one pickaxe, and he can only dig 4 sets of stones a day. That's his limit. Theoretically, you can dig 1 set in an hour, but that's just theory. How is it possible to swing a pickaxe continuously for an hour? What can you do with 4 sets of stones? It looks like a lot, but that's about it. It's enough for now. All those things he had thought about before, like digging mountains and filling seas, building cities and roads, were just him fooling himself. One person's strength is too limited. This territory cannot be managed by him alone, or he would be exhausted. By the time Ronan dragged his feet back to the vicinity of the manor, it was already dusk. The road down the slope was more lively than during the day. People who had finished their work came out. Some squatted at the door with bowls in their hands to eat, while others gathered in 2s and 3s by the roadside to talk. Children chased each other around, and chickens and dogs darted in and out of the crowd. He then realized that he had never been outside at this time before. The original owner used to leave before dawn and not return until after dark, while everyone else was working, and he would wander around outside. "Ronan!" someone shouted. Several people stood up from the stone benches by the roadside and walked towards him. They were the same few people who used to play with the original owner. Walking in front was Vincent, the youngest son of the grain merchant family. He had a round face and looked kind, but his eyes were always wandering around. The tall, thin guy next to him is the blacksmith's son, named Gate. He has muscles all over his arms, but he's not very bright. He couldn't recall the names of the 2 behind him, but they looked familiar. They were probably children from someone's family down the slope. They gathered around, asking questions all at once. "What have you been doing all this time? I haven't seen you anywhere. Is your injury healed yet? You scared us half to death last time. Why don't you come to visit us?" The original owner's mother was a viscount's daughter. Even though she married into this wretched place, she still maintained her aristocratic airs at heart. She didn't let the original owner mingle with these commoner children, not because she looked down on them, but because she wasn't used to it. The original owner had his older brother to take care of him when he was young, But after his older brother became disabled, no one cared about him, which is why he ended up with these people. But these people didn't dare go to the manor to look for him, for fear of running into his mother, and even more so for fear that his mother would hold a grudge. Ronan had fallen and injured himself while out with them last time. If nobles want to punish commoners, they only need to find a reason. They don't necessarily have to kill anyone. A few lashes and a few days of imprisonment are all it takes, and the commoners have nowhere to seek justice. So they only dared to wait for Ronan to come out outside and didn't dare to go to his door. Ronan looked at the group of people and smiled. In the original owner's memories, these people were not good people. He has done many things to bully men and women, and he acts arrogantly down the slope because he is the son of a grain merchant and a blacksmith. The original owner had learned the rules of knights for a few days before and was also kept in check by his older brother, so he didn't learn bad things from them, but he still hung out with them for 2 years. Now that he's not the original owner of this body, he just can't bring himself to be warm towards these faces. "It's nothing," he said, his voice flat. "But there is a score to settle. When are you free?" The group of people were stunned for a moment. Vincent reacted the fastest. He was still smiling, but his eyes wandered away. Gates didn't understand and scratched his head. The two behind looked at each other and took a half step back. "What's there to settle?" Vincent asked, his voice still gentle. "What does your fall have to do with us? You slipped and fell." "Was it you who pushed me that day?" Ronan asked Vincent. Vincent's smile faltered. "What nonsense are you talking about? Who saw it?" He raised his voice, his eyes sweeping over the others. No one responded. Gate looked down at his feet. The two had already retreated to the side. Vincent's face turned red, then white, and then blue. He stared at Ronan for a few seconds, then suddenly chuckled. "Fine, if you don't recognize us as your friends, then forget it. Let's go." He turned and left, his steps quick and hurried. Gates hesitated for a moment, then followed, and after a few steps, he looked back at Ronan. The other two followed, and as they left, one of them turned back and said, "I'll go and talk to him." The other said, "If you need anything, just call us." Ronan didn't respond, but simply watched them leave. He watched those figures disappear into the alley and slowly exhaled. The original owner used to be completely open and honest with these people, but they just took him for a fool. Now that his family is in such a dire state, with more creditors than friends and a reputation worse than rotten shoes, these people are all flocking to the grain merchant's side. Realizing the situation, he turned and walked up the slope. Back home, a small lamp was lit in the living room, casting a dim, yellowish light. I really wanted to take out a torch and stick it in, replacing the barely bright oil lamp. There was a bowl of soup on the table, cold, with a few specks of oil floating on top and half a piece of black bread next to it, so hard it could hit someone. This was probably left for him to rest for a bit. Now that he's sitting down, his whole body is starting to ache. I don't dare to think about what tomorrow will bring. Before I had been sitting for long, the sound of heavy footsteps came from the other end of the corridor, urgent and crisp, like someone was pounding the ground with their feet. Ronan looked up and saw a small figure rush into the hall. Lily ran up to him and stood there, her little chest heaving with anger, her face flushed red and her braids askew. "Where have you been?" she shouted, her voice sharp and shrill, making the bowls on the table tremble. "I haven't seen you all day. You were gone when I woke up this morning, and you didn't come back at noon either." She became angrier as she spoke, her little fists clenched tightly, her cheeks puffed out as if they were stuffed with 2 eggs. Ronan leaned back in his chair, looking at her sulky expression, and couldn't help but laugh out loud. "You're still laughing." Lily was even angrier, stomping her foot. "Answer me now, or I'll have to use the family rules." She looked around, as if searching for something to use as a tool. Looking at her adorable face, Ronan couldn't resist and, despite his aches and pains, pulled her over. Caught off guard, Lily threw herself into his arms. Before she could struggle, he pinned both her hands down. Ronan reached out with his other hand, pinched her soft cheeks, and rubbed them to both sides. "Ah, let go." Lily's face was distorted from being rubbed, and she could barely speak. She twisted her head desperately, trying to get away. Ronan wouldn't let go and rubbed her face a couple more times, making it flushed and her hair disheveled, with a few strands sticking to her forehead. He also messed up her braids, the left braid sticking up and the right braid crooked like a bird's nest. Lily couldn't break free and stomped her feet in anger, her voice trembling with tears. "Ronan, let me go." Ronan then let go of her hand, leaned back in his chair, and looked at her with a smile. Lily jumped back a step, reached out to touch her face, then touched her hair, her eyes red with anger. She glared at him, her lips trembling as if she were about to cry or curse, but in the end she said nothing, only letting out a harsh humph before turning and running away. She ran to the door, then stopped, turned back, and glared at him. "I'm going to tell Mom?" After saying that, he ran off, his footsteps thumping louder than when he came. The stone hoe a short while later, Lily returned with her mother. She walked ahead, chin held high, braids sticking out, looking arrogant and domineering as if she had found a powerful backer. The phrase, "a dog relying on its master's power," was practically tailor-made for her. The light from the oil lamp was dim, unable to illuminate the haggard look on my mother's face. I could only see the shadows in her sunken eye sockets and a few strands of hair falling down her temples. She didn't look at Lily, only at Ronan. "Haven't eaten yet?" Her voice was soft, as if she had no strength. Ronan said no. She said the soup was cold, and she'd heat it up before drinking it. Seeing that he was all right, he reminded him to come back for lunch, then told Lily to stay with her brother and left. After seeing her mother off, Lily turned back with her chin held even higher, like a victorious rooster, extremely arrogant. She stood in front of Ronan with her hands on her hips and announced, "You're not allowed to bully me anymore, or I'll tell Mom." Ronan looked at her cute little face and wanted to reach out and grab her to give her a good squeeze. As soon as he raised his hand, Lily jumped back quickly, dodging behind the table and making a face at him. "Heh." She stuck out her tongue, turned around and ran, her braids swinging high, as if afraid he would really grab her. Ronan chuckled and didn't give chase. After he finished eating, he cleared away the dishes and went upstairs to rest. When I woke up in the morning, my whole body ached as if it had been taken apart and put back together. I couldn't lift my arms, bend my waist, or even turn over. He lay in bed for a long time, until the light outside the window changed from gray to bright white, and he estimated it was almost 10 o'clock before slowly getting up. Pushing open the door, I saw a little guy squatting by the door, poking ant holes in the ground with a twig. Hearing the door open, Lily jumped up, hid the branch behind her back, and her smile vanished, replaced by an unhappy expression. "What's wrong?" Ronan asked. "Who upset you this morning?" Lily pointed at his nose. "You," she said. "I'm going to follow you all day. Wherever you go, I'll go." Ronan looked at her with annoyance and reached out to rub her head, but she turned her head away and dodged it. He was sore all over and didn't have the strength to chase after her, so he let her provoke him from the side. While downstairs to eat, Ronan was thinking about something else. "We need to find seeds today. If we can find some and plant them, many problems will be solved. Crops in Minecraft mature quickly. Even with a scaled-up time, it only takes a few days. No need to worry about pests or fertilizers. It's 100 times less stressful than growing crops in this world." He had previously cleared the grass on the ground, but no wheat seeds had sprouted. He didn't know if his method was wrong or if the grass simply wouldn't grow there. "We need to try a different place, like the riverbank, the hillside, or the bottom of a ditch." He took a bite of bread, chewed it twice, and swallowed it. Lily, who was eating next to him, would glance at him every now and then, looking like she was sticking to him. After finishing his meal, Ronan headed straight for the backyard, with Lily following closely behind, keeping a distance that allowed her to run away at any moment, as if afraid he would reach out and grab her. The lawn in the backyard is usually neglected, and the grass grows haphazardly, some reaching almost to the knees, others just touching the ground. Ronan crouched down to look at several spots, but none of them worked. In Minecraft, only taller grasses can produce seeds. He had tried this short, stubby grass before, and it didn't even produce any seeds. Ronan stood up and walked a little further in. The grass was getting taller, some of it already above his ankles. He squatted down in front of the densest patch of grass, reached in to touch it, and then pulled his hand back. With Lily nearby, he couldn't just touch the grass from a distance, or she would definitely notice. If the previous trees didn't produce any saplings, and we can't get any seeds now, then the animals will have no chance at all. So I want to know what the difference is, and whether there are any necessary conditions that haven't been triggered. He squatted in front of the grass and stared blankly for a while. Lily stood a few steps away, tilting her head to look at him. She had sensed something was wrong while they were eating. Her brother was walking differently than usual. He couldn't take long strides and he couldn't straighten his back. It was as if he was bound by something. She hesitated for a moment, then took half a step forward. "What's wrong?" she asked softly. "Did you fall again yesterday?" Ronan snapped out of his reverie and smiled. "No." He stood up, moving much slower than usual. "I overdid it yesterday when I went out to exercise, so my whole body aches now." Ronan looked up at the gray sky in the distance and calmed his voice. I've made up my mind. I need to get my body in shape. I want to be a warrior, a knight, and support this family. He said it so sincerely that he almost believed it himself. Lily paused for a moment, blinked, and blinked again. She stared at Ronan for a long time without saying a word, then lowered her head to pluck 2 blades of grass from the grass beside her and threw them away. Then don't go to such far places next time, she whispered. I won't be able to find you. The voice was muffled, as if it were being squeezed out of the throat. After saying that, she turned around and kicked the pebbles at her feet 1, 2, 3, kicking them away without looking at him. Ronan didn't reply, but instead brushed aside the grass beside him. Lily kicked the pebbles for a while, then secretly glanced back at him. Seeing him squatting in the grass again, she squatted down as well, plucked a blade of grass, and twirled it in her hand. The wind blew down the slope, rustling the grass, and neither of them spoke. Just as Lily had figured out how to start the conversation, she saw Ronan already pulling weeds. The place that was just a mess has now been cleared of tall grass and looks much neater. Are you planning to farm here again? She asked, her voice tinged with reluctance. Ronan tossed aside the bundle of grass he was using to conceal his identity, patted the mud off his hands, and said, Go get the hoe. Lily paused for a moment, then turned and ran without hesitation. Her braids swung back and forth, and her steps were quick and crisp. While she was running away, Ronan quickly pulled a workbench out of his backpack and made a stone hoe. Now all the stone tools are collected. The dusty hoe has a thin blade and a sharp spade, and it feels much lighter and easier to hold than the old hoe I have at home. After putting away the workbench, I swung the hoe and tested it in the place I had dug before. I also used dirt blocks to fill in the place where the first block had been dug out. When Lily returned, Ronan was already back in the same spot waiting for her. Seeing that she was dragging 2 hoes, I knew the little girl wanted to dig together. She paused when she saw the stone hoe in Ronan's hand. Why do you have another one? She asked, her eyes fixed on the stone hoe. I brought it over earlier, but I forgot it here, Ronan said casually. I just remembered. Lily glanced at it a couple more times, then didn't ask any more questions. Lily put the large hoe on the ground, picked up the smaller hoe herself, and walked to Ronan's side. Where to dig? She asked, her voice crisp and clear, as if she were about to do something big. Ronan pointed to the patch of land in front of him where the tall grass had been cleared. Here. Lily picked up the hoe and dug into the grass, but only the part of the hoe below the tip was embedded in the soil. Lily's hoe was a bit too big for her, so she could only lift it up with difficulty and dig. She didn't dig very deep, but she did turn up a small clod of soil. She looked at the hole she had dug, then at the one Ronan had dug, pursed her lips, and then dug again. This time they dug deeper and turned up clods of earth. He dug and dug, sweat slowly beading on his forehead and his cheeks turning rosy. After a few moments, Lily stopped and noticed that Ronan wasn't there. He was just staring at her. She immediately became unhappy. Why aren't you digging? You don't want me to dig alone, do you? Ronan has just tried it out. This hoe cuts through the soil in one go, covering a perfectly square area, just like in the game. Even if you take a long time, it still only takes 1 hit. I took out the stone hoe, and I was curious to see how people in this world would use Minecraft tools. He asked Lily to get the hoe, which was his plan, to sneak the stone hoe in so Lily could try it out. Lily is a smart girl, but she's still young. If her attention wanders even slightly, she won't notice anything amiss. For example, where did this patch of tall grass go? And where did this hoe in his hand come from? It's best to let her try it first. He needs to keep these things hidden for now, but not forever. If Lily uses it the same way he does, then he doesn't need to hide it. He can even promote it. He can just be the creator or the initiator. Your one isn't working well, Ronan said, handing over the stone hoe he was holding. Try mine. Lily pouted. What's wrong with it? It's because she's young and doesn't have enough strength. When she grows up, digging the ground will be a piece of cake for her. She put the old hoe on the ground, took the one Ronan handed her, and casually swung it around. It's so light, she exclaimed, turning the strange hoe over and over, her eyes shining. Is this really made of stone? Stone can't be this light, can it? She looked up at Ronan, waiting for his answer. Ronan didn't reply. Something else was on his mind. Lily said it was so soft. Light doesn't mean effortless. It means very light. She felt the weight change. Could it be that people in this world can use these things too? Lily didn't receive a reply, and she didn't care. She was already immersed in the excitement of discovering her new hoe, gripping the handle tightly with both hands, aiming at the patch of ground in front of her, and digging hard. The hoe blade disappeared into the soil in one go. The entire hoe was embedded in it. She paused for a moment, probably not expecting it to be so easy to dig in, and quickly pressed down hard on the hoe handle, trying to pry the clod of soil up. The clod of earth wouldn't budge, and after another attempt, it still wouldn't pry up. The hoe was stuck in the soil. She couldn't pull it out or push it down. Her face turned red, and she gripped the hoe handle with both hands and shook it vigorously. After a few shakes, she finally managed to pull the hoe out, bringing with it a small pile of loose soil that scattered on her feet. Ronan looked at the pile of rubble, and the little bit of expectation in his heart slowly faded. There wasn't a whole square block of soil being dug up. There wasn't that 1 square meter in one go effect. Lily used this hoe just like she would with a regular hoe. She dug in, turned it over, and the soil was broken up. But she just said light, light, which means the weight of the hoe changed in her hands. However, when digging, the rule of digging 1 square meter at a time was not triggered. He squatted down and cleared away the pile of loose soil, revealing solid mud next to it. He stood up and watched Lily try a few more times, but it was the same. The hoe could easily dig into the soil, but all that came out was loose soil. She dug very carefully, figuring out how much soil she could turn over before digging, 1 hoe stroke at a time. Although it was slow, each hoe stroke turned up a real chunk of soil. Rules recognize people, not things. This thing was a Minecraft tool in his hands, but in Lily's it was just a very light stone hoe. He gripped the handle, his knuckles slowly tightening. So only he could use these things. This thing has already appeared in this world. It is a hoe, just like an iron hoe made by a blacksmith. It is a hoe lying there. It can hoe the ground and dig the soil. Just like any other hoe, you can use it to hit someone and get a bump on their head. This is its inherent property. It's just that in his hands, it can perform the effects of Minecraft. Others simply see it as a special kind of hoe, sharp, customizable to fit their needs, and easy to use. This is a great selling point, even more appealing than its practicality. Lily buried herself in digging, while Ronan leaned against the wall watching, but his mind was on something else entirely. There are no instructions or explanations for this skill. You have to figure it out yourself, little by little. Today I discovered that the tool only works for me and produces the Minecraft effect. I'll have to try others later. Can a sword produce special effects? Can armor block magic? Is a torch truly inextinguishable? Is water truly inexhaustible? Everything must be tested, and every test must be conducted secretly, without letting anyone see the process of trial and error. However, there is something very special about the game Potions. She possesses powers of strength, speed, invisibility, and healing. That's what magic looks like, right? 1 bottle lasts for half a day. It's very useful, but the medicine requires nether warts. You need a flame wand, and you need to go to nether. He doesn't even have a pickaxe now, so what kind of nether is he going to build? They didn't even have a pickaxe, nor iron armor, let alone diamond equipment. Diamonds are precious gems in this world. 1 diamond can provide a family with a comfortable life. If he told people he wanted to make swords out of diamonds, they would probably think he was crazy. And how big of a diamond would it take to make a sword? The size of a fist? The size of a head? If there really was such a big diamond, why would he bother making swords? He could probably sell it and buy a city. Ronan told Lily to rest for a bit, go get some water and bring some over for him too. Lily stopped, propped the hoe on the ground, and muttered in dissatisfaction, "You're the one who wants to drink. Why are you making it sound like I'm the one who's thirsty?" Although she was reluctant, she shoved the hoe into Ronan's hand, turned and ran away, the whip cracking behind her. After she ran far away, Ronan picked up his stone hoe, walked to the patch of land that had been turned over, and with 1 stroke of the hoe, turned up a whole square clod of earth. With another hoe stroke, another plot of land was turned over. His hands never stopped, and in a few quick movements, he had finished turning over the remaining patch of land. The land, about 10 square meters in size, was so flat it looked as if it had been measured with a ruler. Even the clods of earth were roughly the same size. He tossed the stone hoe against the wall, sat down on the ground, leaned against the wall, and slumped his head, looking utterly exhausted. When Lily returned with the water, she immediately saw Ronan sitting on the ground, his head tilted to the side, his arm draped over his knee, looking like he had no strength. She pouted, thinking to herself, "I was the one digging just now, and my brother was just standing there watching. Now he's pretending to be tired. You stinky brother." She thought, getting angrier and angrier. Her hand holding the bowl trembled as she plotted to secretly sprinkle some water on his head later. As she got closer, she realized something was wrong. The land had been turned over. Before she left, it was full of potholes, but now it was flat and smooth. The clods of soil were broken into small pieces, and the edges were neat and orderly. "Did you dig this?" She stood at the edge of the ground, holding a bowl, her eyes wide, looking at the ground and then at Ronan, asking incredulously. She remembered that she had only been there for a short while, getting water, pouring water, and running back, which took at most the time it takes to drink a cup of tea. "How did you manage to turn over such a large area of land so quickly?" She stared at Ronan, waiting for his answer, her little head filled with big question marks. Lily, carrying a glass of water, saw Ronan sitting on the ground, head tilted back, looking utterly exhausted. Her earlier dissatisfaction had long since vanished, and seeing Ronan's appearance, she assumed he must be exhausted from turning the floor. She walked over and handed him the water. She hesitated for a moment but couldn't resist asking softly, "Did you dig all of this? How did you do it so quickly?" Ronan took a big gulp of water, but he probably went too far in showing off. Heaven couldn't stand it, and he choked so badly that he coughed and almost choked on his own tears. Looking at his disheveled appearance, Lily sighed like a little adult. "You even choked on your water. What are you doing?" Ronan recovered, put the cup on the ground, and pointed to the newly turned patch of ground. "How about that? Impressive, right? Finished it in no time." Lily glanced at the flat ground, then at him, and pouted. "I didn't see it. Someone must have helped you." "Why don't you dig it up again for me now?" Ronan smiled, stood up, and picked up the stone hoe leaning against the wall. Lily quickly grabbed her stone hoe and jogged over to him. Ronan raised the hoe, aimed it at the grass beside him, and with one stroke turned up a clod of earth. The movements weren't fast, but they were swift and efficient. Lily imitated him and dug a little, but the soil she turned up was much shallower. Ronan planted the hoe on the ground and looked at her. "Is there anything else you don't understand?" Lily paused, looked at the hole she had dug, then at the hole he had dug, and asked in confusion, "What did you learn?" Ronan pointed to the action just now. "That one." Lily stared at him in disbelief, her eyes wide, with an expression that said, "Are you kidding me? That's just ordinary tilling. What's so special about it?" Ronan said in a serious tone, "What's special is speed. As long as it's fast, that's fine." He picked up the hoe and swung it around in the air a few times, indicating that he would dig as fast as he could. Lily tried it with some skepticism, swinging the hoe with a whooshing sound, but only managing to dig up a small pile of dirt. She tried a few more times, but couldn't get it any faster. Ronan stood by and watched without saying anything more. Lily waved for a while, then stopped to catch her breath and looked back at him. She still had a hint of resentment on her face, but the doubt in her eyes had vanished. She probably felt that her brother was lying to her, but she didn't know why he was lying to her. She slung the stone hoe over her shoulder and said, "You're lying." Ronan smiled but didn't reply. The rules recognize people, not things. Watching Lily try, Ronan confirmed that Lily really couldn't trigger the MC rules. Ronan sat on the ground, watching his sister dig, but his mind was elsewhere. "This hoe has been brought out. It's quite unique. Perhaps it could be sold as an extraordinary heirloom, fetching a good price. However, hoes are for digging and nobles might not appreciate them. They are not elegant enough, and it's difficult to find someone who understands their value. The price can't be too low either. The less there is, the more valuable it is. He can't possibly sell a lot of it because that would expose himself. Or we could get a stone sword, hype it up, and maybe we could pay off the debt in no time. A sword is different from a hoe. A sword is a sword. Even if it is made of stone, it is still worth admiring. Moreover, a sword itself is a symbol of status, and the rarer it is, the more it highlights one's status. If you go secretly and hide your identity, you are likely to be double-crossed or robbed. But if he used his own identity to sell everything and then paid off his debts in the city, he wouldn't have much left, and those thugs wouldn't be interested in him anymore. If he really wants to sell the stone sword, he needs to come up with an explanation. He can't say he made it himself, nor can he say he found it. The mountain is full of gullies and ravines. Find an inconspicuous crevice in the rock, dig a little, and you can dig out a decent-looking hole. Then put the stone sword inside and scatter some gravel around it. As long as it looks mysterious enough, that's fine. A few days later, I accidentally took people there to discover. Who discovered it? He did it himself. He only did it to convince his family, and the news wouldn't spread too far. As for how to hype it up and who to sell it to, the merchants in the River Valley Town Chamber of Commerce are very shrewd. They probably won't offer much money, maybe only a few dozen silver coins. Viscount Reinhardt was fond of collecting weapons. The church also had a habit of collecting antiques. not to mention the great nobles in the capital. A weapon with extraordinary attributes is valuable, even if it's just made of stone. It's not the material that's valuable, it's the extraordinary aspect. He could only believe that a stone sword, like a stone hoe, could have a weight that varied from person to person. Based on this alone, the stone sword was not just sharper, but an extraordinary weapon. How is the price determined? He didn't know, after all. The original owner of this body didn't know if all extraordinary weapons in this world were like this, or if such items were not uncommon. But given the world's monopoly on knowledge, it's likely that even someone as knowledgeable as Arnold wouldn't understand it, aside from professionals who can make judgments. My mother might know a little, but that was limited to knowing the prices of some extraordinary items and making guesses. Should I seek expert appraisal? The River Valley Town Chamber of Commerce might be able to help, but it's unnecessary. If you do ask them to assess its value, they might become a target, and you'd have to guard against them trying to steal it from you. Forget it, I don't understand this world. My mother is in a hurry to pay off her debts. Giving her the stone sword will help her maximize its value once she sees its unique features. After all, she had no other choice now, and this might be her last chance to resolve her family's predicament. She will definitely use her connections to find buyers who like to collect. Next, listen to what level of weapon the stone sword is, and use that to determine the potential of your Minecraft abilities. Once the debt is paid off, I won't have to see my mother with a sorrowful face or my sister pretending to be mature. They also have the spare money and energy to change the situation in their territory. Lily noticed that her brother was lost in thought again, so she put down the hoe and sat down next to him. The liveliness that had been on her little face was gone, her brows were slightly furrowed, and her eyes were fixed on the blade of grass she had pulled out, her fingers twisting it gently. Ronan was still figuring out how big the stone cave where the sword should be dug should be, which direction the entrance should face, and whether he should put some broken pottery shards inside to pretend it was an old object. To truly showcase the extraordinary nature of the stone sword, it needs to be kept mysterious. Suddenly, a series of loud noises came from the front yard, like people arguing. Lily jumped up, threw down the blades of grass in her hand, and ran forward. Ronan snapped out of his daze and followed. The further you go, the clearer the sound becomes. It's not an argument, but a one-sided scolding, loud and harsh, one sentence after another without a pause. Several people were standing in the front yard. The tax collector was a short, stout man dressed in distinctive clothing, clearly not an ordinary person. He spoke with spittle flying everywhere, and the flesh on his face jiggled. Behind him were 3 or 4 attendants, wearing hats askew, carrying short sticks, and wearing long swords. They had no proper posture, but their eyes darted around, as if checking the value of everything. The mother stood on the steps, her face as white as paper, her lips tightly pressed together, not uttering a single word. The butler, Arnold, and several servants blocked her way. Arnold bowed low and said urgently, "My lady, please grant us a few more months. We're already making arrangements, and it will be ready soon." "A few months?" The tax collector's voice rose. "How many times have you said that? You said a few months last year, a few months the year before, and you're saying a few months this year. Do you House Ansel think you can evade the kingdom's taxes?" He took a step forward, while Arnold took a step back, looking at the Baroness being protected by her servants. "If you don't have money, don't occupy this position. Give up the title as soon as possible, marry a rich merchant, pay off your debts. Isn't that better than stubbornly clinging to this place?" he said to Lee, his words becoming increasingly harsh, while several servants around him laughed. Lily had somehow run to her mother's side, clutching her mother's skirt tightly with both hands. Her little face was tense, as if she was about to cry, or as if she wanted to rush up and tell them to shut up. Lee lowered her head and hugged her, covering her ears with one hand and pressing her head down gently with the other to prevent her from looking up. Lily's face was covered by her mother's waist, so her expression couldn't be seen, only her knuckles, which were white as she gripped her skirt. Ronan stood at the gate of the courtyard, watching the farce unfold. Grain Merchant and his son Vincent stood by the courtyard wall watching the commotion. The fat man had his hands tucked into his sleeves, smiling broadly, as if he were watching some amusing trick at a market. Vincent leaned against his father, a wide smile on his face. When he saw Ronan come out, his smile widened even more, as if he was waiting to see how Ronan would make a fool of himself. Ronan ignored him. He looked at his mother's hand covering Lily's ears, at Arnold's bent back, and at tax collector's aggressive, oily face. The original owner did have these memories. He simply ran away. Every time these people came, he would run from the front yard to the backyard, and from the backyard to the hill, and then come back when it got dark. He came back as if nothing had happened. Now he's standing here, listening to those words piercing his ears one by one. He wants to run, but his legs won't move. Lee is a good mother, but not a good lord. She is not capable enough to pay off these debts. The tax collector continued to curse, his voice growing louder and his language becoming increasingly vulgar. Arnold bent even lower, as if he were about to break at any moment. The mother silently endured it, only pulling Lily even tighter into her arms. Ronan stood at the gate of the courtyard, the sun shining warmly on his back. Everyone in the front yard had a warm face, but his hands were cold. Thinking of the care and concern that Lee and Lily usually showed him, Ronan could feel it well, even though he tried to be restrained. He clenched his fist, his nails digging into his palms, and it hurt. Only then did he realize that he had already considered them his family. Lee didn't respond, and the tax collector, tired of yelling, stopped. He waved his hand behind him, and the servants, who had been waiting impatiently, rushed into the house with short sticks in hand. Ronan was standing at the door when the leader yelled, "Get out of the way," and reached out to push him away. When Lee turned around and saw Ronan, her expression changed, her eyes filled with anxiety, and she opened her mouth as if to tell him not to act impulsively. But before Ronan could say anything, she stepped aside. The servants squeezed past him, their boots clattering on the threshold. The anxiety in Lee's eyes vanished instantly, replaced by something indescribable. She glanced at Ronan, her gaze not one of disappointment, but a paler one, as if a spark in her eyes had been extinguished, leaving her eyes even more dim. The sounds of rummaging through drawers and cabinets, chairs being kicked over, and cabinet doors being slammed open began to come from inside the room. Ronan stood at the door without moving. Seeing them acting so recklessly, Ronan, who had originally just been waiting for it to end, couldn't hold back any longer. He called out loudly, "Arnold, remember what they smashed. Go back and confirm with this official and use it to offset your taxes later." The courtyard fell silent for a moment. The servants' hands froze in midair as they turned to look outside. Arnold paused for a moment, then quickly nodded. "Yes, young master, I remember everything in the room. I'll check them one by one when they come out." His voice was still trembling, but it was more steady than before. The servants inside exchanged glances, then gently put down what they were carrying, their movements so subtle it was as if they were completely different people. Tax collector's face twitched, and he pointed at Ronan. "Smash it! I'll take responsibility if anything happens." The servants started moving again, but they weren't as rude as before. Ronan ignored them, walked over to Lee and Lily, and shielded them behind him. Lily clutched the hem of his shirt, her hands still trembling, looking at her brother with eyes full of adoration. Lee didn't speak but glanced at him. Her expression was different from before, it held a mixture of shock and confusion. "Who gave you that right?" Ronan's voice wasn't loud, but everyone in the courtyard heard it. Was it a viscount or a king, to send a tax collector to smash up a nobleman's house? He turned to Grain Merchant. "You're here too, so you can be a witness." Grain Merchant's smile froze. He took a step back, pulled his hands out of his sleeves, and waved them repeatedly. "I was just leading the way, I don't know anything, I didn't see anything." Ronan nodded. "That's good. If anything happens to your grain store in the future, we won't know anything." Grain Merchant's face darkened, and he stared at Ronan for a few seconds, which was practically a threat. The tax collector stood on the steps, his face as red as a liver, his finger trembling as he pointed at Ronan. Upon hearing Ronan's words, the tax collector was momentarily at a loss for words. After all, these are not things that can be easily acknowledged. It was originally thought that this family had fallen on hard times, and it was said that they also owed a lot of money in other areas. He had long been abandoned by everyone and had no one to back him up, but if he carried the banner of nobility, wouldn't that be the kind of person he could slap in the face? The servants also stopped. One of them even stood at the door, looking outside. The other two were unsure whether to continue. Judging from the clothes the grain merchant was wearing, they belonged to his father. He must have sold them to raise money. The tax collector fell silent. Ronan looked him in the eyes, his voice low but each word clear. "Your task is to verify the situation. Once you've verified it, you should leave. If you dare to do anything else, I'll report you to the viscount. If the viscount doesn't care, I'll report you to the capital." The tax collector paused for a moment, then burst out laughing, his face shaking with laughter. Whether from fear or anger, it was hard to tell. You want to sue? Your family owes taxes and debts. Your reputation is so bad that even the dogs in River Valley avoid you. Who are you going to sue? Who will listen to you? He took a step forward, his voice shrill again. You're the one who owes taxes, you're the one who's shameful, and you still have the nerve to sue? Ronan didn't move and only spoke slowly after Ronan finished laughing. I don't know if I'll be punished for reporting this, but you guys will definitely be punished. He glanced at the servants, then back at the tax collector. Want to gamble? The tax collector's smile faded, and Ronan continued. The things you took from my house before are worth several dozen gold coins in total. I'd like to ask, have you turned them in? Ronan said casually, as if he were talking about the nice weather. The tax collector's face turned a deep purplish red, and he pointed at Ronan, trembling with rage. Bullshit. Your family is so poor even the rats have moved away. Where the hell did you get those dozens of gold coins from? Ronan wasn't in a hurry. He waited until Ronan finished cursing before saying, What do you mean there aren't any? Aren't those 2 cows worth anything? The tax collector opened his mouth, then choked. Oxen were large animals. Touching them was a fight to the death. They might dare to steal a candlestick, a fur robe, or a few coins, but they really wouldn't dare touch an ox. The grain merchant suddenly coughed. Hey, I remember the Baron's cattle were mortgaged a while ago, weren't they? He quickly covered his mouth after he finished speaking, as if he had said something he shouldn't have, but his eyes were still smiling as he looked over, giving off a scheming and manipulative vibe. The tax collector snorted, his face twitching again as he glared fiercely at Ronan. Ronan looked at the grain merchant's hypocritical face and then turned back to the tax collector. I said the things that were lost weren't a cow, they were just some small items. As for whether they're worth tens of gold coins, do you think you can withstand an investigation? The tax collector was taken aback, and the anger on his face froze. He stared at Ronan for a few seconds, then suddenly understood. The kid wasn't talking about cows, he was talking about the benefits he'd received over the years. Can those things withstand scrutiny? No, they can't. The tax collector's face twitched a few times, then twitched a few more times. He pulled his fingers away from Ronan's face and tucked them into his sleeve. He glanced back at the servants still rummaging through the room and lowered his voice. Let's go. The servants paused for a second, dropped what they were holding, and followed him outside. The tax collector walked to the gate of the courtyard, turned around and glared at Ronan, then left without saying a word. The grain merchants followed behind, moving faster than anyone else. Ronan stood in the courtyard, watching their figures disappear into the alleyway. The wind stopped, but the sun was still high in the sky, making people's backs feel hot. Lily peeked out from behind her mother and whispered, Will they come back? Ronan didn't know how to answer Lily, so he just patted her head. It's really unpleasant to be blocked at your doorstep and yelled at. If he were truly in debt, he probably wouldn't have been able to say a single one of those things. Arnold watched the tax collector walk away, wringing his hands anxiously. Young master, you shouldn't have been angry with him. Now it's all good, he definitely won't let us delay paying the taxes for the next few months. His voice trembled, and his face turned bright red, as if he were the one who had just been arguing. Ronan didn't respond. He knew Arnold was genuinely worried. Seeing his flustered state, Ronan didn't say anything. After all, he was truly concerned. Without a cheat code, one might not even have the heart to watch something like this, only needlessly adding to one's own distress. But things are different now. If I weren't afraid of getting caught, I would have already slapped these people in the face in a heartbeat. Unlike Arnold, Lee didn't panic. Instead, she smiled faintly. What's meant to happen can't be avoided. She added, Ronan is right, those people are just messengers. If they could just take our land directly, they would have done it already. Arnold stamped his foot in frustration. But what if he goes and talks nonsense to the Viscount? If he adds fuel to the fire, we'll have even more trouble explaining ourselves. Ronan knew Arnold was right to worry. The fat man would definitely make a scene when he got back, exaggerating and making things worse. The sword matter needs to be dealt with quickly. As for the cave, we can just do a quick job. Ronan didn't want to be passive like this again. In his previous life, he had also resigned because he couldn't stand his boss's deliberate targeting, and then prepared to start his own business to destroy his former company. It ended before it even began, despite the long time I spent preparing for it. What a pity. Lee instructed several servants to tidy up the house and watch them leave. She glanced at Lily, who was still pouting, smiled, patted her head, and then turned to Ronan. Your uncle's place, she paused. Would you like to stay there for a while? You might learn something there. Ronan paused for a moment. In the original owner's memories, his uncle's house was the place he most wanted to go. His older brother went, but he didn't. Because of this, he hated his brother for years, hated his parents for being biased, and hated that this family kept him here. Now that his mother has brought it up herself, he doesn't feel anything about being a time traveler. Lily tugged at his sleeve, looked up at him, her lips pursed and her eyes red-rimmed. Brother, are you going? She asked softly, her voice trembling. She thought Ronan would go, he had always wanted to go, even dreamed of it, and now that his mother had agreed, he was sure he would go. Ronan looked down at her and reached out to pinch her cheek. No, I'm not going. There's a lot of stuff to do at home. It's not too late to go after we've taken care of everything. Lily paused for a moment, then rushed over and hugged him, burying her face in his waist. She mumbled something which was hard to hear, but her arms around him were very tight. Lee stood to the side, watching the brother and sister, and tears suddenly welled up in her eyes. She quickly turned around, wiped it with the back of her hand, and then wiped it again. Dinner will be ready soon, she said, her voice a little hoarse. Don't go too far. After she finished speaking, she walked into the house faster than usual, afraid that the children would see her crying. This time, however, it wasn't sadness, but rather a warm feeling in my heart after hearing Ronan's words. I hadn't felt this way in a long time. It was a kind of indescribable joy. Lily looked at Ronan hopefully, her eyes sparkling, showing no trace of the fear she had shown moments before. He asked, "What are we doing this afternoon? Are we going to dig again?" Ronan ruffled her hair, making her braid askew. "Dig," he said, "but you have to dig carefully. You can't work a bit and then rest." Lily slapped his hand away impatiently. "I've been doing this much longer than you." After finishing their meal, the two returned to the backyard. Lily grabbed the stone hoe leaning against the wall and gestured with her hand across a large area, tracing the path from one end to the other, even tracing the grass in the corner. "I'm going to finish digging this whole area today." She held her chin high, her expression as confident as if she had already done it. Ronan glanced at the plot of land. It was at least half an acre, and it would take him half a day to dig it all by himself. "Don't cry if you can't finish the job." Lily snorted, turned around, picked up her hoe and started digging with great enthusiasm. When the hoe fell, it kicked up a small patch of soil, which landed on her shoes, but she didn't care. Ronan didn't rush to start anything. He squatted down to look at the patch of land he had turned over that morning. The clods of earth were broken into small pieces and spread in a thin layer, while the soil underneath remained compacted. He suddenly wondered, if he planted the seeds of this world, would they grow differently? After all, this is soil that has been turned over using Minecraft ability, so it should be somewhat different from soil that has been turned over normally. If you can't find a Minecraft seed, try this one using the various elements of this world. "I'm going out to find something," he said to Lily as he stood up. "Take your time digging, don't rush." Lily paused, her hoe in her hand, and turned to look at him, her lips pursed. "If you dare to run away and leave me to do all the work, I'll hit you on the head with this." She waved the stone hoe, her expression very serious. Ronan chuckled, "Be careful not to hurt yourself," and turned to leave. The sound of hoes hitting the ground echoed behind me again, one after another, without ceasing. Ronan found Arnold in the house. The old butler was sitting at his desk, writing something. Several sheets of paper were spread out on the table, the ink bottle was open, and the ink on the pen nib was almost dry, but he didn't dip it in. Ronan knocked on the door. Arnold looked up, saw him, paused for a moment, and quickly stood up. "Young master, what brings you here?" He put down his pen, wiped his hand on his robe, and asked, "Is there something you need?" Thinking that Ronan had come to see him because of what happened that morning, he said anxiously, "The things you asked me to organize earlier may be given to you later. Some of them were broken or lost a long time ago, and it will take a lot of effort to find them." As he spoke, his gaze drifted to the pile of papers on the table, which were covered with dense writing and had several corrections. Ronan never expected that he would actually write all of that down. "Will it interfere with your work?" Ronan asked. Arnold shook his head and smiled. "This is what I should do. These are the property of House Ansel. I should have made a note of them long ago. Madam just asked me to do this as well." As he spoke, his voice lowered, as if he believed that the loss was due to his incompetence. Ronan didn't ask any more questions. He roughly understood what his mother meant. Every little bit saved was a little bit, and every bit of savings was a little bit of offsetting. But in his current family, who would care if you lost a chair? People would just laugh at you for treating a chair like a treasure. He didn't have time to worry about these things right now, so he said, Just make a rough count. It doesn't need to be too detailed. Just remember how those people were treated and how they behaved when they arrived. This can be considered a noble's dignity, making people hesitant to act against them, although his family had long since lost all semblance of dignity. Arnold didn't quite understand, but nodded. Although he didn't fully grasp Ronan's meaning, he knew what to do, so he nodded in agreement. I know what to do. Where are the seeds at home? Ronan changed the subject. I want to take some to try. Arnold looked at him in surprise, probably not expecting this young master to care about the seeds. He didn't ask what they were going to do with them, but took out a bunch of keys from the drawer and led the way. The warehouse was at the end of the corridor, with a wooden door that was tightly shut. Arnold picked out a key and struggled for a while before finally opening it. The hinges creaked open, and a musty smell wafted out, making Ronan lean back. The warehouse was empty. Several burlap sacks leaned against the wall, their openings tightly tied, but still unable to stop the holes gnawed by rats. There were several bundles of dry grass piled up in the corner, dusty and gray, probably moved from the livestock shed. Several earthenware jars were placed on the wooden shelf, their mouths sealed with cloth, which was covered with a thick layer of dust. Arnold went inside, stood in front of the shelf, and turned to ask Ronan what kind of seeds he wanted. Ronan thought for a moment and then said, "Whatever you have, please give me a little bit." Arnold hesitated for a moment, carefully choosing his words. "Young master, now is not the time to plant the seeds. If you plant them now, they won't sprout." He put it tactfully, meaning that we shouldn't waste it. Seeing his hesitant expression, Ronan quickly said, "I just want to recognize them, a few of each, not too many." Arnold breathed a sigh of relief, took the earthenware pots off the shelf, and opened them one by one. The rye seeds were grayish, the oat seeds were shriveled, the bean seeds were round, and there was a small jar of flax seeds, which were small, flat, and dark in color. He counted 3 of them, wrapped them in paper, and handed them to Ronan. Ronan took them, examined each packet of seeds in his hands, and memorized which one was which. There aren't many kinds. Rye, oats, beans, flax, that's about it. These seeds were crops he had never seen before, not even in his previous life, but he had seen bread before, not the dark kind, so he was sure there was wheat. Ronan looked at the few dusty paper packets and suddenly asked, "No wheat?" Arnold paused for a moment, then shook his head. "Wheat can't be grown. The soil is too poor, the weather is too cold, and the harvest is even worse than rye. People grow it in River Valley Town, but not here. Given the current situation, there's probably no way to get carrots, potatoes, or anything like that. I don't know if any of this will be of any use." Seeing Ronan staring at the few paper packets without saying a word, Arnold assumed he thought it wasn't enough. After hesitating for a moment, he whispered, "If you want more, young master, you can ask the grain merchant. They have a lot of seeds and all the varieties." Ronan was taken aback. Grain merchant. The father and son who were just standing in the yard watching the spectacle, they have more seeds than the Lord? He was about to ask a question in return, but considering his own situation and that grain merchants made their living from this, he understood. He replied, "Okay, I'll ask Vincent for some later." He put the paper package in his pocket and turned to leave. As I walked to the door, I looked back at the empty warehouse. Arnold was closing the door, trapping the musty smell inside, and the hallway was clean again. The backyard was completely ruined. Ronan returned to the backyard with the seeds, while Lily was still digging. With each swing of the hoe, his forehead glistened and a muddy mark clung to his cheek. He looked like he was really working hard. She saw Ronan walk over, slammed the hoe on the ground, and said irritably, "What have you been doing? Taking a dump? It's been so long." Ronan choked for a moment. This little girl, she's so outspoken. "Where is your manners?" he said sternly. "How could you say such a thing?" Lily snorted defiantly, pouting and raising her chin, looking like she was saying, "I told you, what can you do about it?" Ronan didn't argue with her and spread out the packets of seeds in his hand to show them to her. "Going to get the seeds, otherwise why dig the ground?" Lily paused for a moment, then her eyes lit up. She dropped her hoe and ran over, squatting down to look at the paper packets. She wanted to look but didn't dare to touch them and tapped the edge of the packets with her finger. "These are seeds." She looked up at Ronan, her eyes sparkling. "What are they?" Ronan crouched down and opened the paper packets one by one. "This is rye," he said, pointing to the grayish packet of seeds. "The black bread you eat is made from this." Lily nodded, staring at the few rye seeds for a long time, as if trying to see what bread would look like inside them. "This is oats," Ronan said, opening the second bag, "for feeding the horses." Lily gave an O, showing no interest. "This is beans," the third packet said, "for making soup." Lily nodded again. This is flax, the last packet, the seeds small, flat, and dark in color, for weaving cloth. Lily reached out and touched it, then withdrew her hand. Are we going to plant them later? She asked, her voice filled with excitement. Seeing her so excited, Ronan felt too embarrassed to tell her that it wasn't the season for planting. There are only 3 of each kind. Lily had already started counting. You plant yours, I'll plant mine, but you have to give me at least one. She pointed to the bag of rye, then to the beans and flax. This, I want them all. Ronan looked at her and couldn't help but smile. Do you know how to grow them? Lily puffed out her chest. You can teach me, that's all. After she finished speaking, without waiting for Ronan's reply, she started gesturing on the ground, planting rye here, beans there, flax here, and so on. She paused when she gestured oats because oats were for horses and she didn't want them. I'll give you the oats too, she said generously. I'll grow something else. Ronan squatted down beside her, watching her divide the land like a little landowner, and didn't say anything more. Judging from her radiant appearance, if she had no worries about food and clothing, she would probably be a carefree noble lady. Ronan sorted the packets of seeds, and Lily carefully put them into her pocket, patting and pressing them to make sure they wouldn't fall out, before happily running off to dig in the ground. As she dug, she turned back and shouted, "Teach me how to plant it later." Seeing that she had already started working, Ronan squatted down on the edge of the already turned field, took out a rye seed, and tried to plant it remotely. My hand hovers above the soil, the seed is held between my fingertips, but no matter how I try to gesture, it doesn't work. He then tried throwing the seed into the soil, and the seed landed on the surface. No blocks floated up, no rules were triggered, nothing happened. He picked it up, pressed his finger into the soil to make a small hole, buried the seed in it, and covered it with soil. For the other grain, use the ordinary method. Dig up a small patch of soil with a hoe, drop it in, and cover it up. Both planting methods involve marking a block of earth. It wasn't clear from the immediate situation, so he stood up and clapped his hands. Lily had already dug a small section of her land and was squatting down beside it, waiting for him. Ronan walked over, took a hoe, dug a small hole in the ground, put the seed in, and covered it with soil. That's it, he said. Lily stared at him for several seconds, then looked down at the small pit covered by soil, her face full of disbelief. That's it? She looked up, her face filled with disbelief. It was too simple. Ronan flicked her nose. What else can we do? Lily covered her nose, took a step back, and still couldn't understand. Then why are we turning over the soil? She asked, pointing to the neatly turned patch of ground. Can't we just dig a hole and plant it? Ronan thought for a moment and said, the soil that has been turned over is loose, and the roots are very long. The hard clods of soil are pressing down on the seeds, preventing them from sprouting. Lily listened and nodded as if she understood, then squatted down and, imitating him, dug a hole with a small hoe, put the seed in, covered it with soil, and pressed it down with her hand. Like this? She looked up. Ronan nodded. She dug another hole, this time deeper than before, put the seed in, and covered it with soil. She planted all the seeds in no time, and she still seemed to want more. Ronan, seeing that the seeds had all been planted, patted the soil off his hands and turned to Lily, asking, Are you tired? If not, let's pull out all the weeds in this backyard today. Lily looked around the yard. It was quite spacious, at least 100 steps from one end to the other. She puffed out her chest and held her chin high. Okay. Ronan pointed to both sides of the yard. One person on each side. Let's see who does more work today. Lily glanced at the options, then chose the side closest to the house, picked up the hoe from the ground, and ran over. I choose this side, she shouted without turning her head. Ronan smiled and walked deeper into the courtyard. After working for nearly 2 hours, Ronan had finished clearing most of the weeds from the backyard. The tall ones can be destroyed with a wave of your hand, while the short ones that are close to the ground can only be turned over with a hoe, or the entire block of dirt can be knocked down. That's the rule of Minecraft. As he brushed away the grass, he kept an eye on his feet, looking for any wheat seeds mixed in with the grass. He searched several times, but found nothing. He had tidied up the yard quite a bit. Except for a small patch left on Lily's side, the ground was covered with only short grass, which looked very refreshing. Lily squatted down on her side, clutching a handful of grass in her hand, and looked up to see Ronan already standing next to her. Looking at the few blades of grass he had picked, he pouted, I didn't slack off. Ronan looked at her with a smile. This girl liked to pout all the time. Okay, rest first, you can come back to pull it tomorrow. Lily tossed the grass in her hand onto the ground, clapped her hands, and was about to go wash her hands with him when she suddenly realized, I'll pull them tomorrow, what about you? Ronan put his hands on his hips and tilted his head back. Of course, only you came. Lily glared at him defiantly. Why? Ronan tilted his head back even higher, a smirk playing on his lips. Because I'm done. Lily paused for a moment, then ran over and looked around. Apart from the corner where she was, there wasn't a single blade of grass left that was tall. She pouted, and when she walked back, her chin was held higher than Ronan's. What's with the swagger? She walked past Ronan, her braids swinging back and forth, saying, When I grow up, I'll definitely be faster than you. The next day, Ronan saw a sleepy-eyed Lily in the lobby. She came over from the other side of the corridor, rubbing her eyes. Her hair was messy and untied, and her braids were unkempt. Upon seeing Ronan, she paused for a moment, then her eyes lit up. What are we doing today? She asked, jogging over and looking up at me. Ronan ruffled her hair. Weren't you going to pull the weeds left over from yesterday? Trying to back out? Lily's smile vanished instantly. She looked down at her hands and saw several small cuts on her fingers from when she was pulling weeds yesterday. It still hurts a bit, so I put on a cloth strip and wrapped it up tightly. She hid her hands behind her back, not wanting her brother to see. She's all grown up now and can't ask her mother for everything. Her mother is so busy, and she can't let her get distracted anymore. After washing up, the two sat down in the dining room. The cook brought out black bread, a bowl of thin porridge, and a small dish of pickled vegetables. Lily ate very quickly, as if she was afraid that if she ate too slowly she would have to go back to work. After finishing their meal, they arrived at the backyard. Lily ran to the patch of land where she had planted seeds the day before, squatted down, and stared at the soil for a long time, but nothing sprouted. She moved even closer, her nose almost touching the ground, but still couldn't see anything. Ronan stood to the side, his initial expectation fading. Turned-up soil was just turned-up soil, there was nothing special about it. How long will it take for these seeds to germinate? Lily asked, looking up. Ronan didn't reply, but pointed to the patch of grass next to them that hadn't been completely pulled up yet. Your task for today is to handle all of these. He paused, then said, I haven't visited my friends in a long time. I need to see them today. I'll be back at noon, by which time you should have finished your work. Lily wants to say that when you went out the other day, it wasn't to see them, it was just an excuse. But she had made that boast yesterday, so she pouted and said, Who cares who you go to? He turned to grab the hoe and walked towards the meadow without looking back, his steps heavy. Ronan smiled, turned around, and went out the door. He walked along the path behind Manor, climbed over the slope, and disappeared into the valley. The cave was still there, its dark entrance covered by vines, just as it had been when he last left. He crawled inside, took a torch from his backpack, and stuck it into the wall, illuminating the cave. He walked a few steps further in, and the place where he had dug stones before was still the same, with a lot of broken stones piled up. He dug a little further in, breaking through to a deeper layer of rock. He listened carefully, but it was completely quiet. There was no sound at all. It's better that this world doesn't have monster spawns. While it's fortunate, this also means losing many features. For example, monster farms or something like that. However, not farming monsters seems to be better. If monsters surround you and farm monsters, you're really doomed. Even if you're not killed by the monsters, you'll be treated as a human-shaped calamity. He retreated to the cave entrance, found a suitable spot, and began to arrange the layout inside. He placed 2 torches and then removed one of them. I took a newly crafted stone sword out of my backpack and wiped it with moss from the cave to give it a cave smell. I didn't bother with the antiquing. The newer they are, the more magical they are, right? Actually, you can't fake their age. These tools, no matter how you use them, won't show any damage to their appearance. If they break, it means they'll just explode and disappear. So there's no need to worry about others noticing anything. As long as their testing methods don't exceed the stone sword's durability threshold, there shouldn't be any problems. After all, it's clearly made of stone. It couldn't have been made with such force. If the cave looks somewhat like a cave, that's enough. Ronan wrapped the stone sword in something, then, looking rather disheveled, carried it home. Halfway there, I realized that this was just for my mother's benefit, and I would keep it a secret from everyone else. Why did I have to put on an act the whole way? He could just go home and perform the act, then put the stone sword in his backpack and went straight home without having to hide. Avoiding people all the way back to his room, he rummaged through his clothes, ruffled his hair, took the stone sword out of his backpack, wrapped it in an old cloth, and held it in his arms, pretending to be in a hurry. Before heading towards his mother's study, the door to the study was ajar. Before Ronan even got close, he heard Arnold's voice coming from inside, broken and intermittent, saying something about candelabra, fur robe, and broken stool leg. He paused for a moment, then quickened his pace, deliberately making some noise. When he pushed the door open, his face showed an eagerness that was both wanting people to know and fearing that people would know. Arnold stopped, turned around, and greeted him. Ronan ignored him and spoke directly to his mother behind the desk, saying, "I have something to discuss with you." He was holding something wrapped in old cloth in his arms, but no one knew what it was. They both glanced at each other, and before Lee could speak, Arnold had already wisely put down the paper in his hand, left, and closed the door behind him. Lee waited until the footsteps in the corridor faded away before asking, "What happened?" Ronan walked to the door, opened it, looked outside to make sure no one was there, then closed the door, walked back, and placed the things he was carrying on the table. It was wrapped in several layers of cloth. When unwrapped, a dusty gray stone sword was revealed. Lee looked at him suspiciously, picked up the sword, and examined it from all angles. The sword has a smooth blade, a neat edge, and a wooden handle. It is unadorned and simple. "I found it in a cave." Ronan lowered his voice and leaned closer. The stone chamber in that cave was very special. When I went in, it was brightly lit, and there were glowing things embedded in the walls. I wanted to bring it back, but the lights went out as soon as I took them off. He pointed to the stone sword. This was the only sword in the stone chamber, placed right in the middle, so I brought it back. Lee didn't speak, but tapped the sword lightly on the table and tested the blade with her finger. The blade was very sharp. A light touch made a cut, but she pressed her thumb against it to stop the blood from flowing out. The sword is very light, much lighter than an ordinary sword in the hand, as if it were made of some special material, but it looks like stone. She looked up at Ronan, who was staring at her with expectant eyes. "It's a fine work of art," she said, placing the sword back on the table. "The material is unique and the craftsmanship is exquisite. But it's stone after all. I'm afraid it'd be too dangerous to use as a weapon." Ronan grew anxious, picked up the sword, and gestured, saying, "This is no ordinary stone. I've used it to chop down trees. It's sharper than the iron sword at home. It doesn't even dull when cutting through rocks." With some skepticism, Lee tapped the table with the blade of her sword, then gently chopped at the corner of the table. The corner fell off with a sharp sound, leaving a very smooth cut. She paused for a moment, then tried to apply more force, but the blade remained sharp without even a nick. "The quality is indeed good, and it's very sharp." Lee examined the sword several times, "but it's too light. It's more suitable for a lady." Ronan took the sword, weighed it in his hand, and said with feigned doubt, "Light. I think it's about the same weight as the iron swords at home." Lee blurted out, "How is that possible? Those swords are more than twice as heavy as this." Ronan looked down at the stone sword in his hand, his brow furrowed, pretending to be deep in thought. "I carried it all the way. Do you think I don't know how heavy it is?" He looked up at his mother, his voice softening as he feigned surprise. "Could it be that this sword is not only made of tough and sharp materials, but its weight can also vary from person to person?" Lee didn't reply. She stared at the stone sword for a while before finally saying, "Go and call Arnold." Ronan hesitated for a moment, and she noticed his hesitation, then said, "Arnold is trustworthy." Ronan nodded and turned to leave. I hadn't walked more than a few steps down the corridor when I ran into Lily. She was initially quite happy to see him, her eyes lighting up, but then she put on a stern face and pouted. "You didn't come back at noon," she said. "You lied to me." Ronan said she had something to do and would contact her later, then left in a hurry. Lily stood there, watching his back, her braids swinging angrily. Arnold followed Ronan back to the study. Just as he was about to bow, Lee told him to go over and try out the stone sword on the table to see how heavy it was. Arnold picked up the sword, weighed it in his hand, and said, "It weighs about 2 pounds." Lee then asked him to try the stack of books next to him. Arnold hugged it and said, "About 1 pound." Lee nodded and told him to go out first. Arnold put down his things, glanced at Ronan, said nothing, left, and closed the door behind him. The room fell silent. Lee looked at Ronan, and Ronan looked at the stone sword on the table. Neither of them spoke first. After a long while, Lee finally asked, "Why are you giving it to me?" Ronan looked up at his mother's haggard face, worn down by the years, and spoke the words he had been thinking about all the way. "I've seen everything that's happened at home recently. I originally went into the mountains to find something valuable to help my family. I never expected to find this sword because of it." He paused, then lowered his voice. "Perhaps God doesn't want House Ansel to decline like this." Lee was stunned. "God?" She looked at the dusty stone sword, then at Ronan. Her throat felt like it was blocked by something, and she couldn't speak for a long time. "Is it the God I've been praying to, the God who has never given me a response?" "Mom, how do you plan to sell this sword?" Lee paused for a moment, clearly not having considered this question. Take it to River Valley Town and ask a few merchants about the price. How much can those merchants in River Valley Town afford? Ronan continued before she could answer. How much is our family's annual income? How much money would the biggest merchant house in River Valley Town have? If you try to sell them a sword that costs a few hundred gold coins, it's not that they don't want to buy it, it's that they can't afford it. Ronan specifically emphasized setting the price of the sword at several hundred gold so that Lydia could set her sights higher. Lee fell silent. She hadn't thought about that. She was only thinking about selling the sword for money without considering whether anyone could afford to buy it. Even if they can scrape together the money to buy it, what price will they offer? Ronan continued. Since it's yours, they already know you urgently need the money, so they'll try to drive down the price. If you don't want to sell, they're not in a hurry either. Once you can't stand it anymore and sell it to them, they'll go back to the Viscount, the church, and the merchants in the capital. They'll resell it and make several times their initial investment. Why should we let them make money off a sword that we didn't get so easily? Lee looked up at Ronan. She had thought about what the boy was saying, but not this deeply. Then how do you suggest we sell it? Go to big places, big cities, even the capital, Ronan said. You won't go by yourself, you'll find someone to take you. The merchants in River Valley Town won't do, they don't have the connections. The Viscount does, but I'm afraid he'll covet it and won't help you. It might even cause trouble. The church does too, but you'll have to share their money. You need to find a middleman, someone who can speak to both sides, someone who won't run away with your money, someone very trustworthy. Why would Viscount Reinhardt do this? Lee was somewhat surprised that Ronan would think that way. We're under his control. What will you do if he takes a fancy to you? Ronan said irritably. Lee thought about it and realized she certainly couldn't afford to gamble now. Arnold knows the president of the River Valley Town Chamber of Commerce. The people Arnold knows are also from River Valley Town. They can't afford the price, and they can't find good connections. Instead, they might leak the information, which is very dangerous. Mom, think again. Did you know anyone when you were at your parents' house? Even if you only met them once, said a word to them, or knew their names, that would be fine. Lee remained silent for a long time. Her family had connections in the capital, but those connections were severed after she married into House Ansel. It's not that she hadn't thought about asking, but she couldn't bring herself to do it. If even her relatives were like that, then no one else would care about her. It's not a question of whether or not I can bring myself to do it. It's a question of whether or not I can survive. Looking at the sword on the table, this might really be the last chance. It was a gift from God, and Ronan brought it back. There was one, she said slowly. When I was a child, my father took me to a banquet hosted by a nobleman in the capital. The lady of that family was an old acquaintance of my mother. After my mother passed away, we lost contact. What's your name? Where do you live? His surname is Morton, and he lives in the northern part of the capital. His wife's name is Elena, I think that's her name. After saying that, Lee hesitated for a moment and said, I'm not sure if she's still there. Seeing her unwavering attitude, Ronan said urgently, It's okay. What we need now is a safe excuse to leave. We can go to her and tell everyone that we're going to her to raise money. Don't worry, no one should come to collect debts before you come back. He paused for a moment, so there's no need to rush. Even if they find out later that you didn't go there to borrow money, they'll still know that you have a sword worth several hundred gold coins, but you didn't sell it because the price didn't meet your expectations. This way, they'll be even less worried about our family not being able to pay off the debt. So all you need to do is find the person who can offer the highest price, wait for the opportunity, and come back before the new year. Seeing that Lee had accepted, he began to think about it. Ronan then added, the most important point is that this is a sword, not a weapon. Ronan pushed the sword forward. You've tried it. It's light, sharp, and its weight adjusts to the wearer's. As a weapon, it's not as good as an ordinary iron sword. As a work of art, it's unique. Have you ever seen a sword made of stone? Have you ever seen such a smooth stone? Have you ever seen a stone sharper than iron? That's its selling point. It's not that it can cut people, it's a miracle in itself. People who buy it don't buy it to fight, they buy it to display at home. Lee picked up the sword, stroked its blade, and understood her son's words. This was not a weapon, but a work of art. A work of art made of stone, sharper than ordinary iron, possessing extraordinary properties. So the buyer you're looking for isn't someone who lacks weapons, but someone who lacks face. Who lacks face? The Viscount doesn't lack it, he's rich enough. The church doesn't lack it, they have God. The nobles in the capital, they lack it. They have money and power, but no face. Having something in your home that others don't have is face. Your sword is something that gives others face. Lee lowered her sword and looked at Ronan. When did this child become so calculating? Ronan originally only wanted to guide this adoptive mother to find connections to solve the problem, but seeing her bewildered look, he gave up and directly shared his own ideas. He was already prepared for being viewed this way by Lee. With great power comes great responsibility. Go to Mrs. Morton, not to beg her to buy, but to ask her for help. Ask her to find you a buyer willing to pay. Once the sword is sold, give her a share. It's not a bribe, it's customary. She helps you, you thank her. She thanks you, you remember her. In the future, if she needs help, you help her. If you need help, she helps you. This isn't a business transaction, it's a favor. Ronan paused, looking into Lee's eyes. Mom, you're not selling a sword, you're paving a road. The money isn't the most important thing about selling this sword. The most important thing is that you've made the acquaintance of Mrs. Morton, you owe her a favor, and she's also benefited. As long as the favor is there, the road will be there. As long as the road is there, your home will be there. Lee stared at the dusty stone sword on the table, speechless for a long time. She remembered herself as a child, wearing a silk dress, going with her mother to the Morton family's banquet. Back then, she was just a child, knowing nothing. Now she is the wife of House Ansell, deeply in debt, her husband dead, her eldest son crippled, and her second son teaching her how to sell swords. She suddenly smiled, a very soft smile. There was hope for her family, and she seemed to have already seen how she could get out of this thorny path. Okay, she said. I'll go to the capital. Ronan looked at his mother and said nothing more. Lee carefully wrapped the sword and held it in her arms as if she were holding a baby. In her eyes, she was holding a hope. Seeing her like this, Ronan reminded her, Mom, when you go there, you can't be so protective of this sword, or everyone will know you're carrying something precious. Lee listened attentively to Ronan for a while, but gradually her brows furrowed. This child, once he starts talking, he just keeps going on and on. All right, she interrupted him. I've lived for over 30 or 40 years. Before I got married, I lived at your uncle's house for over 10 years. After marrying into this family, I've seen the world. Do I need you to teach me how to sell something? Ronan opened his mouth as if to say something, but then swallowed it back. You child, you used to not care about anything, but now you want to care about everything. Lee looked at him, her tone neither angry nor pleased, but rather a little helpless. Your mother isn't senile yet. I know who to talk to, what to say, and what to do. Just put away your little thoughts and take care of your own affairs. Ronan felt a little embarrassed by what she said and touched his nose. I was just worried you'd get taken advantage of. Afraid I'll get taken advantage of? Lee chuckled. Hasn't your mother suffered enough? Does she think she won't suffer any more just because you say a few words? Ronan was completely speechless. He had wanted to say a few more words, but now he could only obediently shut up. All right. Lee wrapped the sword up and put it aside. Don't just stand there, go do what you're supposed to do. Ronan responded, stood up, walked to the door, and then stopped. He hesitated for a moment, then turned around. Mom, are you going to go back to Uncle's house first and then go to the capital? Lee's hand paused for a moment. It's on the way, Ronan said. Besides, you're going to the capital alone and don't have anywhere to stay. At least you have a relative at your uncle's house. Lee unwrapped the sword, refolded it neatly, and tucked in the corners. She didn't look up, her voice flat. The matter concerning your elder brother has not gone well between the two sides. As for your uncle's side, we will not be in contact for the time being. Ronan was stunned. He hadn't expected this. His older brother had returned from his uncle's house, badly beaten. Not only had his uncle's family not offered any explanation, but no one had even come to see him. His mother hadn't said anything, but she was probably heartbroken. But they had mentioned sending him to his uncle's house before, and he had assumed it was just a temporary separation, not a complete break. But didn't you say before that I should go to my uncle's house to learn something? You're the younger generation. Lee looked up at him. It's fine for a junior to go. Adult matters have nothing to do with you kids. Do you think they'll kick you out? It's not that his mother doesn't have a temper, it's just that her temper isn't directed at this particular person. She can ask for favors, she can humble herself, and she can endure things, but she wouldn't let her child suffer along with her. She sent him to his uncle's house, not because she was shameless, but because she felt that her child's future was more important than her own reputation. Ronan didn't ask any more questions. He leaned against the door frame, watching his mother wrap and unwrap the sword repeatedly, but his mind was elsewhere. If the mother takes the sword to her uncle for help, the price of the sword will no longer be up to them to decide. My uncle's family are viscounts, richer, more powerful, and more connected than them. People don't help others for nothing. This sword sells for 100 gold coins and they only take 30. You still have to thank them. You sell it for 200 gold coins and they take 80 and you still think they're being generous. You have nothing to say. You're asking for their help. You're weak, they're strong, so whatever they say is what you get. That's the rule. Moreover, this is based on the premise of adhering to morality. If they use some tricks, you won't know how much they're selling it for, or they might even set a trap and simply say it's worthless to get rid of you. Ronan didn't say this aloud because his mother understood those people's character better than he did, and had already considered it by not choosing to speculate. Lee rewrapped the sword and placed it on the table. Then she rummaged through the cabinet and found some other things. Ronan leaned against the door and looked on without saying a word. I'm leaving tomorrow. She didn't even look up. I'll tell everyone I'm going back to my parents' home for a few days, and then I'll go to the capital after I get there. Ronan was stunned. Tomorrow? That's too fast. But it's better to leave early. There's no point in dragging this out. I'm leaving the house to you. Lee put the book she had been looking through on the table before looking up at him. Ronan chuckled. Aren't you afraid I'll make a mess of this territory? Lee glanced at him, her expression blank. This is your house Ansel territory. What you do with it is none of my business, Herbert's business. After she finished speaking, the corners of her mouth curled up slightly, and she lowered her head to tidy the straps of her bundle. Ronan looked at his mother's face, which had been taut by the years, and saw it relax. She suddenly wanted to laugh, but then felt she shouldn't. She spoke lightly, as if it really had nothing to do with her. But in the past 2 years, she has been taking care of everything, big or small, for House Ansel now that she's leaving. She's dumping this mess on him, and she'll say, it's none of my business. It wasn't that she really wouldn't close the door, but rather that she felt relieved and trusted him. Ronan didn't reply, but leaned against the door frame watching her busy herself. Mom, be careful on the road. Lee didn't respond, paused for a moment, and then continued. Ronan turned and left, leaving the door slightly ajar behind him. As Lee listened to his footsteps fade into the distance, she sat down and looked out the window. It was still early, and the sunlight shone on the opposite wall, making it appear golden. She sat for a while, then got up and opened the window a crack. Cool breeze blew in. She sat back down, took the bag of swords from the table, hugged it to her chest, leaned back in her chair and closed her eyes. Ronan came out of his mother's room, sat down on the bench in the living room and closed his eyes to rest. Actually, it wasn't that he didn't want to go, but that there was no need for him to go. His presence would only be a hindrance. Those tedious formalities are not something a transmigrator who hasn't studied them can handle. And I'm not worried. It would be best if the sword could be sold, but it doesn't matter if it can't. What I really care about isn't the money, but how the sword will be viewed in the hands of those people. How would they evaluate it? Would they say it's sharp or interesting? Would they say it's valuable or just a novelty? Would they use it or lock it in a cabinet as a decoration? These are the questions he wanted to know. This isn't about selling swords, it's about exploring new avenues. This sword was the first creation he put outwards, and also the pebble he threw out to explore the path. He needs to know whether a pebble he throws will sink or bounce, whether it will be picked up or kicked away. Once you know, you'll know where to go next. What exactly is the value of his Minecraft creations? In this world where magic and fighting spirit exist. In a world filled with all sorts of extraordinary items, do his things have any unique value? He was uncertain. He needed someone to tell him. Not just anyone, but someone who had seen the world and had experienced good things. He was a merchant in the capital, a steward of a noble family, and a deacon of the church. They had seen truly extraordinary items, valuable and worthless, rare and common. They looked at the sword, said not bad, and knew it was worth selling. He knows something is worthless just by saying it's all right. If someone says, I've never seen this before, he knows it's rare. These comments are his guideposts. He didn't care whether the sword could pay off his debts. What he cared about was whether the sword could help him see the road ahead. He sold the sword, got the money back, paid off the debt, and then what? He had a second, a third, and countless more. He can't live off selling swords forever. What he needs to know is what else his creations can do besides make money. Can it bring fame, connections, or protection? These are things that money can't buy. They're things you discover through trial and error. He tested it with a sword, and once he figured it out, he knew what to do next. If he can't figure it out, he'll think of another way. He's not in a hurry. He has plenty of time and resources. After a moment of contemplation, I felt something bump into my lower back. Turning his head, he saw that Lily had run over at some point, wrapped her arms around his waist, buried her face in his back, and remained silent. "What's wrong?" He turned to look at her. Lily didn't look up, her voice was muffled, coming through her clothes like a buzzing sound. "Brother, are you going to Uncle's house?" Ronan paused, unsure why she asked that. "Who said that? Didn't you just talk to Mom about this?" Lily's voice was nasal, as if she was holding back tears. "How long are you going to be gone? When are you leaving? Will you not come back?" Ronan sighed, reached out and pulled her from behind, making her sit next to him. Lily refused, then rushed over and hugged his arm, resting her head on his shoulder. His braid was askew, making his neck itchy. "I'm not going," Ronan said. Lily looked up, her eyes and nose red, her expression saying, "You're lying." "I'm really not going." Ronan pinched her nose. "Mom's going to Uncle's house. I'm not going. Someone needs to look after things at home. You, your older brother, and Grandpa Arnold all need someone to take care of them. Who will look after you if I leave?" Lily stared at him for several seconds, the tears in her eyes not falling but shrinking back. She rubbed her face against his sleeve and sniffed. "Then you promise," she said. Ronan tugged at her braid, pulling it askew. "I promise." Lily leaned closer again, this time without saying a word, just quietly resting against the wall. Ronan didn't move, just sat there letting her lean on him. He suddenly thought that if his mother left, he would really be the only one left to support the family. Ronan pinched Lily's little nose and teased, "You're so sad, aren't you worried about Mommy?" "Of course I'm worried," she said. "But Mom is just running errands and will be back soon. It's different for you. If you go to your uncle's house, I don't know how long it will take for you to come back. Then I'll be all alone at home." After she finished speaking, her voice grew softer and softer until the last few words seemed to be stuck in her mouth and she couldn't utter them. She lowered her head, her fingers clutching the hem of her clothes, pulling at it again and again. Ronan looked at her and suddenly felt a pang of heartache. In this family, her mother was busy, her eldest brother was disabled, and the original owner of this body used to be out all the time. No one accompanied her, no one cared about her, and no one listened to her. She eats alone, stares blankly by herself, and squats in the yard watching ants move their nest. She didn't cry, didn't make a fuss, and didn't cause trouble for others. She thought that as long as she behaved well, the family wouldn't fall apart. They thought that as long as they didn't make a fuss, the adults wouldn't get annoyed. She thought that as long as she was sensible, her brother wouldn't leave. She made herself the most worry-free person in the family, but also the loneliest. Ronan had only been there a few days, and after helping her dig the ground and pull weeds a few times, she already couldn't bear to leave. It's not that she's clingy, it's that she's desperately needing companionship. Ronan reached out and took her braids off, then retied them. Lily didn't move, sitting obediently while he pricked her. Ronan was clumsy. Her stitches were crooked and messy, even worse than when she tried to do them herself. Lily didn't mind. After he finished, she reached out and touched him, then put her hand down. "I'm not leaving," Ronan said. "I'm not going anywhere." When Lee reached the corner of the stairs, she saw Ronan comforting Lily in the living room, but she didn't go in. She didn't say anything, just stood at the corner of the stairs, listening to their conversation and watching the two shadows, one big and one small. She thought that if she held on, the family wouldn't fall apart. She thought that as long as she held on, the children wouldn't have to worry. They thought she could let them grow up carefree. She failed at everything. She failed to manage her territory, failed to pay off the debts left by her husband, her eldest son was ruined, her second son almost died on the mountain, and her youngest daughter, only 5 years old, was already at the mercy of others. They thought that if they took on all the burdens, the children would be happy. But when did Lily learn to read people's expressions? She didn't know. When did Ronan become estranged from her family? She didn't know. Ellen locked herself in her room. She didn't know what to do. All she knows is being busy, worrying, borrowing money, paying off debts, and dealing with tax collectors. They thought that once they finished all this, they would have time to take care of their children. But the debts can never be paid off, the taxes can never be stopped, and she is always busy. She was so busy that her daughter stopped looking for her, her son stopped talking to her, and her family was on the verge of falling apart. Only then did she realize that she hadn't done anything right. She stood at the corner of the stairs, looking at the two figures, tears streaming down her face. She dared not make a sound, dared not go over, dared not let them see her. I was afraid that if I went over there, I would shatter this warm and cozy scene. She stood there, covering her mouth, crying silently for a while, before turning around and going back. When Ronan woke up the next morning, sunlight was already streaming in through the cracks in the window, drawing a long, bright line on the floor. He lay on the bed staring at the roof beams for a while, his mind slowly starting to work. He couldn't sleep last night, so he sneaked out. With the seeds on his mind, he went to the back mountain under the moonlight. He had already cleared all the weeds from the backyard. There was nothing left. He wanted to go somewhere else, further away, to the riverbank, down the slope, to those corners where no one usually goes. The moonlight was dim, and he walked a long way in the dark. He squatted by the river and tried many things, squatted down the slope and removed a lot of weeds, and squatted on the edge of the field. There was nothing there. Why? Was it the wrong season? Or did the grass in this place simply not produce seeds? He didn't know. He weeded until late at night and only went home when his legs went numb. I rolled over and got out of bed. The sun was already high in the sky outside the window. I guessed it was past 10 o'clock. I slowly got dressed and went downstairs. Arnold was standing by the long table in the hall, holding a stack of papers in his hand, flipping through them with his head down. Hearing footsteps, he turned around and immediately bowed. "Young master, you've risen." Ronan hummed in agreement and walked to the table to sit down. "Where's my mom?" "Madam left early this morning." Arnold put the stack of papers in his hand aside, came over and poured him a glass of water. "She set off before dawn, saying she wanted to get to River Valley Town before noon, rest for a while, and then head south." Ronan was taken aback. He thought his mother would call him before leaving, at least to see him off. "Why didn't she call me?" Arnold shook his head. "Madam said you've been working hard these past few days and that you should rest. Don't worry about her, she'll be fine on her own." Ronan held the water glass but didn't drink it. He stared at the water sloshing around in the glass without saying a word. That's just how his mother is. She shoulders everything herself and doesn't ask them for help, not even letting them see her off when she leaves. Arnold took the stack of papers from the table and placed them in front of Ronan. "Young master, these are the documents for our territory. The land deeds, tax bills, leases, and debts are all here. Madam instructed me to take a look before she left." Ronan glanced at the stack of papers, then at Arnold, but didn't reach out. "Why are you showing me this?" Arnold paused for a moment, probably not expecting him to ask that question. He opened his mouth as if to say something, but then swallowed it back. After a while, confirming that Ronan really didn't want to watch, she slowly spoke. "Madam said that before she returned, you were in charge of the household, and these matters need to be handled by you." He paused, then added, "She said it was her fault for not letting you learn before. Now it's your turn to take over." Ronan looked at the stack of papers without saying a word. Head of the household. He's just the second son. What kind of head of the household is he? Is his mother not planning to come back? No, she's just going to sell swords. She'll be back in a while. But when she handed these things to him, as if she wanted to mentor him, she pushed the stack of papers back. "Keep them, I don't want to look at them now." Arnold didn't take it. The papers lay scattered on the table, spread out. Deeds, tax bills, leases, debts. One by one, some of the papers yellowed, the edges curled up. Ronan stared at the papers for a while, sighed, then gathered them together, folded them neatly, and pushed them towards Arnold. "Give me a brief explanation." Arnold took the stack of papers from the table and placed them in front of Ronan. "Young master, these are the documents for our territory. The land deeds, tax bills, leases, and debts are all here." He turned to the first page, pointing to the densely packed words. "This is the land deed, left by your grandfather. It shows the boundaries of our territory, east to Shallow Water River, west to Eagle's Beak Slope, south to the main road, and north to the foot of Iron Anvil Mountain. Now the boundaries have shrunk considerably. The neighboring Baron Wolf has taken part of it, Lord Viscount has taken part of it, and there's some land that's been rented out and can't be recovered." He flipped through a few more pages. "This is the tax bill. The kingdom collects war tax, land tax, and knight service fees every year. The lady keeps a record of everything, from what was paid to what was owed. This is the lease agreement. The land rent, mill rent, and market tax for our territory are all recorded here." He turned to the last page, his voice lowering. "These are debts, the merchants, the church S, the neighboring Baron Wolf's, Lord Viscount S. The lady has been burdened by these debts all these years." Ronan looked at the papers one by one, but didn't quite understand them. The handwriting is messy, the entries are disorganized, and some parts have been altered. "This is not an account book, it's a debt book. What I'm recording isn't income, it's debt." He read a few pages and then closed the book. "Arnold, you said our territory's boundaries were to the Shallow River in the east, Eagle's Beak in the west, the main road in the south, and the foot of Iron Anvil Mountain in the north. Do those boundaries still stand?" Arnold shook his head. "It counts, but nobody recognizes it. Baron Wolf next door took our land east of the river, claiming it as his. Lord Viscount took our northern woodland as collateral. The main road to the south is still there, but it's difficult to travel, and caravans don't like to come here. Eagle's Beak slope to the west is ours, and Manor below the slope is also ours. But the land outside Manor has also been taken. What do you mean by occupied? Ronan asked. Arnold smiled wryly. They just take advantage of certain things to avoid paying rent. Ronan didn't say anything. Since he could keep it, it meant he couldn't take it back anytime soon. Keep it safe. You'll need it later. Arnold took it and carefully folded it. He looked up at Ronan as if to say something, but then closed his mouth again. Ronan didn't notice his expression. He took his water glass, walked to the door, and stood on the threshold looking out. The weather is so nice. The sky is blue, the clouds are white, and the Iron Anvil Mountain looms there in the distance, dark and indistinct. Ronan stood on the threshold, looking at Iron Anvil Mountain in the distance. It was the highest mountain here, but it was very solid, like an anvil squatting there. He suddenly asked, Arnold, do you think there's iron ore in Iron Anvil Mountain? At least the name has iron in it. Arnold stood behind him, slightly bent over. No, young master. His voice was calm, as if he were talking about something very old. Iron Anvil Mountain is named so because the rocks in the mountain are hard. It's not because there is iron in it. If there were iron ore, this place wouldn't be our family's territory. It's very hard. Is it easy to mine? Ronan became interested. In the original owner's memories, the rocks there were very hard, somewhat like basalt. No, the cost is too high. Stone merchants are unwilling to mine it. Ronan looked at the mountain. The rocks were hard and there was no iron. Although the mining speed for rocks in Minecraft was about the same, there was no point in digging there. The most important things now are finding seeds and acquiring iron ore. Having iron allows one to arm oneself, and even to arm those who are loyal to one, thus establishing a foothold in this world. Lily came out of the house and quietly stood next to Ronan. Without saying a word, she leaned against the door frame with her hands behind her back and her eyes looking at the distant mountains. Ronan looked down at her and reached out to pat her head. Mom's gone out and won't be home for the next few days. Come find me if you need anything. Don't wander off on your own. Lily looked up at him, without asking where her mother had gone or when she would be back. She simply nodded, her voice soft but earnest. I'll follow my brother. Ronan pulled his hand away from her head. If you're bored, go play by yourself, just don't go too far. He turned to Arnold and said, Go to study, tell me in detail about the territory. Then he walked toward study. Lily followed behind him, her steps light like a kitten. The study is small, with bookshelves lining 3 walls, but there are only a few books on them. Most of them are empty. The window faces south, so the light is decent, but the window frame is old and doesn't close properly. The wind gets in through the cracks, making the paper on the table rustle. Arnold, who was walking ahead, was already waiting at the door, holding a stack of papers in his hands, his waist slightly bent. When he saw Ronan come in, he stepped aside to let him pass. Ronan sat down behind the desk, and Lily followed him in, climbing onto a chair against the wall and swinging her legs back and forth without making a sound. Arnold stood by the desk, flipping through the stack of papers. He turned a page and pointed to the numbers. The territory has over 400 people and 3 villages. Shang Village, Zaya Village, and Zigu Village. Shang Village is by the river, so it has more people and better land. Zaya Village is on a slope, so the land is worse. Zigu Village is the most remote and has the fewest people. Many have left. There used to be 4 villages, but Baron Wolf occupied one of them. He turned another page. There are about 1,000 acres of arable land, planted with rye, oats, and beans. The soil is poor and the yield is low. 1 acre can produce about 100 caddies of grain. After paying rent and keeping some for seed, there's not much left. The villagers themselves can't even feed themselves, and our family can't collect much rent either. He turned to the next few pages, his voice growing softer. There's a mill, a market, open on the 5th and 10th of each month. There's a quarry, but it's been mortgaged to a merchant. There's half a woodland, which Lord Viscount took over. The blacksmith shop was mortgaged to Baron Wolf. The brewery was given to your uncle. He turned to the last page, his voice almost inaudible. This is the foundation of our territory. Young master, Madam has been supporting us all these years with this foundation. After he finished speaking, he closed the stack of papers. Ronan didn't want to hear such a vague explanation. Please elaborate on the territory's income and expenses and tax issues. Arnold reopened the stack of papers, flipped to a few pages in the middle, pointed at them with his finger, and spoke in a low voice as if reciting an old grievance. Our territory's income is divided into several parts. The largest part is land rent. We grow rye, oats, and beans on 1,000 acres of land. In a good year, 1 acre can yield 140 to 150 caddies of grain. In a bad year, even 100 caddies is barely enough. We collect 30% of the land rent, and in a normal year, we can harvest about 400 she of grain. 400 she at the market price of 2 silver coins per she is 800 silver coins, which is equivalent to 8 gold coins. He paused, then turned the page. But the harvests have been poor these past few years, so the land rent is only a little over 300 she, a unit of dry measure. Grain prices are also low, so we can't sell it for a good price. Therefore, the actual amount we receive from the land rent is only 6 or 7 gold coins. Turn to the next page. The second is the mill tax. We have a mill, old but still usable. The people come to grind flour and we collect 10%. In a year, we can collect several dozen bushels of flour. Converted to money, that's a little over 1 gold coin. The third is the market tax. We hold markets every 5 and 10 days. The people come to sell eggs, firewood, and wild vegetables, while merchants come to sell salt, needles and thread, and pottery. We collect stall fees and transaction taxes. In a year, we can collect several dozen silver coins, which is half a gold coin. The fourth is the poll tax. Each person pays 5 copper coins a year. With over 400 people, we can collect over 2,000 copper coins, which is about 20 silver coins, less than half a gold coin. Turning the pages, I went to the next one. The fifth section is miscellaneous. The people pay a tax on firewood they cut, a tax on fish they catch, and a tax on cattle they rent from us. These can amount to several dozen silver coins a year. But in recent years, many people have left, and we can't collect these miscellaneous taxes anymore. He pointed to the numbers on the paper and showed them to Ronan. Young master, you see, the total income of our territory over the years has only amounted to 12 or 13 gold coins. When grain prices are good, it can reach 15 or 16, but when grain prices are bad, it's less than 10. Madam has been supporting this family and paying off those debts with this meager income all these years. Arnold turned to the next few pages, his finger pointing to another line of text. Let's talk about expenses. The biggest expense is the kingdom's taxes. War tax, land tax, and night service fees add up to 10 gold coins a year. This is a fixed expense. If you can't pay, you'll lose your title. The first thing the lady does every year is to raise this money. He turned the page. The second item is the church's tithe. The nobles are all religious and have to pay 1/10 of their income each year. In recent years, their income has been low, so they have paid less, just over 1 gold coin a year. He thought for a moment and asked, "What about the church's tithe? Isn't it calculated based on income? Doesn't that income have the kingdom's taxes deducted from it?" Arnold nodded. It's calculated based on gross income. Our family has a low income, so we pay less, just over a gold coin a year. We don't come to church much. Occasionally, a pastor passes by, holds a service, and collects some donations. Healing the sick, nobody comes. When we get sick, we just bear it ourselves. If we can't bear it, we go to the herbalist. Only when all else fails do we go to the church in River Valley Town. As an atheist, this made Ronan very unhappy, but it was the rule and there was nothing he could do about it. He looked at the stack of papers, tapping his fingers lightly twice on the table. What about household expenses? Food, clothing, house repairs, farm tools, how much do those cost in a year? Arnold turned to the next few pages. The lady, the young master, the young lady, the eldest young master, plus a few servants, their food, clothing, and other necessities cost about 2 or 3 gold coins a year. The manor needs repairs, the mill needs maintenance, and farm tools need to be bought, which also costs 1 or 2 gold coins a year. That adds up to 4 or 5 gold coins, and the lady tries her best to save on all of that. That's why things are like this at home, Ronan sighed. Is there anything else? Harold continued. The fourth is debts owed to merchants, the church, Baron Wolf next door, Lord Viscount, and the lady's original family. The interest alone amounts to 2 or 3 gold coins each year, some of which have been settled with goods. The principal has remained largely untouched. Arnold smiled bitterly. The lady has managed to get by all these years. The manor that needed repairs wasn't repaired, the mill that needed mending wasn't mended, and the farm tools that needed buying weren't bought. The family's food and clothing have been cut back again and again. The lady and you haven't had a single new piece of clothing made all year round, and eldest young master's medicine has been interrupted several times. All the money saved has been used to pay off debts. So, on the books, the income and expenditure are about the same, but in reality, we've been living a very tight life, stretching every penny in half. After listening to Arnold's account, Ronan leaned back in his chair and remained silent for a long time. He thought that even the worst baron could save up a dozen or so gold coins a year. Now I know what kind of income that was from that territory. The income from a territory was so meager, which was beyond his comprehension. At this rate, the territory could barely sustain them. "How much did you borrow in total?" Ronan asked. Arnold glanced at Lily sitting in the chair next to him and hesitated for a moment. Lily was swinging her legs, looking out the window, not paying attention to this side. Ronan glanced at Arnold, gesturing for him to speak. Arnold took a deep breath and lowered his voice. "Around 300 gold coins." Ronan nearly collapsed. 300 gold coins. He quickly calculated in his mind that if his family had only 4 or 5 gold coins left each year, it would take them 60 or 70 years to pay off the debt, even if they didn't eat or drink. He opened his mouth as if to say something, but then swallowed it back. How did his dad manage to borrow 300 gold coins? Who would be so reckless as to lend them to him? Ronan paused for a moment and asked, "When my father was alive, besides the income from the territory, were there any other sources of income?" Arnold nodded. "Baron is a knight. Serving on the battlefield can reduce some of the kingdom's taxes. If he performs meritorious service, he will also be rewarded. One year he went to fight on the border with Lord Viscount, performed meritorious service, and was rewarded with 50 gold coins." He paused, his voice lower. Baron doesn't really care about the territory. He thinks the territory is just for collecting rent, paying taxes, and supporting his family. If he wants to turn things around, he has to rely on his supernatural abilities. He spends all his money on that. Ronan didn't speak. He leaned back in his chair and stared at the ceiling. His father wasn't incapable of managing the territory, he simply didn't take it seriously. In this world, if you possess extraordinary abilities, you will not lack material things. If there's a chance to rise up, who would care about a few acres of barren land or a few copper coins and taxes? Then his dad went for it, gambled, and lost. He lost the bet, and the debt remained. He couldn't say his dad was wrong. If it were him, he probably would have done the same, but he wouldn't have left such a mess. Ronan leaned back in his chair, staring at the ceiling, his mind still preoccupied with the 300 gold coins. He originally thought that selling the stone sword would clear most of his debts. Now that Arnold has said this, I realize that the territory only produces a dozen or so gold coins a year. What does 300 gold coins mean? His father served in the army and made meritorious contributions, so the king rewarded him with 50 gold coins. Even the rarest stone sword couldn't possibly sell for 100 gold coins. He dared not even consider it. He needed to find another way out quickly. "How are taxes determined?" Ronan asked. "Are there strict rules in the kingdom, or does it decide for itself?" Arnold's hand trembled slightly. He looked up at Ronan, his lips moved, but he didn't speak. Arnold placed the paper on the table, took 2 steps forward, and said in a low voice, "Young master, please don't even think about raising taxes." Ronan was taken aback. It was just a casual mention, yet he was so excited. "Listen to me," Arnold said urgently, his words coming out faster than usual. "Baron Wolf next door is hoping you'll raise taxes. His subjects know better than anyone how to calculate. They'll flock to whichever land has the lowest taxes. If you raise taxes, they'll flee. If they flee, the land will lie fallow. If the land lies fallow, whose rent will you collect? Whose taxes will you collect?" Seeing that Ronan didn't seem to care, he paused, took a breath, and continued, "There was once a baron, just like your family, who was in debt. In desperation, he raised the tax from 30% to 50%. His subjects couldn't pay, and most of them fled. The land was abandoned, the rent disappeared, and the taxes couldn't be collected. In the end, that baron didn't even keep his title. His territory was taken over by the kingdom, and he disappeared without a trace." Ronan looked at him but didn't interrupt. "Young master, our family's taxes are not high. The land rent is 30%, which is 10% lower than other families. This is a rule set by your grandfather, and Madam has never increased it, no matter how difficult things have been over the years. It's not that Madam doesn't want to increase it, but that she doesn't dare to. It's easy to increase taxes, but it's hard to regain credibility by reducing them. If you increase them, the people will resent you. If you reduce them, the people will not appreciate it. Once people's hearts are scattered, they can never be won back. After Arnold finished speaking, he took a step back, stood there, bent over, and looked at the ground, feeling that he had overstepped his bounds. Ronan looked at him and suddenly felt like laughing. This old man thought he was going to raise taxes, and he was so scared that he couldn't even speak properly. "I didn't say I was going to raise taxes," Ronan said. "At least not now." Arnold looked up and paused for a moment. "I asked how the tax was determined because I wanted to know who set the rules and whether they could be changed. I didn't want to add taxes, I wanted to subtract them." Arnold opened his mouth, then closed it again. He looked at Ronan with a hint of uncertainty in his eyes, as if he hadn't understood. After listening to Arnold's words, Ronan leaned back in his chair and thought for a while. "So, according to you, lords can change taxes at will, and the kingdom doesn't care." Arnold hesitated for a moment, then nodded. "The kingdom only cares whether you pay your taxes, not how much you collect. If you collect 30% and pay it, the kingdom doesn't care. If you collect 50% and pay it, the kingdom still doesn't care. If you collect 10% and pay it, the kingdom still doesn't care." After he finished speaking, he added, "But please, please don't." Ronan raised his hand to interrupt him. "I know, no tax increase." Looking at Arnold's wrinkled face, he continued, "What other rights does a lord have? Besides collecting taxes, what else can he manage? What can he do? Tell me all of that." Arnold looked at him, feeling a little uneasy. I don't know what the young master is thinking about the questions he asked today, but judging from his unhurried manner, he doesn't seem to be up to anything reckless. He took a deep breath, thought for a moment, and then began to speak slowly. "The Lord can do whatever he wants on his own land. The land is yours, so you can plant whatever you want. The mountains are yours, so you can dig for stones or chop wood if you want. The rivers are yours, so you can fish if you want. The mills are yours, so you can buy as much flour as you want. The markets are yours, so you can open them and close them as you want." "So how do the people live here?" Ronan asked. "The people will cultivate your land and pay rent. They will cut your firewood and pay firewood tax. They will catch your fish and pay fish tax. They will use your mill and pay mill tax. They will do business in the market and pay transaction tax. The rest is theirs. They will pay you money for weddings and funerals, and you can set the amount." "How can we treat our people?" Roan continued to ask. He paused, swallowed, and continued, "Make them perform regular labor. If any of their subjects commit offenses, you will be the judge. For example, fighting, stealing, or failing to pay debts. You can fine them, punish them, or lock them up. After the judgment, if the subjects are dissatisfied, they have nowhere to appeal. They can appeal to the viscount, the church, or the kingdom, but no one will care. This is your land, you decide." He paused, then added, "Of course, you can't go too far. If you push your people too far, they'll run away. If they all run away, the land will be barren. If the land is barren, you won't be able to collect anything. So, as a lord, you must not only collect taxes, but also retain your people. If you keep your people, you can collect taxes. If they run away, you'll lose everything." Ronan listened, his fingers tapping lightly on the table, one tap at a time. After Arnold finished speaking, he stood there, slightly bent over, his eyes looking at the ground. "Therefore, in this territory, I am the heaven," Ronan said. Arnold raised his head, glanced at him, then lowered it again. "Yes, young master, you are the master." "The sky is falling down?" Ronan thought for a moment and asked. "Can I touch anything in their house?" "No, that's their private property," Arnold said urgently, genuinely afraid that Ronan would do such a thing. Ronan didn't ask any more questions. He leaned back in his chair and stared at the ceiling. He has the rights, he can set the rules, but he can't drive people away. The people have left, there's no one to produce anything, and we can't collect anything. This is not a matter of rights, but a matter of degree, and that degree is the other territories. Of course, if you want to keep people in the workforce by raising taxes, you can simply increase hidden benefits. After listening to this, Ronan leaned back in his chair and went over what Arnold had just said in his mind. Collecting taxes, setting rules, managing people, and retaining people, I roughly understand what's going on. But just knowing isn't enough, you have to see for yourself. Whether the land is fertile or barren, whether people are diligent or lazy, whether the road is good or bad, you have to walk it yourself to know. Arnold, that's all for today. Go back and get some rest." Arnold stood by the table, still clutching the stack of papers in his hand without moving. He glanced at Ronan, then at the ledger on the table. His lips moved as if he wanted to say something, but he swallowed it back. "Young master, what about these documents?" Put it on the table, I'll look at it myself. Arnold put the paper down, took a step back, and stood there with his back slightly bent. He didn't leave, his feet seemed rooted to the ground. Ronan looked up at him. Is there anything else? Arnold shook his head, then nodded, then shook his head again. He opened his mouth, finally managing to squeeze out, Young master, you mustn't do anything rash. Ronan looked at him without saying a word. Arnold probably realized he'd misspoke and quickly added, What I meant was, things about the territory can't be rushed. Take your time, don't take what I just said and think you can do whatever you want on the territory. Rules are rules, but people are flexible. If you push people too far, they'll run away. If they all run away, the land will be barren. If the land is barren, you won't be able to collect anything. Ronan looked at him, smiled, and nodded. I understand. Arnold seemed about to say something, but after opening his mouth, he closed it again. He stood there, looking at Ronan with worry and unease in his eyes. He worked at this company for 40 years, watching Ronan's father grow up, and then watching Ronan grow up. He feared that his child would be like his father, acting impulsively and squandering the family fortune. He was even more afraid that the child would be more anxious than his father, so anxious that he would drive away the people and squander the last bit of their family fortune. He was reluctant to leave, but he knew he had to go. He bowed, saluted, and turned to walk towards the door. He walked very slowly, as if each step was waiting for Ronan to call him back. Ronan sat in the chair, staring at the closed door, and suddenly smiled. This old man thinks a lot. Ronan looked at Lily and asked, How are you? Bored, Lily jumped off the chair, walked over to him, and shook her head. She looked up at him, her eyes bright, as if she had been holding back for a long time and finally couldn't hold back anymore. Brother, is our family really that powerful in this territory? Can we do whatever we want? Her voice was soft, tinged with uncertainty, as if she had heard some incredible secret but couldn't believe it. Ronan tapped her on the head lightly. Even the king can't do whatever he wants in the kingdom, so what right do we, a mere baron, have? Lily covered the spot where she had been hit, pouting, but her eyes were still bright, as if she was thinking about something. Ronan ignored her, leaned back in his chair, and stared at the ceiling. He has the right, it was granted by the kingdom, but he cannot abuse it. If you don't use him properly, even a king can be overthrown, let alone a mere baron. If he runs away, that's a small matter. He might just fight you to the death, a one-for-one exchange. Lily stood beside him, not saying a word, just standing there with her little hands behind her back, tilting her head to look at him. Ronan felt a little uncomfortable under her gaze and said to her, Go play, don't just stand here. Lily shook her head. I'll stay with my brother. Ronan didn't urge her to leave. He leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes. Lily didn't bother him. She climbed onto the chair next to him, sat down, dangling her legs quietly. Ronan tapped his fingers lightly on the table. Sunlight streamed in through the window cracks, drawing a bright line on the floor and slowly creeping into the room. Lily sat on the chair next to her, swinging her legs without making a sound. Ronan thought about it for a long time. Power, it is said, is given by the king, but in reality, it is not. The king's power comes from his own fist. His fist is the strongest, therefore he sits on the throne. The duke listened to him not because of his surname, but because he couldn't beat him. The king wanted to collect taxes, and the duke dared not refuse to pay, not because the duke feared the king as a person, but because he feared the soldiers under the king's command. When the duke returned to his own territory, he was the god. The count listened to him not because of his high rank, but because of his powerful fist. If the count dares to disobey, the duke will dare to beat him until he submits. In their own territory, the earl is the ruler, and the viscount obeys the earl, and the baron obeys the viscount. Layer upon layer of pressure is applied downwards. Whoever has the strongest fist gets to decide. Arnold said that if his people committed a crime, he could try them. The verdict was handed down, and the people were dissatisfied, but there was nothing they could do. It wasn't because he was in the right, but because his fist was bigger than the people's. The people couldn't defeat him, so they had to listen to him. But convicting someone isn't something you can just do with a sentence. You have to make them abide by your judgment. If they don't, the judgment is pointless. How do you get them to comply? By threatening them with force, of course. If they've committed a crime, how can you reason with them? If you don't comply, you'll be beaten into submission. It's not abuse, it's establishing authority. If you don't establish your authority, no one will take you seriously. His father was too permissive back then, thinking that kindness would win people's hearts, but in reality, it only made others think he was easy to bully. Rights are not written on paper, but lived in the fist. Might makes right. A weak fist is nothing. If you want to keep power in your own hands, you need an army that is loyal to you. In such a small place, 10 people are the maximum. Even the king's army needs to be supported. It needs to be paid, supplied with provisions, and rewarded for its merits. Without money, who will fight for you? If Ronan wants people to follow him and risk their lives for him, he needs to give them enough benefits. Simply put, he needs to pay them enough wages. So the most important thing now is to get money or goods. He doesn't have money now, but he has power. Power, if used well, is a game of chance. If used poorly, it can harm oneself or even lead to death. Once we have supplies and money, then, once the people are taken care of, the team will be formed. With a team in place, our fists will be stronger. A strong fist can change the policies of a territory, forcing others to comply. Vincent's visit after finishing lunch, Ronan pushed his bowl away, stood up, and glanced at Lily, who was still slowly eating her rice. "Come on, let's go see the weeds you pulled yesterday." Lily looked up, her mouth still full of food, and glared at him with her cheeks puffed out. "You don't believe me?" she said vaguely, her voice trembling with anger. Lily quickly ate a couple of mouthfuls of rice, put down her bowl, rested for a while, and then followed Ronan to the backyard. When they arrived at the backyard, Ronan stopped and looked around. The lawn, which was uneven and messy just a few days ago, is now much neater. The tall grasses have been pulled out, leaving only the short grasses close to the ground and the newly sprouted grass shoots. The autumn sun shone through the gaps in the clouds, gilding the grass with a pale golden light. The shadow of Iron Anvil Mountain loomed in the northwest corner, and a cool breeze blew from there, carrying the scent of hay and earth. Lily stood next to him, her hands behind her back, her chin held high. "How was it?" she asked, her voice tinged with smugness and a hint of threat that said, "If you dare say it's bad, I'll cry." Ronan squatted down, ruffled the grass roots on the ground, then stood up and glanced at her. "Not bad." Lily immediately pouted. "What do you mean, okay?" "I've been picking at them all morning, and my hands are covered in blisters." She held out her hand and showed it to him. Sure enough, there was a red patch at the base of her fingers. Ronan took a strip of cloth out of his pocket, took her hand, wrapped it around the base of her fingers twice, and tied a knot. Lily paused for a moment, looked down at the crooked knot, and suddenly fell silent. She clenched her fingers, then loosened them, then clenched them again, then loosened them again. Ronan squatted down and dug at the grass roots on the ground again. Grass is grass, soil is soil, there's nothing there. He'd been cutting grass for days, tall grass, short grass, grass close to the ground, by the river, down the slope, on the field ridges, everywhere he could go, but nothing worked. I don't know if the method is wrong, or if this thing simply doesn't produce seeds. He began to doubt whether his abilities could only be applied to non-living things. Wood can be chopped into blocks, stone can be carved into blocks, and soil can be shoveled into blocks. Grass can't, saplings can't, and seeds can't. Perhaps it's not that he's incapable, but that the rules don't allow it. He thought of the 2 cows again, a male and a female whom he secretly fed, but they were still just ordinary cows. It's not a MC cow, it won't grow or reproduce quickly. Ronan squatted by the ground, his mind still racing about the seeds. Lily stood beside him, clutching a handful of grass, unsure whether to throw it away. Arnold walked over from the other end of the courtyard, his pace neither fast nor slow, and bowed when he reached him. "Young Master Vincent is here. He says he needs to see you." Ronan looked up, startled. "Vincent, grain merchant's son? What's he doing here? What's the matter?" Arnold shook his head. "He didn't say. He only said he wanted to see you." Ronan thought for a moment, then stood up and clapped his hands. "Let him in." Arnold responded and turned to leave. After a while, footsteps were heard at the courtyard gate. Vincent followed behind Arnold, wearing a dark blue robe of poor quality, but it was clean, and a brass brooch was fastened to his collar. When he walked in, his eyes first swept around the yard, then glanced at Ronan's old clothes, and finally landed on the freshly turned ground. His lips twitched slightly, but he quickly stopped himself from speaking. He had a smile on his face, but it didn't really reach his eyes. Ronan had seen this kind of smile before. It was in the original owner's memories. Every time Vincent came to visit him, he had this expression. He called him affectionately, but his eyes were sizing him up, what he was wearing, what he was holding, and what valuables he had at home. "Young Master Ronan, you look much better than I have in a few days." Vincent walked over, bowed, and was even more polite than before. Ronan leaned against the wall, not moving. "What is it?" Vincent glanced at Arnold, then at Lily beside him, and smiled. "It's nothing serious, I just heard you were better, so I came to check on you. We haven't had a drink together in ages. If you're free, how about we go to the pub tonight? Same old place, same old guys." Ronan looked at him but didn't reply. the same old place, those friends. He recalled the scenes from the original owner's memories. Several people around a table, Vincent sitting in the middle, others pouring him drinks, offering him cigarettes, and saying nice things to him. The original owner sat on the side, his face flushed and neck red from drinking, thinking that he was one of them. He didn't realize that Vincent. Inviting him for drinks wasn't because he considered him a friend, but because he thought Vincent was a fool. The second son of a fallen noble family, he had no skills and could not help in any way. His only value was his face. Vincent, the young master of House Ansel, is a living advertisement simply by sitting in the tavern. Anyone who sees him knows that Vincent has connections with the nobility. How much is this friendship worth? Not much, but enough for Vincent to brag about. "I'm not free tonight," Ronan said. Vincent's smile froze for a moment, but he quickly recovered. "Tomorrow, the day after tomorrow is fine too. Whenever is convenient for you, I'm available anytime." He took half a step forward, lowering his voice. "Ronan, we've known each other for so many years, you wouldn't have distanced yourself from me because of what happened last time, would you? I was wrong last time, I shouldn't have talked back to you. Please be magnanimous and don't hold it against me." Ronan looked at him without saying a word. Vincent was still smiling, but his eyes had changed. It wasn't fear, it was unease. He couldn't figure out what Ronan was thinking, which made him uncomfortable. Ronan used to be easy to understand. A smile would make him open his heart, and a few drinks would make him call you brother. Now, Ronan isn't speaking, smiling, or engaging in conversation, so he doesn't know how to continue the performance. Ronan straightened up and walked over from the wall. "We'll talk about it tonight." He left those words behind and went inside. Lily followed, her braids swinging behind her. Vincent stood in the yard, watching his retreating figure, and the smile on his face slowly faded. He glanced at Arnold, but Arnold kept his head down and wouldn't look at him. He glanced at the turned-up ground again, his lips twitched, and this time he couldn't help but let something indescribable flash in his eyes. Not hatred, not anger, but a kind of jealousy and envy that he thought he had hidden well, but which was obvious to everyone. House Ansel is in such a state. What is there for him to envy about this wretched place? He himself couldn't explain it, but he just felt uncomfortable. Why? His family was rich, had grain, and owned businesses. His family had nothing, they were dirt poor. But Ronan stood in this dilapidated courtyard, wearing old clothes and with mud on his shoes, yet his steps were more steady, more deliberate, and more like a human being than his. He was unconvinced, but Arnold stood beside him, bent over, and gestured forward with his hand. "Young Master Vincent, this way, please." Vincent snapped out of his reverie, smiled, and followed him outside. His steps were slower than when he came, as if he didn't really want to leave, but couldn't find a reason to stay. Vincent's intentions. Arnold saw Vincent off and returned to the study. Ronan was sitting at the table flipping through a stack of old documents. Lily was no longer in the room. She had probably gone to find Martha to ask for food. Arnold stood at the door, not coming in, and hesitated for a moment before speaking. "Young Master, Vincent is gone." Ronan didn't look up. Arnold took 2 steps forward and stood by the table, his hands hanging down, unsure of what to do with them. He thought for a moment, then spoke up. "Young Master, Vincent's visit this time wasn't his own choice. His father sent him." Ronan looked up at him. "When tax collector came that day, Vincent and his son were also there. You said something at the time, if anything happens to grain merchant in the future, you won't know anything." Old Walker took that to heart. Arnold's voice wasn't loud, but he enunciated each word clearly. "He's scared. Not scared of you, but scared of your grudge. You're an aristocrat, and he's a merchant. If you want to deal with him, you don't even need to lift a finger. You can easily find a pretext to make him regret it. He sent Vincent here to test your opinion and see if you still hold a grudge. He also wanted to apologize and let the matter drop." Ronan leaned back in his chair, tapped his fingers lightly on the table twice, and chuckled. "Why don't they come when my mom is home? Why do they have to wait until I'm a grown man to come home?" He shook his head. "Isn't it just because I'm a kid, easy to fool? They think I'll become brothers with them after a few nice words and a few drinks. That's what they're after, isn't it?" Arnold stood by the table, his fingers twisting inside his sleeve, and didn't reply. He opened his mouth as if to say something, but then swallowed it back. "I want to advise Ronan not to fall out with the grain merchant, not to narrow his path, and not to get into conflicts with influential people in the territory." But when he looked at Ronan, sitting behind that old table, wearing worn-out clothes with frayed edges, flipping through yellowed old documents, his words and actions were more composed than those of many adults he had ever met. It's not the kind of composure that's feigned. It's the composure that comes from knowing what's going on in one's mind. He suddenly realized he didn't need to persuade the child anymore. The child knew what he was doing and how to do it. If he tried to persuade him more, it would only make things worse. Ronan leaned back in his chair and thought for a moment. Grain merchants are not subjects. Subjects can only endure being insulted by them, but grain merchants are different. They have money, connections, and influence. If you offend them too much, they'll run off to River Valley Town. Now you can't touch them, and you don't want to. What good would it do old Walker to drive him away? If the grain merchant leaves and his reputation is ruined, no merchant will dare to come here. Who will collect the people's eggs, hides, and firewood? Who will sell their salt, needles, and thread and pottery? No one will come, and the people will have nowhere to exchange their goods, making their lives even harder. If the people are unhappy, they will run away. If they run away, who will collect their taxes? Forcing grain merchants away is cutting off their own path. They are not that stupid. If you can't take action, then accept some benefits. I'd rather not eat. I don't want to see their faces. Asking for something is pointless. The thing itself is inanimate and doesn't incur any favors. Arnold, Ronan said, go tell Vincent to have his dad send over some of what he has. Tell him I want to try and see if we can grow anything else on this land. Arnold was stunned for a moment, not quite understanding why Ronan's attitude had suddenly changed. Ronan glanced at him and said, tell them not to take those angry words I said that day to heart. I was young and hot-blooded and I spoke without thinking. We'll all be getting along in the future, so let's not ruin our relationship. Arnold stood there for a while before he came to his senses. He bent down, his voice trembling slightly. Yes, young master, I'll go right away. He turned and walked out, his steps much faster than when he came in. He stopped at the door and looked back at Ronan. Ronan had already lowered his head and continued flipping through something. Arnold closed the door, stood in the hallway, and let out a long sigh. He thought the young master would stand his ground to the end, turn against grain merchant, and drive himself to the brink of ruin. He didn't have any. He asked for several bags of seeds. This little bit of stuff is nothing to old Walker. What he feared was that the young master wouldn't take the things, because if he didn't take the things, he would hold a grudge. Once they get what they want, the matter is over. Old Walker should understand what that means. He straightened his collar and strode outside. The sunlight in the courtyard was just right, warming him comfortably. In the afternoon, Arnold returned. When he entered study, Ronan was standing in front of the bookshelf flipping through books. There weren't many books on the shelf. Most were old account books and real estate documents, a few books on the laws of the kingdom, a few prayer books issued by the church, and a book on crop cultivation. The paper was yellowed and the edges were curled up, probably left over from his grandfather's generation. Ronan looked through it, found nothing of value, and put it back. Young master, I'm back. Arnold stood at the door with a smile on his face, looking much more relaxed than when he left. Ronan turned around and sat down in the chair. Where are the seeds? Arnold placed the cloth bag on the table, opened it, and took things out one by one. Rye, oats, and beans, 1 pound each. Old Walker said these are common crops here, and he has them in his shop. He also has wheat, but not much, only 1/2 pound. He said wheat is difficult to grow here, so he didn't dare give more. He took everything out of the bag and laid it on the table, then added, Old Walker said the seeds aren't worth much. If you want more, young master, just ask. Ronan looked at the few small cloth bags on the table without saying a word. 1 pound of rye seeds, 1 pound of oat seeds, 1 pound of bean seeds, and 1/2 pound of wheat seeds. That's really not much. They only have one more wheat seed than theirs, but no other vegetable seeds, and they call themselves a grain merchant. What else did he say? Ronan asked. Arnold smiled. He said that although the young master is young, he is mature in his actions and better than many young people he has met. He also said that he was wrong to speak out that day. He said that he would do his best to help the young master if needed in the future. Ronan looked at Arnold's beaming face but didn't call him out. Old Walker's words may sound nice, but they shouldn't be taken entirely at face value. He praises you not because you are good, but because you are useful. If you're no longer useful, he'll stop praising you. Arnold couldn't tell, but he could. Arnold was flattered and pleased on his trip, and came back feeling like he had accomplished something. That's enough. He doesn't need Arnold to know so much. Knowing too much would only be tiring. All right, put your things down, you can go do your work now, Ronan said. Arnold responded, gathered the cloth bag on the table, pushed it to Ronan's side, and turned to leave. The door closed behind me and the footsteps faded away in the corridor, light and quick, as if a burden had been lifted. Ronan leaned back in his chair, looking at the few small cloth bags on the table. Ronan moved the other bags of seeds aside, leaving only the half-pound of wheat. He pinched a bean on his fingertip, tried to put it in his backpack, but couldn't. Just as he expected, it wasn't a Minecraft seed, but just ordinary wheat from this world. If you plant it, it will probably grow into ordinary wheat. It won't ripen in 5 days, it won't turn 1 into 4, and it won't recoup its losses. He sighed and put the seeds back into the cloth bag. If the autumn harvest hadn't already passed, he really wanted to try and see if only crops could produce seeds. Grass doesn't grow, trees don't grow, stones don't grow. Perhaps only by planting, growing, and harvesting can you get Minecraft seeds. But I'll still give it a try. Even though I think it's impossible, I can only truly let go by trying. Ronan carried the bag of wheat seeds toward the backyard. On the way, I met Lily. The little girl was squatting in the corner watching ants when she heard footsteps. She looked up, her eyes lit up, and she dropped the ants and ran over. "Brother, where are you going?" she asked, her braids swinging behind her. "Go to the backyard and try the new seeds." Ronan waved the cloth bag in his hand. Lily's lips immediately pouted. "Grandpa Arnold said we can't plant the seeds now, we have to wait until after winter." "Are you kidding me?" She tilted her head to look at him, her eyes filled with suspicion, as if to say, "You don't know either?" Ronan didn't stop and continued walking forward. Lily followed beside him, looking at him with a questioning gaze. "Some things you have to try for yourself to know. You can't just listen to what others say," Ronan said seriously. Lily stared at his profile for several seconds, but couldn't see anything amiss, so she followed him with some skepticism. When they arrived at the backyard, Lily ran happily to the edge of the plot she had planted before, squatted down, and dug up the soil to take a look. Nothing grew. She dug around again, but still nothing. She glanced back at Ronan, her lips pouting, her face filled with disappointment. Ronan ignored her. He held a wheat seed in his hand, walked to the edge of the plot of land he had turned over earlier, squatted down, and casually tested the soft soil. He didn't expect it to work, it was just a habit. Picking grass was no good, picking saplings was no good, picking stones was good, picking soil was good. Planting the child is alive, but perhaps not. He thought to himself that the seed in his hand was no longer on his fingertips. The patch of earth in front of me suddenly lit up. It wasn't light, but something indescribable, like a piece of cloth being stretched from underneath. Then, a patch of green sprouted up from the turned soil. It wasn't just one plant, but dozens, densely packed together, their leaves so tender they seemed to drip with moisture. Ronan stared at the greenery, his mind blank. He had farmed before, and he knew what a seed looked like when it grew, a seedling, 2 leaves standing alone in the soil. No, that's not it. How many seeds did he sow on this land? 1. He remembered it clearly, 1 grain. But now, what has grown out of this land is a whole field. He squatted down and reached out to touch the nearest wheat seedling. The leaves were soft, the stem was thin, and the roots were firmly planted in the soil, so he couldn't pull it out. He touched the one next to him. It was soft, thin, and he couldn't pull it. He touched the plant in the distance again. It was still soft, still thin, and still impossible to pull. It's not a hallucination. It's real. 1 seed has grown into a field of wheat seedlings. He stood up, took a step back, stared at the green for a while, and then smiled. It wasn't a faint smile with just a slight upturn of the corners of the mouth. It was a wide grin, revealing the teeth and squinting the eyes, a genuine, hearty laugh. "Brother," Lily stood up, walked to his side, and tugged at his sleeve. Ronan ignored her, staring at the wheat seedlings, her mind already wandering. "We have food, not just enough to keep us from starving, but enough to make it more than we can eat. Each crop ripens every 5 days, and each crop yields a handful of fruit. He can support his family by farming alone, and if he cultivates more land, he can support a whole group of people. With someone else around, he can do more things." They built roads, dug canals, reclaimed wasteland, built mills, and opened markets. If there are people to work, food to eat, and tools to use, his territory can come to life. He wasn't just barely surviving, he was living a good life. As he thought this, his lips stretched into a wider grin and he laughed out loud, becoming somewhat unrestrained. Lily stood beside him, looking at him, a little scared. Has her brother gone mad again? She tugged at his sleeve, then tugged again. "Brother, stop laughing, your laugh is scary." Ronan snapped out of his daze, glanced down at her, reached out and ruffled her hair, making her braid askew. "It's nothing," he said, his voice still carrying a smile. He squatted down again to look at the wheat seedlings. They were green, alive, and belonged to him. He stood up, turned around, and walked back. He walked very fast, and Lily had to jog to keep up. "Brother, wait for me," she called from behind. Ronan didn't stop, nor did he stop smiling. His mind had already wandered to faraway places. With food comes capital. With capital comes hiring. With hiring comes work. With work comes money. With money comes debt repayment. With debt repayment comes buying more seeds. Planting more seeds brings more food. It's a cycle, an upward cycle. He didn't rely on begging for favors, but on farming. Thinking this, he quickened his pace, his smile growing wider and wider. He finally felt relieved after all this time. He wouldn't starve in this world. Lily chased after him, her braids swinging back and forth, calling his name several times, but he didn't hear her. Ronan went inside, and his first thought was to find Arnold. I had only taken 2 steps when I remembered that I had already sent him home to rest today. He stood in the corridor, took a deep breath, and suppressed the jumbled thoughts in his mind. No rush, the seeds have already been planted, and it's not certain whether they will turn out as expected. He leaned against the wall and slowly exhaled. He got a little too excited at the backyard just now. He shouldn't have acted like that in front of Lily. Lily didn't know what had happened. She only saw him squatting on the side of the ground, grinning foolishly. After laughing, he would stand up, then squat down again like he had gone mad. Lily tugged at his sleeve and called him brother, but he didn't hear her. At that moment, my mind was filled with thoughts of food, people, money, and debt, preparing for the next step, and I completely forgot that there was someone next to me. Ronan glanced down at his hands. He lacked composure. If you get this worked up over such a small thing, what will you do when you make a lot of money and turn your life around? You'll be jumping for joy. He needs to be more composed. Not feigned composure, but a composure born of genuine understanding. The seeds have already been planted. We need to see results first, no matter what. During this period, he should finalize all necessary preparations so that he can begin work once the grain is available. No rush, it will only take about 5 days. Lily caught up from behind, panting heavily. Lily stood in front of him, looking up at him, her eyes still holding the unease from before. "Brother, are you all right?" she asked softly. Ronan looked down at her and reached out to rub her head. "It's nothing," he smiled. "I'm having an extra meal today." Lily paused for a moment, then her eyes lit up. "Really?" Ronan nodded, and Lily jumped for joy, her braids swinging behind her back, the momentary unease gone. When dinner time came, the table was still set with black bread, vegetable soup, and a dish of pickled vegetables. Martha brought a fried egg from the kitchen and placed it in front of Lily. The egg was overcooked and burnt, the edges were blackened, and the yolk had broken off. Ronan looked at the fried egg and gave a wry smile. This was the extra meal he was referring to. Lily didn't seem to mind. She took the spoon and ate slowly, bit by bit, as if it were something very precious. She would take a bite, glance at Ronan, take another bite, and glance at Ronan again. Ronan knew she was trying to confirm whether he was truly normal. He didn't say anything, but lowered his head to drink his soup. The soup was cold and so salty it tasted bitter. He took 2 sips and then put it down. Lily finished the fried egg, even nibbling on the burnt edge. She put down her spoon, patted her stomach, and sighed contentedly. There's not much entertainment at night these days, especially in small places like this. When it gets dark, it's truly dark, and there aren't even any streetlights. Oil lamps waste oil, candles are expensive, ordinary people can't afford to light them, and even nobles can't afford to light them all night. Sleep when it gets dark and get up when it gets light. He turned over and pulled the blanket up to cover his shoulders. "I can't sleep. My mind is full of things: seeds, food, people, money, debts. I keep thinking about them, and the more I think, the more awake I become." He simply stopped sleeping and stared out the window with his eyes open. The sky outside the window was dark, there was no moon, no stars, and even the wind had stopped. The entire manor was quiet, as if it were dead. He remembered how lively the nights were back on Earth. If you don't want to watch TV, go out for a late-night snack. If you don't want to eat late-night snacks, play cards with friends. If you don't want to play cards, just watch videos by yourself, and before you know it, it's dawn. Now, when it gets dark, all I can do is lie down. He chuckled, laughing at his own sentimentality. Back on Earth, he had found life too noisy and longed for a few days of peace and quiet. Now that it's quiet, he complains that it's too boring. Humans are just like that. So he got up and went to a corner of the backyard, dug out a block, and went underground. After working hard for a long time without any results, I could only go back to sleep dejectedly. Ronan slept until he naturally woke up and stretched. Sure enough, after working, nothing could stop him from sleeping. He could fall asleep as soon as he lay down. After he finished washing up, she saw him come out, her eyes lit up, and she followed him eagerly. Arnold was chopping wood in the yard very slowly. With one swing of the axe, the blade got stuck in the wood and he couldn't pull it out. He circled the wood stump twice. Ronan stood by and watched for a while after the axe was pulled out. This family still had servants, and even the butler was doing this kind of work. Arnold, keep an eye out for 10 young men for me recently. They need to be loyal and reliable. No rush, take your time. Hearing the sound, Arnold leaned his axe against the stump, turned around and bowed slightly. Good morning, young master and young lady. What do you want with them? Ronan said. Let's build a guard unit. Arnold paused for a moment, then nodded. Ronan nodded, and Arnold thought for a moment before saying, Martha's son is an apprentice in River Valley Town, and I heard he's about to be sent back. Old Tom's nephew is doing odd jobs at the neighboring lord's place, and he's not getting enough to eat. Old Joe's grandson is idle at home. These are all family members of our old servants, and they're reliable. And those who were laid off before, Little Woo and Old Son, are also familiar with our family's rules. Ronan listened and nodded. He had thought about these people last night. No rush, since it's a guard, physical condition is important. No one too old, no one too young, and no sickly people. He thought for a moment, then held up 5 fingers. Find 5 first, the other 5, recruit them within the territory. Arnold looked troubled. Young master, recruitment costs money, given our family's situation. Ronan waved his hand. No money involved, meals are included. Arnold opened his mouth as if to say something, but then swallowed it back. Ronan glanced at him, then thought for a moment. 10 isn't enough, recruit more. Just say it's for training, and those who perform well after training will become guards. Anyway, winter is almost here. Staying at home is a waste of food, so they might as well come and train. Arnold was stunned. Wasn't this absurd? Food included with meals, wasn't that money too? And where would the food come from? Before he could speak, Ronan continued, You don't need to worry about the food. It will be provided when the time comes. You should find the right people first and make sure no idlers sneak in. Prioritize those from poor families, consider it taking care of the poor in the territory. Arnold stood there, still clutching the axe, his lips moved, but he said nothing in the end. He bowed slightly. Yes, young master. Ronan turned and walked back. Lily followed behind, her braids swinging back and forth. After a few steps, she glanced back at Arnold, then turned back again. Arnold stood there, watching the backs of the brother and sister. After a long while, he sighed, bent down, picked up the axe, and continued chopping at the piece of wood that he couldn't split no matter what he did. Lily followed behind Ronan, glancing at him every few steps, and finally couldn't hold back any longer. Brother, why are you looking for guard? Ronan didn't even turn his head. Protect our home. Lily paused for a moment, then jogged a couple of steps to catch up with him, tugging at his sleeve. You're talking nonsense. We've never had a guard at home, and nothing's happened. Ronan stopped and looked down at her. This is called prevention. It's too late once something happens. Besides, these people claim to be guards, but they can actually do the work. Lily tilted her head and thought for a moment, still not understanding. The house doesn't need so many servants. Ronan sighed and crouched down to be at her eye level. They are guards first, then servants. When they're not busy, they patrol the territory. Lily wrinkled her nose. What's so great about patrolling the territory? She paused, then asked. Besides, with food and drink provided, where will we get so much food at home? Ronan looked at her and smiled. It will be soon. He stood up and turned to walk towards the backyard. Lily paused for a moment, then jogged after him. The wheat planted in the backyard yesterday is already different. The seedlings are taller than yesterday, and the leaves are greener. He glanced at the backyard. These 4 or 5 acres of land, if it really was a 5-day crop rotation, then in Minecraft rules, 1 block of water would moisten 4 blocks of soil, 1 block of soil would yield a handful of wheat, and 3 handfuls of wheat would make a loaf of bread. 1 mu is approximately 666 square meters. According to the MC grid, 1 square meter is 1 grid, so 1 mu has 666 grids. 5 mu is 3,330 squares. 1 square yields 1 handful of wheat, so 3,330 handfuls. 3 strokes make 1 loaf of bread, and 3,330 strokes make 1,110 loaves of bread. Batch is harvested every 5 days, yielding 1,110 loaves of bread in 5 days. 6 harvests a month, yielding 6,660 loaves of bread. This calculation surprised Ronan. He was amazed that such a small plot of land in the backyard could generate so much revenue. It's not that there's enough to eat, it's that we can't finish it all. With these breads, there are people, and he can do more things. Ronan squatted down in front of the wheat field and smiled. Lily stood beside him, tilting her head to look at him, wondering what he was laughing at. She tugged at his sleeve. Brother, you smiled again. Ronan stood up and rubbed her head. Let's go back. He turned and walked back, his steps much lighter than when he came. Lily followed behind, her braids swinging back and forth. She would take a couple of steps, glance back at the lush green wheat field, then turn back and jog to catch up with him. Once inside, Ronan squatted down and patted Lily's head. Lily, go and learn to read from Grandpa Arnold so you can help the family in the future. Lily looked up, her eyes lighting up. Help the family? Ronan nodded. Once you learn to read, you can help Mom with the accounts and help your brother with the documents, so Arnold won't be too busy to handle everything alone. Lily thought for a moment, nodded vigorously, turned and ran, her braids swinging behind her. Ronan watched her retreating figure and smiled. Arnold was organizing documents in his study when he saw Lily run in. Before he could even speak, Lily had already climbed onto a chair and sat down. Grandpa Arnold, my brother, said you should teach me to read. Arnold opened his mouth, looked at the doorway, then at Lily, and sighed. He neither said yes nor no, but pulled an old book from the bookshelf, opened it, and placed it in front of Lily. Lily looked down at the crooked words, her brows furrowed, but she didn't complain about how difficult or tiring it was. Arnold stood beside her, reading each word aloud, and Lily repeated each word. Ronan returned to the backyard and called old Tom, who was working there, over. From now on, no one except me is allowed to enter this area of backyard. Nobody else is permitted. Old Tom paused for a moment, didn't ask why, just nodded, bent down, and turned to chop wood. Ronan knew he didn't understand, but he didn't need him to understand, he just needed him to obey. Obedience was enough. He took the stone hoe out of his backpack and began to turn over the ground. Although it can turn over a square meter of land in an instant, you have to aim it precisely, just like when planting. It took quite a bit of time to finish everything, but it was also easy. Actually, Ronan wasn't particularly afraid of these servants seeing him. They had been with his family for decades. Old Tom, Martha, and Old Joe had all watched Ronan grow up. These are all honest and dutiful servants who won't talk nonsense, and even if they said it, who would believe them? A little boy turned over the entire backyard overnight. If they plant them all, people will just think they're senile. Let's keep it a secret for now, for as long as we can. It's not to protect ourselves from them, but to delay things as long as we can. He'll bring out more strange things later, stone hoes, stone swords, blocks, torches, and they'll see them sooner or later. He didn't need them to understand, he just needed them to shut up. In this age of lords, loyalty was the most valuable asset. In this era, people followed their lords, and as long as they were fed and clothed, they would risk their lives for them, since in other places, even risking one's life wouldn't guarantee enough to eat. So as long as wheat is produced, there's no need to worry about not having followers. He squatted down beside the newly planted field, looking at the seedlings, and Ronan smiled. This was the future. Now we're just waiting to see when the wheat will ripen. 5 days passed quickly, and he was busy during those 5 days. Bai sleeps in study and digs underground at night. They dug a sloping well from a spot in the backyard, digging deep underground. Stones, 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 and more stones. There's no iron ore, no coal. When they ran out of torches, they went to cut down trees in the distance, but no saplings fell during that time. They tried to cut down the small saplings growing on the ground, but they couldn't grow like wheat. Therefore, Ronan speculated that only the corresponding seed in MC would work. Therefore, this land can only grow a few crops that are available in Minecraft, and saplings should be one of them as well. We need to find time to find these seeds and trees. Fortunately, there's no restriction on which types of trees you can get wood from, otherwise we would have been doomed. Lily hasn't been to backyard for the past 5 days. She's been learning to read with Arnold from morning till night, until she's dizzy and overwhelmed. She doesn't even bother to braid her hair and just runs around the house with her hair down. Arnold was really worn out by her, his presbyopia worsened, and his back became more hunched. One day, Ronan was passing by study when he heard Lily reading an old book, her pronunciation halting and stumbling. Arnold was beside her, correcting her word by word. He listened for a couple of minutes, then left without going in. Children are the hardest to teach, so he decided to leave the trouble to Arnold for the past 5 days. Old Tom has been guarding the entrance to the backyard, refusing to let anyone in. Martha asked once, and he said it was the young master's order. Old Joe asked once, and he said it was the young master's order, but no one asked again after that. After finishing his work each day, he would move a small stool to the entrance of the backyard and sit there from morning till night. When Ronan saw him like this, he praised him, which made old Tom extremely happy. Ronan was also impressed, thinking that this was the family's hidden gem of an employee. Ronan felt much stronger after mining for a while. It's not just psychological, it's a real change. My arms are thicker, my shoulders are broader, and my back is straighter. On the way to the backyard, we saw old Tom guarding it, preventing anyone from entering. Upon seeing Ronan, he greeted him with pleasure and stepped aside to let Ronan pass. After responding briefly, Ronan entered the backyard. Upon entering, he saw that all the wheat in the backyard had turned yellow, indicating that it was ripe. Sure enough, the time was about right, just as he had guessed. After all, the ripening time of crops in Minecraft is not fixed. Some can ripen in as little as 2 days, while 5 days is considered quite long. So if the environment were even better, it could probably go even faster. The wheat that grows here is somewhat different from the wheat in reality. The wheat on a single block of soil looks square, which is definitely a product of Minecraft. Since there's no enchanting platform and no experience, Ronan can't enchant the hoe to get more resources, so he can just use his hands. The time is the same, so there's no need to waste the stone hoe's durability. Just like in Minecraft, a bundle of wheat and 1 or 2 Minecraft wheat seeds will drop on each block of soil. These seeds can be put into your inventory, and Ronan planted them casually. It only took 2 hours to finish, which was pretty fast. If my backpack hadn't been too full and I had to move it underground, I probably would have finished much earlier. Overall, things went pretty much as expected. After collecting all the wheat, I felt a sense of satisfaction looking at the soil that was once again filled with wheat. In the mine shaft that Ronan came to excavate, he dug a small stone chamber not deep inside. Torches had been stuck in the stone walls, and the firelight was very bright, making the stone chamber very well lit. The walls were made of stone, which he dug very smooth. In the corner were several large wooden crates, used to store the dug stones and wheat. Take the workbench that was previously placed in the box, put it on the ground, and prepare to synthesize bread. I tried it out in the crafting interface and used 3 bundles of wheat to make a loaf of bread directly, without needing an oven or anything. That's Minecraft for you. The bread is round, golden brown, with a crispy crust and a rich aroma of wheat. He looked at it over and over again and even smelled it. It was quite good, much better than the black bread he usually ate. Swallowing hard, he continued synthesizing, combining one set directly. This set can be held directly in your hand. It looks like there's only one, but it's actually 64. This state is similar to holding a block in your hand. You can't throw it away, you can only separate it into one so that it can become an item in this world, just like those tools. If you hold them with your left hand, you can take them one by one, which is quite convenient. I tried one and found it really delicious. I won't have to eat rye bread anymore. Even though it's just bread, I'm already very satisfied. After a while, they exited the mine shaft and blocked the entrance. He didn't make much. He wanted to see how long the bread would last. If I put it in a box in Minecraft, will it never break? If I put it in a regular box, will it get moldy in a few days like regular bread? Will mice steal food if I put it on the table inside the house? Will birds peck at it if I leave it outdoors? If I put it in my backpack, will it stay in its freshly baked state forever? He didn't know, he had to try. Ronan came out of the backyard and old Tom was still sitting on the small stool, dozing off with his eyes half closed. Hearing footsteps, he opened his eyes and stood up. "Young master." Ronan handed over the bread he was holding. "Here, have some." Old Tom paused for a moment, staring wide-eyed at the golden bread. He took it, holding it in both hands as if it were a piece of porcelain. "Young master, this bread?" He opened his mouth, wanting to say it was too expensive, but couldn't say it. Ronan ignored him and turned away. Old Tom stood there, holding the bread, looking at it over and over. The bread looked fresh. He leaned closer to smell it, then pulled back. He walked to the base of the wall, placed the bread on the stone platform, squatted down, stared at it for a while, then picked it up and held it in his hands. He couldn't bear to eat it. He wrapped the bread in a cloth, put it in his pocket, and continued to sit on the small stool. Smelling the wheat scent emanating from through his clothes, he reached out and pressed it, unable to suppress the smile on his face. Upon entering his room, he opened a drawer and placed one inside, and also put one on the cabinet. I thought about putting one outside, but then I thought it would be too wasteful, so I broke off a small piece from one of the tops and put it outside the window. Ronan was surprised to find that the bread was missing a piece and couldn't be put in his backpack, but it made perfect sense. Ronan turned into the kitchen. Martha wasn't there. Water was still boiling on the stove, and the pot lid was being pushed up by steam, making a hissing sound. He looked around and saw a large wooden cabinet against the wall. its paint peeling and its handles rusted. He opened the cabinet door. It was empty and quite clean, except for a thin layer of dust in the corner. The things that were originally there had probably all been exchanged for money. He took out more than 30 loaves of bread from his backpack, put them in, and closed the cabinet door. By observing the condition of these breads, one can determine whether their shelf life is special or the same as other foods. Ronan sat down on the bench in the living room, leaned against the wall, and closed his eyes for a while. These past few days have been tiring, but now that I've made bread, I've reached a stable stage, and a weight has finally been lifted off my shoulders. Now that I'm sitting down, sleepiness just washes over me. He yawned and was about to close his eyes when he heard the study door creak open. Lily came out, her braids askew, her eyes red, and her complexion not looking good. She saw Ronan, paused for a moment, then smiled, jogged over, climbed onto the bench next to him, and sat down beside him. "Brother," she called out, her voice a little hoarse, as if she had been reading all day and her throat was dry. Ronan opened his eyes and glanced down at her. She was still clutching that old book in her hand, the pages were curled up, and it was impossible to tell how many times it had been turned. "How's your learning going?" Ronan asked. Lily pouted and shook her head. "Grandpa Arnold said we finished learning today, but we'll continue tomorrow." She sighed, placed the book on her lap, turned a couple of pages, and then closed it. "Would you like to eat something delicious?" Ronan asked. Lily looked up, her eyes lit up, and she nodded vigorously. Ronan reached behind his back, out of Lily's sight, and pulled a loaf of bread from his backpack. He then held his hand out in front of her, his fingers spread and his palm empty. He flipped his hand, and the bread appeared before her eyes. Lily paused, her eyes widening as she stared at the bread for several seconds, then at his hand for several seconds, before reaching out to touch the bread and then his hand. "You conjured it up?" she asked, her voice filled with disbelief. Ronan didn't answer but stuffed the bread into her hand. Lily held the bread, turning it over and over to examine it. It was real bread with a crispy crust and a wonderful aroma of wheat. She leaned closer to smell it. It smelled wonderful, and she swallowed hard. "How did this come to be?" She looked up at Ronan, her eyes full of curiosity. Ronan leaned against the wall, eyes closed, a slight smile playing on his lips. "Magic." Lily didn't believe it and examined the bread over and over again, but still couldn't find any flaws. She placed the bread on her lap, reached out and tried to flip it like Ronan, but nothing came out. "Brother, will you teach me?" Lily held the bread, her eyes sparkling, as if she had discovered some incredible secret. Ronan leaned against the wall, eyes closed, a slight movement of his lips. "This isn't something anyone can learn, you need talent." Lily paused, then pouted. "What talent? Is it as difficult as becoming a mage or knight?" After she finished speaking, her voice lowered, and she looked down at the bread in her hand, gently poking the crust with her finger twice. She probably thought that she didn't have any extraordinary talent and could only be an ordinary person for the rest of her life, unable to learn magic, become a knight, or even conjure up a loaf of bread. Ronan opened his eyes, glanced at her, and reached out to rub her head. "It's not talent, it's knowledge. As long as you learn enough knowledge, you can do it." Lily looked up, her eyes lighting up again. "Really?" Ronan nodded. "Grandpa Arnold said I'm smart." Lily's voice suddenly rose, the gloom on her face completely dissipated, and she clenched her fist with great enthusiasm. "I'm sure I can learn so much." Ronan looked at her, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. "Just a moment ago, I was feeling dizzy and my throat was dry from studying, and now I'm full of fighting spirit because of the phrase, 'I need knowledge.'" Ronan felt she hadn't lied to her. The reason she couldn't do it was because she hadn't learned enough. This is the truth, not just to comfort her. Ronan watched as she looked like she wanted to eat but couldn't bear to, her eyes fixed on the bread, her lips pursed, her hands fiddling with the crust, but she just wouldn't put it in her mouth. "Why aren't you eating?" Ronan asked. Lily looked up and giggled. "We'll eat when it's time to eat." She covered the bread with the book again, pressing her hands on it as if afraid it would run away. Ronan looked at her, and her heart stirred. It wasn't that she wasn't hungry, but that she couldn't bear to part with her. This bread was probably as precious to her as the white bread that she could only eat on holidays. She was afraid that if she ate now, she wouldn't have anything to eat that night. She didn't know that he still had some. Ronan reached behind his back, pulled out another piece of bread, and placed it in her hand. "Eat up, we'll never lack bread at home again." He said this in a flat tone, as if he were saying that the weather was nice today. Lily stared at the extra loaf of bread in her hand, paused for a moment, and then screamed. She placed both loaves of bread on her lap and reached out to touch Ronan all over, from his sleeves and collar to his belt and even his back. "Where did you hide it?" she asked excitedly as she touched it. Ronan leaned against the wall, arms outstretched, letting her search him. "Search anywhere. I'll eat my hat if you can find it." Lily searched for a long time but found nothing. She pouted and sat back down, placing the 2 loaves of bread side by side on her lap. She looked left and right, then glanced up at Ronan, her eyes full of laughter. She picked up a piece of bread, took a big bite, her cheeks bulging, chewed a few times, and then took another bite. Ronan watched her wolf down her food, her cheeks puffed out like a hamster's, and reached out to pat her on the back. "Eat slowly, be careful not to choke." He stood up, went to the kitchen to pour a glass of water, and brought it over to her. Lily swallowed the bread in her mouth, picked up her cup, took a sip, put it down, took another sip, and then looked up at him, her eyes curving into 2 crescent moons. "Thank you, brother," she said, her voice tinged with laughter and her face full of satisfaction. She lowered her head, took another bite of bread, chewed a few times, swallowed, and then drank some water until she finished the bread. Then carefully placed the other bread on top and pressed it down with both hands. She said with a grin, "Brother, this is the best bread I've ever eaten in my life." When she said this, her eyes were bright, the corners of her mouth were turned up, and her expression was one of very serious, certain, and unambiguous happiness. Ronan looked at her and smiled. "You'll get tired of eating this every day." Lily shook her head vigorously. "How could I get tired of it? Eating it every day would be too wonderful." She looked at it as if it were absolutely impossible. Ronan looked at the innocent Lily, who had never asked where the bread came from. Ronan conjured one up, and she was pleasantly surprised. She was even more surprised when 2 appeared. She searched his body but found nothing, so she sat back down to eat. After finishing, she licked her fingers and looked at him with a grin. "It's not that I'm not curious, it's that I don't ask. A 5-year-old child is more curious than a cat." If it were any other child, they would have been pestering him endlessly with questions. She knew that if she asked, she would only get a perfunctory answer, not the truth. That's how adults are. She wasn't born understanding this principle. Life taught her. In this family, Mom doesn't say how much debt they owe, the eldest brother doesn't say why he locked himself in his room, and Grandpa Arnold doesn't explain what the numbers in the ledger mean. Everyone has things they don't talk about. Everyone is keeping secrets. She grew up in this world of not speaking, and learned early on not to ask. I don't ask not because I don't want to know, but because I know it would be pointless to ask. If you don't ask, the adults will think you're sensible. Asking only annoys the adults and makes you feel bad. So she learned to swallow her curiosity, suppress her questions, and keep what she didn't understand to herself. This isn't precociousness, it's precociousness. Children from poor families learn to be independent early, not because they want to be, but because no one else can do it for them. Mom is busy, my eldest brother is useless, and my second brother used to be unreliable. She was 5 years old, and since no one took care of her, she took care of herself. Don't cry, don't make a fuss, and don't cause trouble for others. They'll eat whatever you give them, and they won't take anything if you don't give them anything. When hungry, I endure it. When sleepy, I persevere. When scared, I remain silent. She swallowed all her thoughts and only wore a smile on her face. She discovered that as long as she smiled, the adults were less worried. When her mother sees her smile, she smiles back. When her brother sees her smile, he will reach out and pat her head. She smiled, and the family felt a little better. So when she smiles, it's not that she's not sad, but that she doesn't want others to see that she's sad. Ronan conjured up bread, and she didn't ask. It wasn't that she wasn't surprised, but she knew it would be pointless to ask. If her brother wouldn't tell her, she couldn't get any information out of him. She didn't need to ask her brother what he wanted to say. She waited, waiting for her brother to tell her one day. Before that, she only ate bread, only laughed, and only hid the bread to eat slowly. She ate slowly, not because she wasn't hungry, but because she was afraid there wouldn't be any left if she ate too much. She didn't know that this would happen every day from now on. Ronan looked at her without saying a word. He knew Lily was smart, but he didn't know she was this smart. He knew she was sensible, but he didn't know she was this sensible. He leaned against the wall, eyes closed, a slight smile on his lips, but a pang of sadness welled up inside him. A 5-year-old shouldn't be this sensible, but since things have already turned out this way, all he can do is try to make Lily happier in the future and act like a child as much as possible. Of course, studying is an exception. If you don't learn while your brain is still sharp, you won't have the chance when you grow up and become dull. When Arnold saw that Lily hadn't gone home, he assumed she was tired from studying, so he went out to look for her, thinking he could let her rest for a day. I was surprised to see Ronan in the living room. He paused for a moment, then bowed. Young master. Lily was leaning on Ronan's arm when she heard the sound, looked up, saw Arnold, her eyes lit up for a moment, then she sat up straight a little embarrassed and removed the book from the bread. Arnold looked at the bread in her hand, then at Ronan, and said nothing. Lily looked down at the bread in her hand, then looked up at Ronan, leaned over and asked in a low voice. Ronan nodded, and Lily jumped off the bench, carrying the bread to Arnold and handed it to him with both hands. "Butler Arnold, you can eat." Arnold was stunned. He looked at the bread. It was golden brown, with a crispy crust and a rich aroma of wheat. He had worked at House Ansell for decades and had seen many fine things, but he had never seen such exquisite white bread before. He had never seen such good bread, not even at Lord Viscount's banquets. "Arnold, young master, this." He looked up at Ronan, his voice trembling slightly. "If Lily gives it to you, then take it." Ronan leaned against the wall, his tone flat. Arnold took it, held it in his hands, and examined it from all angles. The bread was very fresh, and he couldn't bear to put it down. "Young master, did you bring this back from outside? Such good stuff, how can I accept it? I'll leave it for Miss Lily." He made a gesture to return it, but Lily took a step back and shook her head. Ronan glanced at Arnold and said, "If she gives it to you, just accept it. It's a small token of Lily's appreciation. You've worked hard these past few days." Arnold held the bread, his lips moved as if he wanted to say something, but then he swallowed it back. He bent down, his voice a little hoarse. "Thank you, young master. Thank you, young lady." Ronan leaned against the wall and suddenly asked, "Arnold, do you think if we eat this kind of bread for every meal, can we get people to work for us without paying them wages?" Arnold paused, thinking he was joking, and then laughed. "Young master is joking. Let alone this kind of bread, even black bread, if you could have it 3 times a day, would be in high demand. This bread is too precious. Even Lord Viscount can't afford it." Ronan looked at him without smiling. "Then go and call those people over. From now on, they'll be provided with 3 meals a day." Arnold's smile froze on his face. He looked at Ronan, then at the bread in his hand, and lowered his voice. "Young master, are you serious?" Ronan didn't answer, she just looked at him. Arnold's expression changed. He took 2 steps forward, his voice low and urgent. "Young master, we don't have much money or food left. We can't support so many people." Ronan leaned against the wall with his eyes closed. "You don't need to worry about the food. They're eating this kind of bread you're holding." Arnold looked down at the bread in his hand, his lips trembling slightly. He looked up and stared at Ronan for several seconds, trying to read a joke from his face, but there was none. Ronan's expression was serious, even a little impatient. Arnold swallowed hard, his voice slightly unsteady. "Young master, we haven't had this kind of bread at home yet, so we have to feed the young masters first." Ronan opened his eyes and glanced at him. "We'll be eating this kind of bread at home from now on. The servants, too. I've put it in that empty cupboard in the kitchen, remember to tell Martha." Arnold opened his mouth but couldn't speak. His hands, holding the bread, were trembling. Ronan thought for a moment, then added, "But we can't tell anyone. If they bring them home, their families have to keep it a secret. If word gets out, we won't provide them anymore." Arnold nodded vigorously and asked again, "Young master, who supplied this bread? Why don't we just sell it and make money? It's too wasteful to feed so many people." Ronan didn't answer. He looked at Lily, who was equally curious, and reached out to pinch her little face. Lily was tilting her head to look at him when he pinched her. She didn't flinch, but just pouted. "I'll tell you when the time comes. Just do as I say." Arnold opened his mouth, wanting to ask another question, but seeing Ronan's expression, he swallowed his words back. He nodded and didn't ask any more questions, but he still felt it was a pity. Such good bread, being used as wages to feed people, was such a waste. He thought for a moment, then spoke again. "Young master, why don't we crumble these breads and mix them with rye flour to make multigrain bread for them? One bread will be as good as several, and it will also prevent anyone from noticing anything amiss." Ronan leaned against the wall, eyes closed, his lips twitching slightly. "Suit yourself." "But I can only provide this kind of bread. I have no other grains." Arnold paused, looking down at the golden bread in his hand, his mind a jumbled mess. He opened his mouth, wanting to ask something, but he didn't know Ronan wouldn't tell him. Arnold felt that Ronan and Lady Lee were completely different. Lady Lee always asked him about everything. Ronan wouldn't tell him anything, he would just tell him to do things. Although this way I don't have to worry as much, I still feel uncertain. Ronan leaned against the wall, closed his eyes, and thought for a while. "Recruitment will begin tomorrow, a maximum of 30 people. Apart from the few you deem loyal, the rest need to be able-bodied laborers." Arnold opened his mouth as if to say something, but then swallowed it back. He could tell that the young master was serious and not joking. He nodded and stopped trying to persuade him. If the young master can really produce that much food, he has nothing to say. "Young master, we don't have many people here, 30 people. Could you please allow a few more?" Arnold asked cautiously. Ronan opened his eyes and glanced at him. "Then I'll give you 10 men, 10 to recruit strong laborers and 10 to take care of families in difficulty." Arnold was stunned, not expecting his young master to agree so readily. He stood there, his lips trembling, and tears suddenly streamed down his face. He quickly lowered his head, wiped his face with his sleeve, and then wiped it again. "Thank you, young master," he said, his voice hoarse. Ronan looked at him, somewhat surprised. "I didn't do anything, so why am I so moved? What are you doing?" Arnold rubbed his eyes, sniffed, and his voice was still hoarse. "Young master, we old servants used to serve others. After leaving, we found farm work difficult. Although the rent the madam gave us was low, the harvest was poor, and even the lowest rent couldn't cover our expenses. Several families couldn't make ends meet. Young master, you still remember us and give us a chance." He couldn't continue and lowered his head to wipe away his tears. Ronan leaned against the wall, looking at him without offering any comfort. After a while, he spoke. "I don't remember you. I need loyal people, and you are easier to judge than strangers. Don't thank me. If you want to thank someone, let these people be loyal to me. Know what to say and what not to say. In terms of closeness and kinship, you are closer than outsiders. Don't disappoint me." Arnold looked up, his eyes still red, but his gaze had changed. He was no longer the timid old butler, he was something else entirely. "Don't worry, young master, I will definitely give them proper instructions. Nothing that happens on the manor will be revealed. Anyone who dares to speak ill of me will have their legs broken." He spoke in a low voice, but he emphasized each word as if he were putting all his strength into it. Ronan looked at him, somewhat surprised. Arnold, who is usually timid and cowardly and doesn't even dare to speak loudly, actually said such a thing. It seems he is truly loyal to House Ansel. It's not the kind of loyalty that's just lip service, it's loyalty etched into your bones. Ronan didn't understand, but he respected. You don't have to understand something, but you have to be able to use it. If it works, that's enough. He leaned against the wall and closed his eyes. "Go," Arnold bowed, greeted the man, and turned to leave. His steps were slow but steady. He stopped at the door and looked back. Ronan asked Lily about things, and Lily sat next to him, slowly recalling them, and then laughter from the two siblings could be heard. Arnold stood at the door for a while before turning and leaving. Martha Arnold came out of the living room and instead of going straight back, went into the kitchen. Martha was busy at the stove, where a pot of vegetable soup was simmering and bubbling. She heard footsteps, glanced back, saw it was Arnold, and then turned back. "What's wrong?" she asked, her hands still moving. "Come with me." Arnold's voice was very low. Martha paused for a moment, put the pot lid back on, wiped her hands, and followed him to the large cabinet in the corner of the kitchen. Arnold opened the cupboard door, revealing neatly stacked golden loaves of bread, piled high and filling the entire cupboard. Martha was stunned, her mouth agape, unable to close it for a long time. She reached out and touched the bread closest to her. The crust was crispy and it bounced back when pressed. It was still warm. She touched the one next to her. It was warm too. She glanced back at Arnold, who didn't say anything but simply nodded. Where did this come from?" Martha's voice was a little unsteady. Arnold glanced at her but didn't answer. He closed the cabinet door, turned around, and lowered his voice even further. "Young master said we'll eat this from now on." Martha swallowed hard, stared at the closed cabinet door, and then swallowed again. She had worked at this place for decades and had seen white bread before, but never anything like this. It's golden yellow, with a crispy crust, smells delicious, and you can tell it's good quality just by touching it. She never dreamed that she would be able to eat this kind of bread in her lifetime. "Don't tell anyone about what's happening here. Don't ask anything." Arnold's voice wasn't loud, but he emphasized each word, as if warning or reminding. Martha looked at him and nodded. She's worked at this company for decades, and she knows exactly what to say and what not to say. She won't say, and she can't say. Once I've said it, these things will be gone. She swallowed hard, swallowing back all the questions that welled up inside her. "We're eating the same food as before today. I'll go ask the young master what to do with these things. Don't tell anyone yet." Arnold finished speaking and turned to leave. Martha stood in front of the cabinet, staring at the closed cabinet door for a long time. She reached out and touched the wood on the cabinet door, then withdrew her hand. She turned around, went back to the stove, lifted the pot lid, and continued stirring the soup. The water in the pot was still bubbling away. She stirred it a couple of times, then stopped and glanced back at the cabinet. The cabinet was closed and quiet, as if there was nothing inside. She turned back and continued stirring the soup. The spoon in her hand felt heavier than before, not because the spoon was heavier, but because her hand was shaking. She took a deep breath, gripped the spoon tightly, and stopped shaking. After leaving the kitchen, Arnold didn't go straight back to the study, but instead turned into the yard. He went to find Old Joe. Old Joe was pruning dead branches in the garden, moving very slowly, cutting once, pausing for a moment, then cutting again. Hearing footsteps, he looked up, saw it was Arnold, and then looked down to continue cutting. "Has anything unusual happened at home lately?" Arnold asked. Old Joe thought for a moment, then shook his head. Arnold nodded and left. He went to find the coachman, Old Who. Old Who was feeding the horses in the stable, where the two skinny oxen were slowly chewing on hay. Arnold stood at the door and asked a question. Old Who shook his head and didn't say anything. Arnold stood at the doorway, looking at the two cows for a while, then turned and left. Old Tom was still sitting on the small stool at the entrance of the backyard, dozing off with his eyes half closed, holding the old wooden stick in his arms. Arnold walked over, and Old Tom opened his eyes and glanced at him. He didn't move. Arnold glanced towards the backyard, but the door was closed, and he couldn't see anything. He took a step forward, and Old Tom's wooden stick came across, blocking his way. "Young master said no one is allowed in." Old Tom's voice wasn't loud, but it was firm. Arnold glanced at him, said nothing, and turned to leave. He returned to the study, closed the door, leaned against it, and let out a long sigh. No one noticed anything unusual, or rather, no one admitted to noticing anything unusual. The only difference is that the young master is no longer allowed to go to the backyard, and the backyard is guarded by Old Tom, even he wouldn't be allowed in. He thought of the wooden stick Old Tom had been holding across, and then of the golden bread in the cupboard. His mind was a jumbled mess, impossible to unravel. He walked to the desk, sat down, opened the old ledger, read a few pages, and then closed it. The sound of Lily reading aloud drifted in from outside the window, her words halting and stumbling, while Ronan corrected her mistakes. He listened for a while, then opened the ledger again. He couldn't focus on any of the numbers in the ledger. He simply stopped watching, leaned back in his chair, and closed his eyes. "My mind is still filled with those loaves of bread, golden yellow, neatly stacked in the cupboard." He opened his eyes, stared at the ceiling, and then closed them again. The servants who stayed were all those who had worked in the household for a long time, just like him. They were wise to do so. Once Arnold makes a decision, he will simply carry out whatever Ronan says, since nobles are inherently different from commoners. Ronan taught Lily for a while, but he didn't teach her anything serious. He just told her how to pronounce the words she didn't know when she was reading. Lily studied diligently, but her reading was halting and stuttering. After finishing a sentence, she would look up at him, wait for his nod, and then read the next sentence. Before they knew it, it was noon, and Martha came in to invite them to lunch. Lily jumped off the chair, hugged the old book to her chest, and pulled Ronan by the sleeve to walk out. There were a few things on the table: vegetable soup, pickled vegetables, and bread. Same as before, nothing different. But today there was something extra. The same kind of bread Ronan gave Lily yesterday, golden brown, sliced and arranged on an old plate in the middle of the table. Martha brought the soup over, but instead of turning back to the kitchen as usual, she stood to the side, wiping her hands on her apron and glancing at the table every now and then. When Lily saw the plate, her eyes lit up and her lips curled up, unable to suppress her smile. She glanced at Ronan, but Ronan ignored her and picked up his bowl to drink his soup. Lily also picked up her bowl to drink her soup, taking a sip, glancing at the plate, taking another sip, and glancing at it again. "Don't get excited, I'm not lying to you, you'll eat this every day from now on." Ronan put a slice of bread in her bowl. Lily lowered her head, stared at the piece of bread for several seconds, then picked it up, took a small bite, chewed it slowly, swallowed it, took another bite, and as she chewed, her eyes curved into two crescent moons. Martha stood to the side, rubbing her hands on her apron, opening her mouth slightly, then closing it again. She wanted to ask, but she didn't dare. She watched Lily eat the piece of bread, swallowed, and then looked away. She finally spoke when Ronan put down her bowl and prepared to get up. "Young master, can we eat that bread too?" Her voice was very soft, as if she was afraid of being overheard. Ronan glanced at her, then sat back down. "Yes, everyone has one." Martha paused for a moment, her lips trembled slightly, as if she wanted to say something but couldn't. Ronan glanced at her and said, "Don't waste it. If you don't want to eat your share, you can take it home, but don't tell anyone. If word gets out, there won't be any left." Martha nodded vigorously, her hair coming tangled from the effort. She bent down, bowed, and hurriedly turned back to the kitchen. Seeing Martha's expression of wanting to ask but not daring to, Lily couldn't suppress the smile on her face. She glanced at Ronan, whose brother was drinking soup from a bowl, his face expressionless, as if Martha's question was nothing serious, as if saying, "We'll eat white bread every day from now on," was as ordinary as saying the weather was nice today. Lily put down the bowl, rested her chin on her hands, and stared at Ronan for several seconds. "My brother is amazing," she thought to herself, her eyes curving into two crescent moons. Martha stepped out of the restaurant, feeling as if she were walking on cotton, light and airy. She stopped at the kitchen door, took a deep breath, and went inside. Old Tom was squatting by the stove drinking soup, Old Joe was sitting in the corner eating black bread, and Arnold was standing by the window, holding a bowl in his hand, but not drinking. Martha closed the door and stood in the doorway without moving. "What's wrong?" Old Tom looked up and glanced at her. Martha didn't say anything, walked over, took out a few loaves of bread from the cupboard and placed them on the cutting board, golden in color with a crispy crust and a fragrant aroma of wheat. Old Tom was stunned and almost dropped the bowl in his hand. Old Joe stopped eating his bread, his mouth open, breadcrumbs falling from the corners of his mouth, which he didn't bother to wipe away. "This." Old Tom stood up, walked to the counter, reached out to touch the bread, and then withdrew his hand. "Young master said we'll eat this from now on." Martha's voice wasn't loud, but she pronounced each word clearly. Old Tom opened his mouth, but no words came out. He remembered the bread Ronan had given him that morning, which he hadn't eaten yet. He had wrapped it in a cloth and kept it in his pocket. It was still warm. He thought it was a gift from the young master, but he never expected to receive it every day afterward. He grinned, a simple, honest smile revealing a missing front tooth. "Young master also said that we can't tell anyone. If we don't eat our share, we can take it home, but our family has to keep it a secret. If it gets out, there won't be any more." Martha sliced the bread, arranged it on a plate, and placed it on the table. Old Tom swallowed hard but didn't move. Old Joe didn't move. Arnold stood by the window, not turning around. He already knew, he had seen the bread in the cupboard with his own eyes. "I just feel so heartbroken that it's finally here." "Eat it." Martha took a piece herself, took a bite, chewed it a couple of times, and then tears started streaming down her face. She quickly lowered her head, wiped her face with the back of her hand, and took another bite. Old Tom also took a piece but didn't eat it. He held it in his hand, turning it over and over to look at it. He remembered when Ronan gave him the bread that morning. He said, "Young master, this." But before he could finish, Ronan left. He stood there, holding the bread, for a long while before wrapping it in a cloth and putting it in his pocket. He couldn't bear to eat it himself, thinking he would take it back for his wife to try. Now it's great, there will be food every day from now on, so he doesn't have to save money anymore. He stuffed the piece of bread into his mouth, chewed it a couple of times, and squinted his eyes into slits. Old Joe also took a slice, took a bite, and as he chewed, tears started streaming down his face. He didn't wipe it away, he just kept chewing, tears streaming down his face. Arnold turned around and glanced at them. "Listen up, everyone." His voice wasn't loud, but it was deep. "If anyone tells anyone about this, don't blame me for being ruthless." Old Tom nodded, Old Joe nodded, and Martha nodded. No one spoke, only the sound of chewing bread, crunching and crunching like autumn leaves being crushed underfoot. Arnold also took a piece, took a bite, chewed it twice, and swallowed it. Sunlight streamed in through the window, illuminating the golden slices of bread on the cutting board, making them glitter. The group sat around the old table, eating quietly, and no one spoke. Arnold announced the recruitment yesterday. It was called a recruitment, but it was really just a matter of passing on the message from one person to another, from the bottom of the slope to Shang Village, and from Shang Village to Zigu Village the next morning. Just as dawn broke, people gathered in the front yard. First there were 3 or 5, then 10 or so, and by the time the sun climbed over the mountain, there were 40 or 50 people standing in the courtyard. Most of them were young men, dressed in tattered clothes, with pale faces and hands as rough as old tree bark. There were also a few women standing in the corner, heads down, not daring to push forward. There were also elderly people and teenagers, huddled at the back of the crowd, looking timid, as if they were ready to run away at any moment. Arnold stood on the steps, holding the old ledger in his hand, not flipping through it, just clutching it. He glanced at the people in the courtyard and frowned. There were quite a few people, more than he had expected, but only a few were truly capable. He cleared his throat and called out, "Quiet down." His voice wasn't loud, but the courtyard immediately fell silent. Those who huddled at the back lowered their heads even further, and those standing at the front dared not move. Old Tom stood on the other side of the steps with a stick in his hand, his back straighter than usual, and his expression hardened. He stood with his head down and back bent at Ronan's house. He had to stand tall in front of these people. "Line up properly, don't push." Arnold's voice was still not loud, but it carried an undeniable authority. The crowd shifted slightly. Some moved forward, some retreated, jostling and pushing, and it took quite a while before they could barely form a few rows. The people standing in front were dressed more neatly than those behind them, and their complexions were better. They were less flustered and less afraid, and even looked at the furnishings in the courtyard, Arnold on the steps, and the closed gate with a scrutinizing air. One of the taller men twitched his lips and whispered something to the person next to him. The person next to him laughed, a very soft laugh, but Arnold heard it. He glanced at them but didn't say anything. After waiting for a while, no one else came. Arnold handed the ledger to Old Tom and turned to go inside. Ronan was drinking water in the living room, with Lily sitting next to him, still clutching the old book in her hand. She hadn't even started reading it today when she came out with her brother. "Young master, almost everyone has arrived." Arnold stood at the door, his back slightly bent. Ronan put down his cup and stood up. Lily jumped off the chair and grabbed his clothes. "I'll go too," she said. Ronan looked down at her, patted her head, and walked out. Lily followed behind, her braids swinging back and forth. Arnold followed at the very back, walking at a moderate pace. The front yard was already bathed in sunlight. Those standing in front all turned their gazes toward Ronan when he came out. Some were curious, some were scrutinizing, some were nervous, and some were afraid. Ronan walked up the steps and stood still, glancing at the people in the courtyard. 40 or 50 people, young and old, men and women, were crammed together. He didn't speak, just stood there, the sunlight casting a long shadow on him. Lily stood beside him, still clutching the hem of his shirt, looking up at the people, then back at her brother, her eyes bright. Ronan asked Arnold to state the recruitment criteria. Arnold stepped forward and cleared his throat. "Recruiting guards must be strong and powerful." As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd stirred. Those who were young and strong had brightened their eyes and straightened their backs. The eyes of the elderly, children, and women dimmed, and their heads bowed even lower. But no one left, they all stood still, their feet seemingly nailed to the ground. Just as Arnold was about to continue, someone in the crowd suddenly spoke up. "What about the treatment?" The voice wasn't loud, but it was steady. He was one of the people standing in front, tall, with a square face. When he spoke, he held his chin up and stared straight at Ronan on the steps, not at Arnold. Several people nearby echoed this sentiment without saying a word, but with smiles on their faces, waiting to see how the other person would respond. The crowd quieted down, and the elderly, children, and women whose eyes had previously dimmed raised their heads again, their eyes filled with expectation. They stayed because they wanted to wait for an answer. "Even if I don't have the chance, I still want to know what this place can offer." Arnold's face darkened. He hadn't even mentioned the compensation yet, and these people were already speaking up so rudely. He was about to reprimand him when Ronan glanced at him and shook his head. "Tell them to just eat, there's no money. Those who can accept it can stay, those who can't can leave now." The group of people were stunned, looked at each other, and thought they had misheard. Arnold repeated it, and some of the people below began to murmur among themselves. The tall man frowned, the smile on his lips vanished, but he forced a little more, tinged with disdain. "Just eat, no money," he repeated, as if to confirm. Arnold snapped, "Didn't you hear what the young master said?" The tall man wasn't afraid of him. He glanced at him, then at Ronan, the smile on his lips vanished completely. He shook his head and turned to leave. Several people nearby followed, walking slowly, as if deliberately waiting for someone to call them back. No one called out to him. When he reached the door, the tall man stopped and glanced back at the people in the yard. "Don't be fooled. They say they'll provide food, but who knows what kind of food they'll give you? They probably can't even afford black bread. They're just trying to trick you into coming here to work." With that, he left. Several people nearby followed suit. Arnold was so angry that his face turned red. He chased after them for a few steps, but then turned back. "Young master, it's all my fault. I never expected there to be such a person." Arnold stood at the bottom of the steps, his back bent, his voice trembling. Ronan shook his head. "It's all right. Call out the families of those who used to work in this house and did well as your families, and have them stand to one side." Arnold paused for a moment, then quickly went to do it. He called out 10 people from the crowd, men and women, young and old, to stand on the left side of the steps. Those who weren't called stood on the right, flustered and unsure of what would happen next. They retreated to the very back of the crowd, hunching over and keeping their heads down, afraid of being seen. Ronan took a step forward, his voice not loud, but everyone in the courtyard could hear him clearly. "You've been selected." He pointed to the 10 people on the left. Then he turned to the people huddled in the back on the right and said, "The rest of you, you can leave now if you want. I'll say it again, you can only eat, there's no money. The work is dirty and tiring, you can leave if you can't do it, but don't make a fuss later when you can't take it anymore." Someone in the crowd moved. A few young people exchanged glances, then lowered their heads and walked away. They walked very fast, as if afraid of being stopped if they slowed down. The others didn't move, they all stood still, heads down, staring at Ronan's shoes. This is the rule: servants cannot look directly at their master. Only those few people dared to raise their heads to look at him. So they left. Arnold gritted his teeth as he watched their retreating figures. After a moment of silence, someone in the crowd raised their hand. The movement was small, and the fingers trembled as if they were afraid to raise it and then raised it again. Ronan saw it and said, "Ask." The person shrank back, their voice barely audible. Can I get enough to eat?" Ronan smiled. "Sure, but you have to work hard. If you don't do a good job, you'll be punished. This job isn't for nothing." The person nodded, lowered their hand, and retreated back into the crowd. There was another commotion in the crowd. Some people were whispering to each other, some were looking down and seemingly lost in thought, and some secretly glanced at Ronan before quickly looking down again. They still have questions they want to ask, but they dare not ask them. They didn't know what kind of temper this young nobleman had, and asking him might get them kicked out. "Anything else you want to ask?" Ronan asked. No one spoke. Ronan waited a while, then nodded. "Arnold, write everyone down." Arnold paused for a moment, looked at the 10 people on his left, then at the dozens of people of all ages and genders on his right, and became anxious. "Young master, you want all of them. There are children, women, and elderly people among them, but they lack strength and physical fitness." Ronan waved his hand. "Since you're here, give me a chance, we'll see if I can handle it." Arnold opened his mouth as if to say something, but then swallowed it back. He remembered what he had said yesterday, the golden bread in the cupboard and the young master's words, "You don't need to worry about the food." He sighed and stopped talking. He opened the ledger and began to register. The elderly, children, and women hiding behind the crowd lit up again when they heard Ronan's words. They kept their heads down, very excited, but dared not move, though their bodies and mouths were trembling. They really wanted to stay. Even if they couldn't do heavy work, they would be happy to do some light work. With one more person working, there's one more unit of grain, and the family saves on grain. They came here not to find work, but to find a way to survive. Now that a way out was right in front of them, they dared not look up, but prayed in their hearts that what the young nobleman said was true. Arnold opened the ledger, picked up his pen, and dipped it in ink. "Line up, one at a time." The crowd stirred. Those in front looked back, while those behind pushed forward, then shrank back after a few pushes. No one dared to be the first to step forward. After standing there for a while, a young man walked out, his steps neither fast nor slow, and stopped in front of Arnold. "What's your name?" Arnold asked. "Denu," the young man said, his voice a little tense. Arnold wrote it down in the ledger without looking up. "Go stand over there." Denu paused for a moment, walked to the left side of the steps, and stood there, not knowing where to put her hands. She rubbed them on her trouser leg a couple of times and then clenched them into fists. When the people behind saw him go, the second person followed, then the third, then the fourth, and the lines slowly formed. Those who were young and strong registered quickly. As soon as they finished giving their names, Arnold would wave them over. When it was the turn of the women, children, and elderly, the line slowed down. A woman walked up, holding a child in her arms, followed by a young girl who was about half a year old, tugging at her clothes. She kept her head down, avoiding Arnold's gaze, her voice barely audible. "What's your name?" Arnold asked. The woman said her name, but her voice was still soft, so Arnold didn't hear her clearly and asked again. The woman repeated herself, her voice a little louder, but still trembling. Arnold made a note of it, and then asked for the name of the girl behind him. The woman spoke, but her voice still trembled. Arnold noted it down, then waved his hand, signaling them to stand on the right. The woman paused for a moment, then didn't move. She thought she had misheard. She glanced at Arnold, then at Ronan on the steps, and her lips trembled slightly. "Stand over there," Arnold said again, this time in a softer voice. The woman's tears immediately fell. She quickly lowered her head, wiped them with the back of her hand, then wiped them again. She carried the child to the right, stood there, her shoulders trembling, and remained silent. The girl, who was only a teenager, tugged at her clothes and started crying too, tears streaming down her face. She didn't wipe them away, just stood there, staring at the ground. The people behind saw this and didn't ask any more questions. They came up one by one, gave their names, and stood on the right. Some people had their heads down, their lips trembling. Some were clutching the hem of their clothes, their knuckles white. Some stood there, tears streaming silently down their faces, afraid to wipe them away for fear of being seen. They cried not because they were sad, but because a weight had finally been lifted from their hearts. When they arrived, they didn't expect to be left behind. They thought they were just trying their luck, that they would be driven away, and that the young nobleman wouldn't want people like them who were weak and incompetent. Arnold kept his head down, continuing to write down names, the pen scratching softly on the paper. He didn't look up, didn't urge him, and didn't offer any comfort. After writing down the last name, he closed the ledger, turned around, and nodded to Ronan. Ronan stood on the steps, looking at the people on his right who were bowing their heads and wiping away tears without saying a word. The sunlight shone down from above, shrinking everyone's shadows into tiny clumps that pressed against the ground. The courtyard was quiet, with only the sound of the wind rustling through the treetops and the occasional suppressed sob. Ronan looked down at the people who had registered at the bottom of the steps. They were a motley crew, old and young, with more women than men and very few in good health. In terms of fighting strength, these people couldn't even beat the tenant farmers from the Wolf family next door. But he didn't care. As long as there were people, that was enough. Moreover, most of these people are desperate and have no other choice but to try their luck here. Such people are the easiest to buy loyalty from. It's not about using money, it's about risking your life. Give them a way to survive and they'll risk their lives for you. He took a step forward, his voice not loud, but everyone in the courtyard could hear him clearly. From this day forward, you are my retainers, House Ansel's servants. House Ansel will protect you, and you will protect House Ansel. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. You won't have to worry about food and clothing anymore. I keep my word. Someone in the crowd looked up at him, glanced at him, and then quickly looked down again. Some people were swallowing hard, some were clenching their fists, and some were secretly wiping away tears. Now let's divide them up. Ronan pointed to the young and strong people in the crowd. You, 15 people, come out and stand over here. Those who were called on paused for a moment. Some moved forward, some stepped back, and some stood still, unsure whether they should move or not. Arnold called out from the side, I'm calling you, come out now. Those people then realized what was happening and crowded together to one side. You are the guard, Ronan said, looking at the 15 men. What are the guards supposed to do? Obey my orders, obey my family's orders. Protect House Ansel's property, protect House Ansel's people. If you do it, you'll be rewarded. If you don't, you'll be punished. The 15 people stood there, some clenching their fists, some looking fearful and bewildered, some standing tall and proud, and some secretly glancing at Ronan before quickly looking down again. Ronan then selected 5 more people from the 15. The 5 of you are the personal guards. Stay in the manor and follow Arnold's orders. Nothing that happens in the manor can be told. If it does, I'll come looking for you. The 5 people nodded, some nodding emphatically, all of them very excited. The remaining 10 are the territory's patrol guards. They are divided into 2 teams of 5. They patrol the territory every day, and if they see anything amiss, they return to report. If any of the people commit a crime, they stop them first to prevent them from escaping, and then find Arnold. Don't do it yourselves, you don't know how to handle things. The 10 people looked at each other, and these few were not as well behaved as the ones chosen as personal guards. They were standing improperly. The rest are all menial servants under Old Joe's command. Ronan glanced at the gardener standing beside him. From now on, you'll be in charge of them. If you don't understand anything, ask me or Arnold. We'll talk about what to do later. Old Joe hesitated for a moment, then bowed and agreed. Guards, just listen to me. Ronan added, then pointed to the people below the steps who were looking down, hunched over, and secretly eyeing him. They dared not look up, but their eyes were moving. Some people looked at his shoes, some at the hem of his clothes, some at the door behind him, and some at Lily standing next to him. Lily stood on the steps, still clutching Ronan's clothes, looking up at the people, then back at her brother, her eyes bright. When those people saw her, they quickly looked away. Some people swallowed hard, some clenched their fists, and some secretly wiped the sweat from their palms on their trouser legs. They didn't know if what the young nobleman said was true. whether they would really be able to live a life free from worries about food and clothing, or whether they could do the things he asked them to do well. But they knew that they were standing here now, and that was not the same as before. They were just trying their luck, but now there with House Ansel they were not guests, nor outsiders, but retainers. The people from House Ansel are not the same as before, and an inexplicable emotion welled up in my heart. Someone secretly raised their head and glanced at Ronan standing on the steps, wanting to remember the now different owner, but then quickly lowered their head in fear. Arnold walked up to Ronan and asked in a low voice, "Young master, how about we pick a few of these people to keep at home as housekeepers, and assign each of the young masters and ladies a personal servant?" Ronan glanced at him but didn't reply. He turned to Lily beside him and asked, "Do you want some?" Lily shook her head and gripped Ronan's clothes even tighter. "No, I'll stay with my brother." Ronan nodded and said to Arnold, "You handle it. There's nothing to assign them right now, so just arrange things however you like. There'll be plenty of time to change things later." Arnold stood beside Ronan, waiting for him to give further instructions. "Regarding the personal guard and patrol guards, you shall follow the rules of other territories. You shall decide how to arrange them." Arnold responded and took a half step back. "Martha," Ronan called out. Martha walked over from the side and stood at the bottom of the steps, wringing her hands on her apron. "Young master, find a few more people, and you'll be in charge of the kitchen from now on. You're the head of the kitchen." Martha was stunned for a moment, and her eyes immediately welled up with tears. She lowered her head, blinked hard a few times, and said in a muffled voice, "Yes, young master." Ronan didn't look at her and said, "Find a place in the front yard, either to build a shed or to clear out a room, and we can all eat there from now on. Go find old Joe and have him bring some people to do it." Martha nodded, turned and walked away, her steps much faster than usual. She was afraid that if she walked too slowly, she would burst into tears in front of the young master. Old Joe was standing at the edge of the crowd, still clutching the large pair of pruning shears in his hand. He frowned slightly when he saw Martha walking towards him. Martha walked up to him, sniffed, and repeated what Ronan had said. Old Joe didn't say anything, tucked the scissors behind his back, and followed her. He walked at a steady pace, but his back was straight, unlike Martha, who kept her head down. Arnold stood at the bottom of the steps, memorizing every word Ronan said. Ronan left these tasks to Arnold and the others and went to find a place to put the bread. "With so many people eating, a lot of bread will be consumed every day, so we need to find a safe place to store it." He looked around and chose the empty room next to the kitchen. It wasn't big, but it was close to the kitchen and convenient to use. Old Tom was leading a few people in clearing weeds in the yard when Ronan called him over and asked him to clean the house. Old Tom didn't ask why, selected 2 people, and went inside. The room was filled with odds and ends, covered in a layer of dust. Several people worked diligently to clean it up, and soon the room was cleared out. Ronan went in and took a look. The floor was swept clean, and the cobwebs in the corners were removed. It was all right. He told Old Tom to take the men out and close the door behind him. After everyone left, Ronan went around to the backyard. The backyard gate was closed. Old Tom was no longer guarding it. He pushed open the door, walked to the corner of the yard, dug away the stones, and revealed a dark hole. He squeezed in sideways, took a torch from his backpack, and stuck it on the wall. The fire lit up the small stone chamber. The workbench was placed in the middle, with boxes of wheat and seeds stacked next to it. He squatted down, with 3 bundles of wheat and a loaf of bread. I combined several hundred of them, enough for several days. He moved the bread from his backpack to the empty room next to the kitchen. A small, golden mountain of wheat had been piled up in the corner of the room, its aroma so strong it was almost overwhelming. He stood at the doorway, looked around, and called Old Tom over, telling him not to let anyone into the room again. Old Tom nodded, asking no questions. Ronan went to Arnold and Martha and told them that the bread was in the empty room next to the kitchen, and that no one was allowed to go in or out without permission except Martha and the other kitchen staff. Arnold responded without asking any further questions. Martha stood to the side, twisting her hands on her apron, wanting to say something but holding back. In the end, she asked Arnold. Ronan glanced at her, said nothing, and turned to leave. At lunchtime, Lily sat next to Ronan, chewing on her bread and talked nonstop. "Brother," Grandpa Arnold told Danu and the other 4 to stay in the row of houses next to the gatehouse, and that they would take turns keeping watch at night. "Brother, Grandma Martha has set up a shed in the front yard. Old Joe and some men have chopped some wood, and it should be finished by this afternoon." Brother, Grandpa Arnold said the patrol guards won't start work until tomorrow, so let them familiarize themselves with the area today. She chattered away, stuffing another bite of bread into her mouth before she had even swallowed it, her cheeks bulging and her eyes curving into two crescent moons. Ronan listened, hummed a few times, but didn't say much. Lily didn't mind and continued talking. After saying Arnold, she said Martha. After saying Martha, she said Old Joe. After saying Old Joe, she said New. Ronan finished eating, put down his bowl and stood up. I'm going to take a nap. Let those people rest for now, and they can come back when it's time to eat. Lily nodded, picked up another piece of bread, took a bite, and as she chewed, she suddenly laughed, laughing so hard that her eyes disappeared. Ronan glanced at her and went upstairs. Around 3 or 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Ronan came downstairs. After taking a nap, he felt much better. He pushed open the door to study, and Arnold was already waiting inside, holding the ledger in his hand, standing next to the desk with his back slightly bent. Young master, everything is arranged. Arnold opened the ledger, pointed to the newly written lines, and read them aloud one by one. There are 5 personal guards living in the row of houses next to the gatehouse. 3 stay at the gatehouse during the day, and 2 take turns at night. They are not allowed to leave their posts at night, doze off, or drink alcohol. Anyone who violates this rule will be fined a day's rations. There are 10 patrol guards, divided into 2 shifts of 5 men each. 1 shift patrols the territory during the day, from the bottom of the slope to Shang Village, and from Shang Village to Zigu Village. They return to report before dark. The other shift rests during the day and patrols around Manor at night, asking strangers where they come from and bringing back those they cannot find out. The menial servants are under Old Joe's management. The shed in the front yard was set up this afternoon. Starting tomorrow, they'll be tidying up the garden, cleaning the stables, chopping wood, fetching water, whatever chores they have to do. Old Joe says these people are slow and need a few days of training before they can get the hang of things. At the kitchen, Martha found 3 women to help out, and from now on, meals will be served on time 3 times a day. For the first meal today at noon, Martha made do with black bread and asked if she could take out the bread to eat. She said that people are okay when they see black bread, but if they see white bread, they'll probably cry. Arnold paused here, glancing up at Ronan. Ronan leaned back in her chair, expressionless. Let her handle it, Arnold replied, then continued reading. Old Tom led a few men to sweep the manor inside and out in the afternoon, repairing what needed repairing and throwing away what needed to be thrown away. The gatehouse and the other rooms were drafty, so Old Tom found some planks and nailed them up to make do for now, and would repair them when the weather got warmer. Arnold closed the ledger, stood there, and waited for Ronan to speak. Ronan leaned back in his chair and tapped his fingers lightly twice on the table. Sunlight streamed in through the window, falling on the desk and making the edges of the account book shine. The study was quiet, with only the occasional distant voices coming from outside the window, barely audible. Let's proceed as planned for now. Tomorrow morning, have the patrol guards start patrolling everywhere. I'll arrange the work for the menial servants. They won't be specifically stationed on the estate, Ronan said. Arnold nodded and made a note in the ledger. Ronan stood up, walked to the window, and looked outside. People were moving around in the yard, some carrying wood, some sweeping, but no one was talking. They were all working silently. Ronan watched for a while, then turned around. Arnold, who can't sit still at night while Ronan was mining, he considered how to arrange the work of these people based on the situation in his territory. Those 40 or so people can't be supported for nothing. Personal guards, patrol guards, and menial servants each do their own job, but they can't be left idle. Idleness breeds trouble, and trouble requires effort to manage. He had to arrange everyone's work, feed everyone, and make sure every pair of eyes were used where they were needed. The next morning, Ronan went to find Arnold. Arnold was organizing the old ledger in his study when he heard footsteps. He looked up, stood up, and bowed. Ronan waved his hand and said, "Patrol guards, have them patrol the territory more, not only watching the roads and crops, but also the people. Record which houses have strangers, which houses have dealings with people from neighboring territories, and which houses have been acting strangely lately. Reward them for any valuable information." Arnold paused for a moment, then nodded and made a note in the ledger. The same goes for everyone else. Whoever provides useful information will be rewarded. Personal guards, besides guarding the manor, need to train regularly. They need to train their physical fitness, their swordsmanship, and their fighting skills. They can't just stand guard. As Ronan spoke, Arnold made another note. Menial servants are served 3 meals a day when there is work to do, and 2 meals a day when there is no work to do. Arnold paused, looked up at Ronan, saw that Ronan had no expression, and then lowered his head to continue writing. All of these include 3 meals a day, Ronan added. Arnold responded and closed the ledger. After Ronan finished speaking, he turned and walked out. Old Tom was sweeping fallen leaves in the yard with several menial servants when he saw Ronan come out. He put down his broom and stood aside. Ronan walked up to him and stopped. Old Tom, take a few men and go around the territory to see where the manure is piled up, how much there is, and how it is disposed of. Old Tom paused for a moment, thinking he had misheard. He opened his mouth, wanting to ask but not daring to. Why would the young master ask about something as filthy as excrement? But he didn't ask. He just nodded, pointed to a few people, and led them away. The man following behind him also looked bewildered. He took a few steps, glanced back at Ronan, and then quickly turned back. Ronan ignored them and took out a piece of iron ore from his body. It was grayish and looked like an ordinary stone. You couldn't tell it was real unless you looked closely. He held the ore in his palm and raised it in front of those people. Who has ever seen this kind of stone? Who has ever picked it up? If anyone has seen stones that are blackish, reddish, or greenish in color on the mountains, by the river, or on the ridges of the fields, bring them to me. There will be a reward for anyone who finds them. The menial servants gathered around, staring at the ore for a long time. Ronan didn't take the ore back. Instead, he let them pass it around. As those people walked away, they were still whispering among themselves. Some asked what kind of stone it was, some said they had never seen it before, and some said they felt like they had seen it somewhere before, but they couldn't remember where. Ronan didn't say anything more, turned around and left. He couldn't expect these people to find iron ore all at once, like he was digging underground and hoping for the best. A few days later, Arnold finally couldn't hold back any longer. He pushed open the door to study, and Ronan was leaning back in his chair, yawning, with tears in the corners of his eyes, looking like he hadn't woken up yet. Lily sat beside him, holding a quill pen, writing crookedly on the paper, glancing at Ronan after each stroke. "Young master, those people?" Arnold stood in front of the desk, his hands clenched in his sleeves. He hesitated for a moment, but finally spoke. "Are you just going to keep them like this, doing absolutely nothing? This is such a waste of food." Ronan yawned again and waved his hand. "What's the rush?" Arnold opened his mouth as if to say something, but Ronan spoke first. "Has anything unusual happened in the territory these past few days? Has anyone come knocking to collect debts? Has there been any commotion next door?" Arnold paused, wondering why he was asking these questions. "Nothing. It's been very quiet these past few days." Ronan leaned back in his chair, a slight smile playing on his lips. "Then we can wait a little longer." Arnold frowned, thought for a while, and suddenly understood. "Young master, did you recruit these people to test them?" Ronan chuckled, neither nodding nor shaking his head. "I just wanted to see if anyone would get restless. I wanted to see if anyone would see me working hard and coming to my door to invest money." Arnold opened his mouth, not quite understanding the young master's thought process, but he didn't know what to say. "However," Arnold couldn't help but say, "those people can't just sit around doing nothing. We need to find them something to do." Ronan leaned back in his chair, his eyes closed. "Didn't we tell them to build the estate and houses?" Arnold shook his head. "How much effort would that take? A few people can do the repairs. The rest of the people are just sitting around doing nothing, and when they're idle, they're bound to cause trouble. It's better to send them to repair roads or go chop firewood in the mountains." Ronan opened his eyes, glanced at Arnold, and thought, that old man can't stand seeing people idle. He'd love to work them to death. But thinking about it, it makes sense. When you have nothing to do, you become lazy. If you let yourself become lazy, then you won't be afraid of me anymore. If I'm not afraid of you, I won't listen to you. If we don't listen to you, all those dozens of people you've been supporting will have been for nothing. He has to get them moving, but he can't let them feel like they're being treated like animals. "Go and call old Tom here." Arnold responded and turned to leave. After a while, old Tom pushed the door open and came in. He stood at the door, unsure of what to do with his hands. He rubbed them on his trouser leg a couple of times, then clenched them into fists. He doesn't usually come to study, and when he came in, he felt very uncomfortable. He didn't know where to look and finally stared at the tips of his shoes, not daring to look up. "How's the investigation I asked you to do a few days ago coming along?" Ronan asked. "Young master, about the matter you asked me to investigate. I led my men and searched the entire territory." He swallowed, his voice a little tense. There's no fixed place. Each household just finds a spot behind their house, some build a circle with stones, some just leave it scattered. Nobody cares and nobody thinks they should. In Shanga village, a few households have their manure piles not far from their wells, and when it rains, dirty water seeps into the wells. I told them that this won't do, the water will get dirty. They said they've been drinking it for so many years and no one has died. He paused as if considering whether to continue. Over in Zigu village, many families don't even have manure piles. It's everywhere in the fields, by the roadside, and the ditches. When people are in a hurry, they just relieve themselves against the wall, and nobody says anything. The village roads stink on sunny days and are unbearable to walk on when it rains. Old Tom finished speaking and stood there, waiting for Ronan to speak. He dared not look up, his eyes fixed on the ground, as if there was something on the ground more beautiful than the young master's face. Ronan leaned back in his chair and tapped his fingers lightly twice on the table. Arnold stood to the side, waiting for Ronan to speak. Ronan leaned back in his chair and sighed. No wonder it's the Middle Ages. He recalled things he had seen online before, 19th century London, where the streets were covered in excrement and high heels were invented to avoid stepping in it. This is truly eye-opening. Luckily, this noble manor has a special pitfall, otherwise he wouldn't be able to live like this. He sat up straight and said to Old Tom, "Find a few people and build a few latrines in populated areas. I'll draw you a rough plan later, and you can build them accordingly. Once they're built, everyone in the territory must relieve themselves inside. If anyone is caught urinating or defecating outside, they should be fined. If they can't afford the fine, they'll have to do manual labor." Old Tom paused for a moment, opened his mouth, wanting to ask but not daring to. He had lived to such an old age and had never heard of any lord who would concern himself with such matters. But he didn't ask, he just nodded. Arnold stood to the side, his brow furrowing slightly. He didn't know why the young master wanted to concern himself with the people's excrement and urination, but since the young master had said so, he had to do it. "Young master, should this matter be written into the territory's regulations?" he asked. Ronan glanced at him, not expecting Arnold to be so formal. "However, this is better than nothing. Having rules is always better than having no rules at all. Write it down. If anyone asks, just say it's for the sake of the territory's hygiene. If anyone doesn't listen, just have the patrol guards arrest them." Arnold nodded and made a note in the ledger. He finished writing, looked up again, hesitated for a moment, and then asked, "Young master, how about we start by arresting those who owe money?" Ronan paused, taken aback. Debts. He only looked at income and expenses in his ledgers. He couldn't recall anyone owing rent. "Anyone in the territory who owes money?" he asked. Arnold opened the ledger and pointed to the densely packed small print. "Young master, haven't you noticed these things? Many households are in arrears on rent for more than a year." Ronan leaned closer to take a look. The text was too small and densely packed, and he didn't have the patience to read it. "Who are these people?" Arnold sighed. "They all had bad harvests. Year was bad, and the grain they grew was barely enough to feed themselves, let alone pay the rent. The lady saw that they really couldn't pay, but there was nothing she could do. She couldn't just drive them to their deaths." Ronan leaned back in his chair and stared at the ceiling for a while. "What can I do? Skin them alive and sell them for money?" Arnold hurriedly waved his hands. "Young master, that's not what I meant. I meant we could have these people do the work and urge them to pay back the money quickly." Ronan glanced at him but didn't say anything. Isn't Arnold's idea just creating problems? If he pushes people too far, they'll run off to Wolf's place next door. Who will he collect rent from then? He thought for a moment, then asked again, "Are they all genuinely struggling? Are any of them pretending to be poor?" Arnold flipped through the ledger and shook his head. "There are some who pretend to be poor, but not many. Most of them genuinely can't pay back their debts." Ronan leaned back in his chair and thought for a moment. "In that case, let's start with those who are pretending to be poor. Those who really can't pay their rent if they have able-bodied men at home, let's bring them in as menial servants. Let's make a big fuss about it." Arnold paused, confused. "Young master, what does this mean?" Ronan glanced at him. "Make an example of him. Let the people on this land know that House Ansel is still the lord of this land." Arnold straightened his back. "House Ansel has always been the lord, and the people remember that." Ronan chuckled. "Ordinary citizens remember, some have forgotten." Arnold's expression changed, and he took half a step forward. "Young master, who said that? Who dares to say such a thing?" Ronan yawned and waved his hand. "Nobody said anything, but someone did it. Didn't you notice?" Arnold opened his mouth, but no words came out. He lowered his head, staring at the ledger in his hand, and remained silent. Ronan looked at him but didn't say anything more. Arnold wasn't unaware of the attitudes of certain people in the territory. He simply chose to ignore them, pretending not to see it is much simpler than letting him handle it. Old Tom stood in the doorway, unsure of what to do with his hands or where to look, wishing he were invisible. Ronan ignored the two of them, lowered his head, and continued drawing the picture of the toilet. After finishing the drawing, he picked up the paper, blew on the ink, and handed it to Old Tom. Build it according to this plan. Find a convenient location with many people. If it's too scattered, build several more. Complete it within this month. If anyone asks, just say it's for the sake of sanitation in the territory. Do the same for the other villages. Old Tom took it with both hands, holding it carefully as if it were a piece of porcelain. Seeing his expression, Ronan added, "See if there's anything you don't understand, ask now." Old Tom opened the blueprints, glanced at them, and looked completely bewildered. He didn't dare ask Ronan, and turned to look at Arnold, his eyes full of pleading. Arnold walked over, stood next to him, and looked down at the drawing. He asked a few questions about the dimensions and materials, which Ronan answered one by one. Old Tom listened from the side, nodding a few times, but it was unclear whether he understood or not. "Go ahead. If you need anything, just ask me or Arnold." Old Tom bowed with a sigh of relief, picked up the blueprints, and left. He was in such a hurry that he almost tripped over the threshold. Ronan watched his retreating figure and smiled. "Am I that scary? I scared him like that. How's the food been lately? Have they had any problems?" Ronan asked. Upon hearing this, Arnold straightened his back again, and his voice became several degrees brighter. "Young master, they thank you every day. Some people secretly wipe away tears during meals. Others say they will pray to God to ensure House Ansel's continued prosperity." Ronan wasn't interested in any of that and waved his hand dismissively. "If you have any questions, just come and talk to me," Arnold responded. "Oh, right, tell everyone in the guard to gather at the house at 5 p.m. Although Arnold didn't know what Ronan was going to do, he still accepted the order and went. Ronan leaned back in his chair with his eyes closed. Lily was writing beside her. The study was quiet, with only the sound of a quill pen gliding across the paper, a soft rustling sound like autumn leaves. He hadn't given much thought to fixing the toilet before. They just felt it was dirty, that it should be managed, that managing it would be good for everyone, and then they collected the excrement as fertilizer. But now that I've sat down and thought about it carefully, it's not that simple. It's not about fixing a few pits, it's about getting the people to change habits they've had for hundreds of years. To relieve oneself anywhere is a matter of course in their eyes. If you suddenly tell them that they can't go anywhere anymore and have to go to designated places, or they will be fined or have to do manual labor, what will they think? They'll think you're meddling, that you're looking for trouble, or that you're bullying them. Those who never took House Ansel seriously will jump out and lead the protests, just like those people on the day of recruitment. If they don't make a scene, how can they show they have guts? How can I make it seem like they aren't afraid of you, a young nobleman? How can they make themselves seem important on this land? Most people will neither oppose nor support it. They just watch and wait. Let's see if the ringleader is punished and see if this young nobleman is serious. If no one makes a fuss, they'll just follow along. Some people make a fuss, and if they win, others join in the fuss. If they lose the argument, they'll stay silent. This is the masses, they are just a flock of sheep. Ronan smiled and said, "That's fine." He wanted to see how many people on this land still remembered that House Ansel was the Lord. "I really want to see if those who have already forgotten will dare to jump out again." He could see their faces clearly once he jumped out. "Now that you understand, things will be much easier." At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the living room was full of people. 5 personal guards and 10 patrol guards were crammed together. Some didn't know where to put their hands, some didn't know where to look, and some secretly glanced around before quickly lowering their heads. Sunlight streamed in through the window, casting long shadows on the floor. Arnold stood at the door, holding an account book in his hand, his back slightly bent. Lily sat on the chair next to them, swinging her legs, her eyes sparkling as she looked at the people. Ronan stood in front of the fireplace, hands behind his back, and glanced at the young people in front of him. Some people are strong, some are thin, some stand straight, some lean to the side, some have curious eyes, and some lower their heads, not daring to look at him. "I called you all here today for 2 things. Ronan's voice wasn't loud, but everyone in the living room could hear him clearly. "First, select 2 team leaders, 1 personal guard and 1 patrol guard. Choose yourselves, vote for yourselves. You all know who performs well and who is capable. Some people in the crowd looked up, exchanged glances, and then looked down again. Second, training. Personal guards train every day. Patrol guards are divided into 2 teams, one goes out on patrol and the other trains in the manor, taking turns. Whoever trains well can change their status and become a team leader. The capable rise and the mediocre fall. No one spoke. The living room was so quiet you could hear the wind outside the window. Now choose a team leader. Ronan took a step back and leaned against the fireplace. Arnold took half a step forward and opened the ledger. Personal guards go first. You can nominate yourself or someone else can nominate someone else. Give me your name. After a moment of silence, the tall man stepped forward. I'm pushing Deniu, he said, his voice a little loud, buzzing through the living room. Deniu stood in the middle of the crowd, his face flushed red, and he tried to back away, but the people behind him blocked him. I also recommend Deniu, someone said. Me too. Me too. Deniu stood there, his hands clenched into fists. He opened his mouth as if to say something but didn't say anything. Arnold wrote Deniu's name down in the ledger and glanced up. Patrol guards, 1 per team. No sooner had he finished speaking than a tall, thin man stepped forward. I'll push Old Who. He pointed to a middle-aged man standing steadily next to him with broad shoulders and large hands. Old Who didn't speak or refuse, his face expressionless. I'll push Lao Hu too. Me too. Me too. Arnold wrote down Lao Hu's name. What about Team 2? After a moment of silence in the crowd, a young man stepped forward. I'm pushing Stone Fist, he said. The man called Stone Fist stood in the back row. He wasn't tall, but he was very muscular, and the muscles in his arms made his sleeves bulge. He paused for a moment when he heard his name called, then nodded. I also recommend Stone Fist. Me too. Me too. Arnold wrote down Stone Fist's name, closed the ledger, and stepped aside. Ronan walked over from the fireplace and stood in front of Deniu, Lao Hu, and Stone Fist. Deniu lowered her head, not daring to look at him. Old Hu didn't lower his head, but he didn't raise it either. His eyes were fixed straight ahead. Stone Fist stood there, his back ramrod straight, his eyes fixed on Ronan, neither looking away nor flinching. Deniu, personal guard is yours. He's under your command. If anything happens, come to me. Deniu swallowed, his voice a little tense. Yes, young master. Old Who, this team is yours. Report back if anything happens on the territory. If you're late, I'll call you. Old Who nodded. Yes, young master. Stone Fist, the second team is yours. Same as before, report back if anything happens on the territory. Stone Fist responded, his voice not loud but steady. Ronan walked to the fireplace, leaned against the fireboard and said to Arnold, take them to the armory and let each of them pick one. After the leader has chosen, the rest can pick. Arnold responded and turned to lead his men outside. Deniu walked at the front, taking quick steps, then slowing down after a few steps, glancing back at the people behind her before turning back again. Old Who walked beside him, his pace neither fast nor slow, his face expressionless. Stone Fist walked at the very back, his back ramrod straight, his eyes fixed ahead, not looking to either side. The others followed behind them, some clenching their fists, some swallowing hard, and some stealing a glance at the backs of the people in front before lowering their heads again. The armory was at the end of the corridor, behind a thick wooden door that was tightly shut. Arnold took out his key, poked it a few times before opening it, the hinges creaked, and a rusty smell wafted out. Inside the room, against the wall stood several rows of wooden shelves, on which were placed swords, spears, axes, and a few old shields. There weren't many items, but enough for them to choose from. Deniu stood in front of the shelf, reached out and touched the blade of a sword, then withdrew his hand. He touched the sword next to him again, grasped the hilt, drew it out, looked at it from one side, then from the other, and then held it tightly in his hand. Old Who picked up a spear with a rusty tip. He scratched it with his thumb, but the rust didn't come off. He didn't care, leaned the spear against his shoulder and stepped aside. Stone Fist picked out an axe, weighed it in his hand, then picked up another one, weighed it again, and was satisfied. He slung the axe over his shoulder and stood there waiting for the others. The others also made their choices. Some picked swords, some spears, some axes. The last one had nothing to choose from, so he picked up a shield and examined it over and over, wondering if it counted as a weapon. Arnold stood at the door, watched them take their things, locked the door, and led them back inside. When he reached the living room door, he stopped, turned around, and looked at the people. Go back and practice hard. Don't waste these things. Arnold led them back to the living room. The door was open, and Ronan was still standing by the fireplace, not moving. Lily sat on the chair next to them, swinging her legs, her eyes sparkling as she watched the people walk in. Deniu walked at the front, clutching the sword in his hand, the cloth strip on the hilt crumpled from his grip. He walked very slowly, as if afraid that if he walked too fast he would drop the sword in his hand. Old Hu followed behind, spear on his shoulder, walking at a moderate pace, his face expressionless. Stone Fist walked at the back, his axe hanging at his side, his back ramrod straight, his eyes fixed ahead. The others followed behind them. Some carried swords, some shouldered spears, some tucked axes under their arms, and the last one carried a shield, unsure whether to hold it in his hand or carry it on his back. He would take 2 steps and change his posture, then take 2 more steps and change his posture again. Ronan glanced at them, his voice low. These things aren't for show. They're for you to use. Use them well and they can save your life. Use them poorly and they can kill you. Go back and practice properly. Don't waste it. If something breaks, find your captain. The captain will find me. Similarly, if something is lost, I'll find the captain and the captain will find you, Ronan warned. Several team leaders looked nervously at the weapons in their hands and their team members' weapons, suddenly feeling that these things were very hot to handle. Ronan glanced at them and added, "Return these things after training every day. You can only take them out when you're worthy of them." Danu paused for a moment, looked down at the sword in his hand, and gripped it even tighter. Old Hu didn't say anything, took the spear off his shoulder, stood it upright at his feet, and rubbed his fingers on the shaft a couple of times. Stone Fist stood there with his axe hanging at his side, his face expressionless, but his lips twitched slightly. The others looked at each other, some looking down at what they held in their hands, reluctant to part with their weapons. Seeing their reluctance, Ronan continued, "You captains can decide on the training plan yourselves. Once you've decided, hand it over to Arnold." Danu was stunned and almost dropped the sword in his hand. Old Hu frowned, took the spear off his shoulder and stood it upright at his feet. Stone Fist stood there with his axe hanging at his side, his face expressionless, but his lips twitched slightly. The 3 of them glanced at each other, then looked away. They are illiterate. They can't even write their own names, let alone write a proposal. But the young master said so, and they dared not say no, nor did they know how to say it, so they could only look helplessly at Arnold. Arnold was speechless. Why did young Master Ronan keep giving him these kinds of things to do? Everyone, disperse. Ronan took a step back and leaned against the stove, regardless of what they thought. The crowd began to move, some people walked out while others stood still. Danu walked at the front, her steps slow, as if she were thinking about something. Old Hu followed behind him, spear on his shoulder, walking at a moderate pace. Stone Fist walked at the back, his axe hanging at his side, his back ramrod straight, but his eyes fixed on the ground, not looking ahead. The group pondered what to do, feeling that the captain wasn't as good as they thought. Arnold stood at the door, watching them walk away. He turned around, opened his mouth as if to say something, but seeing Ronan's expression, he swallowed his words. He bent down, stepped back, and closed the door behind him. Only Ronan and Lily remained in the living room. Lily jumped off the chair, ran to Ronan's side, and looked up at him. "Brother, it seems they can't write." Ronan looked down at her and reached out to rub her head. "I know. Isn't there Arnold?" Lily tilted her head, not understanding, and stopped thinking about it. She took his hand and walked out. "Dinner's ready, brother." Ronan was pulled by her and left the living room. Upon reaching the front yard, several team leaders surrounded Arnold. Danu stepped forward, still clutching the sword in his hand, his voice low as if afraid of being overheard. "Grandpa Arnold, what exactly is that training program that the young master mentioned?" Old Hu stood to the side, saying nothing but not leaving either, his spear resting on his shoulder, his eyes fixed on Arnold. Stone Fist stood a little further away, his axe hanging at his side, his back ramrod straight, but his ear turned to this side. Arnold was already having a headache dealing with old Tom's mess, and now these other guys had to come along. He glanced at Danu, then at Lao Hu, then at Stone Fist, and sighed. "You figure it out yourselves. Decide how to make your people stronger. Once you've decided, come and tell me." After saying that, he walked around Danu and went straight away without stopping at all. Danu stood there, gripping his sword, opening his mouth but saying nothing. He turned to look at Lao Hu, who took the spear off his shoulder and placed it upright at his feet without saying a word. He then turned to look at Stone Fist, who stood there with his axe hanging at his side, his face expressionless. The 3 of them looked at each other, but no one spoke. Danu scratched his head, then scratched his head again. How do I practice?" he asked. Old Hu didn't answer. He looked down at the spear at his feet, his fingers tracing the shaft. Stone Fist slung the axe over his shoulder, turned, and walked away. He took 2 steps, then stopped without turning around and just stood there. Danu and Lao Hu looked at him, waiting for him to speak. Stone Fist stood there for a moment, then turned around, his face still expressionless. "Let them run," he said. Danu was stunned for a moment. "Run? Run. If you can't run anymore, keep running. If you can run fast, keep running." After Stone Fist finished speaking, he turned around and started walking again, his steps steady and firm, one step at a time. Danu watched him walk away, then turned to look at Lao Hu. Old Hu slung the spear back over his shoulder, said, "Practice thrusting," and then left. Danu stood there alone, gripping his sword, his mind a complete mess. He stood there for a while, looked down at the sword in his hand, raised the sword, gestured with it, and then put it down again. He didn't even know what he was gesturing. He glanced at the direction Lao Hu had gone, then at the direction Stone Fist had gone, but both of them were nowhere to be seen. He suddenly remembered what Stone Fist had said before he left. "Let them run. Run." He had seen people run, hunters run when chasing rabbits, children run when chasing chickens, but he had never seen anyone run specifically to fight. He recalled the time when he went with his father to deliver firewood to Lord Viscount's castle and saw the guards practicing in the playground from afar. Running, lifting things, swinging a sword. He ran lap after lap, then lifted stones, and then chopped at wooden stakes. He was young then, and standing at a distance, he thought those people were really amazing. Now it's his turn. He doesn't know if he can train to that level, but he knows he has to try. He sheathed his sword back in its leather sheath, straightened his back, took 2 steps forward, then stopped and looked back at the team members who were still standing there, unsure of what to do. "Tomorrow morning, don't eat anything, just run," he said. After dinner, Ronan leaned back in his chair. After a while, she closed the book and yawned. "Brother, I'm sleepy." Ronan glanced at her. "Go to sleep." Lily shook her head, hugged the book to her chest, leaned against his arm, and closed her eyes. Ronan didn't move, letting her lean against him. It was completely dark outside the window, and a small oil lamp was lit inside the room, its flame flickering. He sat for a while, then picked up Lily and took her back to her room. Lily, still half asleep, wrapped her arms around his neck and mumbled something, but I couldn't hear what she was saying. Ronan put her on the bed, covered her with the blanket, stood for a while, then turned and left. Ronan went back inside, closed the door, and sat down at the table. The flame of the oil lamp flickered, casting a yellowish glow on the paper on the table. I picked up the quill brush, dipped it in ink, and began to draw. He made a few strokes, then stopped and stared blankly at the crooked lines on the paper. I put down my pen and leaned back in my chair. Iron, that's what he needs most right now. We need to get our hands on some iron. Without iron, there is no pickaxe. Without a pickaxe, he couldn't dig for diamonds. Without diamonds, he had no diamond pickaxe. Without a diamond pickaxe, he couldn't mine obsidian. Without obsidian, he couldn't get into nether if he can't download nether, he can't get blaze rods and nether warts. Without those things, he can't make the potion, and nether has plenty of gold, so he won't be short of money then. Thinking about this made him feel less sleepy. The current Minecraft ability is stuck in the Stone Age, unable to progress or regress. But this iron is really hard to find. We searched the entire plot of land at home, but couldn't find a trace of an iron ore mine. Iron Anvil Mountain, despite its name containing the word iron, is just a rock that is hard. It doesn't actually contain iron. But even if he found the iron, he would have to do another calculation. In Minecraft, an iron pickaxe costs 3 iron ingots. 3 iron ingots, which is 3/9, or 1/3 of a cubic meter of iron. How many ordinary iron swords could be forged from 1/3 of a cubic meter of iron, according to the calculation method of this world? An ordinary iron sword weighs 2 or 3 pounds. 1/3 of a cubic meter of iron, more than 2 tons. More than 2 tons, more than 2,000 kilograms, 4 or 5,000 caddies. 4 or 5,000 caddies of iron can be used to forge 1,000 ordinary iron swords. 1,000 iron swords could equip an army. Is it worth trading all this iron for a pickaxe? There are advantages to using an MC pickaxe. It's light. Not in terms of weight, but in terms of how light it feels to hold. You swing it effortless. You dig stones fast, mining ore faster. This is the biggest advantage of the MC pickaxe, and also its most unreasonable aspect. But no matter how light it is, it's still a pickaxe. They spent the cost of thousands of ordinary iron swords to exchange for a pickaxe for digging rocks. But this is necessary, after all. Without this Minecraft iron pickaxe, you can't mine diamonds. And without diamonds, you can't make diamond tools, and you can't go to the nether, however. There's really no need to build other iron equipment unless it's something special. For the next few days, Ronan continued the same routine. He would rest during the day and take care of some things, and then continue mining at night, trying to find iron ore or other ores, but without much success. Wheat planting is still ongoing, which is the only thing that can proceed normally. Old Tom and Arnold came together. Old Tom stood in the doorway, rubbed his hands on his trouser leg a couple of times, and said, "Young master, that toilet is fixed. Would you like to go take a look?" Arnold stood to the side, holding an account book, his back slightly bent. Ronan glanced at them, stood up, and gathered the papers on the table. Lily Lee was writing on the side when she heard the noise, so she looked up and tried to follow. Ronan patted her head, urging her to continue writing. Lily pouted, unhappy that she couldn't watch the excitement. Ronan went outside, and Deniu was already waiting in the yard with several personal guards. Old Hu and a team from the patrol team were also standing nearby, armed with axes, swords, and spears. They stood a bit straighter than a few days ago, but some people were still secretly rubbing their shoes against each other. Ronan glanced at it, said nothing, and walked ahead. A large group of people followed him out of Manor in a grand procession. Down the slope is where the most people from several nearby villages are concentrated. Dozens of households are crammed together on both sides of a dirt road, with mud walls and thatched roofs, all crooked and dilapidated. A crowd had already gathered in the middle of the road. There were women holding children, elderly people leaning on hoes, teenagers squatting against the wall sunbathing, and a few well-dressed people standing outside the crowd with their arms crossed, watching the spectacle. The grain merchant's buddy was also there, standing across the street with a cloth bag in his hand, not moving, just watching. Men and women, young and old, crowded together, craning their necks to look into the circle. A large pit was dug in the middle of the open space, and a low wall of stones was built around the pit. A ditch was also dug outside the low wall. Old Tom stood by the pit, holding the blueprint in his hand, turning it over and over, seemingly unsure whether he understood it or not. Some people in the crowd were whispering, some were laughing, and some were shaking their heads. An old man squatted behind the crowd, smoking a pipe, squinting at the pit, a smile or a mockery playing on his lips. A middle-aged woman holding a child squeezed forward a couple of steps, glanced at the hole, and then shrank back. "What's going on here?" someone asked. No one answered. Arnold stepped forward, stood at the edge of the pit, and cleared his throat. This was ordered to be repaired by the young master. From now on, everyone can come here whenever it's convenient. The crowd fell silent for a moment, then erupted into chaos. A tall man stood at the front of the crowd, arms crossed, a smirk playing on his lips. "Convenient? Is it convenient to come all this way? Why not just eat it near home?" Several people nearby started laughing. A short, fat man squeezed to the front, peered into the pit, pinched his nose, and retreated. "This place stinks horribly. Everyone takes care of their business here. Who would want to come?" Another voice came from behind the crowd. "That's right, it's unnecessary." Arnold's face darkened, and he was about to speak when Ronan glanced at him and shook his head. Ronan took 2 steps forward, stood at the edge of the pit, and glanced at the crowd. When those people saw him, their voices lowered, but they didn't stop completely. Some people were whispering, some were secretly observing him, some lowered their heads, and some looked away. Ronan took 2 steps forward, stood at the edge of the pit, and glanced at the crowd. "Anyone have any objections?" The crowd fell silent for a moment. The tall man stood in front, arms crossed, a smirk on his face. He glanced around, and seeing no one say anything, he grew bolder. "I have a problem with that." He lowered his hand and took a step forward. "You want to fix something, and you expect us to come just because you say so?" Several people nearby nodded in agreement. The short, chubby man squeezed through again, pinching his nose, his voice muffled. "Yeah, why not just take care of it near home? Why go all this way? Isn't that a hassle?" Ronan glanced at him, then at the tall man, and said nothing. Ronan turned to Arnold. Arnold stepped forward, straightening his back. "This is young Master Ronan's order, and also the new rule of the territory. From now on, if it's convenient, come here. Anyone who relieves themselves anywhere outside and gets caught will be fined. If they can't afford the fine, they'll have to do hard labor." A commotion arose in the crowd again. The tall man chuckled softly, but everyone heard him. "Rules? Why weren't there these rules before?" The short, fat man chimed in. "That's right, we've never seen anyone punished before." Ronan didn't speak, but glanced at Deniu. Deniu drew his sword and took a step forward. The blade flashed in the sunlight, so bright it hurt the eyes. Old Tom, some people in the crowd stepped back, some gasped, and some hugged their children even tighter. The tall man's smile froze on his face. He took half a step back, his foot landing on a stone behind him, and he almost fell. The short, fat man shrank to the back of the crowd, lowered his hand from his nose, and his chubby face trembled. Ronan glanced at the crowd, his voice low. These are the new rules of the territory. Anyone who breaks them will be punished. I mean what I say. Anyone who wants to try, let's see if their neck is tough enough. After Ronan finished speaking, no one spoke, no one moved, and no one dared to make a sound. The tall man stood there, unsure of what to do with his hands. He rubbed them on his trouser leg a couple of times before clenching them into fists. The short, fat man hid behind the crowd, head down, not daring to look this way. The old man smoking a pipe tapped the pipe bowl on the sole of his shoe, tucked it into his robes, and kept his head down, refusing to look this way. Arnold stood in Ronan, his back slightly bent, his hands behind his back, his face expressionless, but the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. Ronan glanced at the reactions of those around him, and seeing that no one dared to question him, he gestured for Deniu and the others to put away their weapons. Deniu sheathed his sword, and the others followed suit. After this commotion, these men were more imposing than before. Ronan stood at the edge of the pit and glanced at Old Tom. Tell them how to use it. Old Tom paused for a moment, looked at the blueprints in his hand over and over again, and then put them down. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but didn't know how to say it. He took 2 steps toward the edge of the pit, pointed to the low wall inside the pit, and then pointed to the ditch outside the pit. It's. He stammered for a long time, his face turning red. Arnold glanced at him and stepped forward. This is where you squat, he said, pointing to the low wall beside the pit. Squat here, go into the pit, and you're done. Some people in the crowd had their heads down, some turned their faces away, and some were secretly laughing, but no one dared to make a sound. After Arnold finished speaking, he stepped aside and glanced at Ronan. Ronan nodded. Arnold, find someone to spread the word. The rules are set, people need to know. Arnold then called out loudly. Also, you can report it. Anyone who relieves themselves anywhere outside, if you see it, can report it. If it's verified, the person who reported it will be rewarded. Some people in the crowd looked up, exchanged glances, and their eyes lit up. Seeing that it was about time, Ronan turned to look at Old Tom. Well done. Keep fixing it and do the same for the other places. Old Tom paused for a moment, then nodded vigorously. Ronan didn't look at him again and turned to walk back. Deniu and patrol guards followed, while menial servants and Old Tom stayed behind. After walking a distance, Ronan suddenly stopped and looked back at Deniu. Deniu also stopped, his hand still on the hilt of his sword, his back straighter than when he came. Today was all right, Ronan said. Deniu and the other team members paused for a moment, then straightened their backs even more. Yes, young master, he said, his voice much louder than usual. Ronan turned around and continued walking. Deniu and the others followed behind, their steps more steady than when they came. The patrol guards followed, some with spears on their shoulders, some with axes hanging at their sides, and some with shields on their backs. Their gait was different from when they came. It was hard to pinpoint exactly what was different, but it was just different. Ronan pushed open the door to study, and Lily was sitting at the table writing, a quill pen in her hand, a few lines of words crookedly crawling on the paper. When she saw Ronan come in, she put down her pen, jumped off the chair, and ran to him. Brother, how is it? She looked up at him, her eyes bright. Ronan walked to the table, sat down, and leaned back in his chair. What else can we do but go and see? Lily said, oh, didn't ask any more questions, turned around and walked back to the table, picked up her pen and continued writing. She wrote a couple of lines, then looked up again. Take me next time. Ronan glanced at her. When Arnold came in at noon, Ronan was leaning back in his chair with his eyes closed. Young master, a few families have come to inquire, saying that their elderly and young children are too old to travel that far. Arnold stood in front of his desk, holding an account book in his hand, asking if we could dig a small one next to our house. Ronan opened his eyes. Yes, as long as you don't relieve yourself anywhere, anything is fine. Dig it yourself, take care of it yourself, and don't make others smell bad. Arnold responded and made a note in the ledger. And what are the punishments for those caught? He asked. Ronan thought for a moment. 1 copper coin per use. Those who don't want to pay will have to clean the toilets. Arnold nodded and made another note. Old Tom said the remaining holes will be dug soon. Ronan hummed in agreement but didn't say anything. What about the debt collection? Ronan asked. Arnold shook his head. Before Madam went out, she probably spoke with some people. No one has come to the door recently. Ronan was silent for a moment, then tapped his fingers lightly twice on the table. No one came to the door, not because the debt was gone, but because people were waiting. Wait for his mother to come back, wait for her to sell the sword, wait for her to bring the money back. He doesn't like waiting, but he has to. He needs money, not just a little, but a lot. It's a large sum of money that can pay off debts, redeem land, and support people. There's nothing in his territory that can be immediately converted into cash, except for his Minecraft items. But now is not the time. He needs to wait until he has a firm grip on the land, until he has won over the hearts of the people, and until he has a strong enough fist. Taking it out now is not about making money, it's about courting death. Understood, Ronan said. Arnold responded, took the ledger, and left, closing the door behind him. After writing the last word, Lily put down her pen, blew on the ink on the paper, picked it up and examined it for a while, then folded it and put it in the drawer. She jumped off the chair, ran to Ronan, and took his hand. "Dinner's ready, brother." Ronan was pulled out of study by her. After finishing his meal, Ronan rested for a while before getting up and heading outside. Lily followed behind, her braids swinging back and forth, clutching the old book in her hand. Whether she had forgotten to put it down or was carrying it on purpose, it was hard to tell. On the open ground of the backyard, Danu was leading a group of people in practice. 5 people stood in a row, each holding a stone. They raised the stone above their heads, put it down, raised it above their heads again, and put it down again. The movements weren't perfectly synchronized. Some were fast, some were slow, but no one was slacking off. Danu stood to the side, holding up a piece that was bigger than theirs. He raised his hand and shouted until his voice became hoarse. The patrol guards next to them were also training. Old Who wasn't there. They were on patrol. Led by Stone Fist, he had his team members pair up and fight with wooden sticks, one thrusting while the other blocked. The thrusts couldn't be made, and the blocks couldn't be made either, resulting in chaos. Ronan stood to the side and watched for a while. Having enough strength is one thing, but having strength alone is useless. If you don't know how to use it, even the greatest strength is just brute force. He walked over and Danu saw him, almost dropping the stone in her hand. She quickly put it down and stood up straight. "Young master." The others also stopped. Some put down the stones, while others were still holding them up, unsure whether to put them down or not. It was a mess. "Guard good," Ronan said, then gestured for everyone to stop. He picked up a stick from the ground and weighed it in his hand. "Watch closely." He gripped the stick with both hands, thrust it forward, and the tip struck the wooden stake in front of him with a soft plop, leaving a shallow white mark. The stab must be swift without hesitation. If you hesitate, you will miss. He demonstrated it again, this time even faster, the tip of the stick poking the same spot, leaving a slightly deeper white mark. Stone Fist stared at the wooden stick, then at the white mark on the stake, his brow furrowing slightly before relaxing. Ronan tossed him the stick and picked up a shorter one. Swinging a sword is not like lifting a stone. Lifting a stone trains strength, while swinging a sword trains skill. He gripped the stick with both hands and swung it horizontally, creating a whooshing sound as the stick swept across the ground. You need to turn your waist, not just rely on your arms. The strength of your arms is static, but the strength of your waist is dynamic. He swung his arm again, this time slower, so everyone could see how his waist turned. Danu stared at his waist for several seconds, then looked down at her own waist, tried to turn it, and almost twisted it. Someone nearby was trying not to laugh and didn't dare to make a sound. Ronan ignored them and demonstrated several more ways to hold the hand. Grip with one hand, grip with the other hand, grip with both hands, grip with one hand. He wasn't even sure if some of it was correct. It was something his original father had taught him, plus some he'd seen online before, a hodgepodge of things, but it was better than what they were doing now, practicing haphazardly. A sword is not an axe. You can't always think about chopping. You can use it to thrust, parry, point, and flick. He held the stick and gestured at the wooden stake a few times, stabbing, flicking, pointing, and picking, doing each move one by one. His movements weren't particularly graceful, but they were crisp, clean, and decisive. Danu stared wide-eyed, forgetting to swing the wooden stick in his hand, just holding it up like a wooden stake. He walked over to the Stone Fist group, picked up an old shield from the ground, weighed it in his hand, and then picked up a wooden axe. Watch closely. A shield isn't just for blocking, it can also be used to push. He held the shield in his left hand and pushed it forward, shield facing forward, as if he were pushing against a wall. If the enemy attacks you, block it, then push him away. Once he's off balance, you can attack him again. Don't just stand there and let him attack you. He demonstrated it once, pushing the shield, stepping forward, and swinging the axe. The movements were fluid and seamless. Stone Fist stared at the shield, then at the axe, his brow furrowing slightly before relaxing. An axe isn't for chopping. If you chop too hard, you can't retract it. Chop once, retract, then chop again. After you're done chopping, run away. Don't stand there and wait to be attacked. He demonstrated it again. He chopped once, took a step back, stepped forward again, and chopped once more. You are not knights, not warriors, so don't fight one-on-one. If you can't win, run away and come back to call for backup. With more people, we can all attack together. You take a sword strike, I'll take an axe strike, and no matter how strong he is, he can't withstand it. He put down his shield and axe and dusted off his hands. Remember, you're a team, not individuals. If you see a brother getting beaten up, go help him. If you get beaten up, call for backup. Anyone who doesn't help can get lost. Stone Fist stared intently, his wooden stick dangling at his side, gripped tightly. He silently repeated what Ronan had just said in his mind. The stab must be quick, the waist must be turned, and you can't just rely on your arms. He tried to poke it, but the tip of the stick hit the stake and went astray. He poked it again, and this time it went straight, but he didn't have enough strength and only managed to leave a shallow white mark. He thrust a third time, quickly, accurately, and ruthlessly. With a soft plop, the tip of the stick pierced the wooden stake and got stuck. He tried to pull it out twice but couldn't, and his face turned bright red. Deniu went over and helped him pull it out. The two looked at each other, but neither spoke. Ronan tossed the wooden stick in his hand to someone next to him and dusted off his hands. That's all. Practice first, and we'll see what happens when you're proficient. If you're good enough, you might have a chance to become knights. No one spoke. Ronan's offer was too big a pie for them to swallow. Deniu stared at the wooden stick in his hand, tried twisting his waist and swinging it, the stick creating a gust of wind. He paused for a moment, then swung his arm again, this time spinning his waist faster and making a louder sound. He grinned, revealing a set of white teeth, and looked like a fool. Stone Fist didn't laugh, but he gripped the stick tighter, stood straighter, and stared at the stake as if he were pondering something. Ronan saw that they seemed to have remembered some of it. Anyway, he hadn't taught them very well, so he just let them see and then try what they could do. Ronan left without offering any encouragement, amidst the admiring gazes of the crowd. Lily followed behind, her little face flushed with excitement, her braids swinging behind her. "Brother, you're amazing," she exclaimed, her clear voice echoing across the open space. As the two men left, Deniu continued swinging his bat. Stone Fist was still stabbing that wooden stake, plop, 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 each thrust heavier and more accurate than the last. "Brother, I want to learn too." Lily tugged at Ronan's sleeve, looked up at him with bright, sparkling eyes. Ronan looked down at her. "You're still young," Lily pouted, refusing to back down. "You just said that wielding a sword isn't about strength, but about skill. I may not be strong, but I can learn skill." Ronan smiled but didn't reply. Seeing that he didn't speak, Lily added, "I don't care, you have to teach me when we get back." Ronan was pulled along by her and walked a little faster. Lily followed behind, her braids swinging back and forth, muttering something, but it was hard to hear what she was saying. Several days later, old Tom stood in front of his desk, unsure of what to do with his hands. He rubbed them on his trouser leg a couple of times, then clenched them into fists. He had just finished reporting about the toilet situation when Ronan grunted in response and leaned back in his chair. "How is it being used? Are people still urinating or defecating indiscriminately?" Old Tom stammered, unsure where to look, his mouth feeling like it had a piece of hot tofu stuck in it, unable to swallow or spit it out. Ronan glanced at him. "It's all right, go ahead. It's just the beginning, nothing happens overnight." Old Tom swallowed hard, his voice strained. "Most people went to the toilet, but some people still relieved themselves outside. Some." He paused. "Some people deliberately relieved themselves at the toilet door." Arnold stood to the side, clutching the ledger in his hand, head down, without saying a word. He knew about it but didn't know what to do. Punish them? They weren't caught red-handed. Don't punish them. The rules become meaningless, which is clearly intentional. Ronan was silent for a moment, then tapped his fingers lightly twice on the table. "Go and arrest a few people who have a history of misconduct. Tell them someone reported them and saw them do it. Then drag them to the toilet entrance and beat them hard with tree branches." Old Tom was stunned for a moment, not quite understanding. Arnold was shocked, nearly dropping the ledger in his hand. "Young master, you mustn't. Doing something without evidence will damage House Ansel's reputation," Ronan scoffed. "These people are usually disliked. When something happens to them, who will stand up for them besides their family? This punishment is just to settle old scores." Arnold grew anxious and took half a step forward. "But we have no evidence." Ronan glanced at him, a slight smirk playing on his lips. "Didn't they say they received a report?" Arnold opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something. Old Tom suddenly spoke, his voice much louder than usual. "Young master, great idea. I've disliked those guys for a long time. We're working over there and they keep making a racket." Ronan nodded. "Send the patrol guards. No fines this time, just beat them. Beat them hard. If they resist, a little blood is fine." He spoke casually, but his words carried a ruthless edge, sending chills down Old Tom and Arnold's spines. "Go ahead and do it." "You know what to say. You don't need to say who reported it." Ronan waved his hand. Old Tom nodded excitedly, turned and left, his steps hurried and quick, as if afraid that the young master would change his mind. Arnold wanted to follow, but fearing the guy would make things worse, Ronan stopped him. "You stay." Arnold's feet were planted firmly on the ground. He turned around, his back bent, his face full of worry. Old Tom had already gone far away. His footsteps grew fainter and fainter in the corridor, like a gust of wind that swept by, leaving nothing behind. Seeing his expression, Ronan wanted to laugh. Arnold was too cautious. Things were different now. He needed to change his attitude towards others. Lily suddenly jumped off the chair. "Brother, I'm going to sleep." After saying that, she tossed her braid and ran out, her footsteps growing fainter and fainter in the corridor, like a gust of wind that swept by without leaving a trace. Ronan watched her figure disappear through the doorway, then turned around and leaned back in his chair. Arnold was still standing at his desk, clutching the ledger, waiting for him to speak. "The toilet is fixed," Ronan said. "Next." Arnold looked up at him. "Build a dam along the river." Ronan tapped his fingers lightly on the table twice. "Where do you think would be a good place to build it?" Arnold was stunned, thinking he had misheard. "Young master, what did you say?" "The dam," Ronan repeated. "Once it's repaired, we can irrigate more land." Arnold's mouth opened, unable to close. He stood there stunned for a long while before finally managing to squeeze out a sentence. "Young master, repairing the dam will cost a lot of money, and we'll need to hire craftsmen." "No need for craftsmen," Ronan interrupted him. "Those few dozen people will suffice. Now let's see where to repair it." Arnold's mouth opened even wider. He looked at Ronan, trying to read the hint of a joke on his face. No, Ronan's expression was serious, even a little impatient. Arnold swallowed hard, his voice trembling. "Young master, that's not something that can be done by digging a few holes and piling up a few stones. It's a dam. Even if we use earth to block it, it's not something that a few dozen people can finish. With our limited manpower, limited funds, even a viscount wouldn't do such a thing," Ronan finished for him. Arnold nodded vigorously. "Yes, even Lord Viscount doesn't know. Before he could finish, Ronan waved his hand. "Location. Just tell me where you want to build it. You don't need to worry about anything else." Arnold's mouth opened again, and this time it didn't close. He looked at Ronan, and Ronan looked at him. The two stared at each other for a few seconds before Arnold gave in first. He tucked the ledger under his arm, sighed, a long, drawn-out sigh, as if he were exhaling all the air from his lungs. "Young master, how high do you want it repaired?" he asked. Ronan leaned back in his chair and thought for a moment. "It depends on the location. 10 meters or so is fine." Arnold nearly lost his balance. He gripped the edge of the desk, his hands trembling. "A dozen meters." "Young master, do you know what a dozen meters of dike means? There are only a handful in the entire kingdom. With so few people, so few tools, so few—" He couldn't finish his sentence. "A meter or two is fine," Ronan said. "Add it gradually." Arnold breathed a sigh of relief, but before he could finish, Ronan added, "Use stones, not earth." Arnold felt a lump in his throat, unable to swallow it. He coughed twice, his face turning bright red. "Young master, stones are even worse. We don't even have the tools to quarry stones, and even if we did, it would take dozens of people to finish the job. How heavy is a stone? One person can't move it, and even if 2 people carry it, how many stones can they move in a day? Have you calculated it?" Ronan hadn't calculated it, nor did he intend to. He looked at Arnold, waiting for him to catch his breath. "You don't need to worry about those things. Just go and see where it's easy to repair and where it won't affect the existing farmland. I'll figure out the rest." Arnold opened his mouth as if to say something, but seeing Ronan's expression, he swallowed his words back. He stood there for a while, then lowered his head, looking like a wilted eggplant. "Yes, young master, I'll go take a look." He turned around and walked towards the door. He walked very slowly, as if each step was waiting for Ronan to call him back. Ronan didn't call out. He walked to the door, stopped, and looked back. Ronan was already leaning back in his chair, eyes closed, his fingers still tapping lightly on the table. Arnold sighed, pushed open the door, and went out. The door closed behind him, and the sound of footsteps slowly faded into the distance in the corridor, heavy and lingering, like dragging a large stone. Ronan leaned back in his chair, his fingers tapping lightly on the table. The damn issue isn't urgent. He asked Arnold to check the location, not because he really wanted Arnold to come up with a plan, but to see if anyone else would jump out of this area. He was fixing a toilet when someone jumped in. He's building a dam, such a major undertaking. Will anyone still jump ship? Who will jump? Will it be those who never took House Ansel seriously, or those who were originally honest and kind but were instigated? These things are not done for the people to see, but for those who are eyeing this land. Let them see that House Ansel is not dead, not a family with nothing, and that the people of the territory follow the House Ansel clan. Even if it's just a facade, having followers will make others think that the House Ansel clan still has prestige, and that it will cost them to make a move against them. When Lily ran out, her braids swung behind her like a whip. She ran through the corridor, down the steps, and around the low wall of the garden where she could see Old Tom standing in the open space, talking to the patrol team members. She ran over, panting, her face flushed. "Tom," she called out. Old Tom turned around, saw it was her, and paused for a moment. "Miss, what brings you here?" Lily took a couple of breaths, tossed her braids behind her, and looked up at him. "Brother told you to go catch people, so I'm going too." Old Tom frowned. He crouched down to be at Lily's eye level. "Miss, that won't do. We're going to catch someone, not to play around. If you go, what if what? Lily interrupted him. "My brother has already agreed." Old Tom opened his mouth, then hesitated. He stood up, glanced at the patrol team beside him, and then at Lily. "Young master really agreed?" Lily nodded vigorously, without blinking. "He's talking about something important with Grandpa Arnold. Don't disturb him." Old Tom stood there, rubbing his hands on his trouser leg twice, unsure of what to say. He didn't want to take the young lady with him, but he didn't dare go back to ask the young master. If the young master really agreed and he went to ask, it would seem like he didn't believe the young lady. If the young master doesn't agree, and he takes the young lady along, and something happens, he can't afford to lose his life. Seeing his hesitation, Lily's face hardened. "It's just going down the slope, it's not far. What could possibly happen?" She turned to look at the patrol team standing beside her. "Aren't they with me? Can't they protect me?" The patrol guards, who had been standing loosely, straightened up immediately upon hearing this. Some gripped their spears tighter, some moved their shields forward, and some cleared their throats, their voices much louder than usual. "Yes, don't worry, miss, we will definitely protect you." Old Tom looked at the patrol guards, then at Lily's upturned little face and sighed. He couldn't persuade her otherwise. "Okay, but you have to stay with me and not wander off." Lily nodded vigorously, her eyes sparkling, and the corners of her mouth turned up so high she couldn't suppress it. Old Tom turned around, ordered a few more menial servants to follow him, and then went to find Deneu, transferring 2 people from the personal guard Deneu originally wanted to come along. But Old Tom wouldn't allow it, saying that Manor couldn't be left unattended. The 2 personal guards stood behind Lily, one on each side, their hands on their sword hilts, backs ramrod straight, their faces tense, as if they were going to war. A large group of people left Manor. Old Tom walked ahead, clutching the wooden stick in his hand. Patrol guards followed behind him, spears in their hands and shields in front of them. Menial servants followed at the back. Some carried ropes, some carried branches, and some were empty-handed, their purpose unknown. Lily walked in the middle, protected by 2 personal guards, her braids swinging back and forth, her steps light as if she were walking on cotton. Her face was full of excitement, her eyes shone like 2 stars, and the corners of her mouth were turned up, which she couldn't suppress. Old Tom walked ahead, his steps heavy, and the wrinkles on his face seemed to have deepened. He glanced back at Lily, his grip on the wooden stick tightening until his knuckles turned white. Some of the patrol guards behind swallowed hard, some gripped their spears tightly, and some moved their shields forward. They had never arrested anyone before, so they were nervous but also a little excited. I couldn't tell if I was afraid or hopeful, but my palms were sweating. As the group walked down the slope, some people peeked out of the windows, glanced at the view, and then withdrew. Someone standing by the roadside saw the commotion, took a few steps back, and made way for them. Some people kept their heads down, pretending not to see, but their steps were much faster than usual. Lily walked in the middle of the group, looking up at the reactions of the others, her lips curving into an even wider smile. She felt like a general, riding a horse, leading troops, and going to war. She glanced back at the two personal guards behind her, then at the patrol guards beside her, and then at the menial servants behind her carrying ropes and branches. The smile on her lips faded slightly, then curled up again. Old Tom and his men stopped in front of a house. The door is made of wood, it's old, most of the paint has peeled off, the door frame is crooked, and it doesn't close properly. He stood in front of the door, raising his hand and lowering it, raising it and lowering it again. He didn't know what to say. Should he just call for help? That would be too aggressive. Let's talk this out. We're here to arrest someone, not to drop by. He glanced back at Lao Hu, who was also looking at him. Old Hu grew impatient, stepped forward, and kicked the door. The door slammed against the wall with a loud bang, and the hinges creaked and wobbled, almost falling off. He led his men in, spears in hand, shields in front of them, their footsteps hurried and heavy, thumping the ground. "Ned, is Ned here?" Old Hu stood in the yard and shouted at the top of his lungs. A noise came from inside the house, and someone came out from the inner room, holding a wood-chopping knife in his hand, the blade still covered in mud. He wasn't tall, but he was very burly, with bulging veins on his neck and wide, glaring eyes. "Who the hell dares to come to my house and cause trouble?" he roared, so loudly that even the trees outside the yard trembled. Then he saw Old Hu, the patrol guards behind Old Hu, and the spears and shields in their hands. He paused, gripping the machete tighter, but his voice softened considerably. What are you doing?" Old Hu recognized him. There were only so many people in this area, and he knew exactly who lived where and who was related to whom, even with his eyes closed. He pointed the spear forward, the tip aimed at Ned's face. "Ned, someone reported you for deliberately defecating in front of the toilet, defying territorial regulations. Your behavior is egregious. I advise you to surrender." He spoke loudly, emphasizing each word as if afraid others wouldn't hear him. Arnold taught him these words for several days and scolded him several times before he finally memorized them. He thought he would never need it in his life, but he never expected to actually use it today. When he said it, he felt that what stood behind him was not Arnold, but the law, the rules, and the centuries-old dignity of House Ansel. He straightened his back even more and held the spear more steadily. Ned's face flushed red, and he raised his machete. "You dare!" He roared, even louder than before, but his feet didn't move. The patrol guards behind Lao Hu took a step forward, bringing the spearheads even closer. Ned stared at the gleaming spearheads, and the machete in his hand trembled slightly. He glanced at Old Hu, then at the patrol guards, and then at the people peeking around outside the courtyard. He threw the machete on the ground, and it landed with a clang and bounced twice. "I'll go with you." His voice was much softer, and he lowered his head. Two patrol guards stepped forward, grabbed him from both sides, and dragged him out of the yard. The other two are similar. Old Hu led his men to the door, and without Old Tom's hesitation, he kicked the door open, called for reinforcements, and without any further confrontation, dragged them out. 3 families, 3 people in total, were led across the dirt road at the bottom of the slope to the front of the newly built toilet. Along the way, more and more people came out of their houses and stood by the roadside to watch. Some people were whispering, some were pointing, and some were pretending not to see anything while keeping their heads down, but their pace was much faster than usual. Old Hu made the 3 men kneel at the toilet entrance, facing the stinking pit. He rested the spear on his shoulder, cleared his throat, and spoke so loudly that it could be heard halfway down the slope. "Ned, Hob, Peg. You have been reported for deliberately defecating in front of the toilet, defying territorial regulations. Your behavior is egregious. The evidence is conclusive and the facts are clear. We are now enforcing the penalty." The 3 men were kneeling on the ground. Ned's neck was still stiff, Hob's head was down, and Peg was trembling. Ned raised his head and stared at Lao Hu. "Who reported me? Make him come out and confront me?" Old Hu ignored him. Old Tom took a step forward, stood in front of the 3 men, and glanced at the crowd around him. His hands were behind his back, and his back was straighter than usual. "From now on, anyone who sees someone breaking the rules can report it. If it's verified, we'll arrest the person. We won't reveal the name of the person who reported it, just like this time." Some people in the crowd looked up, exchanged glances, and then looked down again. Some people were swallowing, some were clenching their fists, and some were secretly glancing at the faces of the people next to them before quickly looking away. Old Hu took the whip from the person next to him and weighed it in his hand. The whip was made of twisted horsehide. It wasn't thick, but it hurt when it hit a person. He walked up to Ned, who looked up, staring at him with trembling lips. "How dare you?" Before he could finish speaking, the whip came down. With a snap, a red mark immediately appeared on Ned's back. He gritted his teeth and remained silent. Crack, another lash. He leaned forward slightly, then straightened up again. Crack, the third lash. He cried out, a soft, muffled sound as if squeezed from his throat. Hob and Peg weren't spared either. Old Who treated everyone equally, giving each person 3 lashes. When the blow landed on Hob, Hob screamed even more pitifully than Ned, with tears and snot streaming down his face. When the blow hit Peg, Peg immediately lay on the ground, covered her head, and remained silent, her body trembling. The surrounding crowd was extremely quiet, no one spoke. After Ned received 3 lashes, the clothes on his back tore and blood seeped out, turning the area red. He knelt there, head bowed, and remained silent. Hob was crying, his face covered in snot and tears. Peg was still lying on the ground, his body twitching. Old Who put away his whip and stood up straight. This is young Master Ronan's order. From now on, anyone who dares to break the rules will be punished twice over. He handed the whip to the person next to him and glanced at the surrounding crowd. Those he looked at all lowered their heads, and no one dared to meet his gaze. Old Tom stepped forward and said to Ned, Hob, and Peg's family, pay the fine, and you can go home. The families tremblingly took out their money, stuffed it into Old Tom's hand, and helped him away. Ned was being helped by his wife. He walked slowly with a limp. Hob was being dragged along by his father, still crying. Peg was being carried on his brother's back, lying motionless on his back. Old Tom put the money away, turned around, and led the people back. Patrol guards walked ahead, spears slung over their shoulders, back straight, steps steady. Menial servants followed behind, some carrying ropes, some carrying branches, and some empty-handed, their expressions different from when they arrived. Lily walked in the middle, protected by 2 personal guards, her braids swinging back and forth, her steps light as if she were walking on cotton. She glanced back at the 3 people's backs, then turned back, her lips curving into a wide smile, her eyes shining like 2 stars. Old Who walked beside Old Tom, his face expressionless, but his hands were trembling. It wasn't fear, it was excitement. He never imagined that one day he would stand in front of so many people, reciting the words he had memorized for so many days, holding a whip in his hand, lashing those who used to walk arrogantly in front of him. He swallowed hard, clenched his fist, and stopped shaking. Old Tom walked beside him, his steps heavy, but his back straight. He glanced at Lao Hu, then at the patrol guards behind him, and then at the menial servants. A few people who were a little further away from Lily were excitedly talking about what had just happened, while the rest of them were laughing happily. Back at the manor, Lily ran out from among the personal guards, her braids whipping around like a whip. She ran down the corridor, up the steps, pushed open the door to study, and rushed inside. Brother, brother. She cried, her voice high-pitched and crisp, making the papers on the table flutter. Seeing how happy he was, Ronan asked, Why are you so happy? Lily ran up to him, panting, her face flushed, her eyes shining like 2 stars. I just went out with Tom and the others. Old Who and his gang caught 3 people and beat them up. They whipped them 3 times. Ned screamed terribly. Hob even cried. Peg is lying on the ground and won't get up. As she spoke, she gestured, holding a non-existent whip in her hand, which she swung once in the air, then once more. Clap, clap, clap like that. She imitated it poorly, but she was very serious. Her expression changed constantly, sometimes fierce, sometimes fearful, sometimes smiling like a clown on a stage. Ronan looked at her, a slight smile playing on his lips. Lily finished gesturing, ran to his side, took his hand, and looked up at him. Brother, you didn't see it. It was amazing. Ronan reached out and ruffled her hair. Lily wouldn't let it go. She kept talking and gesturing, her braids swinging back and forth, and she couldn't stop smiling. Ronan leaned back in his chair, watching her gesticulating wildly, and suddenly straightened his face. What's wrong with Old Tom? Did he take a prostitute to see that kind of thing? Lily's smile froze on her face. She paused for a moment, then quickly let go of Ronan's hand, took 2 steps forward and stood in front of him, as if afraid he would immediately rush out to settle scores with Old Tom. No, brother, I wanted to go myself. Old Tom wouldn't let me go, but I insisted. He even had Denyu send 2 people to protect me, and they kept me safe the whole way. She became more and more anxious as she spoke, her voice changed, and her eyes were red, as if she was about to cry at any moment. Ronan couldn't help but laugh at her anxious and flustered attempt to defend others. He laughed loudly, his eyes squinting as he leaned back in his chair, his shoulders shaking with laughter. I was just kidding, he said, his voice still chuckling. From now on, when you go out, bring a few people with you, don't wander off alone. Lily was stunned for a moment, then realized what was happening. Her face turned bright red, and her lips pouted so much they could hold an oil bottle. Brother, you lied to me. She stomped her foot, turned and ran, her braids swinging behind her. She stopped at the door, turned back and glared at him. "I'm ignoring you." With that, she pushed open the door and ran out, her footsteps growing fainter and fainter in the corridor, like a gust of wind that swept by without leaving a trace. In the front yard, Old Who was surrounded by people, with a circle of patrol guards and menial servants standing around him. Some people patted him on the shoulder, some gave him a thumbs up, and some rested a spear on their shoulder while gesturing with their hands empty. Old Who was still clutching the leather whip in his hand, reluctant to put it down. He was weighing it in his hand as if he was savoring something. You wouldn't believe it, Ned was carrying a machete back then, this long, this wide. Old Who gestured, spreading his arms to show the length of a large machete. He charged at me. I didn't even blink, I just pointed my spear forward and he went limp. Those nearby were engrossed in listening, and one couldn't help but ask, "What about Hob? Did Hob also have a knife?" Old Who shook his head. Hob didn't have a knife. He hid inside and didn't dare to come out. I had people block the back door and kick it in through the front. When he saw us, his legs went weak and he knelt on the ground begging for mercy. Begging for mercy won't work. Arrest them if they deserve it, beat them if they deserve it. Someone nearby chimed in, their voice loud, as if they were also involved. Old Who nodded, raised the leather whip in his hand, and waved it in the sunlight. Young Master Ronan said that anyone who dares to break the rules again will be punished twice as severely. We still need to use that whip. When he said this, he stood very straight, raised his chin high, and looked into the distance as if he were looking at something extraordinary. Danu stood outside the crowd, his hand on the hilt of his sword. He watched as Lao, who was surrounded by people, listening to their praise, and his eyes were filled with envy. The personal guard next to him whispered, "Brother Nu, let's go next time." Danu didn't reply. He took his hand off the hilt of the sword, let it hang at his side, and clenched it into a fist. Our duty is to protect this place. Arnold stood outside the crowd, listened for a while, and then frowned. He squeezed in and patted Old Who on the shoulder. "All right, that's enough. Come with me to see the young master." Old Who paused for a moment, his smile still lingering on his face, before he lowered his hand from midair and hid the whip behind his back. "Does the young master want to see us?" he asked, his voice much softer than before. Arnold didn't answer and turned away. Old Who and Old Tom exchanged a glance and followed. When Old Who left, he handed the whip to the person next to him. The person took it, looked at it over and over in his hand, and even tried to imitate Old Who by swinging it twice in the air before the person next to him snatched it away. Old Who and Old Tom followed behind Arnold at a moderate pace, but their expressions were different from before. Old Who's back was still straight, but his chin wasn't as high as before. Old Tom, unsure of what to do, rubbed his hands on his trouser leg a couple of times. Neither of them spoke. They followed Arnold through the corridor, up the steps, and to the entrance of study. Arnold knocked on the door, and Ronan's voice came from inside. "Come in." In the study room, Ronan sat at his desk, holding a quill pen, drawing something on a piece of paper. Hearing the door open, he looked up and put down his pen. There were several drawings on the paper, crooked, like a big wheel or a big windmill, with a few lines drawn next to it. It was hard to tell if they were rivers or roads. Ronan turned the paper over and placed it face down on the table. "Young master." Arnold stood in front of the desk, his back slightly bent. Old Who and Old Tom stood behind him, neither daring to look up, their eyes fixed on the ground, as if there was something on the ground more beautiful than the young master's face. "What is it?" Ronan leaned back in his chair. Arnold straightened up and told him everything that had happened in the front yard. Old Who and Old Tom stood behind, listening to Arnold's words, their expressions changing repeatedly. Old Who's back wasn't as straight as before, and Old Tom's hands started rubbing against his trouser legs again. After listening, Ronan glanced at Lao Who, then at Old Tom. The two of them lowered their heads, not daring to look at him. Old Who's hands were clenched behind his back, his knuckles white, and Old Tom's lips were trembling. Seeing their nervousness, Ronan asked them to recount the events of that day, listening to their explanations and additions to each other's. "You actually caught the main culprit by accident. Well done," Ronan said. The three of them were puzzled. It wasn't an injustice. Judging from Ronan's words, it really was those people who did it. Old Tom realized, "I knew it was them." Old Who said regretfully, "I didn't expect it was actually them who did it. I should have slapped them a few more times earlier." "Arnold," Ronan waved his hand, telling the two not to worry about it, "go on downstairs if there's nothing else." The two left indignantly, but Arnold remained standing in front of the desk. "Young master, aren't they going too far?" he asked in a low voice, as if afraid of being overheard. Ronan glanced at him. What's the point of this? This little lesson isn't enough to teach these people a lesson. Arnold stood in front of his desk, silent for a long while. He knew he couldn't persuade him otherwise. He's figured out the young master's temper all this time. The more you try to persuade him, the more he'll do it. Young master, are we really going to build the dam? He asked, his voice much lower than before, as if he had resigned himself to his fate. Ronan leaned back in his chair and glanced at him. You really want to build it? Arnold nodded. Then I'll go and make preparations so that these people can quarry stone where they need to and dig soil where they need to. Ronan looked at him with a puzzled expression. How did you suddenly come to this realization? Arnold gave a wry smile, his wrinkles crinkling together like a crumpled piece of paper. The newly recruited people are idle in the yard all day, with nothing to do. When they're idle, they're bound to cause trouble. If you make them work, they'll be so tired that they'll fall asleep as soon as their heads hit the pillow, and then they won't have time to talk nonsense. Ronan leaned back in his chair, looked at him, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. This old man, who usually seems so timid and submissive, is actually a scab at heart. They can't stand seeing people idle. They'd love to work them to death. Although he was busy every day, he didn't seem to achieve anything significant. Don't rush to build the dam, Ronan said. Arnold paused, then looked up at him. Go and take stock of what skills these people have. Arnold didn't understand. Skills? What skills? They're all ordinary people, farmers, woodcutters, fishermen. What skills do they have? They're not transcendents. Ronan looked at him and suddenly remembered that this was the Middle Ages. In this era, the word skill is probably only appropriate for transcendent. What ordinary people know is called a skill or ability, not a technique. It's just a survey to see what skills they have. Whether they can read or not, whether they can farm, log, fish, weave baskets, build walls, blacksmith, carpenter, and so on. Arnold listened, frowning slightly. He didn't understand the point of compiling these statistics. Seeing his confusion, Ronan explained what he meant. Once the statistics are done, we'll know what these people are capable of. Those who are capable, we'll let them do those jobs. Those who aren't, we'll assign them to other roles. We're not hiring them to do menial tasks, we're hiring them to create value, Ronan said. Arnold pondered the words creating value for a moment, not quite understanding them, but he roughly guessed what they meant. So, making money? He asked tentatively. Ronan nodded. Pretty much. It's about enabling them to make money for the House Ansel clan. Arnold straightened his back immediately. He knows how to make money. What House Ansel lacks is money. Why didn't you just say so earlier, young master? Why go through all this trouble? Don't worry, young master, I will make sure to do a good job of counting and record everyone's skills, leaving no one out. Ronan looked at him, wanting to say that he didn't need to be so formal, but didn't say it. No rush, take your time. Arnold responded and began writing on the paper. Arnold was happy to do this, as it was truly useful for the territory, so he wanted to get right to it. Young master, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave now. The next morning, Ronan led his men out of Manor de New, followed with 2 personal guards, while the menial servants brought up the rear, some carrying shovels, some carrying pickaxes, and some carrying ropes. Lily ran in front, her braids swinging like a whip. She wore a new pair of shoes today, which Martha made overnight. The shoes were embroidered with a small yellow flower, and she walked with a bouncy gait, like a happy little rabbit. Behind her followed a little girl, half a head taller than her, thin, with big eyes, but she didn't dare to look around, only staring at Lily's back, afraid of losing her. Her name was Anne, and she was chosen by Ronan from among the new recruits to be Lily's personal maid. She has a mother and a younger brother. Her father caught a cold last winter and didn't make it. With the pillar of the family gone, they couldn't make ends meet. She had come along to try her luck during that recruitment drive, but unexpectedly she was accepted. When Ronan asked her to serve Lily, she was stunned for a long time, and then tears fell down her face, which she couldn't wipe away. Lily didn't want it at first. She felt she didn't need anyone to wait on her. Later, Anne went to her, knelt before her, bowed her head, and whispered, "Miss, please let me stay. I will work hard, I can do anything." Seeing her like that, Lily softened and reluctantly nodded. But she made a 3-point agreement with Anne. She didn't need to follow Martha around at home, and she could just learn how to do things from Martha. Today was the first time Annie had actually gone out with Lily. She walked very carefully, at a moderate pace, her eyes constantly fixed on Lily, as if afraid that her mistress might bump into something. Her face was full of worry, but her fingers were twisting the hem of her clothes, showing that she was nervous. The group walked to the riverbank. The river is not wide. At its widest point, it is only a few feet wide, and in its narrowest parts, one can jump across it. The river was shallow and clear enough to see the bottom. The stones at the bottom were round and covered with a layer of moss. The water flowed slowly southward, without even a whirlpool in sight. Arnold stood by the river, pointing at the water, and explained things to Ronan one by one. This river is called Shallow River. It flows down from Iron Anvil Mountain in the north, through our territory, and south into Lord Viscount. Normally, the water level is low, barely reaching our knees. When it rains heavily, the water rises and can flood the fields along the riverbank, inundating the crops. A few years ago, there was a major flood that washed away the houses of several families along the river in Shank Village. No one was hurt, but everything was gone. There's no bigger flood now. The river is only so wide, and it can't hold all the water as it all flows downstream. Boats can't go anywhere either. The water is too shallow, and there are too many rocks, which would break the bottom of the boat. Usually, we use it for irrigating the fields and watering the livestock, and occasionally someone catches a few fish. He finished speaking and stood there, waiting for Ronan to speak. Ronan didn't say anything and walked downstream along the riverbank. The others followed behind him, with Danu leading the way, patrol guards on either side, and menial servants bringing up the rear. Lily ran in the lead, stopped after a while, waited, and then ran a while longer. Annie followed behind, clutching Lily's clothes tightly, panting as she ran, not daring to let go. After walking for a while, Ronan stopped. This is the southern part of the territory. Further ahead lies the Viscount's domain. The land by the river was barren, with many stones and little soil, covered with short, sparse grass. There were no houses, no smoke from chimneys, no human voices in the distance, only the sound of the wind whistling across the river, like someone sighing. Arnold stood beside him and said, "Downstream is Lord Viscount's land, which hasn't been subdivided. The land here is bad, full of rocks, unsuitable for growing crops, and nobody wants to live here." Ronan hummed in agreement, turned around, and walked back. "Watch your step, everyone. See if there's any of those minerals I showed you before." Ronan's voice wasn't loud, but everyone heard him. The crowd dispersed and walked back along the riverbank. Some people looked down at the ground, some kicked stones, and some squatted down to examine the pebbles on the riverbank. Lily ran in front, bent over, her eyes wide open, looking at each piece one by one. She ran fast and looked quickly, tossing away each stone as she finished looking at it. The stone bounced twice on the riverbank before rolling into the water with a splash. Annie followed behind her, bending down to look as well, but she looked slowly, her attention entirely focused on Lily. "Brother. Is this it?" Lily picked up a dark stone and held it up in front of Ronan. Ronan took it, glanced at it from one side, then from the other, and returned it to her. "No," Lily said, threw the stone away, and kept running. After a while, a group of people slowly walked upstream along the river, passing by a village. Someone peeked out from inside the house, glanced at it, and then withdrew. Someone standing by the roadside saw the commotion, took a few steps back, and made way for them. Ronan walked in the middle of the group, ignoring them. He was looking at the river, the banks, and the land that could and could not be planted with crops. By the time we reached the uppermost part of the territory, the sun was already high in the sky. The river makes a bend here, the current slows down, and the riverbed is wide, covered with stones of all sizes, which are scorching hot from the sun. Ronan stopped, looked around, and told everyone to rest and eat. The crowd dispersed. Some sat on rocks, some squatted on the riverbank, and some leaned against tree trunks, taking out black bread from their pockets and munching on it bite by bite. Ronan also took out a piece of bread, broke it in half, and gave it to Lily, keeping the other half for himself. Lily took it, took a big bite, her cheeks puffed out, chewed a few times, swallowed, and then took another bite. Anne sat next to her, also holding a piece of bread in her hand, her own portion. She couldn't bear to eat it, holding it in her hands, turning it over and over, smelling it again and again, swallowing several times before finally taking a small bite. Seeing that she was reluctant to eat, Lily broke off a piece from her own hand and gave it to her. Annie froze for a moment, looked at the bread in her hand, and tears welled up in her eyes. She quickly lowered her head, wiped the bread with the back of her hand, wiped it again, stuffed the bread into her mouth, and as she chewed, tears fell again. Arnold sat next to Ronan, holding a loaf of black bread in his hand, but he didn't eat it and just kept looking at the river. He stared for a while before finally speaking. "Young master, look at this terrain. It's not really suitable for building a dam. How about?" Ronan didn't reply, stared at the river for a while and suddenly asked, "Are there many fish in this river?" Arnold paused for a moment, and before he could speak, Danu spoke first. "Young master, there aren't many fish in this river. Usually there are only small fish the size of a palm, not enough to fill your teeth. You can catch bigger ones when the water rises, but that depends on luck." As he spoke, he broke the bread in his hand in half, stuffed one half into his mouth, and chewed it with a crunching sound. Ronan nodded. "Then can we raise fish here?" Arnold was speechless at his question. Bread was stuck in his throat, and he coughed several times before he could catch his breath. "Young master, you built the dike just to raise fish." Ronan glanced at him. "What else?" Arnold opened his mouth, unsure what to say. He thought the young master was building the dike to irrigate the land, to harvest more grain, and to pay off debts. "I never imagined it was for fish farming." "How much money can you make from fish farming? Besides, fish aren't easy to raise, it's better to harvest more grain." He sighed, stuffed the bread into his mouth, and remained silent. Danu, however, became excited. "Raising fish is great. Then we'll have fish to eat." Arnold glanced at him and said irritably, "Fish farming is for making money, not for you to eat." Danu scratched his head and chuckled twice. "I was just saying, as long as we can eat bread, that's enough. I wouldn't even dare to think about fish." After he finished speaking, he lowered his head and continued to eat his bread, eating very seriously, even licking the crumbs off his hands. Ronan ignored them, his mind preoccupied with other things. The idea of raising fish was just made up. The purpose of building the dam was, of course, to store water for irrigation. Raising fish is not as good as fishing, but fishing requires hooks, and I'm currently missing line to make hooks. But where did the thread come from? He tried ordinary thread, but it didn't work. Are we going to kill spiders? The spiders in this world aren't that big. Just then, Lily came running over carrying a large rock. The stone was quite large, about the size of a basketball, and she struggled to hold it, her face turning bright red. "Brother, look, isn't this the kind of ore you were talking about?" She gasped for breath as she shoved the stone into Ronan's arms, nearly hitting his foot in the process. Ronan took it, glanced at it from one side, then from the other, and his heart skipped a beat. "Iron ore. It is iron ore." He looked down at Lily. Her clothes were covered in mud, her cuffs were stained, her fingers were stuffed with mud, and her face was dirty, but her eyes shone like 2 stars. Ronan flicked her nose. "Next time you find something, let someone else get it. Don't carry it yourself." Lily chuckled twice, looked up at him, and seemed to be asking for praise. "I told you I could find it." Ronan looked at her and smiled. "Yeah, my sister is really amazing." Lily jumped up with joy, her braids whipping around like a whip, almost hitting Annie in the face. Anne quickly stepped back, but her eyes remained fixed on the rock, looking at Lily with admiration. "Miss is amazing." Young master searched for ages but couldn't find it, but Miss found it in no time. Others gathered around, craning their necks to look at the rock. The one Ronan showed them before was too small, not even the size of an egg. "This one is the size of a basketball, grayish and covered in mud. But if you look closely, you can see the dark veins, which are different from ordinary stones." Some people reached out and touched it, while others squatted down and leaned closer to take a look, their noses almost brushing against the stone. Someone stood up, took 2 steps back, and squinted as if they could see something amazing from a distance. Arnold also came over, staring at the stone for a while before looking up at Ronan and asking, "Young master, what do you need this kind of ore for?" Ronan looked around. Everyone was on his side, so there was nothing to hide. "This is iron ore." Arnold paused for a moment, then looked down at the stone again. "Iron ore? He's lived to be this old and he didn't know iron ore looked like this." He looked up again and asked, "Young master, are you going to sell it?" "But I've never heard of anyone buying this." Ronan shook his head. "For myself." Arnold's mouth opened, unable to close. "Young master, you know how to smelt iron?" Ronan didn't answer, but looked at him with a half-smile which made Arnold feel a little uneasy. What will happen? What if it doesn't? Arnold grew anxious, took half a step forward, and his voice trembled. "Young master, if you knew how to smelt iron, we could forge our own ironware and sell it. That would be a huge business." Ronan shook his head. "There are no iron or veins here." Danu chimed in from the side. "If Miss can find it, it means this place still exists." Arnold turned to Ronan, his back straighter than usual. "Young master, if you really know how to smelt iron, I'll get everyone to go find iron ore. There's no rush to build the dam. We can do that in winter. The water will be shallow then, making it easier to dig." Ronan leaned against the tree, looking at him without saying a word. "Is it easy to dig in winter?" This old man, if he wasn't just making them go through the motions, he should really know how difficult it is to dig in winter. He sighed and handed the stone in his hand to Danu. "Collect the iron ore first, here you go." Danu quickly took it and hugged it to her chest. Arnold didn't ask any more questions. He knew that if his young master didn't want to talk about it, asking would be pointless. He kept the iron ore in mind and followed Ronan along the river. Ronan didn't mention the dam or the iron smelting again. He simply walked along the river and looked at the land. Walking from upstream to downstream, the land is divided into patches, separated by low stone walls, varying in size and height. Some places are close to the river, the soil is black, and it feels soft and spongy when you step on it, leaving a footprint. Some places are far from the river, and the soil is yellow and hard, making it uncomfortable to walk on. The land near Manor is the most fertile, but further downstream, the land becomes increasingly barren, with more rocks and less soil. Ronan stood on a hillside upstream, looking down. The river flows down from Iron Anvil Mountain in the north, and here it makes a bend, goes around a hill, and flows south. The hill is not large, but it is very steep. The river flows at its foot, and when the current becomes rapid, it carves out a deep pit. The water in the pit is green and the bottom cannot be seen. On the other side of the hill was a flat area, not large, covered with grass. The grass was short and sparse, and you could see the yellow soil underneath. The river flows through here, the current slows down, and a mudflat appears, covered with short, lush green aquatic plants that stand out starkly against the surrounding yellow earth. Arnold stood next to Ronan, clutching the ledger in his hand, looking at the mudflats and sighed. "Young master, the land here is not good. There are too many stones and too little soil, so crops cannot be grown. Someone tried to plant here before, but after 2 years the harvest was not even enough to cover the cost of the seeds, so the land was abandoned." Ronan didn't speak, staring at the mudflats for a long time. The upstream area was much higher than the downstream area. The river rushed down from the mountain, and when it reached this point, the flow slowed down due to the hill. If the water is blocked at the foot of the hill, it will overflow and flood the wasteland next to it. "Let's go." Ronan turned around and walked back. Arnold paused for a moment, then followed. Danu carried the iron ore and walked steadily in the middle of the group. Lily ran in the lead, constantly looking around, hoping to find more iron ore. Anne followed behind, panting heavily. The sunlight shone from the west, casting their shadows long, trailing on the ground and overlapping. In the distance, Iron Anvil Mountain lay dark and crouched there, like a sleeping wild beast. The wind blew down from the mountain, cool and refreshing, carrying the scent of water plants and earth. It was quite late when we got back. The sun was almost touching the mountaintop, turning half the sky a fiery red. Ronan walked in the middle of the group, his pace neither fast nor slow. Arnold followed beside him, his brow furrowed, lost in thought about the iron ore. Upon reaching the manor gate, he stopped and said to Ronan, "Young master, I'm going to find old Tom." He turned and walked away carrying the iron ore, his pace much faster than usual. Ronan didn't stop him and took Lily into Manor. Anne followed behind, walking very carefully, afraid of stepping on the young lady's heels. "Annie, take Miss to wash up and change her clothes." Ronan didn't even turn his head. Annie responded and pulled Lily inside. Lily was pulled along by her. She took a couple of steps, glanced back at Ronan, seemed to want to say something, opened her mouth, then closed it again and followed Annie. Ronan returned to the study, closed the door, and sat down at the desk. A map lay on the table made of parchment, its edges curled up, and in some places the ink was blurred, making it impossible to tell whether it was a river or a road. He stared at the map for a long time, his finger slowly tracing lines on the paper, from upstream to downstream, and from downstream to upstream. He looked at the hill, the river bend, and the mudflats several times, finally stopping at the hill and making a mark with his fingernail. By blocking the floodwaters here, the water can overflow, minimizing the impact on the affected land. Footsteps sounded outside the door, thump, 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 and you knew without guessing who it was. The door was pushed open and Lily ran in. Her braids had been retied, she had changed into clean clothes, her face was still wet, and her hair was sticking to her forehead. "Brother, dinner's ready," she called out, her voice crisp and clear, making the papers on the table flutter. Ronan rolled up the map, stuffed it into the drawer, stood up and followed her outside. Lily walked ahead of him, her steps light and quick, her braids swinging behind her. After finishing his meal, Ronan went upstairs, washed up, lay on his bed, and stared at the ceiling. Moonlight streamed in through the cracks in the window, drawing a bright line on the ground. He turned over and over again, unable to fall asleep. After everyone else had gone to sleep, he downloaded Mineshaft. The torches were stuck in the wall, their flames flickering, illuminating the stone chamber in an alternating light and shadow. He picked up a stone pickaxe and began chiseling at the rock face. Stone, stone, and more stone. There was no iron ore, no coal ore, not even a single stone of a particular color. He chiseled for over an hour, and dozens more stone blocks were added to the stone chamber. He stopped, tucked the stone pickaxe behind his waist, leaned against the wall, and slowly slid down to sit on the ground. The stone chamber was extremely quiet. He sat for a while, then took out a piece of bread from his backpack and took a bite. There were really only rocks. Even Mineshaft couldn't find any. Sometimes he even thought about going into a hole to look for minerals. However, real caves are not as big as those in Minecraft. Not only are they not as big, but the appearance of the cave walls makes it impossible to tell whether there are minerals or not. Ronan was almost ready to give up. Mining was really tough. Sitting in the stone chamber, looking at the few boxes of stones he had dug out since the beginning, he was exhausted. The abilities in this Minecraft game aren't as overpowered as I imagined. I'm tired of eating bread every day, it's just enough to fill me up. If I keep digging like this, I might as well just become a farmer. During his break, Ronan began to question the meaning of life. He lay down on the wooden board and started eating bread, and as he ate, he continued eating. Suddenly, he felt something move inside his body. It wasn't a heartbeat, nor was it blood flow. It was something indescribable, like a warm current surging from my stomach, flowing to my limbs, to my fingertips, and to the top of my head. He looked down at his hands. The blisters and wounds that had previously formed on my hands have disappeared. He looked at his other hand, and it was the same. He touched his arm, it wasn't sore anymore. I stretched my leg, and the pain was gone. He stood up, jumped a couple of times, and felt very comfortable without any discomfort at all. He paused for a moment, then jumped twice more. He looked at the bread in his hand. Half of it remained, golden in color, gleaming softly in the firelight. He suddenly laughed, and then the laughter grew louder and louder, echoing and buzzing in the stone chamber, as if someone in the distance was also laughing. He completely forgot that in Minecraft, there's a hidden satiety level when you're full. Once you're full, you'll regain health. He has been in this world for so long, always treating himself as an ordinary person, eating only when he is hungry and stopping when he is full, never truly full. He thought bread was just bread, enough to fill his stomach. He forgot that bread is not just bread. It's bread that can restore your energy, bread that can eliminate fatigue, bread that can turn him back into Steve. He laughed for a while, then stopped, stuffed the remaining half of the bread into his mouth, chewed it twice, and swallowed it. The warm current surged through his body again, bringing him to his optimal state. He picked up a stone pickaxe, walked to the stone wall, and began to chisel. However, it still takes so much time to dig and turn the stone into blocks. He wasn't tired at all, which was great. His biggest headache before was being tired, but now that wasn't the case. He felt like he could dig all night. I really didn't feel tired, and I didn't feel the passage of time. All he knew was how to dig. 1 piece, 2 pieces, 3 pieces, 10 pieces, 20 pieces, 50 pieces. He stopped, looked at the stones in his backpack, estimated the time, and then went outside. It's estimated that it won't be dawn for another hour. The digging isn't tiring, but it's incredibly boring. Moreover, when you're in a mine shaft and don't feel tired, you start to hear strange noises from time to time, which can be quite unsettling. This is because when people are not full, there is only one problem, but now that they are full, there are many problems. I used to feel tired, but now that I'm not tired anymore, I'm starting to notice other things. When I came out of the mine shaft, it was still dark, which was about what I expected. I quickly washed up and went back to my room. I feel no physical discomfort at all, and my mind is even unusually clear. Sitting on the bed, I lay there for a while, but I wasn't sleepy at all. My body was still in peak condition. Since he wasn't sleepy, he decided not to sleep. He walked to his desk, sat down, and turned up the oil lamp a little. Looking at the things I drew before, they were a complete mess. The flame flickered twice, then settled, casting a yellowish glow on the paper on the table. He picked up a quill, dipped it in ink, and began to draw. All those things that were vague before, I can remember now. The appearance of the water wheel, the structure of the windmill, and every part of the curved plow were clearly imprinted in my mind, as if someone had carved them with a knife, and not a single stroke could be missed. He drew very quickly, the pen tip scratching on the paper, and before the ink was even dry, he would start drawing the next stroke. Draw the water wheel, the windmill blades, the plowshare of the curved plow, one by one. After drawing each one, write down the words and mark the dimensions next to it. It's not a very good drawing, the lines are crooked and uneven, but you can still make out what it is. The wheels are round, the blades are long, the plowshare is curved, and the dimensions are clearly marked. Even Lily could probably understand them. Ronan, after he finished drawing, he spread the paper out and left it to dry on the table. A new sheet was laid out and the river channel was drawn. The places I inspected yesterday, upstream, downstream, hills, river bends, and mudflats, are all in my mind, as if someone had measured them with a ruler and marked them with scales. He drew a winding line, it was a river. On one side of the line, a hill was drawn, and on the opposite side of the hill, a mudflat was drawn. Several horizontal lines were drawn on the mudflats to mark the location of the dikes. After finishing one place, he painted another. The steep slope upstream, the barren beach downstream, and the fertile land near Manor all were marked. After finishing the drawing, he put down his pen, leaned back in his chair, and looked at the sheets of paper filled with lines and words. The flame of the oil lamp flickered, illuminating the ink stains on the edge of the paper. He reached out and touched the paper with the water wheel on it. The ink had dried, and when he rubbed it with his fingertip, it didn't smudge. He touched the windmill one again, it was dry too. He picked up the papers, stacked them together, weighed them down with a paperweight, stood up, and walked to the window. It was still dark outside the window, with a faint glimmer of light on the horizon, a hazy gray, like the belly of a fish. He stood for a while, then returned to the table, sat down, laid out another sheet of paper, and began to draw. The drawing depicts the terrain, showing the elevation difference between upstream and downstream, the width of the river channel, and the area of the mudflats, all labeled with numbers. It gradually got brighter outside the window, and the birds started chirping, one long chirp and one short chirp, as if urging people to get up. He finished the last stroke, put down his pen, leaned back in his chair, and looked at the few sheets of paper. The lines and words on the paper softened considerably in the morning light, no longer as sharp as before. He reached out and touched the river map, his fingertips gliding across the paper, from upstream to downstream, from hills to mudflats, finally stopping at the location of the dam. He stood up, put the paper away, stuffed it into the drawer, walked to the window, and opened it. The morning breeze blew in from outside, cool and refreshing, carrying the scent of earth and dew. Standing by the window, I took a deep breath, exhaled, and then took another deep breath. With this bread, although he can't accomplish those great feats on a grander scale, he can still achieve some of them if he wants to. Returning to the table and looking at the topographical map he had just drawn, Ronan once again analyzed its advantages and disadvantages. If a dam is built to block the water, the downstream water will be diverted for a short period of time. However, it is unknown how many people downstream rely on this river for their livelihood. We hadn't thought about this issue before. If we actually do it, the problems it will cause will be huge, and it won't just be a matter of one territory. After thinking about it, I decided to wait until the water level rises before building it. Once the water level is full, things will be normal again. Ronan realized he had been making some assumptions. This dam didn't seem to have been built haphazardly. If construction is really to be carried out, the downstream situation needs to be investigated to confirm the impact of the damming. There's no rush anyway, it's not too late after winter. When Lily came downstairs, Ronan was already in the living room. She rubbed her eyes, her braids were loose, and her shoelaces were not tied properly, dragging on the ground. She walked to the top of the stairs, saw Ronan, and paused for a moment. My brother is different today. In the past, when I saw him in the morning, he would always be leaning back in his chair, eyes closed, yawning constantly, with tears in the corners of his eyes, looking like he hadn't woken up yet. Today he sat there with his back straight, his eyes bright and clear, without a trace of laziness. Lily's drowsiness vanished instantly. She let go of her hand that had been rubbing her eyes, swung her braid behind her, ignored her shoelaces, and ran over. "Brother," she called out, her clear voice echoing in the living room. Ronan watched her run over, a smile playing on his lips. He reached out and picked her up, saying, "Good morning." Lily gasped, wrapped her arms around his neck, buried her face in his shoulder, then lifted it up, her eyes sparkling and her lips curving into a wide smile. She laughed, a very happy laugh, her eyes curving into 2 crescent moons. Ronan spun her around in his arms, then put her down, reached out and ruffled her hair, making it even messier. Lily didn't dodge, she just stood there looking up at him with a wide smile. "Brother, you're different today," she said. Ronan looked down at her and smiled. "How is it different?" Lily tilted her head and thought for a moment. I feel more energetic now. She took his hand and led him to the dining room. Breakfast is ready, brother. The two sat in the restaurant, with Annie following behind Martha, carefully carrying the food out and placing it in front of Lily. Miss, be careful, it's hot, she said softly, stepped aside, wiped her hands on her apron, but kept her eyes on Lily, as if afraid that she would get burned. Ronan looked at the food in front of him, but had no appetite at all. He ate a big meal of bread at mine shaft last night, and the warm feeling in his body hadn't dissipated yet. His stomach was full, and he didn't want to eat anything. He leaned back in his chair and watched Lily eat. Lily ate slowly, taking small bites, breaking the bread into small pieces and soaking them in the soup until they softened before eating. Annie stood beside her, her eyes fixed on Lily as she ate. Ronan didn't move, and Anne didn't ask him why. Her duty was to take care of the young lady, not the young master. Lily took a few bites, put down her spoon, looked up at Ronan, then at Annie, and frowned. I can't eat if you watch me eat, she pouted. Annie, go help Grandma Martha with the work, don't just stand here. Anne paused for a moment, looked at Lily, and then at Ronan. She didn't want to leave, but the young lady was the mistress, and she couldn't refuse. She stood there, twisting her fingers on her apron, tears welling up in her eyes. Ronan smiled. Go ahead, I'll look after Lily. She needs a little more time to adjust. Anne bent down with a sigh of relief, turned and walked away quickly, as if afraid she would cry if she walked too slowly. Lily waited until she was out of sight before whispering, Brother, I really don't need a servant. I can do everything myself. Let her do something else. Ronan stirred the soup in the bowl but didn't drink it. With servants, you can go out and play. Otherwise, you'll stay at home all day and won't be able to go anywhere. Lily pursed her lips, said nothing more, and lowered her head to continue drinking her soup. Martha came out of the kitchen and saw that Ronan's bowl was still full. She walked over and asked softly, Young master, is it not to your liking? Ronan shook his head. You got up early, you've already eaten, take it downstairs. Martha looked at his face and saw that he certainly didn't look like he hadn't eaten. He was very energetic, with bright eyes, unlike his usual listless appearance in the mornings. She didn't ask any more questions and took the bowl away. In the kitchen, Annie was wiping the table, her eyes red, as if she had just been crying. Martha placed the bowl in front of her. You can eat what the young master left behind. Annie looked at the food in the bowl. It hadn't been touched. The bread was still whole, and the soup was still full. She hurriedly waved her hand. Grandma Martha, please eat, I'll eat at noon. Martha's face hardened, her voice low but firm. Eat what I tell you to eat. Hurry up and eat, or you'll have to keep Miss Lily company after she finishes eating. Anne dared not refuse again. She picked up the bowl, took a bite, then another, and tears fell, dripping into the bowl. She didn't wipe them away, but swallowed them down along with her tears. Grandma Martha, Miss Lily doesn't seem to like me, she whispered, her voice trembling with tears. Martha glanced at her and sighed. Don't talk while eating. Your house Ansel's maid now, you need to behave properly. She paused, then continued, Miss Lily was with the lady when she was little, and she wasn't given a maid back then. Later, when the family situation worsened, the servants left or dispersed, and there was even less of a maid. She got used to it, and now she feels uncomfortable having someone around. She'll be fine after a while. Anne nodded, wiped away her tears, and began to eat heartily. She took a few bites, then suddenly smiled and looked up at Martha. Grandma Martha, your cooking is delicious. Martha laughed too. This isn't my doing. In the restaurant, Lily finished her soup, put down her spoon, wiped her mouth, and looked at the empty table in front of Ronan. Brother, have you really eaten? Ronan looked at her and smiled helplessly. Would I need to lie to you about going hungry? Lily chuckled twice. Who knows if you can. She jumped off the chair, ran to Ronan, and grabbed his hand. Brother, what are we doing today? Ronan picked up Lily and let her sit on his lap. Before Lily could react, a piece of bread was shoved into her hand. She looked down at the bread, then up at Ronan, speechless. Brother, I'm full. Ronan brought the bread closer to her mouth. Eat some more, and then I'll take you out to play. Lily's eyes lit up for a moment, then dimmed again. She stared at Ronan's face for several seconds, as if trying to determine if he was lying. Really? Ronan nodded. Really? Lily then took the bread, took a bite, and chewed it slowly, as if savoring its flavor. If you're choking, just say so, Ronan said. Lily hummed in agreement, nodded, and continued munching. She ate slowly, taking small bites, her cheeks bulging out like a little hamster. After eating half of it, she stopped, held the bread up to her eyes to look at it, then put it down and patted her tummy. Brother, I can't eat anymore, Ronan smiled. Do you like this bread now? Are you tired of it? Lily stared at him speechlessly, as if he were an idiot. How could I be tired of it? I'm just too full to eat anymore. Ronan burst into laughter, his eyes narrowing into slits. Lily was a little confused by his laughter. She looked down at the bread in her hand, then looked up at him again. "What's different about it now?" Ronan asked. Lily carefully considered her feelings, touched her stomach, then her face, thought for a moment, and said, "I'm a little full." Ronan laughed again, this time even louder, leaning back in his chair. Lily was a little annoyed by his laughter and pouted. Ronan wondered if the effects of the Minecraft items were different on him compared to others. The effect may be greatly reduced. In the open space in the front yard, old Joe was squatting down clearing weeds, his old scissors snipping away slowly but steadily. He heard footsteps, looked up, and saw Ronan approaching. He quickly stood up, the scissors hanging at his side, his waist slightly bent. "Good morning, Mr. Ronan, Miss Lily." Lily followed behind Ronan, her braids swinging back and forth, while Annie followed behind her, neither too close nor too far. "Good morning, old Joe. Find a few small planks, scraps will do, and a thin piece of cloth." Ronan stood in front of him, his voice not loud. Old Joe paused for a moment, didn't ask what was going on, put down the scissors, and turned to walk towards the storage room. After a while, he returned with a small pile of scraps. The planks were thin, about the length of a palm, some wide and some narrow, and their shapes were irregular. In his other hand, he held a piece of old cloth, dusty and faded from washing, with frayed edges. He placed the planks and cloth on the ground, stood aside, and waited for Ronan to speak. Ronan squatted down and pulled a small knife from behind his waist. The knife was small with a thin blade, which old Tom had sharpened for him a few days ago. He selected some planks, sized them to roughly the same size, and slowly shaved them with a knife. The knife tip grazed the wood, making a soft rustling sound, and wood shavings curled up, falling in small pieces onto his knees. Lily squatted down next to him, tilted her head and looked at him for a while, then reached out to touch the knife, but Ronan gently stopped her. "Don't move, you'll hurt your hand." Lily withdrew her hand, pouted, and squatted down beside him, staring intently at the knife and wooden board in his hand. Ronan worked very slowly. He carved a raised tenon on one board and a recessed mortise on another. After shaving it, he put the two pieces of wood together, pressed them down gently, and the tenon fit into the mortise perfectly, without wobbling or shaking. He picked it up and looked at it in the light, then put it down and continued shaving off a piece. Lily was so engrossed in watching that she didn't even notice her braids swinging in front of her. She just squatted there, her hands on her knees, her eyes fixed on Ronan's hands. Anne stood behind him, also staring at Ronan's hand. She couldn't understand what he was doing, but she watched very intently, as if she were taking notes. Ronan shaved all the planks and began assembling them. One piece standing vertically, two pieces horizontally, and one piece diagonally, with tenons and mortises aligned. Each piece is inserted one by one. No hammer or nails are needed, just a light press with your finger and it's locked in place. The frame is small, only the height of a palm, but it is very stable and does not wobble. Lily reached out and gently pushed it, but it didn't budge. She pushed it again, but it still didn't move. She looked up at Ronan with admiration, but Ronan didn't look at her. He was shaving the leaves. The leaves were shaved from thin wood chips, very thinly and gently, with the edges polished very smooth. He shaved 4 pieces, made a small hole in the center, and inserted each piece into the tenon on the shaft. The blade is very thin, so you have to be very careful when inserting it. If you use too much force, it will break. If you use too little force, it won't fit properly. Ronan held his breath and clipped the blades one by one. After clipping the last blade, he gently turned the shaft, and the blades followed suit, rotating smoothly without any jamming. He tore a narrow strip from the old cloth and carefully wrapped it around the axis in the middle of the blade. The strip of cloth was very light and hung down like a small tail. Lily leaned closer and touched the strip of fabric. It was soft yet rough, unlike the fabric on her dress. "Brother, it's so small," Lily said. Ronan nodded, picked up the windmill, and gently blew on the blades. The leaf turned, and the strip of cloth fluttered up, turning along with the leaf, soft and floating, like the wings of a butterfly. Lily's eyes lit up immediately. I'll do it, I'll do it!" She snatched the windmill from Ronan's hand, held it in her palm, brought it to her lips, puffed out her cheeks, and blew hard. The leaf spun rapidly, and the strips of cloth swung around, slapping her fingers repeatedly. She didn't feel any pain. Instead, she laughed until her eyes crinkled. She blew again and again, her cheeks puffed out like a frog's, her face flushed red, the blades spun faster and faster, and the strips of cloth swung louder and louder. Annie stood behind, watching Lily's expression. Her lips twitched, but she didn't dare to laugh. Lily got tired of blowing the windmill, so she held it up to her eyes and stared at the slowly spinning strip of cloth for a long time. Hold it in your hands, stop blowing on it, and run around the yard with it in your arms. The wind brushed past her ears, the strips of cloth fluttered, the leaves spun faster and faster, and her braids swung back and forth like another strip of cloth. Annie stood on the veranda, watching Lily run around with the windmill in her hand. A slight smile appeared on her lips, but she quickly closed it again. She glanced at Ronan, who was squatting on the ground, putting away the knife and tucking it back into his waistband. Old Joe stood to the side, still holding the remaining scraps in his hands, unsure whether to put them back or continue holding them. Lily returned from her run, panting, her face flushed, her braids disheveled, the windmill still clutched in her hand, the cloth dangling, the blades no longer spinning. She ran up to Ronan and held the windmill up to his eyes. "Brother, what are you doing?" Ronan laughed, "Just making it for fun." Lily felt that Ronan meant more than just that, but the windmill was indeed a lot of fun. She carefully placed the windmill on the steps under the porch, squatted down, and stared at it. A gust of wind blew by, and the strip of cloth fluttered slightly, but the leaves remained still. She waited a while, then blew on it again. The leaf spun, the strip of cloth fluttered, spun a few times, and then stopped. She blew, spun, and then stopped. She blew on it several times until her cheeks ached, then she stopped, held the windmill in her hands, stood up, and looked up at Ronan. "Brother, can I have this?" Ronan glanced at her, neither nodding nor shaking his head. Lily took it as a yes, carefully carried it, and ran into the house with Annie quickly following. Ronan stood under the veranda, watching Lily's retreating figure, and a slight smile played on his lips. "Find a few more thicker ones," Ronan said. Old Joe paused for a moment, put the scraps in his hand on the ground, and turned to walk towards the storage room. After a while, he returned carrying a small pile of thick wooden planks. The planks were narrow, about the length of a hand, and twice as thick as the previous ones, with fairly neat edges. He placed the planks on the ground, stood aside, and waited for Ronan to speak. Ronan pulled out the thin-bladed knife from his waist, picked up a thick wooden board, and began to shave it. Water wheels and windmills are different. Windmills turn to blow air, while water wheels turn to scoop water. He whittled very slowly, even slower than when he was whittling the windmill. The tip of the knife drew fine lines on the wood, and wood shavings curled up, falling in small pieces onto his knees. He drilled a shaft hole in one wooden board, carved a tenon in another, and carved the curve of the blade in a third. The curve is the hardest to cut. If you cut it too shallow, you won't be able to scoop up water. If you cut it too deep, you won't be able to scoop up water. If you cut it crookedly, it will wobble when you turn it. He shaved for quite a while before he finally managed to carve out a satisfactory piece. He held the leaf up to the light and examined it. The curve was smooth, the edges were even, and the thickness was uniform. He put it down and continued slicing the second piece. Old Joe stood to the side, neither holding a hammer nor a nail, unsure of what to hand over. He just stood there, watching Ronan's hands as he whittled. Sunlight streamed down from above, casting their shadows into tiny clumps that pressed against the ground. Ronan finished shaving all the leaves and began assembling them. The shaft was round, and he slowly carved it out with a knife. It took him a long time to carve out a shaft thinner than a chopstick. He threaded the shaft into the shaft hole, making one end longer than the other. The longer end was used to attach the blades, and the shorter end was used to attach the crank handle. The blades are inserted one by one into the tenons on the shaft, and they are held in place very tightly. No hammer or nails are needed. A light press with a finger is all it takes to lock them in place. He installed 4 blades, turned the shaft, and the blades followed suit, rotating smoothly without jamming or shaking. He added 2 more tablets, making a total of 6, and then turned it again. It was still smooth, still didn't jam, and still didn't wobble. He whittled a small crank handle and fitted it onto the short end of the shaft. The crank handle was also a mortise and tenon structure. Once it was in place, it couldn't be pulled out. He placed the water wheel on the ground, gently shook the handle, and the blades began to turn, flipping up and down one by one, as if scooping water or as if they were actually turning. He stopped, picked up the water wheel, and held it in his palm. The water wheel was very small, even smaller than a windmill, only about 2 fingers wide, with thin blades and a slender handle like a delicate toy. He shook it, and the blades turned, slowly but steadily, without wobbling, jamming, or making a sound. Old Joe stared at the little water wheel for a long time. He had never seen such a thing before and didn't know what it was used for. Lily had already set up the windmill, but she had somehow returned and squatted down beside the steps, resting her chin on her hands and quietly watching Ronan do his work. Annie stood behind her, also curious about what Ronan was going to do. "Brother, what is this?" she asked. Ronan placed the water wheel on the steps. "Water wheel." Lily tilted her head, looked at the water wheel, then at Ronan. "Water wheel, what's it used for? Is it similar to a windmill?" Ronan nodded. "Windmills turn with the wind, watermills turn with the water." Lily's eyes lit up and she reached for the water wheel. "Shall we go get some water and try?" She looked eager to try, her braids swinging in front of her. Ronan took the water wheel from her hand and gently flicked the roller with his index finger. The blades turned, but very slowly. "No need. The water wheel needs to be placed where the water flows. The water flows over the blades and it will turn on its own." Lily stared at the few leaves that were slowly coming to a stop, tilted her head and thought for a moment. She roughly understood what it meant, nodded, and didn't ask for water to test it anymore. She squatted down, held the water wheel in her hands, and examined it from all angles. After a while, she put it back on the steps and gently turned the roller. The blades spun, she flicked them once, then again, and the blades spun faster. She flicked it several times until the blades whirred loudly before stopping, brushing the sawdust off her hands and looking up at Ronan. "Brother, can I have this too? Don't you already have a windmill?" "But I don't have a water wheel." Lily looked at Ronan defiantly. Ronan smiled and said, "Okay, here you go." Hearing this, Lily was very happy and couldn't put down the water wheel in her hand. Ronan turned around and looked at Old Joe. "Get ready." Old Joe responded, squatted down, gathered the sawdust and scraps of wood on the ground, swept them clean, and piled them in the corner. Ronan felt his memory had improved, and things in his mind were becoming clearer, unlike before when he could only remember things in general terms and would be completely clueless when it came to actually doing something. I had only ever seen these things on my phone screen before and never imagined that I would make them myself one day. Although the carving is crooked, the tenons are uneven, and the leaves are not round, it can still rotate. If it can be converted, it means the approach is correct. Lily ran around holding the windmill, then ran around holding the water wheel, panting and her face flushed. She ran back, stood in front of Ronan, looked up at him, her eyes shining like 2 stars. "Brother, I will protect you well," she shouted, her clear voice echoing in the courtyard. Ronan reached out and ruffled her head, making her braids even crooked. "I'll make you an even bigger one later. You'll have to learn to make it yourself then." Lily froze, her eyes widening in surprise. "Me? I can do that too," Ronan nodded. "Those 2 are yours now. Take them apart, look at them, understand them, and then put them back together. Try a few times and you'll get it. Don't worry about breaking them, I'll fix them for you." Lily looked down at the windmill in her hands, then at the water wheel, and held them even tighter. "No, this was a gift from my brother, I want to keep it safe." She treasured the 2 toys. At lunchtime, Lily ate very quickly, only taking a few bites before saying she was full. She then hugged her baby and ran back to her room for a nap. Ronan put down his bowl, stood up, and was about to find a place to build a windmill when Dinu came in from outside. He stood in the doorway, his back ramrod straight, but his expression was off. He seemed flustered and hesitant about what to say. "Young master, something's happened at Stone Fist." Ronan glanced at him. "What is it?" Dinu said anxiously. "Someone ran back with news that Stone Fist and the locals are fighting." He was somewhat flustered after speaking, because he knew nothing about who Stone Fist was fighting, why they were fighting, or how the fight went. He feared it was just a trivial matter, and that his elaborate trip to report it would displease the young master. He stood at the doorway, wiping his hands on his trouser leg twice to show his panic. Ronan smiled at his expression, thinking that those people had finally started to test him. So he ordered, "Go gather some men and go take a look." Dinu paused for a moment, then bowed, gave a salute, and ran away. He walked very fast, in a hurry. Anne stood at the corner of the corridor, holding a rag, wiping the railing. Hearing Dinu's words, she paused for a moment while wiping with the rag in her hand, then continued wiping. She wiped very slowly, afraid of making any noise. He wiped it twice, then stopped and listened intently. Upon hearing Ronan say she was going to check, she threw the rag into the bucket and ran off. It wasn't running towards the kitchen, it was running towards Lily's room. Ronan went back inside and changed into some decent clothes. It wasn't new clothes, it was old clothes, but they were washed clean, neatly mended, and had no patches. He had just finished buttoning his shirt when the door was pushed open. Lily stood at the door, her braids retied and her clothes changed. She looked up at him, her eyes full of pleading. "Brother, I want to go too," she called out, her voice soft and sweet as if she were soaking in honey water. Ronan glanced at her. No. Lily's lips immediately pouted, wide enough to hold an oil bottle. She took 2 steps forward, grabbed his sleeve, and wouldn't let go. Annie will be fine with me. She glanced back and saw Anne standing in the hallway, her face pale with nervousness, but she still nodded vigorously. Young master, I will protect Miss. Her voice trembled slightly, but she enunciated each word clearly, and her eyes were very firm. Ronan glanced at her, then at Lily. Lily's eyes were red, as if she might cry at any moment. He sighed. Remember to stay close to me and don't wander off. Lily's eyes lit up instantly. She let go of his clothes, turned around and ran to Annie's side, taking her hand. Let's go, she shouted, her voice crisp and clear, all traces of her previous pitiful appearance gone. Anne was being pulled along, her steps a little unsteady, but she still kept up closely. In the courtyard, Dinyu had already gathered everyone together. 2 personal guards stood behind him, their hands on the hilts of their swords, their backs ramrod straight. Old Hu stood to the side with the patrol team, spears on their shoulders and shields on their backs, their faces tense, as if they were waiting for a tough battle. After this period of training, these people are no longer as lax as they were when they first arrived. She stands with proper posture, her face and clothes are well-groomed, and she walks with a certain gait. Although it's not quite as good as a regular army, at least it looks somewhat presentable. When Dinyu saw Ronan come out, he took 2 steps forward and bowed. Young master, everyone has arrived. Ronan glanced at it and nodded. Let's go. Dinyu turned around and walked ahead. 2 personal guards followed behind, and Lao Hu led the patrol team at the very back. Ronan walked in the middle, Lily followed beside him, and Annie followed behind Lily. The crowd saw Ronan and his group approaching from afar and quickly made way for them. Instead of orderly yielding, people hurriedly retreated, pushing and shoving each other. Someone lost their shoe, bent down to pick it up, and was then pushed aside by the crowd. They retreated to the roadside, to the edge of the field, to the edge of the ditch, to a place they thought was safe, before stopping and craning their necks to look into the circle. In the center of the circle, the 5 stone fist members, holding wooden sticks and shields in front of them, stood under a crooked tree. There were more than a dozen people standing opposite, holding hoes, shovels, sickles, wooden sticks, and some even holding kitchen knives. Ronan recognized the leaders among them. It's not about recognizing people, it's about recognizing faces. When we were building toilets down the slope, there were these people standing in front of the crowd. A tall man, a short, fat man, an old man smoking a pipe, and a few others whose names I couldn't recall. They were taken aback when they saw Ronan arrive with so many people. Some of them lost their earlier imposing manner, and their eyes began to wander. Only the leaders remained aggressive and showed no sign of backing down because of Ronan and his group. The tall man loosened his grip on the hoe handle, then tightened it again. The short, stout man took a half step back, then stopped. The old man smoking a pipe took the pipe out of his mouth, tapped it on the sole of his shoe, put it in his pocket, and lowered his head, not looking this way. But a few young men glared at Ronan, their eyes flashing with a murderous light, as if they wanted to stab him. Dinyu walked up to Ronan, placed his hand on the hilt of his sword, and straightened his back. 2 personal guards followed behind him, also placing their hands on the hilt of their swords. Old Hu led the patrol team to disperse, with some protecting Ronan and the others, and a few going to support Stone. Fist the people panicked. Some retreated, some pushed forward, some hid their weapons behind their backs, and some simply threw them on the ground. The leaders didn't move, but their hands were trembling. Ronan didn't rush to the center of the circle. He stood at the end of the path cleared by the crowd, first glancing at the people on the other side, looking at them one by one. He looked at them slowly and unhurriedly, as if he were counting people or recognizing faces. Those he saw either lowered their heads, turned their faces away, took a half step back, or hid their weapons behind their backs. After looking across the street, he looked around. A few people stood at a distance on the periphery of the crowd, not there to watch the spectacle, but to see how he would handle the situation. He saw his uncle Victor standing under a tree, holding a wine jug in his hand, taking sips now and then, his expression unreadable, whether he was watching the spectacle or something else. Grain merchant standing next to him, Old Walker, with his hands behind his back straight, and expressionless face, seemed completely unaffected. When they saw Ronan looking over, Victor put down the flask, and Old Walker's eyes narrowed for a moment before returning to normal. Ronan didn't greet them or look at them for long. He turned his gaze back and walked up to Stone Fist. "What is it?" Ronan asked. Stone Fist bowed, his movements much more nimble than when he first became captain. Young master, we were patrolling here when we saw Tebu and Jebu robbing Billy's things and even hitting him. We went to stop them, but Tebu ran away and then called a group of people over. His voice wasn't loud, but it was very clear, and he enunciated each word firmly. He pointed to a young man huddled at the back of the crowd. The young man had a bruise on his face, a cut at the corner of his mouth with dried blood forming a dark red scab, and his clothes were torn, with only half of the sleeve remaining. The collar was ripped open, revealing his thin, bony shoulders. He kept his head down, avoiding eye contact, his hands gripping the hem of his clothes tightly. Ronan turned around and shouted at the group, "Who is Tebu? Who is Jebu?" His voice wasn't loud, but everyone could hear it. There was a commotion among the people. Some lowered their heads, some looked to the side, and some stepped back. The two young men standing in front shrank back, glanced at each other, then looked at the people next to them and remained silent. Stone Fist pointed at them. "These are the two." The two young men's faces flushed red instantly, as if they had been slapped in the face in public. One of them stepped forward, neck stiff, chin held high, eyes fixed on Ronan. "I am Tebu, so what?" His voice was loud, but the end of his voice trembled as if he was trying to embolden himself. Another one stepped forward, his voice much softer than the first's, and looked at Ronan as well. "I am Jebu." Deniu took a step forward, his hand on the hilt of his sword, his eyes glaring at the two men like a wolf ready to pounce. He shouted, "Who gave you the audacity to speak to the young master in such an attitude?" The other two personal guards also looked at the two men with righteous indignation. Tebu and Jebu took a half step back, their feet shuffled on the ground, and then they stood still. The people behind them didn't back down. Instead, they pushed forward, shoving the two people back to the front. Someone whispered something, but it was hard to hear. Those who had already shrunk back moved forward again, gripping their weapons even tighter. Ronan waved his hand, and Deniu stepped back, taking his hand off the hilt of his sword, but his eyes were still fixed on that side, like a dog on a leash, waiting to be released at any moment. "Tell me, why did you steal Billy's things and then hit him?" Ronan said. Tebu opened his mouth but couldn't speak. His throat moved, but no sound came out. Jebu looked down at the tips of his shoes, which were covered in mud, almost exposing his toes. A woman squeezed out of the crowd and stood in front of the two young men, shielding them behind her. She was wearing a gray cloth dress, her hair was loose, her face was deeply wrinkled, and there were dark circles under her eyes, as if she hadn't slept well for several days. She bent over, her voice not loud, but she spoke each word carefully, as if she were holding a bowl of water that was about to overflow. "Young Master Ronan, these are just minor neighborhood matters, no need for you to get involved personally." She turned her head and called out to Billy, "Billy, Tebu and the others were in the wrong today, I'll have them apologize to you." She turned and glared at Tebu and Jebu, who reluctantly said sorry in voices so soft they were barely audible unless you strained your ears. Billy remained silent, hiding behind the patrol team, too afraid to come out. Only half of his face was visible, his eyes were red, and the scabs on the corners of his mouth were particularly glaring in the sunlight. The woman shouted again, "Billy, we're neighbors. If you make a scene, how will we get along in the future?" These words sound like advice, but anyone could understand the underlying meaning. Her voice was louder and her tone was harsher than before, as if she were reminding someone or warning them. Billy shrank back, lowered his head even further, as if he wanted to shrink into the ground. Tebu perked up at this point, his voice became louder, his back straightened, and his chin was raised even higher. "I was in a bad mood today. He bumped into me, and I thought he did it on purpose, so I hit him to teach him a lesson." As he said this, he looked at Ronan, not Billy. Jebu chimed in, his voice much louder than before. "I saw it was you who hit him." He even nodded after he finished speaking, as if he were testifying for himself. Billy panicked, peeking out from behind the patrol team, his face flushed red, tears welling in his eyes, his voice shrill and urgent. "You're lying, I didn't hit you at all." His voice was trembling, as if he had used up all his strength. Jebu sneered, "I saw it with both eyes. You can't deny it no matter how hard you try." Billy's tears started falling and he quickly wiped them with his sleeve, but they kept falling again, soaking his sleeve. "No, you stole my things. I've been saving them for a long time. When I refused to give them to you, you hit me." His voice was broken and intermittent, as if he were struggling in the water, and it took a lot of effort to say each word. Two more people, a man and a woman, squeezed through the crowd and rushed to Billy's side to check on him carefully. The woman knelt down and hugged Billy, while the man stood in front, glaring at Tebu and the others with a look of both anxiety and anger on his face. Billy stiffened for a moment as his mother hugged him, then pushed her away, wiped away his tears, and straightened his back. "Mom, I'm okay." His voice was still trembling, but it was a little more steady than before, as if he was trying to act like an adult. His father looked at the injury on his face, then at the people opposite him, his fists clenched so tightly they cracked. Just as Billy's father was about to question Tebu and the others. An older man walked up to them, his face beaming with a smile, his eyes narrowed into slits, like a merchant selling goods at a market. "Billy's dad, this is just between kids, it's no big deal." Before Billy's father could say anything more, the man kicked Tebu hard, causing Tebu to stumble forward. "Apologize now." Tebu said, "I'm sorry" again, this time a little louder, but still didn't look at anyone. The man kicked Jebu again, and Jebu apologized, his voice even softer than Tebu's. Seeing that Billy's father's expression hadn't softened much, the man added with a smile, "If you two bully Billy again, I'll break your legs." After saying that, he kicked the two of them again, which made them much more obedient. After glancing at the people around him and Billy's parents, the man continued, "This time we were in the wrong, my family will compensate Billy with 10 pounds of rye." As he said this, the flesh on his face was trembling, as if he were cutting his own flesh. Billy's mother then said, "In that case, let it go." Billy's father nodded as well. Stone Fist stood by, somewhat dissatisfied that the matter had been resolved so easily, but there was nothing he could do since the parties involved hadn't said anything. The man turned around and bowed slightly to Ronan. "Young Master Ronan, we've already discussed it ourselves, so we won't trouble you any further." His voice was tinged with amusement. Ronan smiled, ignored him, and asked Billy's dad, "Are you really just going to let this go?" Billy's father bowed, his voice trembling slightly. "Yes, young master, I'm so sorry to have bothered you with something like this." Billy's mother nodded in agreement, her tears still wet on her face, before quickly lowering her head so Ronan wouldn't see. Billy kept his head down, avoiding eye contact, his hands gripping his mother's clothes tightly. This family really left Ronan speechless. Ronan turned to look at the man. "What's your name?" When he heard Ronan ask his name, his eyes lit up as if he had seen an opportunity. The man bent down even lower, his voice tinged with smugness. "Pipu, if you need anything from now on, young master, just let me know. I will do my best to serve you." Ronan nodded, Pipu smiled, and the people behind him smiled too. Some breathed a sigh of relief while others patted their chests. Ronan smiled too, a very slight smile, with the corners of his mouth turning up slightly. Then his face suddenly darkened, and his smile vanished completely, as if he had never smiled at all. "Your matter is settled, now let's talk about something else." Pipu's smile froze on his face as if someone had grabbed his neck. The people behind him stopped laughing. Some had their mouths agape, some stared wide-eyed, and some didn't even notice that the weapons in their hands had fallen to the ground. The air seemed to freeze, even the wind stopped. "Young Master Ronan, is there anything else?" Pipu's voice was a little tight, as if someone was gripping his throat. Ronan looked at Tebu and Jebu, his gaze slowly moving across their faces. "It's about them openly robbing others, assaulting people, and leading a group of people to make arrests, of course." Ronan's icy gaze sent chills down their spines, making the onlookers hold their breath, while Pipu was still figuring out how to respond. Tebu panicked, his voice changing tone like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. "We've already discussed everything, what else is there? Besides, it was your lackey who attacked us first, how are we going to settle this score?" The woman tugged at Tebu, telling him not to talk nonsense. The shrewd Pipu, however, remained silent, secretly observing Ronan's side, as if looking at a child who didn't know any better. "Deniu, go teach him how to speak." Deniu paused for a moment, then understood. He strode over, his steps quick and heavy, making a thud on the ground. The people from Tebu tried to stop them, and several of them took a step forward, raising their weapons. Pipu waved his hand, and they retreated. Deniu walked up to Tebu. Tebu looked up and glared at him, his eyes flashing with a fierce light, but his body was trembling and his legs were shaking. Deniu raised his hand and slapped her hard. The sound was crisp and carried far across the quiet wilderness. Tebu fell to the ground, and half of his face immediately swelled up, with blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Deniu glared at him, her voice not loud, but each word seemed to be squeezed out from between her teeth. "If you dare to speak to the young master like that again, I'll break your legs." Then he glared at the others, spat, and walked back to report to Ronan. Ronan glanced at him. "Well done, don't spit on the ground again." Deniu quickly wiped his mouth, a hint of embarrassment on his face. "I couldn't help myself, young master, it won't happen again." Ronan turned to look at Pipu. "Can we talk properly now?" Pipu's face looked unwell, turning pale and then flushed, as if he had been doused with cold water. He gritted his teeth and nodded. "Young master, as long as it's reasonable, we can accept it." He said that, but the people behind him were not convinced. Some clenched their fists, some gritted their teeth, and some muttered a curse under their breath. No one dared to say anything. Ronan laughed and said, "Don't make it sound like I'm abusing my power." After he finished speaking, the people around him looked at him as if to say, "Aren't you just bullying others by taking advantage of your power?" Just then, Arnold arrived in a hurry with a group of people, panting heavily and covered in sweat. They stood behind Ronan, some holding sticks, some shovels, some pitchforks, and some brooms, all with fierce expressions as if they were about to fight. Ronan didn't turn to look at them and continued, "What happened today was that Tebu and Jebu were fighting over Billy's things, and they were caught by the patrol team. They ran away but then called a group of people to try and take him back." "Is that right?" Pipu thought for a moment, then nodded, his face twitching slightly. Ronan then asked, "Is there anything you'd like to add?" Pipu glanced at the people behind him. Some had their heads down, some were looking elsewhere, and some were swallowing hard. He shook his head. "No," Ronan said coldly. "In that case, Tebu and Jebu robbed, resisted arrest, fled, and openly rebelled with a group of people." Ronan's voice wasn't loud, but every word was like a nail, hammered into the ground and into everyone's heart. Pipu's face turned deathly pale, as white as paper, his lips turned white, and his eyes widened as if he had seen a ghost. "Young master, this is all a misunderstanding. How could we dare to rebel?" Ronan stared at him and said, "Stone Fist and his men are the guards of the territory. You're saying you're going against them? What is that if not rebellion, huh?" Pipu quickly knelt down and said, "Young Master Ronan, we wouldn't dare. It's really a misunderstanding. We thought it was some adults bullying our child, which is why the conflict happened. It's all a misunderstanding." The people behind him also knelt down. Some were trembling, some were quivering, and some were so frightened that tears were streaming down their faces. They didn't dare to make a sound and just silently wiped them away. Tebu and Jebu's plea for mercy. Tebu and Jebu were still standing, unaware of how serious the situation was. They glanced at each other, then at Pipu kneeling on the ground, their faces showing bewilderment. Pipu turned and glared at them, his eyes looking like he wanted to devour them. Only then did the two men kneel down, their knees hitting the ground with two thuds like they were kowtowing. Pipu was terrified. If he were truly convicted of treason, he would either die or become a slave. Ronan didn't tell them to get up, but turned to Stone Fist and asked, "Is that so?" Stone Fist froze, mouth agape, eyes darting between Arnold and the others. He didn't know how to answer, afraid of saying the wrong thing. Arnold nodded slightly, his expression saying, "Don't worry, go ahead and say it." Stone Fist swallowed hard, his voice slightly unsteady as if he were speaking in a dream. "Maybe so." Ronan smiled slightly, a very soft smile, the corners of his mouth twitching up a little before he stopped. He turned to look at Pipu. "Since it's a misunderstanding, let's just let it go." But a mistake was still made. Pipu quickly chimed in as if grasping at a lifeline. Yes, it's our fault, we didn't understand the situation." The people behind him quickly echoed, chattering, Yes, that's right. Young master is right," creating a chaotic scene. Ronan waved his hand, signaling them to get up. "In that case, don't kneel anymore, get up. The Billy family isn't going to pursue this, but the robbery and assault can't just be left like this." Ronan looked at Tebu and Jebu with a cold gaze like a winter wind. Ronan paused for a moment and then said, "Let's punish them with whipping to teach these two a lesson. As for you," Ronan paused again, feigning consideration, which made Pipu and the others' hearts leap into their throats. Ronan glanced at the people behind Pipu and said, "I've been telling everyone to relieve themselves in the toilet, but some people still don't listen. So for the next month, if anyone is still relieving themselves anywhere, I'll make trouble for you. How about that?" Pipu patted his chest confidently, making a loud thumping sound like he was drumming. "Don't worry, young master, if anyone dares to poop everywhere, I'll make them eat it themselves." He turned around and glared at the people around him, his eyes wide like copper bells, his expression fierce as if he wanted to devour someone. No one dared to utter a sound, and most of them didn't dare to look him in the eye. Ronan nodded, gesturing to Stone Fist and the others. Stone Fist obeyed the order, led his men over, and pinned Tebu and Jebu to the ground. When Tebu and Jebu saw Pipu and their gloomy expressions, they didn't dare to resist and obediently did as they were told. Jebu lay beside him, his body trembling and his teeth chattering. Stone Fist found the whip, weighed it in his hand, and looked at Ronan. Ronan nodded. Stone Fist asked Ronan, "Young Master Ronan, how many lashes do you want?" Ronan said, "Since it's violent robbery, that's a serious crime." He paused for a moment, which made Tebu and Jebu tremble upon hearing his words. Their fearful expressions were quite amusing. Ronan then added, "Given that the victim has forgiven him, 10 lashes will be given as punishment. If he commits the offense again, he will receive at least 100 lashes no matter what." Upon hearing that it would be 10 lashes, the two breathed a sigh of relief, completely forgetting how Ned and the other two had been lashed 3 times and were rolling on the ground. Stone Fist took the whip and started lashing it. When the first lash landed, Tebu's body jerked violently as if he had been electrocuted, letting out a muffled groan as he gritted his teeth. When the second lash came down, he could no longer hold back. His body twisted like a snake as he tried to break free from the person holding him down and begged for mercy. When the Stone Fist team tried to hold Tebu down, Pippu immediately came over and pinned him down, holding him down tightly, like holding down a pig waiting to be slaughtered. Tebu thought Pippu had come to plead for him, but instead Pippu had come to restrain him. He pleaded desperately, but no one listened. Stone Fist was taken aback for a moment, and Pippu urged, "Continue." Stone Fist continued to whip, one lash after another. Blood quickly seeped from Tebu's back, his clothes were torn and the blood seeped out, staining the cloth red. He howled like a pig being slaughtered, his voice carrying far across the open field, startling several birds in the distant trees, which then flew away, screeching. Jebu's legs went weak watching this, and he nearly collapsed to the ground. When it was his turn, he knelt on the ground and kowtowed repeatedly, his forehead hitting the ground with a thud. "Spare me, I won't do it again, I'll never do it again." His voice was shrill and thin. Pippu personally went up and held him down, his 2 hands clamping down on his shoulders like iron clamps. Stone Fist lashed Jebu again and again, and Jebu cried out even more pitifully than Tebu, until his voice became hoarse and all that was left in the end was a whimper, like a wounded dog. After they finished smoking, Tebu and Jebu lay on the ground, like 2 dead dogs, motionless. Pippu helped them up. The 2 of them could barely stand and needed support. Tebu's face was covered in tears and snot, all mixed together and smeared all over his face. Jebu's lip was cut, and blood was dripping from his chin onto the ground. The 2 dared not look at Ronan again, their heads bowed, their bodies still trembling. Ronan nodded in satisfaction, glanced around at the people, and everyone who met his gaze lowered their heads, not daring to meet his eyes. Ronan said to Pippu, "Remember what you need to do." Pippu said respectfully, "Rest assured, Ronan, I will handle it well." Seeing his reaction, Ronan waved to Stone Fist and the others, indicating that they could leave. Pippu hurriedly led his men away but did not leave immediately. Taking this opportunity, Ronan said to those around him, "From now on, anyone who does illegal things on this territory will suffer this fate, so it's best not to cause any more trouble." After saying this, Ronan swept his threatening gaze over the others. "If you have any problems, you can come to me. I, Ronan Ansel, will seek justice for you. They patrol the territory every day, so you can ask them for help if you encounter such a situation." After saying that, he looked around and turned to leave. Lily skipped and hopped along, holding his hand, her braids swinging back and forth like a little whip. She glanced back at the group of people, then turned back, a wide smile playing on her lips. Anne followed behind her, her back ramrod straight, but her face was no longer tense and her eyes were bright. Danu walked ahead, his hand on the hilt of his sword, his step steady, as if he were stepping to the beat of a drum. Old Hu followed behind with the patrol team, spears on their shoulders and shields on their backs. Their walking posture was different from when they came, their backs were straighter and their heads were held higher. Arnold led the group at the very back, still holding the stick and shovel in his hands, but his steps were much lighter. Some people were whispering something, which was hard to hear, but their tone was relaxed. The crowd stood still and watched them walk away, no one spoke. The wind blew, stirring up the dust on the ground and settling it on some footprints, slowly covering them. Ronan walked in the middle of the group without looking back, but he could sense the changes in the people behind him. It wasn't the sound of footsteps that changed, it was the breath that changed. They used to walk with their heads down and shoulders hunched, afraid of stepping on someone else's shadow. Things are different now. I've straightened my back, raised my chin, and my steps are steady. It wasn't taught by him, it was accumulated one by one over this period of time. They repaired the toilets, arrested people, whipped them, chased them away, and today they even pinned Tebu and Jebu to the ground and whipped them in front of so many people. They witnessed it firsthand, participated in it personally, and experienced it firsthand. So the name House Ansel is actually quite effective. Following the young master means I won't be bullied, and I can even instill fear in others. This is a good thing. They tasted the power, even though it was borrowed, a power that was used by a fox to bully a tiger, a power that was used by a dog to bully its master. But it doesn't matter as long as others recognize it. The more powerful House Ansel is, the more confident they become. The more confident they are, the more powerful House Ansel can become. This is a cycle, an upward cycle. Power is ultimately built up by people, just like in kingdoms, where the aristocratic system supports the king. In the past, when House Ansel was about to collapse, the servants didn't dare to raise their heads when they went out, for fear of being asked, "Has your master paid off his debts yet?" Or being laughed at for the servants of a poor family still putting on airs. Things are different now. If anyone dared to say they had sold themselves to a fallen noble family on the verge of collapse, they would probably rush up and fight that person to the death. It's not that they're particularly loyal, but rather that they feel they can only be better when House Ansel is doing well. Therefore, they cannot be slandered. This is to strip away their existing disguise. House Ansel collapsed and they were nothing. Besides, following House Ansel meant they actually had food to eat. They understand this principle better than anyone else. Stone Fist and De New were all right. After all, they were guards, armed with knives and swords, so they were naturally confident. The menial servants have undergone the most significant changes. In the past, when walking around the territory, I would always walk close to the wall, afraid of blocking anyone's way. Things are different now. They walk with a confident stride, no longer shy away from people, and stand up straight, as if something is supporting them from behind. They started to take pride in Ansel in this small place. This surname has become valuable again. Lily walked beside him, skipping and hopping, her braids swinging back and forth, looking very happy. She used to be quiet and well-behaved, never making a fuss or causing trouble for the adults, like a little cat hiding in a corner. Things are different now. She laughs, a genuine laugh, her eyes crinkling with joy. She stopped pretending to be sensible and stopped carefully watching the adults' expressions. She was just a 5-year-old girl, pampered and protected by others, and told not to be sensible. Ronan glanced down at her. Lily was looking at him with adoration. Ronan smiled at her. Looking at the manor that was approaching, his clear mind made him feel how real this world was. Instead of being like before, where mining at night left me listless and lethargic during the day, accomplishing virtually nothing. Thinking back, from the moment I came into this world, I was injured. Every part of my body ached, and I was bedridden. After recovering from his injuries, he wanted to turn his life around with technology. But the gunpowder didn't explode, and the magnet didn't generate electricity, so all his efforts were in vain. Disheartened and resigned, I felt like a useless person no matter where I was. Later, I got the MC ability and thought I was about to take off. But I ended up mining underground every night, and during the day I was listless and my mind was foggy. I couldn't think clearly about anything. In a daze, after getting wheat, he had no energy to manage the hiring, which made Arnold extremely anxious. If I hadn't discovered that bread satiety could help me overcome fatigue, I can't imagine what my life would have been like. It seems the saying is true, health is the foundation of everything. My previous self acted on impulse, much like my past self. I was like this in my past life. They act on a whim, thinking this is good today and that is good tomorrow. They want to try everything, but they don't stick with anything for long. I took the postgraduate entrance exam for half a month, but I felt it was too difficult, so I decided not to take it anymore. I studied programming for 2 months, but found it boring and gave up. Everything started and nothing ever ended. He said he was quitting his job to start a business, but even without time travel, it would probably fizzle out. As I approached the house, listening to the soft murmurs and laughter of the people around me, and Lily's cheerful voice, I decided to take it slow and steady this time. Ronan returned to study and sat down behind his desk. Lily ran in after him, her braids all messed up, a few strands of hair sticking to her forehead, her face flushed, and her eyes shining like 2 stars. She stood in front of the desk, looking up at Ronan, her lips curving into an uncontrollable smile, laughing continuously until her eyes crinkled into 2 crescent moons. Ronan reached out and pinched her cheek. "So happy," Lily nodded vigorously, her braids swinging back and forth behind her. "Wow, my brother was amazing today." He made those people kneel down and beg for mercy with just a few words. He's really incredible." As she spoke, she gestured with both hands, mimicking Ronan's manner of speaking, raising her chin high and lowering her voice to adopt an adult tone. "That's robbery, resisting arrest, escaping, and openly rebelling with a group of people." After learning it, he laughed first, laughing so hard that he bent over backwards, his braids swinging like a whip. Anne stood behind her, nodding along with her, her eyes full of admiration as she looked at Ronan as if she were some extraordinary person. Ronan smiled as he looked at Lily's smug expression. She was still proud of what had just happened, not for herself, but for him. Ronan then instructed Anne, "Anne, go and call Arnold and the other 3 team leaders." Anne paused for a moment, then bowed and gave a salute. "Yes, young Master Ronan, I'll go right away." She turned and ran out, her steps quick and light. She ran so fast that she almost tripped on the threshold, grabbed the door frame, and ran out again. Ronan leaned back in his chair, gathered the scattered papers on the table, folded them neatly, and placed them under the paperweight. Lily dragged a stool over and sat down next to him. A book had somehow appeared in her hand. She opened it, placed it on her lap, and stared at the pages, but didn't read a single word. Footsteps echoed down the corridor. Arnold entered first, bowing slightly. He stopped in front of the desk, gave a greeting, and stepped aside. Old Tom followed behind him, still clutching the old pair of scissors in his hand. He hesitated for a moment at the door, then tucked the scissors behind his waist, walked in, and stood next to Arnold, also bowing slightly. Old Joe walked at the very back, his steps slow, his hands still covered in mud. He wiped them on his trousers and stood next to Old Tom, head down, saying nothing. Martha and Annie came in together. Martha was a little awkward. When she saw Old Joe and the others, she went to stand next to them, while Annie went to Lily's side. The 3 team leaders arrived later. Denew walked at the front, his hand on the hilt of his sword, his back straight, taking large strides. He paused at the door, straightened his collar, and then walked in, standing behind Arnold Old, who followed behind him without his spear, but his hands still habitually hung at his sides. Standing next to Denew, he also bent down slightly. Stone Fist walked at the back, his steps unhurried and expressionless. He entered the study, glanced at the people inside, stood next to Lao Hu and bowed. They were laughing and joking outside before they came in, not very loudly, but Ronan heard them. Once inside, the noise stopped, the smiles vanished, and everyone stood ramrod straight, hands hanging at their sides, eyes fixed on the ground, as if they were completely different people. The study room quieted down, with only the occasional bird calls from outside the window and the distant barking of someone's dog, too far to hear clearly. Seeing that everyone had arrived, Ronan leaned back in his chair and got straight to the point. "My mother has been gone for a while now, and I don't know when she will be back." He glanced at the people standing in front of him. Ronan didn't pause and continued, "You've probably already heard that House Ansel owes a lot of money. I'm telling you, it's true." There was a moment of silence in the room. Arnold's account book trembled, Old Tom's mouth opened and then closed, but Old Joe and Martha didn't react. Denew lowered his hand from the hilt of his sword, letting it hang at his side, clenched into a fist. Old Hu frowned even more deeply. Stone Fist raised his eyes, glanced at Ronan, and then lowered them again. "This is no secret. In the past, people would often come to our door to cause trouble. Some would curse, some would smash things, and some would demand repayment of debts. The people in the territory are saying that House Ansel is about to collapse, that the family won't last much longer, and that Ronan and his friends will be kicked out sooner or later. Some even said that after House Ansel fell, Ronan and his ilk might end up as slaves, even lower than themselves, because they couldn't repay their debts." No one dared to say these words to Ronan's face, but they were widely circulated behind his back, and all the people knew about them. If it weren't for their noble status, which prevented those people from openly offending them, Ronan's family would have been ridiculed long ago. Arnold grew anxious and took half a step forward. "Young master, Madam will definitely be able to raise the money this time she goes out." Ronan waved his hand, telling him not to rush. They shouldn't spread these things around, right? He glanced at Stone Fist, Denew, and Lao Hu, his tone not harsh, but his eyes were very cold. A chill ran down the spines of the 3 men. Denew lowered his hand from the hilt of his sword and wiped it on his trouser leg. Lao Hu lowered his head. Stone Fist stood still, but his expression froze, as if he had been doused with a bucket of cold water. Ronan glanced at them and suddenly smiled. "Those who can stand here are the backbone of House Ansel." Everyone in the room was stunned for a moment. Arnold's mouth opened and then closed. Danu straightened her back even more and her chest lifted up. Old Who clenched his fist, then loosened it, then clenched it again. Stone Fist stood there, his face still expressionless, but he stood more steadily. Old Joe and the others looked up at Ronan, then lowered their heads again, tears welling up in their eyes. No one expected Ronan to say such a thing, and no one expected to be called a backbone by the young master. They used to be servants, tenant farmers, hired laborers, people nobody respected. Now the young master says they are the backbone of House Ansel. It's not about pity, it's not about giving alms, it's about recognition. They straightened their backs and chests, but then tensed up again. They looked at Ronan, and their eyes changed. They were no longer hesitant and evasive. Instead, they were firm and serious. Ronan patted Lily's head to comfort her, who was anxious about the situation at home. Ronan pried her hand off the hem of her clothes and held it in her palm. Her hand was very small. Everyone knows these things, there's no need to hide them. His voice wasn't loud, but it was very steady. But I can guarantee that this family won't fall apart. Lily looked up at him. Ronan's eyes were bright and clear, without any evasion or hesitation, and without the previous foggy, confused look. She lowered her head, buried her face in his arm, and mumbled a soft hum. Ronan continued, "Those creditors are the ones who least want House Ansel's title to be stripped. They might even intervene to preserve House Ansel's current status." Arnold opened his mouth, his lips trembled twice, but in the end he didn't say anything. He was afraid that speaking out would hurt the young master's pride, that the young master would think he was making sarcastic remarks, or that the young master would think he was old and useless. Lily lifted her head from his arm, her eyes red, but she didn't cry. "But when those creditors came to our door, they were all very rude." Her voice still had a nasal tone. Ronan smiled slightly, a very soft smile, with the corners of his mouth turning up slightly. "Of course. They're afraid we'll deliberately delay paying back the money, afraid our family's title will be in jeopardy, and afraid they won't get the money. So they're putting on a show of force to make us afraid of them and make us hurry up and find a way to pay back the money." Ronan spoke calmly, unhurriedly, and clearly. Arnold shook his head. "Young master, you underestimate those businessmen. They don't care about other people's lives. They'd love to rip House Ansel off to the bone." He had seen too many businessmen like this, smiling when borrowing money, fierce and menacing when demanding repayment, their attitude changing faster than turning the pages of a book. He didn't believe those people would help House Ansel, or that they would protect House Ansel. Ronan neither refuted him nor comforted him. He glanced at Arnold and then said slowly, "Merchants care most about profit. If there's a problem with House Ansel's title, our family's current assets won't be enough to pay them back." Ronan picked up his cup, took a sip of water, put it down, and continued speaking. "Moreover, after the House Ansel clan lost their title, everything in the territory would have to return to Viscount Reinhardt. The reason they dared not take back the territory was because all the rights to the territory were granted by the House Ansel clan. After the title was taken back, they had no power to make the Viscount recognize their rights." Ronan smiled and said, "As long as House Ansel is still there, the title is still there, and the territory is still there. In this way, they can acquire everything in Ansel's territory and use equivalent things to offset their debts." Ronan looked at Arnold, his voice not loud, but each word was pronounced very clearly. "So no matter how much they urge us, we just don't have it. As long as the taxes are paid, we don't need to be polite to anyone who dares to cause trouble on our territory." Danu straightened his back even more, his hands resting on the hilt of his sword. Old Who raised his hand from his side and then put it down again. Stone Fist didn't move, but his eyes lit up, like the light on a blade. Arnold's brow was furrowed, and the wrinkles on his face were knitted together. "What if they sue? As for the Viscount, this won't be able to hold out much longer," Ronan chuckled. "Then let's give them our arable land as collateral. 1 acre should be worth at least 1 gold coin." Arnold frowned even more, while Lily tilted her head, puzzled. "If land is so valuable, why doesn't Mother sell it to pay off the debt? If she sells it, she won't be in debt anymore, and no one will come to the house to cause trouble." Ronan reached out and gently flicked her forehead. Lily covered her forehead, pouted, and looked at him with wide eyes, both angry and aggrieved. Ronan smiled and shook his head. "Most of the territory's taxes come from these lands. Without these lands, where would the territory's taxes come from? If you can't pay your taxes, you'll be stripped of your territory and title." Lily covered her forehead, pouted, and remained silent. She didn't understand, but she knew her brother was right. As long as the taxes are paid and the title is kept, there's no need to worry about them. If anyone dares to cause trouble, Danu, you can take action directly. Don't be afraid, I'll take responsibility. The three men, upon being called upon, all raised their chests and pledged, Young Master Ronan, if anyone dares to cause trouble, we will defend the dignity of the House Ansel clan to the death. Seeing how solemn they were, Ronan wanted to say that it was unnecessary, but this was not the time to discourage their attitude. Ronan turned his head and looked at Arnold, his gaze calm, as if he were talking about something very ordinary. If they sue, give them the land. If they really want the land, then pray that the House Ansel clan continues to lead this land, otherwise they won't get it either. Arnold paused for a moment, then nodded. He understood. It's not that they don't want to pay, they're just dragging their feet. They don't have the money, but if you want it, you can take the land as collateral. It's not that we're refusing to pay, it's that we have no choice. If we want the money, we'll have to use the land as collateral to shut them up. Arnold looked at the ledger in his hand. The ledger was still the same ledger, the IOUs were still the same IOUs, and the numbers were still the same numbers. But Arnold now feels that the ledger in his hand is too light. It's not that the paper is lighter, it's that the pressure is less. Ronan didn't care whether they understood or not, it didn't matter. He called them here not to teach, but to instill pressure. He leaned back in his chair and tapped his fingers lightly on the table twice to bring them back to their senses. I didn't call you here just to tell you this. Now that the money issue is no longer urgent, we need to get on with other things. He glanced at Martha and called out, Martha. Martha was standing by the door when she heard her name called. She took half a step forward and moved very respectfully. The personal guard and patrol team will be very important in the future, so their food will be plentiful, but they cannot waste or take it away. They will be given whole wheat bread without any other ingredients. Martha nodded vigorously. Don't worry, young master, I'll keep an eye on things. Ronan turned his head and looked at Danu, Laohu, and Stone Fist. The three men stood up straighter, raised their chins higher, and puffed out their chests even more. We're providing you with enough to eat, not so you can just sit around doing nothing. Train like crazy. You guys should understand what you'll be facing later. If anyone slacks off, there are people in the menial servants waiting to take their place. The three of them immediately felt the pressure, but still spoke loudly. Don't worry, young master, I won't let you down. Anyone who disobeys will be kicked out. Practice? My team will practice like crazy. After each of the three finished speaking, they repeated what the other two had said. Their voices overlapped, chaotic but powerful. Ronan was very satisfied with their attitude. Keep an eye out for strong, capable fighters and decent people in your territory. If you can recruit them, that's your achievement. For now, we can only provide enough food. Those who want to come can come. The three men exchanged glances and spoke almost simultaneously. Yes, young master. Everyone seemed lost in thought. Old Tom glanced at the others, mustered his courage, and took half a step forward. Young master, are there still any menial servants we can recruit? Arnold frowned, and before Ronan could speak, he interrupted. What we lack now is guard. We already have enough menial servants. Old Tom didn't look at him. His eyes were still fixed on Ronan, waiting for the young master to speak. Arnold's expression darkened. His lips moved as if he wanted to say something, but he swallowed it back. He had worked at House Ansel for decades, and Old Tom was one of his men. Old Tom had offended him in front of the young master, but he couldn't retaliate now and had to put up with it. Old Joe stood to the side, watching Arnold's flushed face, almost bursting out laughing, but he was trying his best to restrain himself. Ronan thought for a moment. It's all the same, as long as they have good character. We can hire them. Although Arnold had a feeling Ronan would agree, he still panicked when he actually heard it and took half a step forward. Young master, there are already enough people. Ronan waved his hand. Even if everyone in the entire territory came, it wouldn't be many. As long as things are arranged properly, is it harder than them surviving? Arnold opened his mouth but couldn't say anything. Ronan's nonchalant attitude towards everything was somewhat unbearable, constantly challenging his understanding and making him realize that he was no longer of any value. Ronan looked at Old Tom, his voice low but deep. Old Tom, I only provide meals here. That's all, got it? Old Tom's eyes immediately reddened and his voice became a little choked. Young master, just the fact that meals are provided is enough to make many people envious. You have no idea what those people outside. Ronan waved his hand, stopping him from continuing. All right, stop getting sentimental. Anyone from the territory who is of good character is welcome to come. but if you use this as an excuse to get something for yourself, I won't consider the years you've served House Ansel." Old Tom's back bent low, and his voice became urgent. "Young master, how could I dare?" Ronan said sternly. "I wouldn't dare now, but I might not in the future. Arnold, you'll keep an eye on them from now on. Anyone abusing their power for personal gain will be shut down immediately. This is a heavy responsibility. Are you willing to take it?" Arnold straightened up immediately, his chest puffed out, and he solemnly assured, "Don't worry, young master, I'll keep an eye on things. Anyone who dares to touch anything belonging to House Ansel will regret it." After he finished speaking, he gave Danu, Lao Hu, and Stone Fist a cold look. The three people stood still, their expressions solemn. They did not flinch. Danu raised his chin slightly, Lao Hu put his hands behind his back, and Stone Fist stood there with no expression on his face. Martha, Old Tom, and Old Joe glared back. Arnold looked at them and his lips twitched, giving them a "you just wait and see" look. Lily sat beside her, still holding the book in her hands, but she didn't turn the pages. She looked at her brother, then at the people in the room, sitting quietly, smiling the whole time, her eyes crinkling. Stone Fist entrusted with an important task, Arnold no longer looked as gloomy as before. He was now full of energy again. He stood there, his back ramrod straight, and the wrinkles on his face smoothed out. He used to always have a furrowed brow and a bitter face, as if someone owed him hundreds of gold coins and wouldn't pay them back. Things are different now. There's light in his eyes, and he's holding his chin up. Ronan smiled at his expression. "All right, Arnold." Arnold paused for a moment, then stepped back and gave up his seat. "Old Joe," Ronan called out. Old Joe emerged from behind the crowd, walking at a leisurely pace, his hands still covered in mud. He wiped them on his trousers and stood in front of the desk. "Take a few men from Old Tom's side and look around the estate to see where it would be suitable to build a few houses. They're for people to live in, not just for shelter from the rain." Old Joe thought for a moment and asked, "Young master, what kind of building do you want? Just something habitable or something else?" Ronan waved his hand. "Find a place first, then let me know when you found one." Old Joe nodded and went back. Martha stood by the door, hesitated for a moment, and then took half a step forward. "Young master, if we add more people in the future, what about the food?" She didn't finish her sentence, but everyone understood what she meant. Ronan glanced at Old Tom. "How many people do you have on your side? Can you estimate?" Old Tom's face scrunched up. He rubbed his hands on his trouser leg a couple of times, then clenched them into fists. "Young master, there might be a lot of people. If food is scarce, I can adjust the portions." Ronan looked at him. "What's going on? Now that you've roughly identified the people, tell me who they are." Old Tom scratched his head, his wrinkles rubbing together like a child caught doing something wrong. "Actually, it's mainly our family members. We thought the young master only recruited young and strong people, so we didn't dare let them come. Later, when we found out that the elderly and infirm were also being accepted, they kept asking." Arnold's eyebrows shot up when he heard this. "So that's why you suddenly asked this, you old rascal. You're trying to abuse your power for personal gain. Are you trying to squeeze your grandson in too?" Old Tom didn't argue with him, but just glanced at him and said slowly, "Your family also came to ask me. What do you say, should we hire them, you old fogey?" Arnold's face flushed red, and he pointed at Old Tom, his finger trembling. "You!" Old Tom didn't care, since it wouldn't just be his family coming. Old Joe added from the side, "Old butler, if you disdain doing these things, then don't let your family come." Martha and Danu laughed, thinking Arnold would get angry. Unexpectedly, Arnold straightened his back and said in a serious tone, "This is the young master taking care of our family, and I will not let the young master down." Ronan smiled and waved his hand, telling them to stop arguing. "Your families should all come. The same goes for everyone else in the territory. If your whole family comes, we'll take back the land they've rented, and then arrange for people to plant it when it's time to plant." Old Who couldn't hold back any longer and took a step forward. "Young master, can our family members come too?" Ronan nodded. "Yes." Several people's faces lit up with joy. They looked at each other, unable to suppress their smiles. Ronan glanced at them, his voice turning serious. "You can come. But remember, no matter how strange what you see here, don't ask anything, don't say anything, just do your job normally. Understand?" The smiles on their faces vanished, and a chill ran down their spines. The young master's voice wasn't loud, but the coldness seemed to seep from the very bones, sending chills down one's spine. They swallowed hard and nodded in unison. "Understood. There will be more people later. You guys pick some of the smart ones to learn from first. I'll arrange the rest." The group nodded again. Stone Fist stood there, shuffled his feet on the ground a couple of times, and after a while finally spoke. Young master, why didn't you punish those people more severely just now? Ronan glanced at him, a slight smirk playing on his lips. Do you have a grudge against them? Why can't you stand to see them doing well? Stone Fist's face flushed red, and he lowered his head, remaining silent. Deniu chimed in from the side. Young master, those people always bully others because they outnumber them. This time, we should seize the opportunity and give them a good beating. Ronan shook his head. To put it bluntly, this is a rebellion. But we can't just declare it a rebellion, we have to report it. Do you think if the higher-ups come to investigate, they'll think we're making a mountain out of a molehill, or will they actually convict them of a rebellion? Arnold sighed and replied helplessly, to confirm their rebellion, we need to make some concessions. Ronan nodded. So if they had been rude, I would have taken all the orders. I would have bribed them. But they were quite sensible, so there was no need to waste my energy. As long as you're still patrolling, they won't dare to openly cause trouble, so don't worry too much. The most important thing for you now is to quickly improve your strength so that you don't get knocked down by others in a few moves when something happens. He paused, looking at Stone Fist. If you're still not comfortable with that, have someone keep an eye on them. When they do it again, catch them red-handed and then deal with them. The three nodded thoughtfully. Ronan glanced at them, his voice turning serious. But I want you to remember, you are the guards of House Ansel. You must act according to the rules. As long as you are in the right, I will support you. But if anyone dares to act recklessly, I will deal with them personally. Understand? The three men stood ramrod straight, their voices ringing out in unison. Understood, young master. And also, Ronan added, tell everyone that those recruited by House Ansel will receive the treatment and protection they deserve. But they must also remember that they represent House Ansel on the outside. Anyone who dares to overstep their bounds will be punished even more severely. Arnold bowed slightly. Don't worry, young master, I will teach them what they should and shouldn't do. Ronan nodded. This is also your responsibility. If you're too busy, find a few people to help. Old Tom stood to the side, hesitating for a long time before finally speaking. Young master, when Madam returns, will she dismiss all these people? Ronan glanced at everyone. They knew Lee wouldn't approve of his reckless behavior, as Lee was a conservative person. Probably not. My mother told me before she left that she should handle it as she sees fit. As long as the territory improves and there are more supporters of House Ansel before she returns, she will definitely acknowledge it. Old Tom nodded and patted his chest, assuring her, don't worry, young master, I'll make sure they do a good job and satisfy Madam. Lily suddenly spoke, her voice not loud, but everyone heard her. Brother, if you inherit the title and leave home, will they still be able to stay? Will you keep them here? The room fell silent instantly. Everyone was stunned. After Lily said that, Ronan completely forgot that he had an older brother at home. They forgot that young Master Ronan had an older brother. The young master is the second son. He'll have to be separated from his family sooner or later. He's gone. Who will take care of this family now? Deniu loosened his grip on the sword hilt. Lao Hu's fist also loosened, and Stone Fist stood there with his expression unchanged, but his eyes darkened slightly. Arnold's ledgers have become heavy again. Old Tom lowered his head, Old Joe looked at the ground, and Martha twisted the hem of her clothes again and again. They were just thinking about the future, about how their young master would lead them to success, about House Ansel rising again, and about how they could benefit from it. Now, a bucket of cold water is poured over me, chilling me from head to toe. Ronan patted Lily's head and smiled. That's for later. In the meantime, let's get our work done. Even if something goes wrong, we can always go back to where we came from. Those who want to farm, farm. Those who want to work, work. What's there to worry about? Lily lowered her head, her voice muffled. But brother, they were so happy when they came here. What if they get kicked out? Ronan gently flicked her forehead. No one can predict the future. Maybe Big Brother will want to keep them. Lily covered her forehead, nodded, and remained silent. Ronan leaned back in his chair, looking at the people standing in the room. You can go about your business. Arnold bent down, turned and walked away. Old Tom followed behind him, and Martha and Old Joe brought up the rear. Deniu, Lao Hu, and Stone Fist bowed and left. Lily sat next to him, still holding the book in her hands, but she didn't turn the pages. She had her head down, lost in thought. Ronan reached out and ruffled her hair, making her braid askew. Don't worry, Mother hasn't come back yet. She neither dodged nor said anything. As Ronan withdrew his hand and began writing something, Annie tidied Lily's messy hair. Lily seemed to have accepted Annie, so she let her continue. Sunlight streamed in through the gaps in the curtains, falling on the floor in a golden glow, like a thin river flowing slowly. For several days in a row, Ronan wandered around the territory. They surveyed the terrain during the day and dug tunnels at night. Since I hadn't found anything in the mine shaft at home, I started digging in different places. They dug down the slope, along the riverbank, at the foot of the mountain, and along the ditch, digging each hole more than 10 meters deep. But there was no iron ore, no copper ore, not even a stone of a different color. It reminds me of the mine shaft in the game, where you dig a few blocks down to find coal, a few more blocks to find iron, a few more blocks to find gold, and a few more blocks to find diamonds. This is reality, not a game. There aren't that many ores, and they won't just lie there waiting for you to dig them up. You have to find the vein first. Mineral veins aren't something you can just find by digging randomly. If you don't find one, it's not bad luck. It's simply not there. So Ronan decided to give up mining. I had even considered digging directly to a place with lava. Looking back now, I realize I was overthinking it. This is reality, not a game. First, you don't know how deep you have to dig to encounter it, and real lava doesn't just lie there motionless. It can erupt, just like a volcano, with scalding lava spewing out from underground, and you won't even know how to hide. I don't know if I can be resurrected. Since he transmigrated, he has never died, nor dared to try, because this level of difficulty feels like the extreme mode. Once you're dead, that's it. There's no going back, no resurrection. As for reloading save files, he hasn't found a way to do that yet. If you find a place where you can set it up, you can just turn on creative mode and take off from the spot. You can then tell other people that you don't eat beef. After such a long period of reflection, I've come to realize that MC ability doesn't change the world. It forcibly alters the rules of this world itself. I only changed the small part that I could touch. The rest remained the same. So the reason we can't find minerals isn't because there are no minerals in this world, but because our capabilities aren't strong enough to change the distribution of mineral veins across the entire world. While not invincible, this ability is at least a remarkable power. It's not fighting spirit, not magic, not divine arts. Rather, it is an extraordinary ability that belongs unique to oneself. A few days later, old Tom arrived carrying a stack of papers. The paper was old, with curled edges and ink stains in some places. He had gotten it from Arnold. He stood at the door of study, hesitated for a long time, and then reached out to knock. "Come in," Ronan's voice came from inside. Old Tom pushed open the door and saw Ronan leaning back in his chair, holding a book in his hand. He didn't read it. He flipped through a couple of pages and then closed it. He stood in front of the desk, placed the stack of papers on it, rubbed his hands on his trouser leg a couple of times, unsure of where to put them. "Young master, the count is complete." His voice was a little tight, as if something was stuck in his throat. Ronan picked up the stack of papers and flipped through them. The writing on the papers was crooked and messy, with some parts scribbled over and some areas still damp with ink, but it was still legible. The name, age, number of family members, and previous occupations were written fairly clearly. "How many people?" Ronan didn't look up. Old Tom swallowed hard. "About 100. After he finished speaking, he quickly lowered his head, staring at the tips of his shoes. Not daring to look at Ronan, he had originally wanted to invite Arnold to come along, but Arnold said it was his business and had nothing to do with him. He had no choice but to come by himself. 100 people was too many, and he was afraid the young master wouldn't agree. He was afraid that the young master would say he was unreliable, that he was senile, and that the young master would send all these people back. Those people were his neighbors, relatives, and friends. They trusted him, which is why they sent their children to him. There weren't many to begin with, but one after another they kept coming, and that's how many there are now. He couldn't let them go back. If they did, they wouldn't have any food to eat. Ronan put down the paper, leaned back in his chair, and glanced at him. "Keep people in line." Old Tom paused for a moment, looked up at Ronan, and saw that the young master was not angry, did not scold him, and did not tell him to send the person back. He nodded, his voice slightly choked. "Yes, young master." Ronan ignored him, picked up the stack of papers, and flipped through them again. "How should we arrange it?" Old Tom sniffed, swallowed back what was rising in his throat, and cleared his throat. "Road repair, house construction, firewood gathering." He paused, then added, "And the things the young master asked me to collect before, spider webs, I also had people look for them. They've found them in old forests in the mountains, abandoned mills, and old houses that no one lives in. We didn't find many, but we've collected some." Ronan looked up. Spider web. Ronan was trying to see if he could obtain the thread using his stone sword. Old Tom nodded. took out a small cloth bag from his pocket, opened it, and inside was a wad of grayish-white, thread-like material, light and airy, like a tangled mess. "This is it. I found it in the old forest in the mountains, and there's also some in that abandoned mill down the slope. Not many, just these." Ronan took it, squeezed it, and then tugged at it. The silk is very fine and very resilient. It cannot be torn. He placed it on the table, flicked it with his fingers, and then picked it up to examine it against the light. The silk has a slightly silvery white luster under the light, like silkworm silk, but a bit thicker. "I tried it and it really couldn't be put in my backpack. Looks like this fishing rod is going to be difficult to handle. Keep looking." Ronan handed the spider web back to Old Tom. Old Tom took it, carefully wrapped it up, and tucked it into his pocket. "Yes, young master." He rubbed his hands together, hesitated for a moment, and then spoke. "Young master, there's one more thing." Ronan leaned back in his chair and glanced at him. "Speak." "You asked everyone to keep an eye out for iron ore before, and they found quite a lot. It's been piled up there, and we were wondering if you need it now." Old Tom spoke, a hint of unease appearing on his face. The young master didn't mention it again, and he assumed the young master didn't want to look for it anymore, so he didn't dare to ask. But some people still collected enough for the young master before daring to speak up. Ronan paused for a moment. He had indeed told them to keep an eye out, but it was just a casual remark. He hadn't expected them to actually find anything. "This place is barren and desolate. If there were any iron ore, it would have been mined out long ago, and even the scattered deposits in the mountains are probably hard to find." He thought they would give up after searching for a few days, but they actually found it. "How many?" Ronan asked. Old Tom scratched his head. "A bunch. I don't know exactly how many." "I also don't know how many you need, young master. If it's not enough, I'll have them keep looking." Ronan stood up. "Let's go take a look." Old Tom led the way, with Ronan following behind. They left the study, crossed the corridor, went down the steps, and turned past the low wall of the garden. Arnold stood under the veranda, saw them come out, paused for a moment, and did not follow. Old Tom led him to an old shed in the corner of the yard, pushed open the door, and a musty smell wafted out. There was a pile of stones in the shed, big and small, dusty and some covered in mud. Ronan squatted down, picked up a piece, and examined it from all angles. The stone was heavy, with a dark pattern on its surface like rust. He picked up another piece, and it was the same. He stood up and glanced at the pile of stones. There were quite a few, dozens of them of various sizes. Ronan put the stone back and dusted off his hands. "Move them all to the warehouse." Old Tom responded, turned around and left the shed, calling out to a young man not far away. The man ran over, Old Tom gave him a few instructions, and then the man ran off again, returning shortly with 5 or 6 other men. They rolled up their sleeves and started moving, lifting, and carrying the pile of stones towards warehouse. Old Tom stood to the side, giving instructions. Ronan watched for a while, then turned and left. That evening, Ronan went to the warehouse alone. The door was made of wood, old and not able to close properly. It creaked open with a particularly jarring sound in the quiet night. He slipped inside, closed the door behind him, took a torch from his backpack, and stuck it in the ground. The firelight ignited, instantly illuminating the entire warehouse. He then took out a furnace from his backpack and placed it on the ground. It was dusty, square, and looked like a large rock. He squatted down and picked up a piece of iron ore from the ground. It was quite large and heavy. He turned it over and over to look at it. Holding it up to the firelight, he could see the dark veins. "I tried putting the iron ore into the furnace, but it wouldn't go in." He sighed, threw the iron ore back on the ground, picked up a smaller piece, but it still didn't work. In fact, Ronan had tried it before. He had tried all those small pieces, but none of them could be put into the furnace. "It's not a problem with the furnace. It's that these ores aren't generated by Minecraft rules, or they don't meet certain conditions. His furnace only accepts Minecraft items. Items that aren't Minecraft items can't be entered." These iron ores were collected, dug, and moved from outside by Old Tom and his men. They were all different sizes and shapes, some like fists, some like heads, and some like flatbreads, but none of them were usable. Ronan sat down against the wall, took a plank out of his backpack, put it under his bottom, and stared blankly at the pile of stones. "These stones are indeed iron ore. I even cracked it open myself and saw that it was black, shiny, and heavy inside, with the smell of iron. In the game, the ores you mine are the corresponding minerals, which you can then put into a furnace to smelt. In reality, ores are broken, scattered, and irregular. In Minecraft, when you dig out a piece, it will have a specific shape and size. What's needed now is to turn these scattered stones into a single, solid block." How to change it, stick it together. What to use to stick it together? Mud, water, tree sap. He tried many methods, but none of them worked. These are not enough to make it an ore. Digging it will only yield gravel. So what's needed now isn't to glue them together, but to grow together to become one, to have the hardness of stone, to withstand the smelting in the furnace. The only material that can meet the requirements is probably cement. If only we had cement now, we could mix it with some water, stir it up, pour it in, and once it dries, it would be a block that could be used as a stone. But there's no cement here, making it even more troublesome. Ronan thought of winter, and how about watering these ores and freezing them together to make them a whole? It counts, but its strength is insufficient. It's far inferior to the ores in Minecraft. It's estimated that even if you dig it up, it will just be a pile of debris, which will directly turn into gravel. Ronan thought of saplings and spider silk. He can't create things that aren't in Minecraft. He thought for a long time until his head ached, but he still couldn't come up with a good solution. He stood up and paced back and forth in the warehouse, his footsteps thumping loudly on the floor. As he walked, he squatted down again, picked up a stone from the ground and placed it on the ground. He recalled that when he placed the blocks, they would stick together, adhere to each other, squeeze together, and wrap around each other. They weren't glued together. The rules held them together. First, place a stone, then put an iron ore on top of it. The iron ore wobbles but doesn't fall, it stands upright. Place another stone on top of the iron ore, pressing it down. The iron ore is sandwiched in the middle, squeezed between the two stones, and cannot move. I pushed it, but it wouldn't budge. I pushed it again, but it still wouldn't move. I patted it with my hand, but it wouldn't disperse. I stood up and kicked it, but it wouldn't budge, just as he had expected. Ronan suddenly laughed. First, he laughed silently, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly, then he laughed out loud. The sound wasn't loud, but it echoed in the warehouse, buzzing as if someone in the distance was also laughing. He laughed for a while before stopping. I walked up to the pile of iron ore, squatted down, and started arranging it. A stone, a piece of iron ore, squeezed and pressed piece by piece. Iron ore is squeezed into one place and becomes a mineral stone. Ronan stood in front of the pile of stones. The stone in front of him was no ordinary stone. It was made by squeezing together dozens of pieces of broken ore and stone, forming a square shape, about 1 cubic meter in size. My heart was pounding as I stared at it. If he succeeds, he wins. If that doesn't work, we'll have to find other ways. He raised the stone pickaxe and began digging at the rock. I couldn't hear the sound of the stone pickaxe being swung, only the sound of my own heartbeat, thump, 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 each beat louder than the last. As the excavation time exceeded 2 minutes, I knew something was wrong, and my heart started pounding even harder. After 6 minutes, the stone suddenly disappeared, indicating that the excavation was successful. A grayish-brown object floated in place. It wasn't square, but oval, like a flattened egg, with a rough, pitted surface. This is what iron ore looks like in Minecraft. Ronan jumped up and cheered excitedly. Pick that thing up and hold it in your hand. It's not very big, but it feels heavy in my hand. Ronan laughed, not the kind of laugh where the corners of the mouth twitch up, but a wide grin that showed his teeth, and he laughed in the voice of Kim Jong-un. After laughing for a while, he put the iron ore on the ground. It grew bigger, not slowly, but suddenly, from the size of a hand to the size of a head. The surface was still pitted and gray with some brownish veins. He squatted down and reached out to touch it. Cold, hard, rough. Ronan tried to clear his mind, to stop thinking about Minecraft rules, and to treat the thing in front of him as just an ordinary rock. He reached out and pushed, but couldn't budge it. It is heavy, like the weight a real iron ore should have. He withdrew his hand, restarted Minecraft rules, and placed his hand on the ore. The ore suddenly shrank back to the size of an egg and landed in his palm. Ronan paused for a moment. Unlike blocks, this doesn't require digging, you can collect it directly. He looked at it over and over for a while, thought about it, and figured it was probably a problem with the proportions in Minecraft. Items like bread, tools, and swords are roughly the same size as the human body when held in hand, so they don't shrink when held in this world and are directly integrated into the visual logic of this world. However, ores and blocks are actually smaller than the size displayed in your hand, so they will appear smaller. Ronan nodded, having grasped some of the rules. He didn't need to worry about the specific reasons, since Minecraft's rules were never based on reason. Ronan didn't rush to burn the ore. Instead, he picked up a few more pieces of broken ore from the ground and began conducting experiments. If you put a stone with low iron content into the pile of compressed material and then dig it out, the iron will disperse into the surrounding stones. I tried another piece with a high iron content, dug it out, and the excess iron went into the surrounding rocks. After trying it all night, I roughly figured out some of the rules. You can't dig up iron from rocks with low iron content, the iron will just go to the side. If the iron content is high, iron can be mined out. If there is excess iron, it will run away. I used to think that only specific stones could yield iron, but it seems that's not the case. As long as there is iron, no matter how fragmented, scattered, or unlike any other ore, it can be accumulated. One piece isn't enough, so we'll have two. Two pieces aren't enough, so we'll have three. Once you've collected enough, squeeze them together and press them down, you'll have a piece of iron ore that you can mine. But after digging up so many stones, I haven't found any ore. It seems I'm just unlucky. Ronan tried all the broken ore pieces that old Tom and the others had collected, but in the end, he only managed to smelt a piece of iron. The remaining ones have too low an iron content to make up a whole. Holding that piece of iron in my hand, it was indeed as heavy as it was in Minecraft. When you put it on the ground, the piece of iron gets bigger. It is a piece of iron, 1 meter long and about 33 centimeters high and wide. I squatted down, reached out and touched it. It was cool, hard, and slippery. It was indeed a piece of iron, and it looked to be of very high purity. I tried to move it without using MC ability, but I couldn't. It's very heavy, a piece of iron 1 meter long and 33 centimeters high, probably weighing 1 or 2,000 kilograms. It would be strange if anyone could lift it. I remember in Minecraft, 9 iron ingots could be combined to make 1 iron block. 1 iron block is 1 cubic meter of iron. It takes 3 iron ingots to forge a pickaxe, 2 iron ingots to forge an iron sword, and the cost of armor is even more outrageous. When I used to play games, I never thought there was anything wrong with this. It was just a matter of clicking the mouse a few times. Iron is something you can find easily by digging, but it took so much time to get this piece of iron, it's unbelievable. It was old Tom and dozens of others who spent several days picking up, digging, and moving it. He managed to get it by squeezing, pressing, and collecting hundreds of pieces of broken ore together. Ronan was a little reluctant to use it, not because he was stingy, but because iron was too expensive. Stones are everywhere, but iron is not. Moreover, iron can be sold directly for money. If the tools you make aren't anything special, there's no need to synthesize them at all. You might as well just sell the iron. Judging by the time, Ronan put the iron into his backpack, along with the furnace, torches, and the remaining stones. The warehouse fell dark, with only moonlight filtering through the cracks in the door, thin and white, falling on the floor like a small stream. Ronan returned to his room, lay on his bed, and stared at the ceiling. That piece of iron is still in my mind. 1 meter long, 33 centimeters high and wide. 3 iron ingots are enough to forge an iron pickaxe, an iron sword, and an iron breastplate. In the past, these things were nothing in games. It was just a matter of clicking the mouse a few times. This one piece of iron took old Tom and dozens of others a long time to collect, and the places they had searched for were even harder to find later. Besides, an iron pickaxe isn't much faster than a stone pickaxe. It's not worth wasting such a large piece of iron just to save a few seconds. It's not like you're digging for diamonds. An iron pickaxe can dig, but a stone pickaxe can't. Without diamonds, a pickaxe is just a decoration. As for finding diamonds, Ronan had long since given up on that idea. This place is so remote and impoverished that even iron ore was squeezed out of the ground. And you're looking for diamonds? What are you thinking? They haven't even found coal yet. Moreover, these crafted tools have durability in Minecraft. Each use reduces the durability a little, and once it's used up, it's gone. It's not that it can't be repaired, it's just that repairing it requires metal. What's the difference between using iron to repair iron and forging a new one? Stone tools are different. Stones are everywhere. Although you can dig one up and one less there is, you can never dig them all up. If it breaks, just throw it away and make another one. It doesn't hurt. Iron won't do. Iron is too expensive, not in terms of money, but in terms of the effort required to make it. Only then was a piece of iron forged. If you use iron to make a pickaxe and it breaks, where can you find another piece? Should we send old Tom and his men to scavenge again? They could scavenge for months, find a few pieces of iron, forge a pickaxe, break it, and then scavenge again. Is this any way to live? It's like a savings account tormenting people. Ronan didn't want to cause trouble for others, nor did he want to cause trouble for himself. If a stone pickaxe works, then use a stone pickaxe. When the stone pickaxe becomes unusable and an iron pickaxe is needed, then make an iron pickaxe. When it got light, Ronan lay in bed but couldn't fall asleep. After a while, he got up. I stretched my arms and legs a bit. I wasn't tired, but I still stretched my back and twisted my head as a formality before pushing the door open and going out. Lily comes around this time every day, and today was no exception. She ran over, her braids swinging, and smiled up at me. "Good morning, brother." Ronan reached out and ruffled her hair, making her braid askew. "Good morning." Annie followed behind Lily and bowed slightly. "Good morning, young master." Ronan nodded, picked up Lily, and they walked and talked. "What do you want to eat today?" Lily tilted her head and thought for a moment. "The bread from yesterday was delicious." Ronan smiled. "Aren't all breads the same?" Lily smiled and said, "Hee hee, the bread is delicious every day." Lily laughed and wrapped her arms around his neck, her braids brushing against his face, tickling him. "After washing up, I ate breakfast." Ronan put down the bowl, wiped his mouth, and said to Annie, "Go and call old Tom over." Anne bowed. "Yes, young master." She turned and left. Annie has changed a lot since she arrived. The clothes were still the same old clothes, but they were washed clean and worn neatly. His face has gotten fuller, and he doesn't look as flustered as when he first arrived. She used to walk with her head down and close to the wall, but now she walks with her back straight and her steps are steady, like a little maid. Ronan didn't go to the study room, he waited in the living room. He leaned back in his chair, his fingers tapping lightly on the table. Lily sat down next to me, holding a book and flipping through a few pages. Old Tom came with Annie, looking like he hadn't woken up yet, his eyes squinted and still had drool in the corners of his eyes. He saw Ronan, paused for a moment, and quickly bowed. "Young master." Ronan waved his hand. "Sit." Old Tom didn't sit. He stood there, rubbed his hands on his trouser legs a couple of times, and then let them hang down at his sides. "Iron ore, have your men keep searching." Old Tom nodded. Ronan glanced at him. "If anyone asks, just say I invited them here for fun. Don't tell them what it is." Old Tom straightened his back. "Yes, young master, I'll keep an eye on things, and I won't let anyone who talks nonsense get away with it." He spoke softly, but he emphasized each word. Ronan smiled. "Don't crumple the spider webs into a ball either. Put them in a basket and try to keep them spread out." Old Tom nodded again. "Yes, young master." Ronan waved his hand. "No rush, take your time. Those who go out to look for things, be careful. People are more important than things." Old Tom paused for a moment, glanced at Ronan, then lowered his head again. "Young master, I will tell them." After seeing that Old Tom understood, he let him go about his business. Ronan noticed that Anne was standing behind Lily, her eyes fixed on the book in Lily's hand. "It's not about staring at the book, it's about staring at the words on the book." Those winding strokes, those symbols she couldn't understand, those things that only nobles could touch. She was so engrossed in watching that she didn't even notice Ronan looking at her. "Annie, do you want to learn?" When Ronan asked her, she suddenly woke up, her face turned pale, her lips turned white, and she felt as if she had been doused with a bucket of cold water, feeling cold from head to toe. I didn't mean to. I was taking care of Miss." Her voice trembled, and her fingers trembled as she gripped the edge of her apron until her knuckles turned white. She dared not look at Ronan, her head lowered, staring at the tips of her shoes, her body trembling uncontrollably. In this world, books are the exclusive domain of the nobility, not something commoners can touch. For ordinary people, being able to recognize a few characters and write their own names is considered a skill. Being able to read, write, and study was a privilege reserved for nobles, a privilege of clergy, and a luxury for the sons of wealthy merchants. For a commoner, a maid, or a servant girl to secretly read a young lady's book is an act of overstepping boundaries, an act of ignorance, and an act of courting death. The housekeeper can hit her, the mistress can scold her, and the young master can kick her out. No one will help her, no one will sympathize with her, and no one will say that the young master went too far. Anne stood there, her face as white as paper, her hands clutching her apron, her knuckles white. She lowered her head, not daring to look at Ronan, tears welling up in her eyes, but she dared not let them fall. Ronan looked at her and sighed. Just one sentence was enough to scare people like this. It's not that she's timid, it's just that's how the world is. A nobleman's words can send someone to heaven or back to hell. I'm not blaming you. Ronan. Voice wasn't loud, but it was steady. I'm asking you to learn to read. You're Lily's personal maid. How can you not know how to read? Anne looked up at Ronan, tears still streaming down her face and her eyes red. Isn't this a reprimand? Isn't it about kicking her out? Isn't it about scolding her for being restless? Isn't it about teaching her to read? She froze, her mouth agape, unable to utter a word. Tears fell, not from fear but from joy. She didn't know why she was happy, she was just happy. Overjoyed, she couldn't stop crying, her shoulders trembled and she burst into tears. Lily was unhappy, her lips pouting as she glared at Ronan. "You made Annie cry?" She reached out and patted Ronan's arm very lightly, like tickling him. Ronan smiled and ruffled her hair, making her braid askew. "Don't cry." Ronan looked at Annie. Anne nodded vigorously, but she couldn't stop the tears. She wiped them with the back of her hand, but they wouldn't stop. She wiped them with her sleeve, but they still wouldn't stop. Lily held Annie's hand and looked up at her. "Don't cry, I'll teach your brother a lesson." Annie shook her head anxiously, tears streaming down her face. "It's not the young master's fault. It's my own. I misunderstood." She couldn't continue speaking and started crying again. She cried for a while, then finally stopped. Anne sniffed, wiped her face with her sleeve, and bowed. "Young master, I'm sorry, I just now." Ronan waved his hand. "It's over." Annie looked up, her eyes still red, but her voice was steady. "Young master, I'm not scared, I'm happy." She paused. "I'm so happy that you're letting me learn to read." Lily pouted, looking puzzled. "What's so great about studying?" Ronan flicked her forehead lightly. "Many people want to learn but don't have the chance, and you're not willing to." Lily covered her forehead, pouted, and remained silent. Anne stood there, her eyes and nose red, but the corners of her mouth were turned up. "I've heard people say that nobles are all ruthless and heartless." She assumed Ronan was like that, she assumed Lily was like that, she assumed House Ansel was like that. When I arrived, I found out that wasn't the case. She thought of the old days. My family was poor. My father was sick and we couldn't afford to see a doctor. My mother worked day and night. My younger brother was so hungry that he cried. I was in the same boat. Anne remembered that she had come here to try her luck because she was so hungry that she couldn't stand it anymore. "I never expected to be kept here, never expected to have food to eat, and never expected to be able to learn to read. We can eat our fill every day, not with black bread, but with white bread. Not just one meal, but every meal is enough to fill you up." Her whole family came too. Her younger brother had food to eat, her mother had work to do, and her father was taken care of. It's all because of House Ansel, because of the young master. If it weren't for the young master, they would still be starving. If it weren't for the young master, they would still be waiting to die. They weren't young masters, they were just a bunch of poor wretches nobody wanted. Things are different now. They have food to eat, clothes to wear, and work to do. They were no longer servants, no longer slaves, no longer unwanted paupers. They were people of House Ansel. What the young master gave them was not just food, but a way to survive. It was the hands that pulled them out of the mud. It is the confidence that allows them to hold their heads high. She lowered her head, wiped her eyes, then looked up at Ronan. The young master was still the same young master, leaning back in his chair. The young lady was still the same young lady, sitting beside me, holding that book in her hands. The two chatted and laughed. They were two incredibly kind people. Anne stood there, looking at them, a smile playing on her lips and her eyes crinkling, as if she were looking at a painting. A painting she never dared to dream of. A picture she will remember for a lifetime. Ronan had just sat down at his desk when Arnold pushed the door open and came in. He used to spend most of the day in study, organizing ledgers and drawing. He hasn't been coming around much since Ronan put him in charge of supervising others. Come to think of it, anyone would feel uncomfortable being in the same room as their boss. "Young master," Arnold bowed. Ronan leaned back in his chair and asked him what was wrong. Arnold said, "Your uncle has arrived." Ronan paused for a moment, then smiled. "This cheap uncle is quite a rare guest. He came here shortly after the Baron died, wanting this and that, but Lydia refused, which caused quite a scene. Later, when he heard that Lee was borrowing money everywhere, he stopped coming and stayed far away, afraid that Lee would ask him for money. He breathed a sigh of relief when Lee didn't contact him. Later, he began to contact the original owner of the body and sow discord. The original owner believed him, and of course, some of what he said made sense. His uncle has certainly succeeded. Unfortunately, the original body is gone, and the current Ronan is himself. Ronan didn't have a good impression of this cheap uncle. They live off House Ansel, eat House Ansel food, and live in House Ansel, yet they can't stand seeing House Ansel doing well. Even if House Ansel collapses, they don't care. Even if things really collapse, does he still think he can continue living a peaceful life? Foolish man. While I can understand it, this clearly shows that this uncle is a short-sighted good-for-nothing. "What's he here for?" Ronan asked. Arnold hesitated for a moment, then lowered his voice. "He said that his wife has left and there are no adults at home. He was worried about you, so he came to check on you." Ronan smiled. "Not at ease, you're just itching to know, aren't you?" He recruited so many people, some to build roads, some to build houses, some to chop wood, making such a big commotion, and his uncle only arrived now. He's quite patient. What are we here for? To see what he's up to, and to see if we can get involved and get a piece of the pie. Ronan stood up, straightened his collar, and walked out. Arnold followed behind, walking at a moderate pace. In the living room, Victor Ansel was sitting in a chair drinking tea. He was wearing a dark blue outer robe, made of decent material, but it looked a bit worn from washing, with the collar worn shiny. Her hair was neatly combed, with a few strands of white hair at her temples. Her face resembled her father's somewhat, but her eyes were different. My father's eyes were straight, his eyes were lively, always darting around, as if he were assessing the value of people and things. Standing next to him was his son, Cole Ansel, 18 or 19 years old, a burly man who looked like half a wall. He was wearing a gray cloth short jacket with the sleeves rolled up to his elbows, revealing a section of his thick forearm. He looked at Ronan with an unfriendly gaze, his chin slightly raised. Seeing Ronan enter, Victor put down his teacup, stood up, and put on a smile. "Ronan, it's been a while, you've gotten quite a bit stronger." He stepped forward, reached out, and wanted to pat Ronan on the shoulder. Ronan stepped aside, walked to the head of the table, and nodded slightly. "Sit down." Victor's hand froze in midair for a moment before he withdrew it. His smile remained unchanged, but his eyes shifted slightly before returning to normal. He sat back down in his chair, picked up his teacup, took another sip, and slowly put it down. "I heard you've been very busy lately, hiring a lot of people, building roads and houses. It's a good thing that young people are energetic." He glanced at Cole, who snorted and didn't say anything. Ronan leaned back in his chair, tapping his fingers lightly on the armrest, and looked at him with a half-smile. "What brings you here today?" Victor smiled and put down his teacup. "Your mother has been gone for quite some time now and hasn't come back. I was just worried about you all, that's why I made such a fuss, afraid that some people might be trying to deceive you." He glanced at Ronan, then at Arnold. Upon hearing this, Arnold, who was standing nearby, became very angry. This was a veiled criticism of the servants for deceiving their young masters. He wanted to retort, but after glancing at Ronan and seeing that the young master remained calm, he didn't say anything. Victor was puzzled by Ronan's lack of response and his calm demeanor. I had to change the subject. "Where's Lily? Is she sleeping?" Ronan said. "I read books at study." "Reading is good," Victor nodded. "It's good for girls to know more words. It will make things easier when they need a spouse in the future." He paused, glanced at Ronan, and asked, "How's your older brother? Is he feeling better?" Ronan said, "The usual." Victor sighed and shook his head. "Your mother has it tough too, a single woman supporting this family." He glanced at Ronan and said, "You're not a kid anymore, it's time to help your mother out." Ronan did not respond. Victor waited a while, and seeing that he didn't answer, he continued talking to himself. "I heard that old Tom is in charge of the people you hired. I know old Tom, he's honest but incompetent. You've hired so many people without a capable person to manage them. Trouble is bound to happen sooner or later. If you don't mind, have your cousin come and help. You know Cole, he's got plenty of strength, to say the least." Cole stood to the side, and when he heard his father mention him, he straightened his chest and raised his chin even higher. Ronan glanced at Cole, then at Victor. He turned to Arnold beside him and asked, "Arnold, have you recruited enough people yet?" Arnold respectfully said, "Young master, we've already recruited enough people. You originally only said you wanted to recruit a few, but old Tom, for some reason, brought in so many. Many of them are currently on trial, and it remains to be seen whether they can stay." Victor's unfulfilled goal. Ronan hadn't expected Arnold to say something so insightful, effectively shutting down the conversation. It was unclear whether this was his true thought or a response to Victor's earlier remarks. Ronan could only helplessly say, "We don't need anyone for the time being." Victor's smile froze for a moment, then returned to normal. "We don't need any extra people, so it's not a problem. Let him work for now, and we'll lend a hand when things get busy." Ronan shook his head. "I don't need it. I'll come to you when I need it. After all, you wouldn't want my cousin to do those dirty and tiring jobs, would you?" Victor's smile finally crumbled. He placed the teacup on the table with a soft, not too loud sound. "Ronan, you're not a kid anymore. There are some things I didn't want to say, but I have to. You know your mother, she's proud and arrogant, and she won't back down. She's offended a lot of people, and you've offended a lot of people too. You've hired so many people and made such a big fuss. Do you really think no one is watching you?" Ronan looked at him, waiting for him to continue. Victor felt uncomfortable under his gaze, looked away, picked up his teacup, and took another sip. I'm your uncle, would I harm you? Your father passed away early and your older brother is like that. Doesn't this family depend on people like us to keep it going? Ronan didn't reply, but just smiled and looked at him. Victor waited a moment, put down his teacup and stood up. All right, think it over yourself, I'm leaving. He glanced at Cole, who clenched his chest and followed him out. Arnold followed behind and saw them off. Just as Victor and Cole's footsteps faded into the corridor, Lily emerged from behind the door next to them. She ran up to Ronan, looked up at him, and asked, "What brings you here, uncle?" With her brows furrowed and lips pouting, she clearly didn't like this uncle. Ronan reached out and ruffled her hair, casually saying nothing's wrong, before asking, "Where were you just now?" Lily's attention was immediately drawn and a smug look appeared on her face. "I'm teaching Annie to read." Annie walked in from the door and bowed respectfully. "Young master, miss is teaching me to read." She spoke with her back straight, her voice much more steady than before, and a serious yet embarrassed expression on her face. Ronan nodded, glanced at Lily, and continued chatting. Arnold returned. He walked up to Ronan, bent down, and his expression was not good, as if he had swallowed a fly. "Young master, your uncle has come with ill intentions this time. You must not let his family come to do the work." He spoke softly, but he emphasized each word, as if afraid Ronan wouldn't hear him, or as if afraid Ronan wouldn't take it seriously. Ronan leaned back in his chair and smiled. "Why would uncle harm us? My cousin seems quite capable too." Arnold grew anxious, took half a step forward and raised his voice. "Young master, don't be fooled by them. If they come, they're capable of anything, relying on their family ties." He paused, as if organizing his thoughts. "At that point, will you intervene or not? If you intervene, they'll say you have no family ties. If you don't, they'll just cause trouble down there." Lily watched Arnold's anxious expression, a smile creeping onto her face, which she quickly suppressed. Annie stood behind her, head down, shoulders trembling slightly. It was hard to tell whether she was laughing or holding back. Ronan looked at Arnold and said with a smile, "Did Victor say something to you just now, and you thought I sent them?" Arnold's face flushed red, his lips trembled, and he wanted to explain but didn't know how to begin. Lily couldn't help but burst out laughing. Annie laughed along, though she covered her mouth with her hand, her laughter still leaked out through her fingers. Arnold stood there, his old face flushed red. Ronan smiled and waved his hand. "All right, I know why they're here, I won't let them come." Arnold breathed a sigh of relief. Ronan leaned back in his chair and tapped his fingers lightly twice on the armrest. "Go and have guard keep an eye on them. If they cause trouble, no matter what their status is, arrest those who should be arrested and punish those who should be punished." Arnold straightened his back even more, answered, "Yes," and turned to leave quickly. The footsteps faded into the distance in the corridor and soon disappeared. Lily tilted her head and thought for a while, but still couldn't figure it out, so she asked again, "Will they come looking for trouble?" Ronan reached out and ruffled her hair. "Not now, but not necessarily in the future. One should always be wary of others. It will be too late once they come looking for trouble. Think ahead and do what needs to be done in advance, so that even if they do come, you won't panic." Lily nodded. Whether she understood or not, she nodded anyway. Victor did not visit again in the following days. It seems he still cares about his pride. After being rejected the first time, he was too embarrassed to try again immediately. He didn't come, and Ronan didn't go looking for him either. They went their separate ways, and neither bothered the other. Ronan has been taking stock of the iron ore Old Tom and his crew collected over the past few days. There wasn't much. They managed to gather just 2 pieces. Including the previous piece, there are 3 pieces in total. 3 pieces of iron are enough to make 1 pickaxe. But Ronan didn't use the pickaxe, there's no need to use it yet, and the iron can't be wasted like this. Stone pickaxes are sufficient, there's no rush to make iron pickaxes. However, they did collect quite a few spider webs. Old Tom and the others put them in baskets, keeping them in a state of disarray, and piled them in a corner of the warehouse. Ronan looked at the messy spider webs inside. He didn't know if this would work in Minecraft. Spider webs are dug up with a sword, and digging them up would disconnect the connection. But those were huge spiders in the game. I've killed quite a few smaller spiders here, but I haven't seen them drop anything. I don't know if this net will work. If it doesn't, I'll have to find a Warcraft-level spider. Ronan nailed together a frame larger than a cubic meter using wooden strips, then wrapped the spider web around it in a messy, tangled mess, like a giant grayish-white blob of cotton candy, hanging from the frame with its silken threads dangling. He stepped back 2 steps to take a look, then stepped forward again to fix it, patching up the leaks and thinning out the thick parts. It took him quite a while to make it look somewhat presentable. He drew his stone sword and swung it at the spiderweb from a distance. After a few swings, the spider web suddenly disappeared. It's not broken, it's not cracked, it's gone. In its original spot floated a small, thin white object, like a strand of hair, but thicker than a strand of hair. Ronan picked up the thing, held it in his palm, and immediately breathed a sigh of relief. This is a thread, white, thin, and very resilient. Now that we have the line, there are many more things we can do. Fishing rods need line, bows and arrows need line, and wool can also be made from line. 4 lines can be made into 1 wool, so it seems that the line in my hand is quite substantial. You can make a bed if you have wool. I wonder what it feels like to sleep on MC's bed. Is it really true that you can fall asleep instantly and sleep through the night? There's only 1 cable. We need to collect more. Ronan reeled in the wire and turned his gaze back to the 3 pieces of iron in his backpack. Iron is scarce, and finding it is difficult. Every piece used is 1 less piece available, so we need to think carefully about what to do with it. A pickaxe requires 3 pieces of iron, but we don't need them now. If you're not mining for diamonds or gold, a stone pickaxe is sufficient. A pickaxe can dig faster, but in the current state, it's not worth wasting 3 pieces of iron just to be faster. An iron sword requires 2 pieces of iron. A stone sword is sharp enough to cut things without much effort. Iron swords are sharper, but what's the use of sharpness? We don't use them to cut people anymore. We use axes to cut trees and pickaxes to cut rocks. An iron sword is better than a stone sword, but if it's only slightly better, it's not worth spending 2 pieces of iron now. We won't make iron hoes, shovels, or axes. Stone ones are just as usable, and I won't feel bad if they get damaged. What else? Scissors, flint, and steel bucket. The scissors are useless, there are no sheep, and even if there were, it wouldn't be effective. The creatures here aren't like those in Minecraft. The flint and steel is useless. It's only needed to open the nether portal. And the nether portal? I wonder how long it will take to build. Besides, with such limited durability, it'll be gone after a few uses, so it's not worth wasting iron on it. A water bucket is a good thing, though. 3 pieces of iron can make a bucket that can last a lifetime. Filling containers with water, transporting water, irrigating the land, and fighting fires. It's still quite a distance from the river here. With a bucket, things become simple. Moreover, if water can stay in one place, it can be used to create farmland, which is a huge improvement to the territory. You could also try unlimited water. In Minecraft, 2 buckets of water can create an infinite water source, but I don't know if that will work in this world. That would be amazing, a huge profit indeed. The bucket can also hold milk. If we had cows at home, it would be great if we could actually get milk from them. I wonder if the breed of cow matters. If it really works to get milk, let's see if it has any special effects. In the game, milk can cure poison and remove debuffs. I wonder if milk obtained from buckets in this world has the same effect. If such a thing existed, it would be a miracle cure and a project that could be monetized. 3 heavy pieces of iron, pressing down on my hands and on my heart. Ronan gritted his teeth and arranged the iron ingots in a V shape. A flash of light appeared on the workbench, and a bucket landed in my hand. In his hand was a small iron bucket, round and very neat, just like the one in the game. How could such a small thing hold a cubic meter of water? He looked at it over and over, but he just couldn't figure it out. Try putting the bucket on the ground. The bucket grew larger, becoming half a person's height, and became very shiny. The volume is estimated to be 1 cubic meter. Trading 3 pieces of iron for such a large bucket isn't a bad deal. I tapped it, and the sound it made confirmed it was made of iron. It was put away and then put out again, nothing special, just like ore. The only difference between what you hold in your hand and the actual item is the size. Try putting something into the bucket and then taking it back. If you put a stone in the bucket and take it back, the stone will fall to the ground. When loading wood, the wood also falls to the ground when it is collected. You can't put soil in it, not even soil. It can't be carried into your backpack by the bucket. It seems this bucket can't be bugged for use as storage. It feels like it can't hold anything but water. It's not that the bucket can't hold anything, but rather that the Minecraft rules prevent it from taking back the bucket along with any ordinary items it contains. Moreover, based on its characteristics, it would require a whole bucket of water. Use it the same way you use it in the game here. A little more is not good, a little less is not good either. That's really strict. He sighed and put the bucket into his backpack. This ability is both amazing and rigid. Unable to find any other uses for it, he stopped trying and put the bucket away. Seeing that it was still dark, Ronan made his way to the riverbank in the dark. All around was quiet except for the sound of flowing water. Ronan squatted on the riverbank, looked around for a while, and only after confirming that no one was around did he take out a torch from his backpack and stick it into the mud. The firelight illuminated a small area. The river water was dark and bottomless, with only a rushing sound to be heard. He took out the bucket and waved it across the river. The water surface was sunken in a square, as if a spoonful of jelly had been scooped out. Water rushed in from all sides, filling the pit, and the river returned to calm as if nothing had happened. Ronan breathed a sigh of relief. It was done. He squatted down and dug a hole in the river with a stone shovel, obtaining 4 clods of soil. The hole was a square, 2 meters wide. He poured a bucket of water he scooped from the river into a corner of the pit. The water fell to the bottom of the pit, splashing up a small patch of water, and then flowed to other places. Although the water was flowing, it remained steadily in the pit. In that particular section, the water level was lower than the edge of the pit, and it seemed to be flowing, but the water level had not decreased. It basically fills one cell but doesn't sink, it just flows quietly. Although it has the effect of flowing to other locations, the water level doesn't change much. Ronan squatted by the pit and stared at the water for a long time. The water poured from the bucket did not overflow or seep into the compartment. It was there, quietly flowing, like something placed on the ground. It felt like a water effect was just placed there. It looked fake. Ronan knew this was the rule of Minecraft. That's how water works in Minecraft. But clicking a mouse in a game is one thing, while watching water being manipulated by rules in real life is quite another. He stretched out his finger and poked it into the water. It's cold, icy cold. The water is real water. It has buoyancy and resistance. When you move your fingers in the water, you can feel the sticky force. The soil around the pit had also been seeped in, but it looked like not a single drop of water had been lost. Ronan didn't rush to test the infinite water. Instead, he squatted by the pit and stared at the water source. It flows quietly, and although it seems to be flowing to other places, the water level in this compartment does not drop. Ronan picked up a pebble and threw it in. The pebble sank, the water surface rippled, but nothing changed. They threw in another handful of soil, making the water muddy, but the pit remained the same and the water remained the same. It didn't overflow or flow away. A few more dry branches were thrown in, and they floated on the water's surface, drifting with the current to the lowest point. I remember in the game, no matter if you threw things or someone jumped in, the water wouldn't overflow. It's not that the water won't overflow, it's that the rules prevent it from overflowing. This water in this compartment is no longer ordinary water. It's water that's been locked by the rules. It only exists within this grid. Outside, the flowing water is extended water. It's fake, it's a phenomenon, not a real thing. He tried to scoop the water out with his hands, but after scooping for a long time, the water in the compartment didn't change much. It was not damaged in this way and became ordinary water. Ronan remembers that an infinite water level requires 2 buckets of water to form, so how come this one block of water doesn't decrease? But then I thought about it again, and in the game, you can get unlimited water from this water spot using a bottle, but you can't use a bucket. It's not entirely unreasonable that 3 bottles of water can be combined to form 1 water level, and that 1 water level can be obtained infinitely. Even if you create an infinite amount of water in the game, it will always be there as long as you don't scoop it up with a bucket. Ronan shook his head, deciding not to think about it anymore. Why bother figuring out the principles of a fantasy world? He wasn't a scientist. As long as it works, that's fine.